Today, this young man came with his friend Du Sip Sam to the National Esports Center for the welcome event. The country's strongest fighter, named Pak Han Kwang, is known for being arrogant. He always thought he was unbeatable, but he looked down on the players from Country Z, including Cham Kan Tham Sa. He even publicly called them losers. To teach Pak Han Kwang a lesson, Du Sip Sam offered 2 hot pot meals to challenge Cham Kan Tham Sa to a match. At that time, Cham Kan Tham Sa had only been playing the game for 2 months and had just mastered its rules the night before. Yet, just for 2 hot pot meals, he boldly stepped onto the stage to face Pak Han Kwang. What no one expected was that Cham Kan Tham Sa beat Pak Han Kwang decisively, winning by a landslide. When interviewed after the match, Cham Kan Tham Sa openly admitted that today was his very first time playing the game. He was a total newbie. This truth made Pak Han Kwang even more humiliated. How could the country's strongest fighter lose to a freshman student playing for the first time? That day, Cham Kan Tham Sa crushed Pak Han Kwang's pride and restored honor to Country Z. Amidst the crowd's cheers, he instantly rose to become the new champion of the game called Armor Battle. After that match, Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly became a rising star in the esports world. With numerous records and top rankings, he successfully entered the Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, the heavens often envy talent. Just as Cham Kan Tham Sa proudly stood at the peak of glory, he was involved in a traffic accident. After the crash, he was lucky to survive, but suffered severe brain nerve damage that was hard to recover from. When focusing intensely, Cham Kan Tham Sa's reflexes lagged by 3 seconds, which usually doesn't affect daily life. But for a pro gamer like him, it causes a huge impact. From then on, his ranking kept plummeting. In the blink of an eye, Cham Kan Tham Sa fell from the top spot to below 100th place. Those who once feared him now openly mocked him. Every time they met in-game, his headaches flared up. He decided to go to sleep and call it a day. But as he stood up, he accidentally spotted something under the table, a VR headset for the game, Heavenly Thunder, specially designed for members of the Hall of Fame, recently sent by the Moonlight Corporation. Cham Kan Tham Sa had been hunted for so long, he even forgot he was a Hall of Fame member. Out of curiosity, he decided to check out this new game. The moment the game headset powered on, Cham Kan Tham Sa felt like he was swimming through a sea of data. Moonlight Corporation's VR tech is truly advanced. Not long after, Cham Kan Tham Sa arrived at the new player reception shrine. It felt so real, like he had actually stepped into a magnificent palace. Even the stone pillars in the shrine felt authentic. "Welcome, Cham Kan Tham Sa, to the reception shrine." A clear voice rang out. "Hello, I am System Spirit 01. A tiny fairy appeared before Cham Kan Tham Sa, representing the Sky Thunder system. Through verification, the system recognized him as a member of the Hall of Fame from Country Z named Lak Tran. Players who are Hall of Fame members have the privilege of receiving a special ID, and Cham Kan Tham Sa could continue using his old ID, Lak Tran. But honestly, that name had become the biggest joke in the Hall of Fame. So, Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't want to see it again at all. He changed it to a new name, Jiaoji Chen SA, to start fresh. Jiaoji Chen SA means unrefined iron must sharpen itself to become better. Cham Kan Tham Sa was very pleased with the meaning of this name. After confirming the ID, the system let him choose his race and class. 10 basic classes appeared before him. This time, Cham Kan Tham Sa took a long time to think. He wasn't sure which class suited him better, the technician with aggressive action, or the warrior with balanced offense and defense. While Cham Kan Tham Sa hesitated, or maybe a balanced warrior, strong in both attack and defense. While Cham Kan Tham Sa was still hesitating, the system suddenly showed another notification. The VR headset would automatically take a blood sample through a tiny needle on the left side of the helmet to check his health. After the accident, Cham Kan Tham Sa was terrified of blood, his whole body trembling. After the blood sample was taken, the system responded. The health check results came back fast, and strangely, all of Cham Kan Tham Sa's stats were showing red alerts. For example, his heart rate is 30% lower than normal, and his temperature is 70% below the standard. His brainwave response exceeds 120% of the normal standard, and most importantly, Cham Kan Tham Sa's life signs are only at 50%. This situation made him extremely confused. What on earth is happening? Could it be that his VIP-level gaming hat is just an empty shell? That night, from Cham Kan Tham Sa's apartment room, a blinding red light flashed along with the young man's shout, "Damn it, don't mess with me like that." However, Cham Kan Tham Sa's alarming physical condition unlocked a hidden class, the Death Spirit Swordsman. This was truly a silver lining in hardship. The Death Spirit Swordsman is the strongest warrior in the Purgatory, a descendant of the Asura tribe, wielding the 4 divine forces. As the ruler of all nocturnal spirits, Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't expect to get such a lucky break. He had no reason to refuse the Death Spirit Swordsman class. So, after confirming his class, Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly logged into the game. He woke up in Newbie Chaos Village feeling like a defeated outcast, burning with a thirst for revenge. Cham Kan Tham Sa appeared as a dry skeleton, crawling up from the ground. He was disgusted. Why does the game start with me looking like this? Does this skeleton form look even a bit cool for a death spirit swordsman? The system seemed to read Cham Kan Tham Sa's thoughts and explained that this skeletal form is the training state of the death spirit swordsman. Cham Kan Tham Sa had no choice but to accept it. Good or bad, it's a special hidden class, so a skull is just a skull. The one welcoming him was the village chief of Newbie Chaos Village, Spirit Mage Nap Yi Van. After a startling greeting, Cham Kan Tham Sa's inventory, he received an item gift from the village chief, a Deo sword. Cham Kan Tham Sa took his new weapon to the radish field to fight the level 2 goblin rabbits here. With their low health bars, one hit from his sword could finish them off. But Cham Kan Tham Sa's biggest problem was a 3-second delay in processing information. So he decided to use a strategy to predict his opponent's moves and swing his sword 3 seconds earlier. The plan sounded perfect, but when Cham Kan Tham Sa practiced, it completely failed. He missed his swing and got kicked hard by the goblin rabbits. If swinging 3 seconds early didn't work, then he'd try slowing down. Cham Kan Tham Sa tried swinging 2 seconds early but still missed. He reduced to 1 second and still missed, but when he timed it to 0.9 seconds, his strike landed. It turned out it wasn't the rabbit's speed, but Cham Kan Tham Sa's delayed reflexes improving. Even though he still got beaten back to the respawn point by these low-level goblin rabbits, he felt incredibly happy. Leader of the 13 Bamboo Shadows Chaos World, the #1 swordsman is back. Cham Kan Tham Sa carried his sword to the radish field. Once again, on the way, he kept wondering why his reflex delay dropped to 0.9 seconds instead of the 3 seconds the doctor said. His mind was spinning. It felt like he had forgotten something. His head was filled with random images from a sports car crashed and smashed in the front, a bloody baseball bat, to the image of Guan Yu. None of these seemed connected. Cham Kan Tham Sa found it strange that these kept popping into his mind. He also remembered the doctor said his nervous system might heal itself. Back then, Cham Kan Tham Sa thought it was just comforting words so he wouldn't lose hope. But judging by the current situation, it seems the doctor's words are starting to come true. Looks like he still needs to revisit the hospital. For now, he just needs to beat those goblin rabbits up and down the field first. The system kindly reminded him to aim for their necks because that's their biggest weakness. Cham Kan Tham Sa obediently followed. With the delay time reduced to 0.9 seconds, he quickly turned the tide. The shortened delay made him feel great, and the more he fought, the fiercer he got, hoping that the delay will completely disappear later, and you'll once again rise to the peak of fame. After Cham Kan Tham Sa slaughtered the entire radish field, he suddenly caught a strange creature. Upon closer look, it was another player. In the game, it's a bit chilly tonight. Seeing him get beaten so badly, Cham Kan Tham Sa already guessed what would appear next. It must be the big boss of the radish field. Sure enough, not long after, the massive level 10 spirit rabbit appeared. It was holding a player named Tonight's a Little Lonely, upside down by the leg. The big-eared rabbit king is a hot-headed muscle beast ruling the radish field. Compared to Cham Kan Tham Sa's walking skeleton frame, it was like night and day. The guy Tonight's a Little Lonely got thrown like a rocket. Just then, Tonight's a Little Cold was also used by Cham Kan Tham Sa as a shield. The two brothers charged straight at each other. They immediately grabbed each other's hands and headed back to the respawn point. You two just go on safely. I'll take care of the revenge. Cham Kan Tham Sa calmly said, handled those two unrelated guys, then focused on the main issue. This was Cham Kan Tham Sa's first time facing a boss. After his reaction delay lessened, he couldn't hide his excitement. He gripped his sword firmly, ready to face the enemy. Unexpectedly, the Rabbit King also had a weapon. Seeing Cham Kan Tham Sa draw his sword, it quickly strapped on a set of sharp bear claws, looking like some gangster. Cham Kan Tham Sa started feeling pressure but forced himself to stay calm. The opponent likely uses high-speed, close combat attacks, and the best way to counter such a foe is to use stillness against movement. While the enemy attacks, I have to dodge and find an opening. Just as Cham Kan Tham Sa thought this, the Rabbit King launched an attack. Indeed, its speed was so fast, Cham Kan Tham Sa couldn't dodge in time. What he didn't expect was that just from this first strike, the rabbit took away 25% of his health. As he was still stunned, the system's simulation window popped up with a notification about the undying trait of the Bone Spirit before health hits 0. Bone Spirit warriors can quickly recover damaged bones, maintaining their skeletal integrity. However, health cannot be restored. Cham Kan Tham Sa read this twice and still didn't get what the system meant. What nonsense. If health can't recover, how is that called undying? But whatever, it's not important. Dealing with this gangster rabbit, if one hit cost me 25% health, then how much damage can my full power strike do? Cham Kan Tham Sa gave it his all, but sadly, he only caused 8 points of damage. He quickly stepped back. Seems like this guy is tough, not only with insane speed and offense, but his defense is also rock solid. Cham Kan Tham Sa chose a safe distance and stepped back. Just as his foot touched the ground, the spirit rabbit aggressively charged again. This was expected by Cham Kan Tham Sa. Using its momentum, he slashed straight at the critical weak spot, the opponent's neck. But unexpectedly, beneath the rabbit's fur was a layer of iron armor. Just a boss of low-level minions, does it need to be this freakish? The Rabbit King, enraged by Cham Kan Tham Sa's counterattack, punched and broke a nearby ancient tree, making Cham Kan Tham Sa tense and swallow hard. If hit head-on by that punch, his bones would probably shatter like paper. In this situation, it's tough to find a breakthrough. The Rabbit King's biggest weak point is already protected by iron armor. Judging by the health lost on both sides, the Rabbit King could withstand dozens more hits. But if Cham Kan Tham Sa takes one more hit, he's done for. He hadn't even figured out how to deal with this. While the opponent seemed to be going berserk, it uprooted a roadside willow tree with bare hands, then swung it straight at Cham Kan Tham Sa. Fighting a terrifying opponent like that rabbit seems tough, but Cham Kan Tham Sa wasn't so useless. He'd get crushed by a tree. He immediately used his combo strike. Fighting a scary opponent like that rabbit seemed tough, but Cham Kan Tham Sa wasn't weak enough to be crushed by a tree. He immediately used his finishing combo to deal with the willow tree, but unfortunately, while he was busy breaking it, the Rabbit King took the chance to ambush Cham Kan Tham Sa. Didn't expect it to be that big. Yet it was smart too, but as it charged, it accidentally got hit in the eye by a flying shard of wood. That instantly caused 20 damage. Cham Kan Tham Sa found his breakthrough from there. It seems the eye is truly the opponent's weak spot. Focusing on this, Cham Kan Tham Sa got distracted and took a punch. Luckily, he managed to follow the punch's direction and tucked his chin down. The fist wasn't direct, so he only lost 15 health. But before Cham Kan Tham Sa could celebrate, the opponent quickly threw another punch at him. This time it hit the ribs directly, bones cracking loudly, taking away 40 more health. Cham Kan Tham Sa was thrown violently by the Rabbit King. He slammed straight into a nearby tree trunk. Now he only had a mere 5 health points left. The impact made a large hole in the tree trunk. Cham Kan Tham Sa's upper body was stuck inside, with only his 2 legs dangling outside the trunk. The Rabbit King didn't plan to rest for a second. Seeing the opponent trapped inside the tree hollow, it charged again like an arrow, aiming for a final deadly blow. But when the Rabbit King's fist was launched, Cham Kan Tham Sa disappeared into the hollow. Its arm got tightly held by creepers inside the tree. Meanwhile, Cham Kan Tham Sa smoothly escaped. Looks like this moving skeleton form can be pretty handy sometimes. Because of his body size, slipping through narrow spaces is very easy. Little bunny, I'm here, sitting cross-legged on a branch with 6 legs, proudly said, "Do you like the gift I prepared for you? This dry tree is full of tangled creepers inside. Once wrapped up, it's very hard to break free." The Rabbit King kept struggling, but Cham Kan Tham Sa knew the more it struggled, the tighter the vines wrapped around it. Its only way out was to destroy the whole tree. So why would Cham Kan Tham Sa give it that chance? He firmly held his blade and leapt down from the branch, each strike stabbing straight into the boss's eye, dealing 100 points of damage. The eye truly was the opponent's critical weak spot. The Rabbit King was left with just over half a health bar, but the headache was the attack from the opponent. The Rabbit King was left with just over half a health bar, but the headache was the strike from Cham Kan Tham Sa had thrown it into a berserk state. The Rabbit King's speed and defense dropped by 50%, but its attack power increased by 50%. Still, Cham Kan Tham Sa wasn't too afraid. Facing a blinded foe with reduced speed and defense, no matter how strong the attack was, it wouldn't matter. Although his reaction was delayed by 0.9 seconds, in this situation, he could still maintain control. Finally, Cham Kan Tham Sa successfully defeated the Rabbit King. He directly leveled up to level 4 and received a boss drop reward, a chest armor, which increased 20 health points and 9 defense points. Along with that was a greater demon stone, which could be traded with merchants for a certain amount of gold. Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly put on the armor, covering some of his fully skeletal body. The boss reward only had 2 items, but the level up reward also came with 10 free attribute points. Cham Kan Tham Sa could use them to boost 4 of his stats: health, mana, strength, and speed. Since his health just got a 20-point boost from the armor, he didn't urgently need 10 points right now. He was momentarily unsure how to distribute them. While Cham Kan Tham Sa was still confused, he suddenly heard a loud scream. Looking down from the tall tree, he saw 2 players running frantically as if chased by ghosts. And those 2 looked somewhat familiar. They were the 2 guys from Cold Night and Lonely Night just a moment ago. But why were they here? Cham Kan Tham Sa jumped down from the tall tree. As soon as he appeared, the Cold Night duo cursed. Green Bean had Tu Lin before, now it's Mad Dragon. Heaven wants to destroy evil. It seemed they were being chased by an AI. Luckily, Cham Kan Tham Sa had no intention to fight against these 2, and even helped them block an arrow from the enemy. "You 2 get out of here fast. I'll handle this place." Cham Kan Tham Sa shooed the 2 young men away like chasing off evil spirits. Actually, it wasn't because he worried about their lives, fighting these 2, even helping them block enemy arrows. "You 2, get going. I'll hold this spot." Cham Kan Tham Sa shooed the 2 young men away like chasing off ghosts. Actually, he wasn't worried about their lives. He was just really interested in the pursuer, an archer. Judging by the last arrow, the shooter fired fast, but the trajectory was pretty straightforward. With Cham Kan Tham Sa's reaction speed now, those arrows basically couldn't hit him. The opponent was a level 7 archer in the game, named Little Flower Dung from the Mad Dragon Guild. This guy looks tough, but has such a girly ID. Teo Hoa Dung kept drawing his bowstring tight, clearly furious that Cham Kan Tham Sa dodged all his attacks. Some trash-level numbskull acting like a savior. Teo Huazun cursed. He unleashed his ultimate move, Windstorm Flame Arrow, even though this was his strongest skill. But it still couldn't trouble Cham Kan Tham Sa, who was a gaming prodigy now, after all. He even mastered his own 0.9-second latency, handling Windstorm Flame Arrow smoothly. Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't even bother dodging, he confronted it head-on and neutralized it. Teo Huazun gritted his teeth, reaching for another arrow to attack again, unaware of how Cham Kan Tham Sa had already, in the blink of an eye, appeared right behind him. With the enemy at his back, what happened next was obvious. Cham Kan Tham Sa was even polite enough to say goodbye before swinging his sword. Teo Huazun respawned. After all, archers are ranged attackers, fragile, glass cannon types. In close combat like this, they rarely take a hit. After sending Teo Huazun off to grind salt, the ground beneath Cham Kan Tham Sa suddenly shook violently, scaring birds in the forest into flight. What's going on? Such a big commotion? Could it be new players fighting? The tremors grew stronger, and Cham Kan Tham Sa guessed the Wild Dragon Guild members. They were clearing the area to trap a boss, so Teo Huazun was chasing after two brothers tonight for that reason. Sadly, he failed and let a fish slip through Cham Kan Tham Sa himself. Curious, Cham Kan Tham Sa ventured deep into the Divine Light Forest. Sure enough, there was a battle, a level 15 green cockroach king, already half HP down. Opposing it were new players led by a guy named Ryonghang Cheonha, level 9, with the Knight class. Although he was the leader, Ryonghang Cheonha didn't actually join the fight. Instead, he threw money at the monsters. He promised everyone that for each drop of boss HP they dealt, they'd get 50 coins. This kind of extravagance from Hanthinhar stunned Cham Kan Tham Sa, 50 coins per drop of HP. With 1,200 remaining HP drops on the Green Cockroach King, that's 60,000 coins. Spending that much just to take down an F-tier boss? Is this rich guy nuts? None of these newbies can resist the lure of money. They shouted slogans like "Charge for Brother Long," "Charge for Wild Dragon," but their high spirits were really just about the cash. Although the Green Cockroach King was only an F-tier boss, it wasn't easy for newbies to handle. Casualty rates were rising fast. Compared to the big-eared rabbit boss Cham Kan Tham Sa just defeated, this monster was even more terrifying. He felt the few remaining Wild Dragon Guild members wouldn't last much longer. But Long Hanthinhar seemed clueless about this. Despite mounting losses, he still demanded his members keep fighting. Remember to coordinate and lure the boss to attack first. While it's focused on attacking, hit it back, exploit the boss's freezing skill timing, attack in bursts, then retreat. No stopping. The more Cham Kan Tham Sa heard, the more annoying it got. What Ryonghang Cheonha said was obvious nonsense. Any newbie could come up with that strategy. What kind of command is that? Just mindless attacking. This only causes more harm to their own side. Such a simple thing, could the rich kid really not figure it out? Yeah, Cham Kan Tham Sa found it a bit illogical and suspected Ryonghang Cheonha was trying to use others' lives to slowly chip away at the boss's HP. Ryonghang Cheonha wants to use others' lives to slowly drain the boss's health. Numbers started flashing through Cham Kan Tham Sa's mind. Each death yields 300 coins compensation, and if they get demoted, another 500 coins. The Mad Dragon Guild has 50 members. If all are sent back to respawn points and demoted, that's 40,000 coins total. Adding the boss damage rewards, Long Hanthinhar would have to spend up to 100,000 coins. Is 100,000 coins really worth it for an F-level boss? From a Gossip Queen's perspective, Cham Kan Tham Sa still stayed in a corner, carefully observing the battle with a strategy of overwhelming force. Ryonghang Cheonha's boss, the Blue Cockroach King's health was indeed dropping, albeit slowly. A squad of archers he arranged on the outer ring began attacking simultaneously. This volley took quite a chunk of the boss's health. Ryonghang Cheonha showed obvious joy. The archer squad shoots well. When the boss is down to low health, stop attacking so I can finish it off. He sighed in relief and said, "How is this kid already almost level 10 at the early game stage? Looks like all this time he's been using money to buy chances to finish off bosses like this. But the lowest health stage is always the toughest." As expected, the Blue Cockroach King has entered a berserk state. It sprouted 6 arms. Its attack power and speed doubled, and defense increased by 50%. Things looked grim for the Mad Dragon Guild, but the mercenaries bought with money kept charging on relentlessly. They all wanted to chip away more health from the boss, hoping to earn a little extra cash themselves. Ryonghang Cheonha timed it perfectly. Once the Blue Cockroach King's health was down to a sliver, he made his move. But this rich guy never dreamed he'd be robbed of the kill by a total stranger. When the boss's health was down to just a sliver, he struck. But the wealthy player never expected that a stranger would steal the boss kill, just as his weapon was about to land on the Cockroach King. The Blue Cockroach King's health was already low when Cham Kan Tham Sa suddenly struck. He wasn't just standing there watching. With his rich experience and superior talent, Cham Kan Tham Sa successfully prevented Ryonghang Cheonha from stealing the boss kill. The expression on Long's young master's face flickered between pale and green. His veins twitched furiously. "Who the hell are you?" Ryonghang Cheonha hissed each word. "Me? I'm just a passerby," Cham Kan Tham Sa replied coolly with an utterly indifferent tone. I just happened to walk by and saw many players being driven off by your guild members and Long's people, so I wanted to stand up for them. Justice and fairness? Now that you've stepped in, isn't your real goal just to snatch the chance to kill my boss? Ryong Hong Cheonha said disdainfully. I'm just trying to clean up in the game environment. Cham Kan Tham Sa showed no shame at all, but argued back just a bit more, and that was enough. Ryong Hong Cheonha. How can I forgive someone who messes with my stuff, especially stuff I paid a lot of money for? To earn another 100 Kelvin, Long's young master launched an attack from one side, and on the opposite side, the blue cockroach king was thrashing with its last bit of strength. Cham Kan Tham Sa was caught in a pincer attack, but he remained calm. To him, whether it was Ryong Hong Cheonha or the boss, they were both just guys about to be salted and sold, and this struggling just made them expire even sooner. Cham Kan Tham Sa took just 1 second to thrust his sword, piercing through Ryong Hong Cheonha's chest, sending him back to the respawn point. Go home and practice your techniques, young master. Money alone won't get you anywhere. Before Ryong Hong Cheonha completely vanished, Cham Kan Tham Sa even kindly reminded him. As a senior in this field, Cham Kan Tham Sa knew that with this young master's personality, once he respawns, he'll definitely come back with a group to deal with him, so he had to speed up the boss kill. Just then, the Blue Cockroach King's berserk state ended. Its speed was reduced by 150%, defense dropped by 100%, and attack power decreased by 200%. Cham Kan Tham Sa could kill it with just one normal strike. Though his eye sockets were hollow, Cham Kan Tham Sa's eyes now seemed to be glowing. He was eager to see the loot drop from the boss. But what awaited him was a glaring red warning from the system. Cham Kan Tham Sa's health stat was too low compared to the limit. This forced him to exit the game. Luckily, the system still had mercy, and automatically saved his experience and gear. Cham Kan Tham Sa obtained these after defeating the boss, and so he was leaving Thien Tung feeling very reluctant. Just as he took off his gaming headset, the frantic knocking at the door echoed outside. Cham Kan Tham Sa thought it might be burglars or something. Grabbing a baseball bat, he went to open the door, but it turned out to be Du Sip Sam, who looked extremely panicked. What are you doing here at this hour? Cham Kan Tham Sa asked, confused. Are you kidding? Of course. I'm worried about you. Du Sip Sam was out of breath, as if he had sprinted all the way here. He said he'd sent you messages earlier, but you didn't reply. I called you too, but you wouldn't pick up. What's going on with you? Before Du Sip Sam could finish, he looked up. Seeing Cham Kan Tham Sa's current appearance terrified him so much that he screamed and fell backward. Oh my god, a zombie. Seeing Cham Kan Tham Sa stunned, Du Sip Sam pulled out his phone to show him the current state of his own face. Even the victim was shocked, staring blankly as his face was covered with numerous blotchy marks, like peeling skin, appearing out of nowhere. Moreover, those marks removing only corpses show cloud-like necrosis patterns like this, and the necrosis was rapidly spreading downward from the bags under his eyes. Du Sip, Sam said gravely, it's only 2 a.m. Don't joke like that. It's probably just some kind of skin allergy. Du Sip Sam wasn't joking the symptoms on 06. Trun's body matched exactly with the forensic medical reports at his place. Cham Kan Tham Sa was suffering from a headache and exhaustion, and was confused by the blotchy marks all over his body, so he quickly fainted. Du Sip Sam carried him to the emergency room at People's Hospital number 4, where the department head, Dr. Dor Trung Kane, is his father. After examination, Dr. Dor confirmed the marks on Cham Kan Tham Sa's body were indeed necrosis. In his entire medical career, he had never seen a living patient with such symptoms. Dor Trung Khan immediately ordered the nurse to take Cham Kan Tham Sa's blood sample and run many more tests. After analyzing the blood sample, he was even more troubled because it contained a large virus beyond current scientific knowledge. Strange enough, the virus not only attacked healthy cells inside Cham Kan Tham Sa, but also tried to repair the damaged cells. However, Cham Kan Tham Sa had too many damaged cells, which caused his blood circulation to slow down. The severely ischemic areas in his body were the root cause of the necrosis spreading all over. But the necrosis wasn't the biggest problem. If Cham Kan Tham Sa's circulation slowed further, it might stop completely, and everyone could guess the result. He'd be dead. Seeing Cham Kan Tham Sa's despair, Dor Trung Kang quickly comforted him. Don't lose hope. Modern medicine has advanced a lot. I believe there's a way. The antiviral treatment is ready. First, let's check if this virus affects anything else in your body. Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Dor. No need for formalities, little six. Have you experienced anything strange these past few days? 06. Trun paused for a few seconds, thoughtful at Dor Trung Khan's question. He had encountered some odd things, but all were vague, so in the end, Cham Kan Tham Sa decided not to mention them. He entered the antiviral treatment room and began the scan. Outside, Du Sip Sam was burning up with anxiety. Dad, when you asked that just now, were you implying that little six is hiding something? Dor Trung Kang shook his head. Actually, I just wanted to confirm, because it's very likely Cham Kan Tham Sa doesn't even remember what happened to him. That's the brain's defense mechanism. In other words, Cham Kan Tham Sa has PTSD, and has forced himself to forget certain events from his past. But judging by his current circulation speed, Dorchungkain is certain he suffered a severe trauma before, possibly even a near-death experience. Cham Kan Tham Sa's current condition is not looking good, Dorchungkain urged. Son, quickly inform his family. Seeing his best friend in such a life-or-death state, do sip. Sam was overwhelmed with despair. Meanwhile, the necrosis on Cham Kan Tham Sa's face was slowly fading, and suddenly, in his haze, he sensed a warm energy that enveloped his body. When the PCT scan was complete, Du Trung Khan told his son to quickly push Cham Kan Tham Sa into another scanning room while he went to get the film. But as soon as he stepped inside, Du Sip Sam couldn't hold back and yelled out because all the rash marks on Cham Kan Tham Sa's body had completely vanished. Du Trung Khan was stunned. I've lived over half a century, and this is the first time I've witnessed something so scientifically impossible. Little Six, how do you feel now? Cham Kan Tham Sa honestly explained that while the scan was happening, he suddenly felt a warm energy flow through his body, and then the headache disappeared. Now he didn't feel any discomfort at all. Du Kan Trung found it harder and harder to believe. Holding his face, Cham Kan Tham Sa kept shaking it left and right to check. This is unreal. My face looks completely normal again. My hands are fine. Even my pupils look normal. Could all the rash really disappear after just one PCT scan? To Du Kan Trung, Cham Kan Tham Sa looked like a rare beast escaped from captivity. Even though it was late at night, he was excited. So much so that he insisted on dragging him to the lab, and thus, Cham Kan Tham Sa had to stay in Du Kan Trung's lab for 3 more hours. When he came out, his complexion was pale. He was exhausted and had to be supported by Du Kan Trung. Earlier, Du Kan Trung was this close to dissecting him for research. Cham Kan Tham Sa was drained because Du Kan Trung had drawn out a full 800 cc of his blood for experiments. After 3 grueling hours, Du Kan Trung confirmed that X-rays suppressed the virus. That's why Cham Kan Tham Sa's rash disappeared after the PCT scan. The mood of the father and son brightened a little, because now, if they can find the right wavelength of X-rays for treatment, Cham Kan Tham Sa will definitely recover. The clock struck 6 a.m. Du Kan Trung helped Cham Kan Tham Sa to a sofa to rest while he went to buy breakfast. Cham Kan Tham Sa was too tired to respond, staring at his soft, smooth hands that looked untouched by injury. He felt very confused. Du Kan Trung said he had suffered serious injuries, but why did he have no memory of it? Not long after, Du Kan Trung returned with a bag of breakfast, and also brought a story he had just overheard. Old Six has a beautiful woman driving a sports car, arguing with the security guard right outside the building gate. The beauty has a sports bandage wrapped around her head, looking fierce as if she came to catch a mistress. Shall we go down and check out the commotion? Hearing beautiful woman, bandage and sports car, Cham Kan Tham Sa's head started pounding like a hammer blow. Du Kan Trung, did you manage to take a photo? Du Kan Trung loved gossip, so of course he took a picture. After seeing it, Cham Kan Tham Sa's head spun again because it was the guild leader at Thuy Nhat Phuong. The scattered, chaotic memories in his mind gradually became clearer and then pieced back together. Cham Kan Tham Sa finally remembered everything. Last night, after his first date at Thuy Nhat Phuong, he was already dead. The beautiful woman that Du Kan Trung photographed was the guild leader at Thuy Nhat Phuong, her real name Ha Ye. The moment Cham Kan Tham Sa recalled everything was also when Hang Ye rushed over and knocked on the door repeatedly. Du Kan Trung was so startled he dropped his phone. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he sensed Hang Ye's tone was far from friendly. All right, if you two know each other, I'll go open the door. You can talk directly. Saying that, Du Kan Trung stood up and headed to the door. Cham Kan Tham Sa instantly panicked. Du Kan Trung, wait, don't open the door, he called after him. As a result, he fell flat on the ground, his whole body still trembling after the event of Du Kan Trung drawing 800 cc of his blood. I have something to tell you. Cham Kan Tham Sa's voice was so faint and weak that Du Kan Trung couldn't even hear it. Outside, Ha Ye was still furiously banging on the door, shouting loudly, making Du Kan Trung anxious. He just grabbed the doorknob when Ha Ye aggressively burst inside. Hang Ye's eyes darted around desperately searching for Cham Kan Tham Sa. Du Kan Trung pretended to be clueless and said she had the wrong room and that he didn't know who Cham Kan Tham Sa was. But Hang Ye wasn't someone so easily fooled, especially since just now she heard Cham Kan Tham Sa's voice inside. Despite Du Sip Sam trying to stop her, she still charged ahead, searching everywhere for any sign of her loved one. Finally, Ha Ye burst straight into the bedroom. Cham Kan Tham Sa was hiding behind the wardrobe in this room. This is bad, Cham Kan Tham Sa thought. So unlucky. Didn't I tell you to find a way to make her leave by herself? Why did you let her come into the bedroom? Ha Ye was getting closer and closer to the wardrobe door, constantly scolding why Cham Kan Tham Sa was avoiding her. Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't even dare to breathe loudly. But when Ha Ye's hand touched the wardrobe handle, Du Sip Sam suddenly shouted out, Cham Kan Tham Sa is dead. Ha Ye's hand froze, then began trembling uncontrollably. Cham Kan Tham Sa can't die like that. He's definitely lying to me, 100% sure. If you don't believe it, you can go to Public Hospital number 4 to check the autopsy report. Du Sip, Sam said with absolute confidence. Sure enough, this worked. Ha Ye trembled for a long moment, then burst into tears. She scolded Cham Kan Tham Sa as a damn liar while running out. Once her figure vanished, Sam finally dared to open the wardrobe door. Cham Kan Tham Sa was sitting there in a heap, looking dazed to the point of being dumbfounded. Back at the hospital, I naively thought that just using x-rays to treat me would restore my body to normal like a regular person. But after my memories were shattered, whether I'm even alive now, I can't even be sure. Cham Kan Tham Sa's tone was incredibly mournful, and his words only confused Sam more. Hearing you say that, I'm even more lost. What exactly happened to you last night? You didn't explain clearly earlier. Cham Kan Tham Sa took a deep breath, then recounted what happened yesterday. It sounded a bit unbelievable, but he was buried alive. Sam was shocked to hear this. It turned out that yesterday afternoon, Cham Kan Tham Sa accepted an invitation to meet Ha Ye. At first, he thought it was just a regular online friend meetup, but unexpectedly, she was also the vice president of GGS Asia region. Ha Ye had exchanged Cham Kan Tham Sa's old gear in the game Spirit Movement for 200,000 yuan, then invited him to join the new team she formed. At the same time, Ha Ye confessed the feelings she'd had for Cham Kan Tham Sa all along, but he rejected her. Sam felt really sorry hearing this because turning down someone as skilled, beautiful, and rich as Ha Ye is not something many could do. But Cham Kan Tham Sa's refusal made sense, given his sick condition and delayed reflexes. Being with him would just be a burden for Ha Ye. Besides, he didn't want someone like her wasting her time on a loser like him. However, on the way Ha Ye was taking Cham Kan Tham Sa home, something happened. Ha Ye's rival for the GGS Asia president position, seeing they couldn't win, set a trap for her on the road to settle things once and for all. An overwhelmingly large fan base on the opponent's side, all armed. Cham Kan Tham Sa and Ha Ye were in a desperate situation. In that emergency, to save himself, he ignited the gas tank, causing a huge explosion, but the explosion only bought them a short delay. Ha Ye even fainted from the shock. Coincidentally, a garbage truck passed by. Although it smelled bad, Cham Kan Tham Sa had no choice but to throw himself on it to escape. The attackers' hunt failed, so they took out their frustration on Cham Kan Tham Sa. He was exhausted and outnumbered, so he couldn't escape being strangled until he lost his breath. After venting, the thugs thought Cham Kan Tham Sa was dead, so they dragged him to a mass grave north of the city. There, barely breathing, Cham Kan Tham Sa was buried alive by them. When Sam heard mass grave, his face went pale, realizing this wasn't the first time those people committed such crimes. Back to the main point. That day, Cham Kan Tham Sa wasn't out of luck yet, because right after the bastards left, a heavy rain poured down. The layer of mud buried Cham Kan Tham Sa. Due to the heavy rain, the mud softened, and at that moment he lost consciousness, but he crawled up from the ground like a zombie. He didn't even know how he could move, only feeling the pain in his body gradually fade away. When he regained consciousness, he was vaguely standing in front of his own house. The key point was that aside from his torn clothes, there wasn't a single wound on his body. Only his head ached faintly from time to time. Sam thought that the massive virus his father discovered in Cham Kan Tham Sa earlier was probably contracted when he was buried. Anyway, it also had the effect of healing his body, but this was truly unbelievable. But what Du Kantrung said was indeed accurate. Cham Kan Tham Sa went through a major trauma and was basically clinically dead, so his brain automatically forgot some things to protect himself. After recalling, Cham Kan Tham Sa's emotions were very complicated. Sam, tell me, am I still considered alive now? Sam couldn't give Cham Kan Tham Sa an answer for the moment. All he knew was that all the mysteries were buried in the mass grave north of Kia City, and that pushed Sam to make a trip there. Originally, Cham Kan Tham Sa wanted to go too, but with his current body, even standing was hard. More importantly, Sam didn't go to that grave immediately, but had to visit public hospital number 4 first. Earlier, Du Kantrung asked him to bring Cham Kan Tham Sa's gaming helmet for research. After breakfast, Sam carried the helmet to his father's expert meeting room. The moment he stepped in, he hesitated for a few seconds, because not only was Du Kantrung there, but also several old gray-haired elders' top bosses in the field. While Sam was outside, Cham Kan Tham Sa quietly sat down to calculate what he needed to do before their appointment, including finding someone to accompany his father and leaving him retirement funds, helping Ha Ye rebuild ancient sword dream soul, then leaving a proper death letter. Not long after, Sam returned. As soon as Cham Kan Tham Sa heard his voice, he quickly hid that plan. Sam came back carrying bags like he was running away from home, which he basically was. Without waiting for Cham Kan Tham Sa's consent, he declared he would move in with him from now on. But I only have one bed. Luke Tran didn't understand a thing. Arms crossed, said, "No problem. Your sofa's good enough for me to crash." Luke Tran felt a bit of a headache. Based on Sam's expression, he guessed 9 out of 10 that his health condition had reached the point where someone needed to take care of him. "What are you thinking? I'm just bored being home alone. And about you, no way you can schedule that fast." Sam said, pulling out a health analysis report on Cham Kan Tham Sa. It said his physical condition was very good. Sam said he didn't believe it at first, but this report was the result of many experiments by senior professors, so he reluctantly trusted it a little. Actually, Du Kantrung didn't want to reveal Cham Kan Tham Sa's illness, but the viral genome sequence in his body was so complex that he had to get help from others, the gray-haired doctors. Du Sip Sam saw in the meeting room. Then more and more arrived, older and higher ranking, finally gathering into a group of elders full of academic authority. This was clearly not a normal meeting, but a medical showdown, and those senior professors had huge influence. They only needed to make a phone call, and the mass grave north of Kia City would instantly become a military-restricted zone. So Du Sip Sam didn't waste effort going there anymore. After half a day, all the secrets buried in that grave had been uncovered. According to Du Sip Sam, that dumping ground was originally a mass grave from the late Han Dynasty. That place might be connected to Guan Yu. Sounds unrelated, but it's true. In Cham Kan Tham Sa's fragmented memories appeared this legendary figure. Even more mysterious was that outside the tomb flowed a fluid. Within it, they found a viral protoform, which, when extracted, shared the same genetic code. A fluid was extracted. Inside, a virus strain was found, with the same genetic code as the virus running through Cham Kan Tham Sa's body. This was truly a groundbreaking discovery. Cham Kan Tham Sa infected with a virus from 1,000 years ago. Since he was the first to be infected, doctors named the virus after him. While Du Sip Sam began packing up, Cham Kan Tham Sa kept studying the report carefully. He noticed that the virus characteristics section only had a brief intro with no detailed info. That made sense. The report was written in just half a day. Even though the meeting room was full of 15 top experts in the field, it was still hard to immediately figure out the virus's characteristics, but they could only confirm one trait, its extremely high regenerative ability. The proof was that it had repaired Cham Kan Tham Sa's damaged cells, and even enhanced his body, making him surprisingly stronger. But what bothered Cham Kan Tham Sa the most was that none of the elders showed any interest in his body. That's it. My dad told me that there was actually a debate at the time. Most people wanted to put you in the lab, to monitor you 24/7, but some of the top leaders insisted on respecting your opinion, Du Sip Sam explained, and later those leading doctors discovered the original VI virus strain had more research value, so Cham Kan Tham Sa's importance was downgraded. Now you're only considered a reference subject for the original VI virus strain. When Du Sip Sam said this, Cham Kan Tham Sa finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. What he feared most was becoming a lab rat. Just Du Kantrung alone had taken 800 cc of blood and tortured him for hours. Now with more than 10 professors involved, if the AI was like that too, Cham Kan Tham Sa wouldn't survive. It never expected that. This virus has helped me 36 times, mumbling 3 times. Wasn't it only twice? Du Sip Sam wondered. The cell regeneration that saved my life is a virus strain, helping me avoid becoming a lab rat for the professors. Finally, it reduced my reflex delay to just 0.9 seconds. Last thing here, this was the first time Du Sip Sam heard Cham Kan Tham Sa so excited since the accident. He immediately grabbed his gaming headset, telling him to jump into the game and check it out. Also as a test to see if the X-ray system installed by Du Kantrung was effective. That's when Cham Kan Tham Sa discovered something different in his gaming device. Du Sip Sam proudly said it was his father's important invention. He installed an X-ray device system that suppresses virus growth. That way, Cham Kan Tham Sa wouldn't need to go to the hospital for daily X-rays anymore. Aside from the upgraded headset, Du Sip Sam also brought back a device called the Life Monitoring Bracelet. It can track Cham Kan Tham Sa's health data and send that data directly to the hospital anytime for research purposes. But each week, he still needs to visit the hospital for a full checkup as a reference. Before Du Sip Sam could finish explaining, Cham Kan Tham Sa abruptly interrupted because the bracelet he just put on started flashing bright red lights, and Cham Kan Tham Sa was jolted by electric shocks all over his body. Du Sip Sam was terrified seeing this. Oh damn, what's happening? And so the ambulance had to show up again at Cham Kan Tham Sa's lobby. Du Kantrung came too, and after some adjustments, the red flashes and electric shocks disappeared. The reason this happened was because Du Sip Sam hastily put on the bracelet without adjusting the settings first. Now he was blaming himself hard. Bro, today the 13th was tough enough. It's understandable to forget a few things, Cham Kan Tham Sa said to ease him. But Du Kantrung didn't really trust his precious son that much. Since he was here anyway, he took it upon himself to brief Cham Kan Tham Sa about the bracelet. It can constantly monitor Cham Kan Tham Sa's health. When the bracelet is black with no bars showing, that means he's in a normal state. If red bars appear on the bracelet, it signals a problem with Cham Kan Tham Sa's cardiovascular system, and it will emit electric shocks like before and to restore his cardiovascular system. If the bracelet turns blue, it means he's having lung issues, and it can fix that by injecting medicine into the glands on his shoulders. Lastly, if green bars appear, it indicates blood circulation problems. Cham Kan Tham Sa's condition is unique due to the virus's presence. Earlier, Du Sip Sam didn't adjust the settings and just put it directly on your wrist, so the red mark appeared immediately. As for Cham Kan Tham Sa, he got shocked. Du Kantrung also advised him not to worry too much, because after the signal ring, as long as he's within this city area, he can rush here within half an hour. So if you want to leave the city, you have to notify us first. This is also for your safety. I hope you can understand. Du Kantrung warned him, but Cham Kan Tham Sa knew this wasn't just ordinary advice but a strict requirement. You're currently a special research subject, so it's understandable that your movement is restricted within the city. Both sides agreed, and after that, Du Kan Trung returned to the hospital. Only then did Cham Kan Tham Sa start studying the gaming headset. Hey old six, is your game ID still the same? Let me go online and add you. I changed it. What about you? Cham Kan Tham Sa revealed his new in-game ID to Du Sip Sam, who had also changed to an even cooler name. Chuang is the ultimate master. Cham Kan Tham Sa paused for a few seconds, then held up one finger. Nice name. That attitude annoyed Du Sip Sam. What's that supposed to mean? Am I not worthy of that name? You are. Now set up the server fast. Once you're online, take me flying. Ultimate Master? Everyone knows AI's a noob at games. Cham Kan Tham Sa teased him a bit but silently promised to recover quickly, to make him the true Ultimate Master, worthy of the title. Since last night, he's already wasted a lot of time grinding early game. Those 10+ hours were precious. Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly logged into the game. When the headset powered on, the X-ray system also activated. According to the warm, comfortable sensation that once again surrounded Cham Kan Tham Sa's body. This feeling was truly cozy and pleasant. When he logged into Thien Tung, the system automatically returned him to his last coordinates before disconnecting. It was the Green Cockroach King's lair in the Sacred Forest. Now Cham Kan Tham Sa had time to check out the gear he received. It was a sword named Pine Forest 6-color Chi Ring. Cham Kan Tham Sa was eager to test the power of this new weapon. Swinging the sword, in the blink of an eye, he sliced a large tree in half. This thing was so sharp, he wondered how effective it would be against monsters. Just thinking about it, a monster charged right at him. Wasn't Cham Kan Tham Sa still in the Green Cockroach lair? Even though he'd killed the Cockroach King, many monsters it ruled over remained, all level 7 or 8 green cockroaches. This opponent was just right for Cham Kan Tham Sa. With his new weapon in hand, he unleashed a combo slash. Wherever Cham Kan Tham Sa swung, green cockroaches dropped dead. The feeling of dominating this battle was truly satisfying. I'm in a hurry, all of you come at me at once. Seeing the cockroaches weren't too strong, Cham Kan Tham Sa said confidently, but he didn't expect these monsters to understand human speech and actually charged all at once. Even so, the difficulty only rose slightly and couldn't break the fact that he controlled the fight. The more Cham Kan Tham Sa fought, the more fired up he became. Soon, he ended the battle and wiped out the entire green ant nest. Although still a bit weaker than before, this young man felt he was super cool and handsome just now. Cham Kan Tham Sa heard a loud voice echoing. He thought Du Sip Sam had come looking for him, or at worst Ryong Hang Cheon Ha would come to settle the score. But when he turned around, he saw a strange guy. The system reminded him this was the spirit judge. He was one of the most powerful spirits in hell. He came to the mortal world through a contract, but his current strength was unclear. For some reason, Cham Kan Tham Sa felt a bit tense. This guy probably wasn't here to cause trouble for him, right? After confirming the identity of player Cham Kan Tham Sa, the spirit judge began to deliver his verdict. Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't know what he planned, but then the spirit judge just threw a scroll into his hands. It was a warrant for the arrest of Cham Kan Tham Sa, worth 250 gold coins. This is called a spirit bounty, basically a way to hunt down other players in the game. And the warrant. This was issued by Ryong Hang Cheon Ha. Any player who successfully hunts down Cham Kan Tham Sa and causes him to lose levels, he will receive a bounty from him. 250 gold coins is no small amount. 1 gold coin equals 100 NDT. Successfully hunting him once nets a whopping 25,000 coins. Clearly, that bastard wants to buy his way to kick me out of the game. Although Cham Kan Tham Sa started the conflict, this still makes him furious. Cham Kan Tham Sa tore up the scroll in his hands. Ryong Hang Cheon Ha, just wait and see. In the end, which one of us will get kicked out of the game first? Setting that aside, after clearing out the green rat lair and defeating the boss earlier, Cham Kan Tham Sa completed the main green rat quest. He leveled up to 10 and earned the right to change classes. Now all he had to do was return to Newbie Village Learnt Thi to receive the class change recommendation letter, then head to Han Ice Stronghold to complete the class change. Cham Kan Tham Sa was so happy he jumped up and down. Finally, he could change classes. Soon after, Du Sip Sam, an in-game top-tier master, sent a friend request to Cham Kan Tham Sa, and also, he confirmed he saw the worried message asking who Cham Kan Tham Sa had made enemies with to have a 250 gold coin bounty. Old Six, you still haven't changed classes? Not ready yet? Du Sip Sam sighed deeply. No wonder a bunch of players who already changed classes were eyeing Cham Kan Tham Sa like prey. Getting ready to rush the ice, you and Cham Kan Tham Sa both realized that after that bounty, many would be targeting you. But you didn't expect someone to already rally a whole guild to ambush you so quickly. Hurry, check the community chat. Du Sip, Sam shouted. Cham Kan Tham Sa never paid attention to that stuff, but since Du Sip Sam said so, he glanced over. Sure enough, the chat was exploding. Everyone saw him as a target, and multiple teams were forming just to hunt him down. Du Sip Sam looked really worried. But the victim, Cham Kan Tham Sa, seemed surprisingly calm in this situation. He had every reason to be. Because as bitter as it sounds, who else in this world understands what it feels like to be hunted down better than Cham Kan Tham Sa? For the entire last year in Spirit Cave, he survived despite being hunted by the entire gaming community. Yeah, I've never asked you before. That last year online, how on earth did you manage to hold on? Sam wondered. Talking about this, Cham Kan Tham Sa got bitter. During that year, he spread fake news, fake death, and disguised himself as wild beasts. He even pretended to be a roadside rock, then used a fake name to sneak into enemy camps, finally hiding in a boss's team for half a month. Basically, he pulled every trick just to survive. Back then, his brothers gave him a nickname, the Great Master Who Runs Away. Never thought that after just one day playing Thien Tung, that Great Master who runs away would have to come back to the scene. To fight the people hunting him, Cham Kan Tham Sa had already planned a strategy. First, he took a screenshot of himself and sent it to Sam. Then, he asked him to spread the photo around, saying Cham Kan Tham Sa was in the Divine Light Forest. The idea was to lure those players there, while he would take the chance to change classes. Nice one, old six. Sam couldn't help but admire and praise. Just basic tricks of the Great Master who runs away. After finalizing the plan, Cham Kan Tham Sa used plants to camouflage his entire body, then slipped away. Not long after, Sam did exactly as instructed, skillfully spreading the photo in the World Channel. Sure enough, the foolish players fell right into the trap. They rushed to Divine Light Forest chasing the money, unaware that the person they were looking for was the roadside rock they just passed. At that time, Cham Kan Tham Sa had already returned to Newbie village to get the class change recommendation. The village chief told him to find Spirit Swordmaster to Luan at Hanai Stronghold and handed him the recommendation letter he personally wrote so Cham Kan Tham Sa could become to Luan's disciple. He then ran at full speed. Once he reached Hanai Stronghold for the class change, he'd be safe, since that was the territory of the Night Spirit Camp. Normal players on the righteous side who enter the camp are automatically marked as enemies by NPCs. Actually, Cham Kan Tham Sa still had a bad feeling because Hanbang Chang is the only place for the rank up of the Night Spirit sect. So his intuition told him that Long Han Tien Ha must have sent troops there, an ambush. But Cham Kan Tham Sa couldn't avoid it forever, especially since rank up was something he had to do. Even if the enemy was right in front of him, he still had to charge forward. Cham Kan Tham Sa ran across a vast mountain valley. Once past here, it would be Hanbang Kang. Then he found the highest spot to observe how many enemies were outside Hanbang Kang. If there were few, he could fight head-on. But if there were many, he'd have to use a diversion tactic, then slip inside during the chaos to rank up. Just as Cham Kan Tham Sa predicted, there were a few ambushers outside Hanbang Kang. The lookout was a level 12 archer, accompanied by a level 15 knight, a level 13 warrior, and a level 14 shield warrior. They all thought Long Han Tien Ha was overly cautious to send 4 people to deal with a kid who hadn't even ranked up yet. "Everyone, get ready," the female archer suddenly said. After waiting so long, it's finally here. Following her direction, at the end of the path, Cham Kan Tham Sa slowly appeared, seeing only 4 opponents. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, not many. Otherwise, it would be harder to handle. "No need to shout about killing before we even meet. Can't we sit down and talk first?" Tran said. But in reality, he was just buying time to find the right distance to strike. The 4 ignored him. His words made sense since they were all from the Wild Dragon Guild. Earlier, Cham Kan Tham Sa had stolen their boss and tortured their guild leader. There was no way they'd sit down to negotiate now. They even thought Cham Kan Tham Sa was scared, which was why he tried to negotiate so smoothly. That only made them look down on him more. "Ha, Wild Dragon Guild, you might have money but your attitude is so crude. I'm just a small punk, and even if I'm scared, it's no shame." Cham Kan Tham Sa snapped back. "But big brothers, can't you go easy on me, treat me like air and just ignore me?" he said, stepping forward a few paces. The distance between Cham Kan Tham Sa and his opponents was now 10 meters, just 2 more meters and he'd be in attack range. The level 12 archer was still aiming and ready, the others also prepared to strike. Letting you enter Hanbang Kang to rank up freely? We're not that stupid. Long Thew ordered that if Cham Kan Tham Sa is found, kill him immediately. But your attitude isn't bad. I might consider only beating you back to the respawn point once. Big brother, leveling up isn't easy for us either. Why make things harder? Cham Kan Tham Sa kept buying time. He spoke while advancing, now only about 3 meters away from them, then stopped and stood still. Cham Kan Tham Sa put on a troubled expression, muttering self-reproach for offending them. He shouldn't have offended them, just to make them a little careless. But they took it seriously. Then they got cocky and raised their guild to the skies, even daring to compare their tiny Wild Dragon Guild to the Bamboo Shadow Chaos Guild before. Cham Kan Tham Sa couldn't hold back his laughter. He burst out laughing loudly. "Ha ha, you guys think you can compare to Bamboo Shadow Chaos? What a bunch of pathetic fools. You dare mock the Wild Dragon Guild? You must be crazy, Cham Kan Tham Sa." He didn't want to continue this pointless talk. After all, he had moved into the distance he wanted. For these inexperienced kids, Cham Kan Tham Sa really didn't want to say much more. The opponents only saw a small level 10 spirit user like him talk big, no fear of a fight. Until he dropped levels, only then would they get angry. The level 12 archer began her opening move. "A tiny level 10 spirit like you talking big, don't you know when to be scared? Until you drop a rank, then maybe you'll make them mad." The level 12 archer launched the opening attack. But even though the archer outranked Cham Kan Tham Sa, she was paper thin. One move from him, and she couldn't block it. Cham Kan Tham Sa took only a second to take her down. Now who's the real joke? And yet they put the archer in the front line. Your weak team spirit makes me want to laugh. And because of the enemy's 2 remarks, you all stared dumbfounded at the enemy approaching you. Are you mentally handicapped? Cham Kan Tham Sa's words were openly mocking. The enemy started panicking but had to psych themselves up, telling each other they still had 3 people left. More than enough to handle Cham Kan Tham Sa. The engineer hurriedly ordered the team to disperse. Surrounded and attacked from 3 directions, yet Cham Kan Tham Sa remained calm, with no archers sneaking in to harass him. In close combat alone, he's unbeatable. That level 13 female warrior tried to sneak attack, but before her blade could strike down, Cham Kan Tham Sa already spotted her. All 3 charged at once, trying to overwhelm him with brute force. But Cham Kan Tham Sa wasn't scared. Only, this time he suddenly missed his strike. Unlike before, Cham Kan Tham Sa had gained experience. He quickly realized his delay had shortened. For safety, he had to keep distance to see exactly how many seconds the delay was now. Inside, Cham Kan Tham Sa was thrilled. With the nervous system's recovery speed, maybe in 2 days he'd be strong enough to fight Bamboo Shadow Chaos. After testing, Cham Kan Tham Sa confirmed his delay dropped to just 0.7 seconds. That made things even easier to handle. The Kia Shield Warrior, furious after missing, unleashed his ultimate skill, Earth's Wrath. Unfortunately, it didn't threaten Cham Kan Tham Sa at all. To him, even a level 14 Shield Warrior was just a target to be crushed. Like the archer, that guy was quickly sent back to the respawn point by Cham Kan Tham Sa. Now only the loudmouth level 15 knight remained. He finally got scared and hurriedly spoke up. Wait, can we sit down and talk this over? Too bad. Before he finished, Cham Kan Tham Sa's sword was already plunged into his forehead. After sending the opponent to respawn, Cham Kan Tham Sa casually wiped his blade until it gleamed like new. He just entered Hanbang Fortress. The guild members and Long are coming soon, time to withdraw. After he turned and left, the wound on the knight's forehead automatically healed. No one knows how he did it, but he definitely didn't defeat Cham Kan Tham Sa just now. He's gone. The guy just stood up with a sigh of relief, but before he could celebrate, Cham Kan Tham Sa appeared behind him, like a British ghost. That phrase scared the opponent so badly, he nearly wet his pants. Cham Kan Tham Sa closed in from behind, like a true Hell's Yama. How could you possibly revive right here? Is this one of those hidden resurrection pills? No, brother, the trembling knight replied. From level 15 and up, you can revive on the spot. I just hit level 15. So Cham Kan Tham Sa let out a shout. This on-the-spot revival thing doesn't seem to benefit you much if the enemy loots your body. It's a big problem right here. Looks like after level 15, you have to be even more careful. Brother, look, I've explained everything clearly. Can I go now? The knight cautiously pushed Cham Kan Tham Sa's sword away from his neck. His hunched, bent posture made Cham Kan Tham Sa feel utter contempt. But this time he wanted to teach this arrogant fool a lesson, so he kept tapping his sword on the knight's head. Each tap only cost the opponent 1 horsepower, yet it hurt and humiliated him. Before Cham Kan Tham Sa could get fully satisfied, Ryonghang Cheonha suddenly called the knight. He was very embarrassed and tried to hang up while Cham Kan Tham Sa wasn't paying attention. But how could anything slip past his hawk eyes? Cham Kan Tham Sa grabbed the knight's hand and forced him to answer. Hello, Long. Ha Long's voice came from the other end. Ryonghang Cheonha's urgent tone. I got the location you sent. Hold him there. I'm on my way. This time we have to kill him until he's completely out of the game. The knight was very tense because Cham Kan Tham Sa had detected his secret GPS signal sent to Longhang Cheonha. Unexpectedly, Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't even care about him and yelled directly into the call. Ryonghang Cheonha, you bunch of losers with big mouths. On the other end, Ryonghang Cheonha was so scared by Cham Kan Tham Sa's voice that he instinctively stepped back. After all, he'd been sent back to respawn once before by him, so he was a bit afraid of Cham Kan Tham Sa's skeletal figure. You are Cham Kan Tham Sa? Ryonghang Cheonha, you guys are really just a bunch of pathetic old mouths. On the other end of the line, Ryonghang Cheonha was unconsciously intimidated by Cham Kan Tham Sa's voice, taking a step back. After all, he had been beaten back to his respawn point once before, so even this dry skeleton, Cham Kan Tham Sa, still showed some fear. You are Cham Kan Tham Sa? That's right, it's me. Your sea dragon got handled by me. I'm waiting for you at Hanbang Gang. Want to take me down? You're not worthy yet. Then Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly slit the throat of the knight as a warning. Ryonghang Cheonha was shouting, telling Cham Kan Tham Sa not to touch his friend. But before he could finish, the call was cut off. The connection was lost because he was dead. Ryonghang Cheonha gritted his teeth in anger. He split everyone following him into 2 groups. One half went with him to Hanbang Stronghold. The other half went to guard the respawn point, planning to ambush Cham Kan Tham Sa as soon as he returned there after being attacked. Not long after, Ryonghang Cheonha led his people outside Hanbang Stronghold. As soon as he saw the familiar torn blue cloak, he launched an attack immediately. A swarm of players followed his lead. all classes joining in to create a devastating barrage of attacks unlike anything seen before. Ryong Hong Cheon Ha laughed loudly, confident that no matter how strong Cham Kan Tham Sa was, with only a level 10 health bar, he couldn't withstand such heavy damage. But before he could enjoy his victory, a bright red simulation window appeared in front of him. This meant the system had sent a red alert. Ryong Hong Cheon Ha, Great Overlord Da Ba Long, Earth God King, and many other players. For attacking first, Fac captain of the Night Spirit Patrol team at Hanbang Stronghold, all players in the human faction's territory. Hanbang Stronghold would now be considered enemies by the Night Spirit Patrol. This announcement terrified everyone there. They had just started leveling up and already they had made enemies of the Dark NPC faction. Even Ryong Hong Cheon Ha hadn't anticipated this move. While he still had 1,000 questions about SAO in his mind, the blue cloak was yanked off by the enemy. Humans, your guts grow bolder, daring to attack the great Captain Fac. When the cloak was pulled off, Ryong Hong Cheon Ha realized it wasn't Cham Kan Tham Sa he wanted to fight, but the Night Spirit Captain Fac. This was clearly a trap set by Cham Kan Tham Sa, and unfortunately, this rich but short-sighted bastard had fallen for it. Fac was a high-level NPC warrior for the Night Spirit faction, now marked as an enemy by him. Of course, this wasn't good news. Ryong Hong Cheon Ha ordered his subordinates to stay calm, hold their formation, but who could stay calm in this situation? As for Fac, he wasn't about to let those who attacked him escape. Want to run? Don't even dream of it, you're dead meat. At Fac's command, the ground suddenly cracked open, and dry skeletons rose from beneath, grabbing the legs of the players, not sparing even Ryong Hong Cheon Ha, facing this skeletal army, and it was hard for them to maneuver, especially since the army was controlled by a high-ranking Night Spirit officer like Fac. Ryong Hong Cheon Ha panicked and shouted, "Call for backup now." Fots felt like he had just heard a joke. He fired his weapon straight at Ryong Hong Cheon Ha's head. "Calling Sao backup, huh? Taking down scrubs like you won't calm my fury." Ryong Hong Cheon Ha was beaten senseless. Meanwhile, his followers were being slaughtered by the Night Spirit army. No one could escape. Cham Kan Tham Sa watched the entire scene from the sidelines. He was extremely satisfied seeing his plan to use others to do his dirty work succeed. It was definitely worth the 10 coins he spent earlier to buy 10 sets of tattered clothes like his in the Newbie village. And recalling how he had flattered Fac to the skies earlier with every word he had, claiming to be his true fan, worshipping him like a raging river, then took the chance to gift him the exact same outfit he'd bought from the village chief. When Fac put it on, Cham Kan Tham Sa praised him endlessly, making sure he was satisfied and wouldn't take it off. That's why Ryong Hong Cheon Ha, blinded by rage, mistook him. After this incident, he hoped the Mad Dragon Guild could lie low for a while, but unexpectedly, the bounty update came again. Previously, if AI dealt damage causing Cham Kan Tham Sa to lose levels, they earned 250 gold coins. Now just killing him once, without needing to cause level loss, earned 500 gold coins. Plus, AI reporting intelligence on him earned 10 gold coins. The bounty was skyrocketing. Just like the fury of Ryong Hong Cheon Ha, Cham Kan Tham Sa wasn't worried at all. The more his opponent wasted their wealth, the more chances he had to fight against many masters. Besides, these masters would all become stepping stones for him to gradually climb back to the peak of glory. After the Ryong Hong Cheon Ha group was easily dealt with by Fac, Cham Kan Tham Sa felt safe to push deeper into Han Bang Kwang. Finally, Cham Kan Tham Sa found the wandering swordsman the village chief mentioned. Too excited, he even skipped over and said, "Master, I've come to transfer my position, you stinky ant. How dare you step into my territory? Prepare to fight." As expected, those from the Da Ling camp all had hot tempers like molten lava. In the end, Cham Kan Tham Sa had to pull out the village chief's letter of introduction, which finally made Tuluan's sword stop. Village chief Nap Y Van was an old friend of Tuluan, since he personally recommended him. Tuluan had no reason to refuse. "I will heed my old friend's advice and accept you as my disciple. But kid, remember this well. As a Tulin swordsman, we must have an extremely dirty body and mind, no matter what." Tuluan said. Cham Kan Tham Sa nodded vigorously. "I'll remember, master." Tuluan seemed very pleased. He even generously ruffled Cham Kan Tham Sa's hair, completely different from the fierce sword-drawing stance from before. He said before transferring the position, he needed to stimulate his talent a bit first. The hand on Cham Kan Tham Sa's head seemed to press down a little harder. Then Tuluan began to speak loudly. "O restless soul lord who sleeps deep, let your Tulin power shine everywhere, overturning all the rules of this world. Descendant of the Tulin, awaken your talent." So awakening talent in Tiantung is this epic. After a moment, the system announced that Cham Kan Tham Sa had comprehended the talent called Tulin Power. Tulin Power Level 1 awakened. The power of the sleeping soul increases damage dealt to all enemies by 5%. Each time it levels up, the talent's effect increases by 5%. This talent maxes out at level 10, where Cham Kan Tham Sa can increase damage by 50%. This is exactly the kind of ability even AI would envy, and Tuluan seemed very proud to see his new disciple. He comprehend the highest quality talent. Then he started another ritual to officially grant Cham Kan Tham Sa the identity of a Tulin swordsman. After the ritual was complete, he checked his attribute board, and everything had increased. Cham Kan Tham Sa also felt his body now brimming with power. Only one thing made him a bit unhappy. Even after officially becoming a Tulin swordsman, his appearance was still a skull, not handsome at all. Luan patted Cham Kan Tham Sa's shoulder to comfort him. The path of the Tuesday Law is long and hard. A skull is our true nature, kid. Your bone frame looks strange to me. Here are 3 skill books that can help you develop quickly. Cham Kan Tham Sa's eyes lit up, but before he could thank him, Luan took back the skill books from his hands. Even as master and disciple, these were valuable, so he still had to charge Cham Kan Tham Sa 5 silver coins per book. Cham Kan Tham Sa felt heartbroken, tears streaming down. He had just taken on quests, defeated bosses, struggled through everything to save up 24 coins, and this new master just took 15 coins from him right away. Master, since we're teacher and student, can't you give me a discount? Quit whining. 5 coins per book is already the cheapest price. Luan mercilessly took Cham Kan Tham Sa's coin pouch and tossed him the 3 skill books, saying repeatedly he was already selling at a loss. Cham Kan Tham Sa eagerly opened all the skill books and gained 3 new skills. Basic swordsmanship, increasing sword damage by 5%. Combat contact. Next, corpse looting, helping Cham Kan Tham Sa find more items from bodies. And finally, chopping blade, increasing damage dealt to all targets by 10%. Cham Kan Tham Sa calculated that just basic swordsmanship and chopping blade combined increased damage by 15%. Add that to the talent gained after promotion, isn't that a total 20% damage boost? Previously, when playing skillfully with swordsman skills, Cham Kan Tham Sa could only increase. The damage is fixed at a certain number, but the current Death Swordsman skill can boost total damage by 100%. So, based on this basic boost, the damage will keep increasing over time. This class really is broken, and the best way to test a new skill is by fighting. Thinking this, Cham Kan Tham Sa casually asked Han Lun, Master, do you have any good quests? Lun was still basking in the feeling of earning 15 gold coins, so he casually tossed Cham Kan Tham Sa a quest scroll. It was a high-tier F-level quest called Skull. The task was to go to the tomb area and eliminate 50 low-level skeleton soldiers who were freeloading off humanity, and collect 10 skeletal fingers to hand back to Lun. Cham Kan Tham Sa suddenly felt more excited about the quest. Collect 10 skeletal fingers to hand back to Lun. Cham Kan Tham Sa gripped the quest tighter, feeling much more pumped. He rushed to the tomb area, where the skeleton soldiers were level 12. Before, Cham Kan Tham Sa could still take them down, but after changing class, his attack power had increased a lot. Cham Kan Tham Sa only needed 1 sword strike to quickly defeat the skeleton soldier, but after it fell, a purple flame burst from its body, blinding the eyes. The flame charged straight at Cham Kan Tham Sa. Although he didn't know what it was, instinctively he raised his sword to defend. However, Cham Kan Tham Sa's sword swung through thin air. The flame had no physical form. Now it was too late to dodge. The flame struck Cham Kan Tham Sa directly, entering his body. Strangely, he felt no pain or burning. Instead, he felt very comfortable. The system notified him he absorbed a fire spirit soul, but his experience didn't increase. In fact, he stayed at the same level. Cham Kan Tham Sa found this odd. Could it be that it only gave a momentary pleasant feeling with no other effect? He planned to check the forums for info after logging out. For now, he'd see if the skeleton soldier dropped anything good. Maybe he expected too much. Only a torn piece of cloth dropped from the skeleton soldier. Poor quality, completely worthless. Damn, this loser was not worth the wait. Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted and kept hunting. There's no way all skeleton soldiers were this poor. Before long, Cham Kan Tham Sa had cut down 50 skeleton soldiers and collected all 10 skeletal fingers. The quest was complete, and he leveled up to level 11. Now he just needed to return to Hanbang Kang and claim his reward from Lun. From the last skeleton soldier dropped a small demon stone. Although a bit useless, it was better than the 49 torn cloth pieces before. Cham Kan Tham Sa sighed. As he prepared to return to Hanbang Kang, he suddenly realized he had wandered too far, entering the Chingu area inside the tomb. The surroundings were filled with towering tombstones, and for some reason, Cham Kan Tham Sa had a feeling something was about to appear. Sure enough, a massive skeleton approached. It was a level 15 Chingu skull, but this wasn't just an ordinary big skeleton. Standing before it, Cham Kan Tham Sa felt like an ant facing an elephant. Seeing the size difference, he started to get a bit nervous. You little punk skeleton, where did you come from to cause trouble in our territory? The Chingu skull boomed. The loud voice echoed across the area. Cham Kan Tham Sa had no interest in chatting with an NPC monster like this. He took the initiative to attack first, thinking the opponent must be formidable, so he gave it his all. He unleashed a full combo of skills in this attack. Unexpectedly, despite the Chingu skull's massive stature and presence, Cham Kan Tham Sa defeated it easily. He even scratched his head in confusion. Why was this mini-boss easier to handle? Compared to the skull soldiers, understanding Cham Kan Tham Sa's confusion, the system quickly explained. The Thoncoat skulls are the main race in the Thoncoat tomb area. Though tall in stature, their combat power is weak. However, they excel in fighting in squads and prefer acting as a group. Cham Kan Tham Sa only paid attention to the words prefer acting as a group when he had just finished reading the alert, and a blazing arrow shot straight at him. Cham Kan Tham Sa jumped to dodge while wincing, thinking he'd just poked a hornet's nest. The Than Coat Skull he had just defeated was probably just a vanguard. The real threat was the group of Than Coat Skulls attacking in formation behind him. They attacked together from multiple directions, coordinating well. Their strength was indeed considerable. But this group of monsters still wasn't strong enough to take Cham Kan Tham Sa's life. His power was pretty solid. More and more Than Coat Skulls kept coming. Cham Kan Tham Sa began to feel exhausted. Although their power was weaker than his, if the fight dragged on like this, he would definitely run out of energy. So Cham Kan Tham Sa came up with a plan. Wasn't this area surrounded by those towering tombstones? He used his sharp sword blade to carve a line on the tallest tombstone. Then he circled behind and kicked the tombstone hard at the cut. It immediately toppled, crushing the Than Coat Skulls that couldn't escape in time. Cham Kan Tham Sa intended to use this chaos to escape, but before he could get away, he felt an immense pressure. Such power meant the real boss had arrived. As expected, those giant Than Coat Skulls all knelt down respectfully, showing utmost reverence. The creature that just appeared casually snapped its fingers and effortlessly lifted that tombstone. "Who are you to dare harm my subjects?" Cham Kan Tham Sa swallowed nervously under the command of the Skull Boss. He was now surrounded by the Than Coat Skulls. In front of him was no ordinary skeleton. It was the Undead Lord Than Vur, level unknown. The system warned that Cham Kan Tham Sa wasn't strong enough to defeat this enemy now. He needed to retreat quickly. The fact that he couldn't see the enemy's level meant it was at least 20 levels higher than him. Cham Kan Tham Sa wasn't stupid enough to fight blindly, but the problem was he was now trapped by several layers of Than Coat Skulls. Escaping wouldn't be that easy. The Undead Lord Than Vur began to advance slowly. On the way, he accidentally stepped on a crippled Than Coat Skull, cracking its skull instantly. Cham Kan Tham Sa grew even more tense. He couldn't chop through that skull with his blade, yet this guy just crushed it with one step. "Accept your fate, you little punk," Than Vur said coldly. It didn't sound like a joke at all. With every step he took, the ground cracked beneath him. Cham Kan Tham Sa felt his mind go blank. How terrifying is this power? How should he deal with such a formidable opponent now? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Cham Kan Tham Sa's mind. He glanced around in all directions. He confirmed the direction back to Hanbang gang. Than Vur was now right in front of him. Any last words? Than Vur had lost his earlier fear and then flipped him the middle finger with a mocking laugh, flipping the middle finger with a sneer. Even though he was an undead lord, who scares anyone with a broken tombstone? And calling himself my bones? Do you think you're the emperor, or what? If you're so tough, try smashing me with that tombstone. Cham Kan Tham Sa's attitude stunned Than Vur for a few seconds. His anger peaked. The Undead Lord raised his right hand high, a red light radiating from his fingertips. He looked like a damn lunatic. "You'll pay for your arrogance." As he brought his hand down, the tombstone shot toward Cham Kan Tham Sa. It flew in the direction of Hanbang gang. Seeing his opponent caught in the trap, Cham Kan Tham Sa quietly rejoiced inside. He timed it perfectly, jumping up just as the tombstone lunged at him. "Goodbye, Skull Lord." Seeing Cham Kan Tham Sa fly past, the skeletal skulls could only stare at each other dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Than Vur was so furious he lost his usual arrogance and just stood there stunned. "What now?" "Chase after him, for me," he roared. The skeletal skulls finally snapped out of it, but it was already too late to catch Cham Kan Tham Sa. When they reached the edge of the great graveyard, they saw the large tombstone had been left behind. Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't even waste time escaping. He carved a few words of thanks to the Spirit Lord for gifting the large tombstone. He even carved a big heart shape. The skeletal skulls looked on in amazement, admiring both the lettering and the heart. Than Vur was so pissed off by his minions' cluelessness that he nearly vomited blood. His entire body radiated deadly energy, scaring everyone around. The skeletal skulls bowed their heads, begging their lord to calm down. He then issued a bounty on Cham Kan Tham Sa. Whoever finds him must kill him without mercy. But how could they catch Cham Kan Tham Sa when he had already returned to Hanbang Kung to hand in the mission? After Tuluan received the 10 fingers, the mission was officially complete. Cham Kan Tham Sa leveled up again. Thanks to gaining 1,200 experience points, he also earned 5 reputation points and a glowing wrist armor. This item boosted his physical resistance by 8, magic resistance by 4, and strength by 2. Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly put it on his gauntlets, which seemed to match well with his chest armor. Finally, a new piece of gear one step closer to completing his full set of equipment. Cham Kan Tham Sa muttered that his stats had increased quite a bit. Although he still couldn't face the Spirit Lord directly, he could at least fight the skeletal skulls to level up. Hearing this, Tuluan couldn't hide his horror. "You've already faced the skeletal skulls and the Spirit Lord, Than Vur?" "Yes." Cham Kan Tham Sa nodded rapidly. "If I hadn't been quick-witted, I wouldn't have made it back." Tuluan's expression suddenly turned serious. Then he gave Cham Kan Tham Sa a painful pat on the shoulder. He said that since Cham Kan Tham Sa had tangled with the Spirit Lord, he had to take on another mission. Recently, that Than Vur was preparing to summon a large number of skulls to attack Hanbang Kung. Given the situation, Tuluan believed they must strike first to gain the upper hand. As soon as he finished speaking, a new series of missions was sent to Cham Kan Tham Sa. These were high-level, top-tier missions, above the previous skull tasks, by a whole rank. The first mission was to hunt down 200 skeletal skulls and collect up to 20 of their fingers to hand over to Tuluan. The reward included a dark stone equipment piece, 2,200 experience points, and 21 reputation points. The second mission was to hunt 200 thorny skulls and collect 10 to 40 fingers to bring back to Tuluan. The reward was another equipment piece, 3,000 experience points, and 45 reputation points. The final and hardest mission was a direct confrontation with the Spirit Lord Thonvu's skull guards, buying time for Spirit Swordsman. Tuluan to hunt down the Spirit Lord. Completing the mission rewarded a bronze weapon, 4,500 experience points, and 100 reputation points. After reading the mission board, Cham Kan Tham Sa was sweating bullets. The rewards were generous, but completing them wouldn't be easy. Wealth and glory must be earned in dangerous situations. As long as you don't let the Spirit Lord absorb your soul, the soul fireworm, everything will be fine. Tuluan reassured him. Seeing him bring up the soul fireworm, Cham Kan Tham Sa took the chance to ask his master his question. What exactly is this soul fireworm? Tuluan explained that the soul fireworm is the source of life for the night spirit race. The night spirit race has 4 great sub-tribes that together dominate all night spirits. The largest is the mighty Spirit Lord tribe, followed by the corpse demon tribe with the strongest physical bodies, then the dark elf tribe, that wields the highest level magic, and finally the ghost tribe, masters of possession who can avoid injury altogether, immune to any physical impact, the largest number. Why? Cham Kan Tham Sa asked suspiciously. Why do I feel like our undead tribe is somewhat inferior? Among the 4 great clans of the night spirit, only our undead tribe can absorb the fire soulworm and achieve endless evolution. We are truly the strongest night spirits. Cham Kan Tham Sa still didn't fully understand where this strength came from, but judging by Tuluan's serious expression, it's probably not a lie from the master. So what happens if the fire soulworm is absorbed? Then you fall into a dark hell? You get erased from the records of this world. Cham Kan Tham Sa swallowed nervously. Isn't that basically wiping you out from the world entirely? Looks like the nature of the undead tribe is pretty vicious, relying solely on absorbing the souls of their own kind to keep evolving. At first, just a simple spirit, then upgrading to spirit generals, then undead lords, and finally, the undead kings. When they absorb enough fire soul worms, they can even become the strongest beings in the night spirit world, absolute rulers at the night spirit realm, also known by a shorter name, Tuesday Law. The master looked at Cham Kan Tham Sa thoughtfully for a moment, then continued, Sura is the path of ceaseless evolution, the glorious duty of the undead tribe. You no longer have the chance, but Cham Kan Tham Sa has awakened a unique undead power. His future is destined for success. He greatly encourages him. Tran nodded slightly, then said, I want to hunt those blue skeletons. Master, you must be careful. You are the hope of the undead tribe. Cham Kan Tham Sa's figure quickly disappeared, so he didn't hear the master's next words. He is also my hope. Outside the blue skeleton graveyard, level 15 blue skeletons were guarding the area. At that moment, a BA-level messenger crow flew in, cawing loudly. The blue skeleton stared in surprise, a bit suspicious. It kept cawing upwards noisily. Is there something up there? Another shook his head to deny it. Stop joking. Those tombstones are so tall, nothing can climb up there. That's true. These tombstones are really tall. They thought it was just some other birds perched there. Only that. But in fact, Cham Kan Tham Sa was hiding on one of the tombstones. Waited until the blue skeletons disappeared. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Almost got exposed. He had to patrol somewhere else. Cham Kan Tham Sa avoided the blue skeletons, then started patrolling. After half an hour, he had a full grasp of the situation. Outside the blue skeleton graveyard were 8 patrol teams. Each team had 5 members, accompanied by a messenger crow for communication. He had to take down that crow first, so they couldn't call for backup. The biggest trouble was every 10 minutes, 2 teams would meet. 1x. 10 minutes meant eliminating 2 teams while avoiding detection. Then every 10 minutes, he had to eliminate 2 similar teams. This was a huge challenge for Cham Kan Tham Sa. He pondered for a moment, then decided to strike when the blue skeletons left. Patrolling over here, he started timing. Then without hesitation attacked the first group of blue skeletons. Taken by surprise, the blue skeletons panicked, screaming loudly. But unfortunately, before they could react, Cham Kan Tham Sa's sword had already sliced the messenger crow in half. First step succeeded. His speed was too fast. The blue skeletons couldn't catch up. Every slash he made knocked down a blue skeleton. The disgusting slime splattered everywhere in the air. He started using his skills. In the blink of an eye, pale purple lights appeared. The blue skeletons feared that after he used his skill, they'd be doomed. One aggressively charged forward, pointing at him. But Cham Kan Tham Sa completed the Chu reception skill. The sword light attacked the blue skeletons faster than lightning. The sword light was so fast the naked eye couldn't see it. The blue skeletons couldn't keep up. Like this, the blue skeletons took the full brunt of Cham Kan Tham Sa's skills. But he still felt too slow. He had to be faster. Meanwhile, the group of blue skeletons absorbed the full force of Cham Kan Tham Sa's skills, but he still felt too slow. He had to be faster. He didn't have much time. Soon, all the blue skeletons fell, leaving only one bone joint. A blue finger hovered in the tomb. Cham Kan Tham Sa was a bit frustrated. Just one drop? The loot rate was too low. The clock was nearly at 2 minutes. Cham Kan Tham Sa knew he couldn't use his death move anymore. At this rate, the second team would arrive in 7 minutes, meaning another guard. At this rate, we'll meet the second team in 7 minutes, which means he has to finish each battle within 1 minute. This is going to be tough. Time flies, and soon, strange lightning flashes suddenly appear in the sky, startling the blue skeleton patrol. What's going on? But when they see the bodies of the blue skeletons and patrol crows on the ground, they become even more terrified. 8 teams wiped out completely. If they hadn't changed the CA, no one would have noticed. This time, the blue skeleton patrol's CA level has increased. One hesitated about whether to report this to their master, but another stopped him. They already angered their master by letting that one escape today. And if this happens too, their master will be utterly disappointed in them. Hearing this, the blue skeletons behind also agreed. Nodding in understanding, the leader ordered to double the number of patrol teams. Personnel doubled, each team equipped with 4 messenger crows, expanding the search area. They must catch the troublemaker. Meanwhile, Cham Kan Tham Sa hides in the life zone, quietly checking how many blue skeletons remain. So far, he's only defeated 40 and collected just 4 finger bones, still far from completing the mission. He can only go deeper into the tomb to continue hunting, but Cham Kan Tham Sa has made some progress. Defeating 40 enemies has already brought him to level 13. Completing the mission will get him to level 15. I wonder what his rank is now? Thinking that, he couldn't help but glance over the leaderboard. Seeing the top player, he couldn't help but feel impressed. This GWI Gakja is already at level 18, leading far ahead, definitely someone grinding levels hard. And he's only level 13, what rank could that be? He kept scrolling through the leaderboard looking for his name, but couldn't find it, until he reached outside the top 100, stopping at position 125, where he finally saw his name. Seeing this rank, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. In the spirit domain, he always stayed in the top 100. Now dropping to 125, that's unacceptable. He has to get back into the top 100. Thinking that, he immediately grabbed his sword wanting to run, but at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the shadows. It was the GWI Gakja Spirit Knight. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at the person in front of him in shock, really. It was GWI Gakja. Through GWI Gakja, Cham Kan Tham Sa learned he was being hunted, which surprised him. Why was he suddenly being hunted? GWI Gakja came for the 500 gold bounty, originally looking for him. Unexpectedly, he was hiding in a place like this. Squinting at the person before him, he spoke coldly. Your bounty won't be taken that easily. GWI Gakja chuckled softly. That's good. If you were too weak, it wouldn't be interesting at all. As he finished speaking, the spear in his hand lunged toward Cham Kan Tham Sa. His thrust wasn't too fast. Cham Kan Tham Sa easily dodged the strike. GWI Gakja was surprised by this. He actually dodged it and even dealt damage to him. He immediately counterattacked. The spear stabbed again, this time grazing Cham Kan Tham Sa's arm, causing him to lose some blood. Taking advantage of GWI Gakja retracting his weapon, Cham Kan Tham Sa jumped back, his face thoughtful as he looked at him. His reaction speed was a bit slower than Cham Kan Tham Sa's, but his defense was too strong, probably the advantage of being a spirit knight. GWI Gakja was now filled with fighting spirit. His opponent was quite skilled. He wanted to keep fighting with him and charged again. Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't back down either, gripping his sword tightly, ready to respond. When the spear tip nearly reached him, he sensed the moment and used his sword tip to knock GWI Gakja's spear away. GWI Gakja couldn't believe it. He saw Cham Kan Tham Sa, timed it perfectly, and immediately sent his spear flying. For a second, he was stunned, and Cham Kan Tham Sa charged forward with his sword, mocking without stopping. Don't zone out like that. He's the best, after all. As he finished, purple energy blades appeared around him. Purple energy blades have appeared. You activated Chu, releasing sharp sword rays cutting towards GWI Gakja, causing him to take heavy damage. By the time he reacted, he was trembling, tightly gripping his spear to defend. Though injured, he seemed fine. After steadying himself, he bit his lip fiercely. If you've used all your skills, then it's his turn. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at you. In just moments, a faint blue spiritual flame enveloped his spear, instantly piercing toward Cham Kan Tham Sa. But his weakness is his slow reaction speed. Cham Kan Tham Sa managed to dodge this piercing strike. However, seconds later, a sharp pain suddenly struck his head. Cham Kan Tham Sa's body trembled uncontrollably. The pain was unbearable. He could only brace his sword against the ground to hold on. At this moment, Cham Kan Tham Sa couldn't dodge and got speared. Losing a large amount of blood, he knelt on the ground, lost in thought. What just happened to me? His head felt like it was about to explode. Noticing Cham Kan Tham Sa was in trouble, GWI Gakja aggressively charged, cursing loudly, telling him to die. At this moment, Cham Kan Tham Sa couldn't move to avoid anymore. He could only raise his sword to block the spear. Gritting his teeth fiercely, he tried to hold on, but the spear pushed deeper. GWI Gakja clearly had the upper hand. He twisted his wrist slightly, knocking Cham Kan Tham Sa's sword far away. Cham Kan Tham Sa blinked, watching his weapon fly out of reach, silently thinking, "I'm done for. Gotta run and get my weapon back." But GWI Gakja wouldn't give him that chance. Trying to retrieve your weapon? In your dreams? The spear stabbed Cham Kan Tham Sa again, causing more blood loss. He was terrified. His weapon was knocked away, his health halved, while his opponent was fully equipped and still strong. At this rate, he was going to lose. While he was thinking, GWI Gakja didn't hesitate and thrust the spear again. Seeing the spear near his chest, Cham Kan Tham Sa cursed under his breath. No time. Sure enough, he took the full hit from GWI Gakja. The impact sent him flying, his body crashing hard against the tombstones behind. Seeing this, GWI Gakja couldn't help but smirk proudly. Then he retrieved his spear. The fight would end easily now. But Cham Kan Tham Sa was fine. He could still stand up, doubting, how did I block that hit? GWI Gakja looked at the man struggling to rise, still alive. Well, that works for him. He immediately took out the camera. A skull appeared in midair. He wanted to record Cham Kan Tham Sa's defeat. That's when he remembered the reward. Next, he planned to fight a proper match. But when he saw Cham Kan Tham Sa's action, he was a bit surprised. Cham Kan Tham Sa was intently staring at the leaves in front of him, purple sword rays suddenly emerging from his hands. This strange move confused Gakja. Was he chopping falling leaves? Under his horrified gaze, the drifting leaves were suddenly sliced into 100 tiny pieces. Cham Kan Tham Sa laughed triumphantly. Sure enough, the severe headache was due to the latency dropping suddenly to under 5 seconds. The feeling was very familiar, latency under 2 seconds. He squinted at GWI Gakja in front of him. His eyes didn't widen but smiled excitedly. Now he had a perfect test subject here. He raised an eyebrow provocatively. First place. Ready for round 2? GWI Gakja was pissed off by that arrogant move, snorting coldly, looking down on someone weaponless but so cocky. Cham Kan Tham Sa sneered arrogantly. Taking him down only takes 2 fingers. He dared to underestimate him? Clenching his spear fiercely, GWI Gakja charged aggressively, now truly murderous, intending to finish Cham Kan Tham Sa with one strike. He gripped his spear tightly and charged fiercely, truly filled with killing intent, wanting to end Cham Kan Tham Sa with this strike. You could clearly feel the overwhelming momentum, but you remained calm, casually raising a finger to block the spear tip. 1 second later, the immortal demon's spear tip was pushed aside. Their speed was too slow. This move made GWI Gakja terrified. Just one finger, or easily deflected his attack. This can't be. He wasn't willing and pressed on. This time, he unleashed a chain-piercing strike, each spear shattering into multiple fragments. He came at him with wind-tearing speed, but the result was the same still. Cham Kan Tham Sa casually used a finger to knock it back. Narrowing his eyes at his opponent, he taunted, GWI Gakja, your attacks are useless. Of course, GWI Gakja refused to back down, snorting coldly, don't get cocky. Those were just basic strikes. Let's see how you handle this one. As he finished, the spear in his hand transformed into a sharp halberd and thrust forward, but Cham Kan Tham Sa remained calm. He smiled faintly, tone dripping with disdain. No need to block attacks like that. He didn't move or dodge. The halberd just sliced right through him. What shocked GWI Gakja was that the halberd passed through without harming him. For a moment he was stunned, and Cham Kan Tham Sa closed the distance, warning, now's not the time to be spacing out. Then he landed a punch. GWI Gakja couldn't dodge and took the full hit, completely caught off guard. When did you get to my side? What the hell just happened? Of course, no one answered him. Meanwhile, Cham Kan Tham Sa gripped GWI Gakja's halberd tightly and fiercely kicked him in the stomach, causing him to lose some blood. Not giving him time to react, Cham Kan Tham Sa pulled the halberd from his hands. GWI Gakja, overconfident, slipped and fell hard on the ground. His weapon was thrown far away by Cham Kan Tham Sa, who mocked the fallen man. No weapon left now either. Meanwhile, Cham Kan Tham Sa had already drawn his own sword stuck in the tombstone. The tide had turned. After speaking, he charged forward and once again used the two-chain strike on GWI Gakja. He wanted to finish it in one move, but GWI Gakja refused to lose, activating his demon armor to protect his body. GWI Gakja smugly said, this demon armor isn't something you can just break. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned at the invisible protective layer. He couldn't help but comment, pretty impressive. But the real surprise was yet to come as GWI Gakja suddenly acted. Could he have a backup weapon? Just as Cham Kan Tham Sa guessed, GWI Gakja pulled out another spear from his gear and fiercely threw it at Cham Kan Tham Sa, a pale blue energy, and enveloped the entire spear. Soon, the area in front was engulfed in flames. At this moment, GWI Gakja's demon armor ended, and he entered a weakened state. For 15 seconds, his defense dropped by 80%. Seeing the raging fire, he finally exhaled in relief. He thought he'd finally dealt with Cham Kan Tham Sa, but his spear was only stuck in the tombstone behind him. When the flames slowly died down, Cham Kan Tham Sa was still standing there calmly, raising an eyebrow to taunt. Did he really think he'd won? No way. GWI Gakja couldn't believe it. How was the guy standing right in front of him untouched after getting hit by his piercing fire rocket? Cham Kan Tham Sa chuckled softly, teasing him. GWI Gakja was too puzzled, and before he could react, Cham Kan Tham Sa vanished. When he reappeared, he was right in front of GWI Gakja, stabbing down with his sword. The strike caused heavy damage. GWI Gakja bit his lip fiercely. His defense was way too low right now. Even a normal attack dealt 106 damage. After the skill ended, his defense stats had already dropped. Cham Kan Tham Sa realized this was the perfect chance to finish him, so he pressed the attack. His sword swung fiercely. His speed was so fast, GWI Gakja simply couldn't keep up. He didn't even need skills to take him down. Cham Kan Tham Sa smiled victoriously at the fallen opponent. Being top rank isn't bad. Too bad it was against him. But at this moment, Cham Kan Tham Sa realized GWI Gakja was already dead. He frowned. Dead just like that? Looks like he got scared. Back at GWI Gakja's place, after dying, he still couldn't escape the screen. Still replaying the battle video. Can't believe it was slowed down. No 5-star rating yet. He still couldn't clearly see what happened to Kong Tan Kok. Not grasping the principle of his technique at all. Looks like he has to watch frame by frame to figure it out. Like that, he kept working on the device, adjusting the speed to review the slow-motion footage. Even Cham Kan Tham Sa's skill activation was clearly shown bit by bit. Kong Tan Kok paused to watch carefully. A true professional. He finally realized the problem. Cham Kan Tham Sa would just shift slightly to dodge attacks, then immediately return to his original position, creating the illusion that the spear had pierced through. This speed, this move is unbelievable. Only masters in the Hall of Fame like On Loan and Lac Tran could pull this off. Thinking of this, he got excited and brought out the gaming device. With hands this big, he couldn't miss it. At the same time, Cham Kan Tham Sa in the game suddenly sneezed twice, not sure if that AI was cursing him. At the Life Tomb, the place was still shrouded in dark, fearful night. GWI Gakja quickly returned, but Cham Kan Tham Sa was nowhere to be seen. Not sure if logged out or went on a quest, but it didn't matter. As long as he was in Hanbang Kwang or the Great Graveyard, he would definitely find him. Cham Kan Tham Sa was hiding behind a tombstone, suddenly sneezed again. He was a bit suspicious. Had he caught a cold, or was that AI constantly reminding him? Otherwise, why keep sneezing like this? While he was lost in thought, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. It was the Blue Skeleton Patrol. Not sure if the AI ambushed them, making them work overtime on their day off. Their date was ruined. Then they kept yelling insults, calling him a coward who only attacks from behind, afraid of numbers so he wouldn't show up, and calling him a lonely dog who can't enjoy a day off, not missing a single word, making him shiver. They even dared to call him cowardly, so he decided not to wait anymore. Letting out a loud yell, he jumped down to attack, startling the blue skeletons who looked up in shock. The messenger crow cried out hurriedly. The blue skeleton stared blankly at him, but before reacting, he was sliced once, and he didn't hide it, openly admitting he was the one who took them down. The messenger crow and the blue skeleton it perched on were cut in half by him and collapsed instantly. Looking at the corpse at his feet, his eyes filled with hatred. That damn bony bastard dared call him a lonely dog. He just didn't want his guild leader to be more upset. The blue skeletons were stunned for a moment before shouting loudly. He was the one that the boss wanted to catch, also the patrol squad's target in an instant. Messenger crows covered the sky. The leader quickly ordered the others to follow him. Meanwhile, the messenger crows sounded an alarm over the northeast of the tomb. The 6th squad was ambushed. Seeing this, the blue skeleton got smug, told Cham Kan Tham Sa to surrender quickly. But Cham Kan Tham Sa showed no fear and even praised their intelligence, knowing that dispersing the signal can't be blocked. At this moment, the blue skeleton charged toward Cham Kan Tham Sa, told him to watch this move. Cham Kan Tham Sa calmly looked at him with contempt. Seeing this arrogant attitude, the leader immediately ordered the whole group to rush and take him down in a flash. A fierce battle broke out in a section of the tomb, but the blue skeletons were no match for Cham Kan Tham Sa. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't hit him. Then they were shocked and asked how he could dodge attacks so easily. But Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't answer them. Another one reassured. The Royal Army's reinforcements are coming. Cham Kan Tham Sa smiled excitedly. Even better, hope they arrive a bit faster. Because after taking down those in front, sitting and waiting was boring. Right after speaking, he struck. Pale purple energy danced continuously in the air. Their speed was so fast the naked eye couldn't see. Then, amidst loud screams, the green tomb repeatedly echoed with the crow messenger's alerts. Patrol teams kept getting ambushed, but Cham Kan Tham Sa kept changing directions, making it impossible for them to predict. The Bluebone patrol captain, upon hearing the 8th team was attacked, immediately ordered the Bluebone to rush east to block Cham Kan Tham Sa's escape. But while they were running, Cham Kan Tham Sa was running toward them. The captain sensed something and stopped. Something's coming, but before he could react, a sword flash appeared from nowhere and cut him. Half of him was sliced off. He was stunned. What just happened? He hurriedly asked the Bluebone behind him if they were okay. Not just that, when he looked back, He was immediately horrified. His soldiers were completely defeated. 2 fingers hovered in the air. The captain looked at the scattered soldiers' remains on the ground and shouted furiously, "Who's there?" He quickly scanned around. Sure enough, he saw a vague figure standing there. He recognized it as the skeleton that Siu was searching for, while Cham Kan Tham Sa in front ignored him. You felt regret, still not fast or precise enough as before, letting one lucky survivor slip away. After some hunting, you collected 215 blue bones and 19 fingers. Still not enough. The captain, ignored, got angry and demanded, "Aren't you supposed to be in the eastern tomb?" Cham Kan Tham Sa raised an eyebrow, looking at him with mocking laughter. "Your reinforcements are too slow, so you had to come here yourself." At this, the sword in your hand showed signs of attacking again. "Enough nonsense. Finish off the last one." The captain, insulted by your disdain, shouted angrily. He fiercely swung his mace down. Unfortunately, his speed was too slow. Cham Kan Tham Sa dodged aside, avoiding the mace, which slammed into the ground. He didn't expect to miss, but something even more unbelievable happened next. Cham Kan Tham Sa's figure moved like a ghost, disappearing, as the purple energy-wrapped sword started a violent counterattack. Within seconds, the captain's body was cut down. The final finger item also fell to the ground and was collected. Mission complete. The system quickly announced, "Congratulations on completing the mission. Go to Hanbang Gang to claim your reward." After finishing the mission, Cham Kan Tham Sa started thinking about his new skill. With just a 0.2-second delay, dealing with the blue bones was a piece of cake. Hanbang Gang, a place frozen all year round. Cham Kan Tham Sa arrived here as instructed by the system to receive the reward. Wonder what kind of black stone he'll get this time. Cham Kan Tham Sa has come here now following the system's instructions to claim his reward. I wonder what kind of black stone he'll get this time. He's hoping for a pair of gauntlets. After claiming the reward, he still needs to find a place to repair his damaged weapon. Halfway through the battle, his sword got chipped a lot. And now, Cham Kan Tham Sa's steps suddenly stop because he hears crying coming from somewhere. A few seconds later, a group of people suddenly appears. There's a coffin inside, giving off a somewhat gloomy vibe. Cham Kan Tham Sa stares blankly at the approaching group. The leader kept wailing. So young and already gone, nowhere left anymore. He threw out some round white papers. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned slightly. The patrol team members who died are all gone. This must be a hidden quest. He couldn't ignore it and immediately greeted the person ahead. "What's going on?" He was Faker, the patrol team captain. Hearing the noise, he quickly looked up and, seeing him, excitedly grabbed his hand. Excitedly said, "Something big happened to the patrol team. They only found the body, but no head." Cham Kan Tham Sa pretended to be upset and chimed in, "That's outrageous. The patrol team is responsible for protecting Hanbang Gang, so they can't just go and take revenge." Cham Kan Tham Sa said with a look of anger, cursing the ironback bear. And yet it attacked from behind. As soon as he said that, Faker immediately trusted him, praising, "You get it. Your future will definitely be bright." Cham Kan Tham Sa nodded without hesitation, telling him to rest assured. That's how he received the skull mission. High-grade F-rank Ironback, defeat the Ironback Bear, 20 reputation points, and 2,000 experience points. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked over the mission notification. Unable to hold back, he frowned. "This mission has a time limit. Looks like I have to set off immediately." Faker heard this and pointed. "Go 500 meters east. There's a purple spirit forge." He immediately thanked him, then quickly headed east. The purple spirit forge wasn't far away. It was an old building with a skull displayed in front. Cham Kan Tham Sa arrived there after a short walk. Looking up at the house in front of him, he pondered, "This is the purple spirit forge, but the smith seems off." The respected village chief was hanging a smith sign around his neck. Cham Kan Tham Sa asked suspiciously, "You do both jobs?" The chief calmly admitted it, even arrogantly. Claiming to be versatile with many skills, he stood up from his chair and walked in front of Cham Kan Tham Sa, said, "Long time no see. Do you want to enhance, repair, or dismantle equipment?" Cham Kan Tham Sa honestly said he came for repairs. "But this job requires strength, village chief. Can you handle it?" he asked. The chief smiled at him. He took off his black cloak to reveal his muscular lower body, confidently saying, "These are just small gear, not enough to wear me out." He raised an eyebrow at Cham Kan Tham Sa, telling him to hand over the equipment. After hesitating a moment, he gave the chief his sword. The chief took it and threw it onto the forge to absorb enough heat. Then he hammered it hard. Holding the smith's hammer, the chief proudly told Cham Kan Tham Sa, "Watch closely." Immediately after, he began pounding the hot sword on the table. Cham Kan Tham Sa watched the chief's skilled movements and couldn't help but praise. "He's amazing." Soon, the chief reached the final step of tempering. Opaque white sparks continuously appeared around Cham Kan Tham Sa's sword. Quickly, the chief exhaled. The sword in his hand had become perfect, without a single crack. Cham Kan Tham Sa took the gleaming sword, eyes shining. "Awesome, it looks brand new." The sweet compliments pleased the chief greatly. He put his cloak back on and tapped his thigh, casually said, "Don't you see who I am? The #1 smith in the spirit realm." Cham Kan Tham Sa refused to comment. asked him how much it cost. Since we're acquaintances, I'll only charge you 1 silver coin. Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly paid and turned to leave. Next was the Iron Back Bear mission, with 45 minutes left, still enough time. Hanbang Trail is the road from Hanbang Gang to Fubang City. This is the contested area between the light faction and the dark faction. To the right is a green pine forest. 2 opposing sceneries, contrast sharply. No wonder it's a battleground with a clear boundary. Cham Kan Tham Sa guessed the bear was in the pine forest, so he faced that direction and called out. He kept calling loudly but got no response, yet at this moment, his expression showed some shock, because the level 20 giant ironback bear was sound asleep ahead. It was so huge it amazed Cham Kan Tham Sa. Revealing its terrifying blood-red eyes, the massive iron-backed bear quickly stood up, nearly blocking Cham Kan Tham Sa's view. It's awake now and wants to fight him, but for a while, it just silently stood there facing him. Then it simply lay back down and continued sleeping, as if Cham Kan Tham Sa wasn't a threat and it wasn't worried at all. Seeing this, Cham Kan Tham Sa got annoyed. This dumb bear, the enemy's right in front of it but it's still sleeping, shows it really doesn't take you seriously. If that's the case, then act now. As soon as he finished, he aggressively leapt into the air, swinging his sword down, aiming for its head. But it seemed to sense the danger. Its eyes opened again as it sat up. Cham Kan Tham Sa's sword only struck its forehead, yet it didn't do much damage. Cham Kan Tham Sa stared in shock. Its armor was too tough, blocking all his damage. By now, the iron-backed bear had realized Cham Kan Tham Sa was attacking and didn't hesitate at all. It swung its massive claws at him. Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted loudly and dodged. Once safely on the ground, he furrowed his brow thoughtfully. This time he underestimated the enemy. How could someone who took out a scout so easily be dumb? Besides, its defense rivaled GWI Gakja's. It was going to be tough. With that in mind, he turned back toward the iron-backed bear. He ordered it to continue. The big bear seemed pissed off, roaring fiercely before charging at Cham Kan Tham Sa. Seeing the bear close in, Cham Kan Tham Sa smiled smugly. This dumb bear's got some solid armor, but that doesn't mean the rest of it is just as tough. Saying that, he thrust his sword toward its belly, this time dealing much greater damage. The bear collapsed onto the ground, temporarily unable to fight back. Cham Kan Tham Sa narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Sure enough, compared to the iron-plated back, the belly was softer. But he was pleased. Before long, the bear stood up again. At that moment, its eyes were filled with murderous intent as it roared aggressively at Cham Kan Tham Sa. But he wasn't scared. He already knew its weak point and was ready to strike. Just as he finished speaking, its belly started growing a layer of iron armor for protection. Seeing this, Cham Kan Tham Sa was horrified. How does it have a move like this? Under his shocked gaze, the iron-backed bear suddenly curled up and rolled like a storm toward him. He jumped up in surprise to dodge. The bear's body slammed into Cham Kan Tham Sa's back, and he let out a breath of relief. That was too close, but the bear didn't stop. It kept rolling toward him. Cham Kan Tham Sa bit his lip hard, gritting his teeth, telling it to stop. He gripped his sword tightly. As the bear's body got close, the sharp blade began to dance in the air. Cham Kan Tham Sa tried to hold back the giant iron-backed bear, but its momentum was overwhelming. It made things difficult for him, but Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't give up. He put all his strength into his hands and shouted for it to scram. Then he flung the massive bear's body away. The iron-backed bear was knocked back by Cham Kan Tham Sa's strike, rolling a full circle away. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned slightly. The bear spun around, not only increasing its force, but also boosting its defense. If this kept up, it'd be too reactive. He couldn't let it keep curling into a ball. By now, the iron-backed bear had risen from the ground, its eyes full of hatred glaring at Cham Kan Tham Sa. Then it let out a roar, before attacking him. Cham Kan Tham Sa realized it was turning its back. This was a perfect chance to finish it. The giant bear charged aggressively at him. Cham Kan Tham Sa dodged, and the iron-backed bear stumbled midair. Cham Kan Tham Sa coolly said, "It's done attacking. Now it's your turn." Then he fiercely slashed at it. The sharp sword injured it badly. The iron-backed bear, hurt and angry, glared fiercely at him. Before Cham Kan Tham Sa could react, it counterattacked again, forcing him to retreat in shock. Then it stomped and leapt forward quickly. It closed in right in front of Cham Kan Tham Sa. Seeing this, he realized it was about to curl up again. But at this moment, Cham Kan Tham Sa figured out how to block its attack. He only needed to stab its spine. That would be the sword. In your hands, you aimed for the iron-backed bear's spine and stabbed downwards. That way, it would never be able to curl up again. The iron-backed bear's body was pierced through by Cham Kan Tham Sa. The giant creature at your feet began to struggle to rise, and you watched its body closely. Cham Kan Tham Sa couldn't help but feel impressed. It was really tough. Despite its severely injured spine, it still managed to stand up. Cham Kan Tham Sa understood it intended to counterattack. You shouted loudly, "In your dreams," then swung your sword and charged to stop it. Cham Kan Tham Sa's strike was lightning fast. The iron-backed bear couldn't react in time and got stabbed right in the eye. That single sword strike dealt massive damage, and that was enough for you to take it down. Cham Kan Tham Sa's mission was complete. Not only that, you successfully leveled up to 15. Shortly after, From the iron-backed bear's body, many items dropped, making Cham Kan Tham Sa very happy. The level-up rewards included the Great Demon Stone, guard pants, and a mask, all rewards from the iron-backed bear. Truly sick loot. First, you decided to put on the guard pants. Very quickly, Luke Tran changed into the new pants. Although leather armor wasn't as good as metal armor, it boosted agility significantly. Not bad at all. Luke Tran was very satisfied with it. Because of the equipment change, Luke Tran's strength and agility increased noticeably. Luke Tran glanced at the remaining dropped gear and couldn't help but admire. This mask is pretty useful. It can be used for camouflage. Wearing this, you can leave Hanbang Kung and complete the mission. Cham Kan Tham Sa then returned to Hanbang Kung. As soon as you arrived, you shouted loudly, informing Faker that you had completed the mission. Only then did you notice there was someone else with Faker. You asked in surprise, "You two hang out together?" But that was fine. You could turn in both missions at once. Faker explained, "I've known Swordsman Sulin for over 500 years. We often train together." Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't pay much attention. Then you handed the blue bone finger to Sulin. Sulin accepted it and praised, "You did great." Then, without hesitation, the two gave you the rewards. Completing 2 missions, you gained over 4,000 experience points, more than 40 reputation points, and received the Black Stone. After that, you leveled up to 16. Looking at the rewards you'd earned, your eyes lit up. You had received green leather gloves, the Qingguang fan, just missing the boots, and arm guards to complete the full gear set. Now, with a level up and new gear, your stats increased significantly. But one thing still bothered you: how to use the Qingguang fan. Thinking this over, you looked at Swordsman Sulin and asked, "This is a strategist's weapon, right? You can't use it? Can I trade it?" But Sulin shook his head, saying no. "But at the Fubang Bridge, there's a human market. You can try your luck there." Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned slightly, not welcoming Dalin, but since you have the camouflage mask, try using it. At the Fubang Bridge market, Cham Kan Tham Sa wore the camouflage mask and entered. From start to finish, no one recognized you, and you managed to trade the Qingguang fan for a pair of boots and 11 copper coins. Just then, something suddenly blocked your path, forcing you to stop. Sure enough, a sharp sword swung at you with no warning. The attacker was assassin Kwang Ryong no Got. He squinted as he saw Cham Kan Tham Sa's sword blocking his strike and was stunned. His reflexes were as fast as the little white dragon gang, yet you blocked his attack. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at the person before him, frowning, and said, "I'm not familiar with the Kim Keech Trum SA." But the attacker said, "He had the wrong person." Although you said that, inside, you couldn't help but panic. The Mad Dragon Guild members didn't know why you were exposed. Finally, Kwang Ryong and Go got pointed at your sword. Even with the mask hiding your ID, it was too recognizable. Only you in Fubang City had that sword. At this moment, Cham Kan Tham Sa realized he'd forgotten about the 6-colored pine needle sword. While you were still thinking, Mad Dragon Go Got did something unexpected. He suddenly turned and shouted loudly, 50,000 bounty. Cham Kan Tham Sa is the one right here. Long Noah Kot did something no one expected. He suddenly turned around and shouted loudly, 50,000 bounty. Cham Kan Tham Sa is right in front of you, and he even swore on the honor of the Wild Dragon Guild. Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't expect him to pull this stunt. Angry, he cursed. What kind of dirty trick is he playing? He calmly said, "As long as it works, who cares how he plays? There's a 50,000 bounty plus black stone." The group in front has started surrounding Cham Kan Tham Sa wildly. Long Goa Kot raised his eyebrows smugly and said, "Cham Kan Tham Sa, surrender now." Cham Kan Tham Sa squinted at the group before him, a look of contempt flashing in his eyes. Relying on them to take me down? What a joke. He immediately raised his sword, clearly ready to strike. Wild Long Now Coat watched cautiously. He was about to attack, but Cham Kan Tham Sa suddenly turned and ran under everyone's shocked gaze. A few seconds later, he reacted and gave chase. That bastard dares to pull a stunt. He chased after Cham Kan Tham Sa while contacting his men. Report he's running toward Hanbang Kung. Quickly gather squads 1 and 2 to ambush at the mountain pass outside. But the other side said they couldn't deploy anyone. Hearing this, Ngao Coat panicked immediately. The other quickly explained, Peng Sequan Sang just tore apart the main headquarters. Their boss took the whole squad to hunt her down. Ngao Coat bit his lip and cursed. Damn it, haven't even settled with Chio Kich Trumsa, and now we're dealing with Peng Sek Huan Sang. With no other choice, he told them to handle Peng Sequan Sang, while he alone would deal with Chio Kich Trumsa. Meanwhile, Cham Kan Tham Sa had fled to the pine forest beside the Hanbang Trail. Passing through this green pine forest leads to Hanbang Kuing's safe zone, but man plans, and fate laughs. Cham Kan Tham Sa sensed the danger closing and it was Ngao Coat catching up. Without hesitation, he attacked Cham Kan Tham Sa with dual blades. He hurriedly raised his sword to block, but Cham Kan Tham Sa pushed him away, cursing him for being stingy. Dog, always clinging and never letting go. Ngao Coat sneered coldly, staring intently at Cham Kan Tham Sa. If you keep existing, it'll damage the reputation of the Mad Dragon Guild, so you must disappear. Cham Kan Tham Sa glanced around, sensing no one else nearby. Looking at him, he asked, "Is he alone?" Hearing this, Ngao Coat's guard instantly rose. It seemed like he was about to use a skill. Sure enough, As soon as he finished speaking, Cham Kan Tham Sa prepared to use Chunyern, and sword energies began to dance in the air. A dangerous feeling arose. Ngao Kot hurriedly dodged Cham Kan Tham Sa's sword energy, but it still struck Ko Chung. This move shocked Cham Kan Tham Sa. Ngao Kot managed to evade it, but what was even more surprising was, suddenly, another person appeared behind Ngao Kot. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned, wondering why that person was here. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ngao Kot was stunned. Who are you talking about? He turned his head to look behind and saw GWI Gakja. GWI Gakja was also watching Cham Kan Tham Sa. Since Cham Kan Tham Sa wore a mask, he didn't recognize him immediately, only feeling a vague familiarity. He noted Cham Kan Tham Sa's gear, including a green sword. Just a vague sense of familiarity, observing Cham Kan Tham Sa's gear and that green sword. After a moment, he recognized him instantly. The instant he realized, he threw the wolf creature in his hand toward Cham Kan Tham Sa. GWI Gakja quickly leapt aside to dodge. Cham Kan Tham Sa, however, calmly sliced the wolf in half with his sword. Anger flashed in his eyes. Another damn nuisance, one failed strike, and GWI Gakja charged forward with his spear again. Long time no see, Cham Kan Tham Sa said coldly, telling him to stay away. You don't want to meet him at all. Cham Kan Tham Sa dodged his attack while speaking. GWI Gakja's spear struck the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. Elsewhere, someone watching GWI Gakja was shocked by this scene. They had a grudge against each other. Thinking this, he seized the chance to propose an alliance with Gakja, but Gakja completely ignored him. One spear strike took him down on the spot. GWI Gakja didn't expect that move. Weren't they enemies? Why attack him? But no one answered, and he quickly lost his life. GWI Gakja looked at the person in front with utter contempt. The battles of the strong don't need that kind of nonsense. Unwilling to accept defeat, GWI Gakja gritted his teeth and warned, the Mad Dragon Guild won't let GWI Gakja off. As soon as he finished speaking, he left the game. GWI Gakja simply ignored the threat. Who the hell dares threaten him? At that moment, he glanced at Cham Kan Tham Sa and said calmly, the annoying pest is gone. They continued. Cham Kan Tham Sa found him really annoying. Who wants to fight him anyway? But GWI Gakja realized Cham Kan Tham Sa had leveled up and would definitely be stronger than him, so he attacked again. Cham Kan Tham Sa saw the energy-filled spear slashing toward him and couldn't help but get angry. Did he not understand human language? Saying that, he still dodged. But GWI Gakja's speed was different this time. Much faster, enough to bypass Cham Kan Tham Sa's arm. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be amazed. His speed had increased. Cham Kan Tham Sa knew he had to fight fast and win fast. Thinking this, he immediately counterattacked. This unexpected move caught GWI Gakja off guard, and in moments, he was struck by a sword slash. Losing a lot of blood, Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't stop. His sword kept striking. His speed was like lightning as he danced through the air, leaving after images even GWI Gakja couldn't follow. So he kept taking hits from Cham Kan Tham Sa's sword. GWI Gakja bit his lip fiercely. He didn't expect Cham Kan Tham Sa to be even faster than before. Then Cham Kan Tham Sa kicked him flying. His body crashed into a pine tree behind. GWI Gakja was furious. Why, after putting all his points into agility, was it still not enough? While he was lost in thought, Cham Kan Tham Sa charged forward again. By the time he realized you were right in front of him, he panicked and called out his demon armor. Unfortunately, it was too late. Cham Kan Tham Sa's absorption skill activated, and a pale purple energy enveloped your sword as you struck down. The damage GWI Gakja took was massive. This single hit killed him on the spot. Cham Kan Tham Sa sighed in relief, finally finishing things cleanly before retreating. But barely a few steps away, GWI Gakja resurrected. Cham Kan Tham Sa was stunned. He revived way too fast. Should I keep fighting or not? GWI Gakja stared intently at Cham Kan Tham Sa, then spoke in a deep voice. Immediately after you defeated him the second time, he hesitated, then shouted accusingly, are you a member of the Prestige Hall? Using a secondary account, Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't catch this at first and was startled. Am I exposed? But he didn't admit it, calmly replying, so PK victories always come from the Prestige Hall? GWI Gakja was confident in his guess, enough to cause hallucinations, dodging attacks instantly and returning to his original spot. Only a Prestige Hall member's interference could pull off maneuvers like that. Cham Kan Tham Sa was slightly shocked, so it wasn't a guess. It was me? He hurriedly crossed his arms and said, I'm not. Besides, you're no longer a member of the Prestige Hall either. But GWI Gakja didn't believe it, stubbornly insisting, you're Truk on loan. There's no way he'd lose repeatedly to some nobody. You have to be from the Prestige Hall. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned at that. Impossible, right? It reminded him of memories from back then. At the back of the Invincible tournament, while he was preparing his weapon, he overheard people speculating on who would win the finals. They were all sure Truk on loan would win, looking down Cham Kan Tham Sa as just some newbie who switched games, winning by luck. Back then, he angrily said, is it really impossible? But the truth proved them wrong. He won, defeating Truk on loan. so he believes nothing is impossible. It's just a matter of wanting it or not. Hearing this, GWI Gakja was a bit surprised. Cham Kan Tham Sa ignored his reaction and continued, "Can everything really be decided just by gear and level?" GWI Gakja frowned, wanting to argue but couldn't find the words. Cham Kan Tham Sa went on, "The end tongue isn't just about grinding levels and monsters to reach the top. The real opponent is the player. If he doesn't have the determination to keep fighting players non-stop, he might as well give up early. If he lacks that resolve, it's better to quit now." Hearing that last sentence, GWI Gakja angrily retorted, "What makes you say he lacks determination?" Cham Kan Tham Sa shrugged indifferently. "Then why did someone with lower level and gear than me just beat you? And you use the excuse that the opponent is from the Prestige Hall to justify it?" In the end, still annoyed and refusing to admit it, GWI Gakja was left speechless. Cham Kan Tham Sa was too lazy to argue further. After speaking, he turned and walked away. GWI Gakja hurriedly stopped him. "Don't go. He thinks he only lost to Cham Kan Tham Sa because he was off his game. He won't give up. He'll definitely win. Even if you're a little hallucination. No exceptions." Cham Kan Tham Sa sighed upon hearing this stubborn guy. He didn't look back, waving his hand, saying he was looking forward to that day, but it'd be best if GWI Gakja reviewed the recorded footage. His state during the fight was really bad, and his performance was pretty poor. Cham Kan Tham Sa finished. "The massive damage made GWI Gakja watch your retreating back as you left Master Kong Tun Valley." He opened the recorded footage to watch, but his old, tattered VR helmet had a slow data transfer speed. After a while, he finally logged into the game. He wanted to see if it was really that bad or if his state was truly off. He watched the footage carefully. After a moment, his expression darkened. The video showed him farming, but his health bar had dropped significantly. He slapped his forehead and muttered, "He's such a noob, yet after farming he only had a third of his health left." But his health had dropped a lot. He slapped his forehead and sighed. "He's a beast, yet after farming, only has 1/3 health left." Still in the weakening phase of the demon armor, and he rushed straight to invest points into agility. But the increase rate was low. Couldn't even catch up to the opponent, such a waste of skill. A warrior should stick to investing points into stamina and defense. Just like that. He sat in front of the computer watching the replay, but the more he watched, the more he felt Cham Kan Tham Sa wasn't human. He stood up from his chair, walked to the board hanging on the wall, then started taking notes for a long while. He stopped only when he felt he hadn't missed anything. On the board was all the information about Cham Kan Tham Sa and himself, plus details on his 2 defeats. He frowned at the info board, then muttered to himself, "Full power attack has the highest damage, but it has too many weaknesses. If the monster spots them, it can't be defeated. And a master like Cham Kan Tham Sa would definitely be knocked down in 1 hit. On the other hand, if on defense, it would have the advantage. So when facing Cham Kan Tham Sa, he can only rely on health and defense, counterattacking like a turtle, waiting for the opponent to make a mistake." He felt this strategy would definitely work. His eyes now gleamed with battle intent. He was determined to defeat Cham Kan Tham Sa. Meanwhile, in Hanbang Gang's residential area, this was where the night spirit species rested inside coffins. It helped night spirit warriors recover from fatigue. Cham Kan Tham Sa had returned here. He couldn't help but sigh heavily. So sleepy, he had stayed up all night again. He was about to climb into the coffin to log out and sleep, but someone purposely denied him that chance. GWI Gakja chased him here and ambushed him from behind. Cham Kan Tham Sa leapt into the air to dodge his spear, then struck the coffin behind him. Angrily, Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted, "Are you crazy? Destroying coffins is like asking for divine punishment." GWI Gakja squinted at him. Confidently, he said, "I've studied the recordings and found a way to beat you. This time, you won't win." Hearing this, Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at him like he was an idiot. Did he really think just watching recordings was enough to understand him? Sure, if that's what you think, then let's see. Soon after, the two rushed into battle, their energies clashing with a loud explosion. Before long, GWI Gakja was defeated. Cham Kan Tham Sa casually sat on a tombstone, drinking a defense and counterattack boost potion. He had found a fighting strategy, but it still needed a bit of work. A while later, Gakja revived again, laughing proudly at Cham Kan Tham Sa. This time you lasted 18 minutes. He still wanted to keep challenging Cham Kan Tham Sa, but the result was the same. He was defeated again. Then he revived and fought again, then got knocked down, in a never-ending cycle. Even though he was downgraded, he didn't stop. This really annoyed Cham Kan Tham Sa. This time, instead of defeating him, he broke the tip of his spear. Gritting his teeth, he cursed. Will he ever stop? GWI Gakja had been defeated by Cham Kan Tham Sa down to level 15, but he still seemed oblivious. Cham Kan Tham Sa aggressively kicked him, telling him to calm down. You're not a free training dummy for him. You can keep fighting if you want. But how long do you think you'll last? Hearing this, GWI Gakja clenched his teeth silently. The large graveyard, thorny tombs were covered with thick vines full of thorns. Cham Kan Tham Sa had come here to do a quest. He just fought the thorny skeleton connected with number 13, and seeing he was only level 10, he criticized him. Why is he leveling so slowly? I'm almost level 20. Number 13 grumbled, thinking everyone was a monster like him. Cham Kan Tham Sa thought for a moment. then suggested sending him some money to buy gear and health potions, telling him to level up quickly. Number 13 over there happily gave him a good person badge. Health potions, telling him to level up quickly. Number 13 over there happily gave him a good person badge. Said he'd help update intelligence at the ice capital. Cham Kan Tham Sa praised him, then hung up. Meanwhile, he was fighting the Thorn Warrior, Thorn Skeleton. One slash caused heavy damage, but only took minimal damage back, just 5% counter damage. Realizing this, his eyes flashed with pride, telling it to struggle before dying. Then he struck. This move was even more brutal than the dry bone. The Thorn died instantly from this hit, and he collected 242 Thorn bones. His fingers were full now. The quest was complete, and he leveled up to 20, which made him very happy. He opened the leaderboard to check. It has changed a lot. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned. This Ice City Hall is brutal. You've reached level 20 but still can't break into the top 10. Peng Sek, Huan Sang, GWI Gakja, and even Dokba. 4 of the top 10 are rank S. There are 9 in the top 20. Compared to a few individuals, the Dokba Guild is actually Ko's biggest rival. Kim Morng-Hon in the future must have 13 focus on investigation. Right then, his stomach suddenly rumbled loudly. He was a bit suspicious, wondering what was going on. The system immediately issued a warning. Your fullness level has dropped. Weak status detected. Please eat quickly. Cham Kan Tham Sa trembled and collapsed to the ground. He had forgotten about this. After logging in, it seemed he hadn't eaten anything. The system kept sending alerts. Cham Kan Tham Sa bit his lip fiercely. He might become the first player to die of starvation. In his hunger, he suddenly saw some grass in front of him. With no other choice, he pulled out a handful, chewed, and swallowed it. His body could barely hold on now, but he felt the grass was disgusting. Yet, with no other options, he had no choice but to eat it. Suddenly, a sound came from behind him. Someone asked what he was doing. Startled, he twitched his foot. The voice belonged to a little girl. He quickly put on his mask, then turned to look back. Behind him stood a cute little girl in a pink dress, with shoulder-length hair and carrying a basket. Her name was Siran, a human NPC. Cham Kan Tham Sa was a little surprised and shy, stammering, but she was smart and knew he was hungry. Then without hesitation took an oatmeal bread from her basket. The bread restored him to normal. Cham Kan Tham Sa was overjoyed. Just one bread filled his hunger meter. The bread restored him to normal. Cham Kan Tham Sa was overjoyed. Just one bread filled his hunger meter. Thinking this, he suddenly punched the large tree in front of him, splitting it in two. Siran admired this and praised how strong he was. Luke Tron chuckled softly, saying, "It's all thanks to her bread." Then he took out a silver coin to pay Siran, but she refused. One bread doesn't cost much. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned slightly. If she won't take money, it must be a quest. Then he asked her, "Can you help me?" She shook her head and said her mother was sick, and the doctor said only white mushrooms could cure her. Cham Kan Tham Sa was a bit doubtful. Does she want to handle it herself? No assigned quest? He hesitated and warned her there were many dangerous nocturnal spirits nearby. Was she really okay alone? She wasn't scared at all upon hearing this, her eyes full of determination, she said, because her mother wasn't afraid. As long as she picked one white mushroom, her mother would be cured. He frowned. A whole month? Could this be a major quest with rich rewards? If so, he had to see how it went. Thinking this, he put one silver coin into her basket and said, "Over the next month, bring me one bread every day. Consider this payment for flour." Siran nodded slightly. After that, she said goodbye to Cham Kan Tham Sa and left. He squinted watching her back, curious to see if this NPC was interesting over the month. Elsewhere, GWI Gakja was looking at his to-do list, thinking for a moment, then decided to buy supplies before going to fight the boss. But before he could leave, arrows suddenly sliced through the air from behind. Startled, he dodged. The arrows flew past, hitting ancient trees causing them to explode. GWI Gakja frowned fiercely and shouted, "Who's there?" Then a loud laugh was heard. When he looked back, he saw Kwang Ryongno got leading his people toward him. He glared at GWI Gakja with malice and said, "He already warned the guild. Kung Long won't let GWI Gakja off." Hearing this, GWI Gakja snorted coldly and attacked. But before his spear could reach Ngao Kot, it struck a shield. Frowning, he told the other to step aside, but the other still blocked the way. GWI Gakja kept staring at the person in front, forgetting he was being ambushed from behind, his health bar continuously dropping. Ngao Kot stabbed from behind. GWI Gakja glanced back, his face full of hatred. It was Ngao Kot striking from behind. GWI Gakja glanced back, his face full of hatred. Elsewhere, at Hanbang Kung, 10 Cham Kan Tham Sa clones completed the mission, earning 3,000 experience points, 45 reputation points. Wearing thorned armor and black crystal Sulin's gauntlets, he saw the rewards just received, and was happy. This time, the gear was enough. Then Sulan spoke again. Cham Kan Tham Sa's clearing mission was complete. Now he'll take you to wipe out the supers. Saying that, he pointed his sword skyward, summoning the troops. Instantly, a squad of skeleton soldiers appeared. Cham Kan Tham Sa couldn't help but be amazed. The undead swordsman can even summon a large number. So sick. Sulan nodded slightly and asked, Do you want to learn? I'll teach you. Cham Kan Tham Sa agreed right away, but we have to finish off Siu first. They quickly headed to the large graveyard, the steel-bone tomb, starting by taking out Siu's soldiers first. Cham Kan Tham Sa used his summoned undead to wipe out a bunch of Siu's troops, then shouted fiercely, "Siu, the Rabbit King, come out here." As soon as he said this, the armored skeletons in front were stunned. After a moment, Siu appeared, leading his armored skeletal army. Opposite them stood Sulin, Cham Kan Tham Sa, and their undead. Siu immediately ordered his soldiers to take down Sulan's group. Both sides quickly charged at each other. Soldiers from both sides kept falling. Seeing Sulin's troops not going down, Siu grew angry. The armored skeletons were no match. The summoned undead soldiers were useless here. To defeat the enemy, you have to kill the king first. Thinking this, Siu squinted at Sulin. Surrounded by armored skeletons, he then charged at Sulin, aiming to eliminate him. He swung his sword fiercely. Sulin quickly raised his sword to block. Siu glared at him angrily and demanded, "Why are you still alive?" They clashed fiercely, metal clanging non-stop. Sulin stared down Siu. "Not only are you alive, you're just one step away from becoming a Sura." As soon as those words came out, Siu was horrified. Sulin didn't explain further, waved his hand, and Siu backed off. But at that moment, Cham Kan Tham Sa suddenly vanished into the ground, shocking Siu. Then he burst out from beneath, attacking Siu with his summoned undead, dealing heavy damage. Siu flinched in pain and cursed him fiercely. Charging wildly with his sword, Siu aimed at him. Cham Kan Tham Sa raised an eyebrow provocatively, then summoned another undead. In an instant, an undead blocked Siu's attack, taking the hit for him. Siu's strike was powerful. One sword blow dealt massive damage to the newly summoned undead. Siu glared at Cham Kan Tham Sa, questioning him. "Also undead?" He bit his lip fiercely. "A lone undead swordsman can't evolve into a Sura, unless it absorbs the Fire Clan's soul of a comrade, but undead are too rare." Finally, he realized why Sulin could do it. He's really deep. At this, Cham Kan Tham Sa pointed at Siu and shouted, "So what if it's an undead swordsman? Stealing his food, huh?" Siu just snorted coldly twice without replying, then suddenly laughed loudly and asked, "You still don't know? Your good master wants to expose Sulin," but before he could finish, he was struck in the throat by a beam of energy, bleeding fiercely. Sulin appeared from behind, telling him, "What are you waiting for? Strike now." Cham Kan Tham Sa nodded slightly and charged forward. Sword energy began dancing in the air. Siu was defeated just like that. He gained 4,500 experience. "What about the evolution path Master once told me about?" Sulin nodded slightly. He feared you would lose faith. 2 bronze weapons, just 2 more levels until he could use them. But at that moment, faint purple fire spirits suddenly entered Cham Kan Tham Sa's body, surprising him. He frowned and looked at Sulin, asking what was going on. Sulin calmly said he was old and didn't need them, telling him to absorb the spirits quickly. It would be a waste if the Fire Clan souls dissipated. Cham Kan Tham Sa understood and nodded, beginning to absorb the fire. After a while, he absorbed all the fire spirits, yet he was still just a skeleton, unable to evolve into an undead general. Sulin heard this and calmly said, "This is the suffering of the Undead 06. Tran frowned slightly and asked, "Why suffering?" Sulin slowly explained, "The undead swordsman is a special type of family spirit. The undead ancestors stole part of the Sura's power, Sura, summoning the undead and being cursed. The evolution path of the undead swordsman has no breakthroughs, only a starting point as the undead swordsman and an endpoint as Sura." Cham Kan Tham Sa asked suspiciously, "Only an endpoint? What about the evolution path Master once told you?" "Ah," Sulin nodded slightly. "He feared you'd lose faith. This path is too difficult. Its length unknown, no direction, only a vague endpoint. He gave up, but he hopes you can do it." Cham Kan Tham Sa was not discouraged but excited, saying, "That's what makes it interesting." Sulin nodded in satisfaction, looking at him, knowing he hadn't chosen the wrong person. But Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at him blankly, a bit speechless. Meanwhile, on another front, at the battlefield of GWI Gakja and the Mad Dragon Guild, although GWI Gakja had taken down quite a few enemies, there were still many left, and he was alone, his body barely holding up. A fierce guy stared him down, telling him not to push too hard and to see him off a bit. GWI Gakja snorted coldly. Just relying on him, if it weren't for those pesky archers, that guy back there would have been dead already. Hearing this, the guy didn't back down either and charged forward with his spear. GWI Gakja then used the demon armor beast form to defend, but the spear still pierced right through the demon armor. Dungdaringan White, Cham Kan Tham Sa arrived here on time to wait for GWI Gakja. During downtime, he opened the raw ranking board to check. He finally made it into the top 10. Even the grind-hard GWI Gakja had been surpassed by him. But it's past noon, why hasn't he shown up yet? Remembering that day, after he asked how much GWI Gakja could grind raw, he replied he could grind raw completely. Even if he gave it all to him, he wouldn't regret it. With that determination made yesterday, today was the official first day of training. He won't be late, and he hasn't even replied to private messages. He's been online quite a while now, yet he still hasn't leveled up once, which is pretty strange. Cham Kan Tham Sa doubted and checked the world channel, near the demon forest by Hanbang gang. GWI Gakja finally couldn't hold on. He sat leaning against a tree, surrounded by the Kwang Ryong Nagogot crew. Alcott Cao Mai looked at him and couldn't help but admire. As expected of a top 10 master, armor shattered but still holding on. Ra then invited GWI Gakja to join the Mad Dragon Guild, promising to spare him. But GWI Gakja was arrogant and disdainful, snorting coldly. Seeing this, Aokot got angry and cursed. He's asking for death. Then Ra ordered the others behind to charge. The group immediately obeyed and rushed toward GWI Gakja. But before they could do anything, GWI Gakja was stopped by powerful sword energies. The sword light strikes were too fast. They couldn't keep up. Quite a few were taken down. Aokot stepped back cautiously and asked who it was. When the dust settled, the figure appearing clearly before them was Cham Kan Tham Sa. He stood in front of GWI Gakja. Staring at the group, gritting his teeth, he said, "Even your men dared to touch them?" Both sides were about to clash, when a shout rang out. Trum Kan Trum, the SA Kwang Ryong No, got confronted them with a yell. Chum King Chum SA, you arrived just in time. I don't have to look for you now. I'll send you all off right here. After saying that, he turned and quickly retreated, followed by several people. Among them were mages and archers. The mage was preparing spells, and the archers were drawing bows, setting up a formation ready to face the enemy. Cham Kan Tham Sa smirked confidently, clasping his hands behind his back, showing disdain, but he was actually putting on a show. Ha ha ha, I dare to come alone, but of course, I have my ace card. To show you the special ability of the Purple Spirit Swordsman. Then he used a skill taken from GWI Gakja's inventory. 2 healing potions. GWI Gakja looked a bit surprised. What's this? There's even this move? Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his sword to the sky and shouted, "Great summon of the bone-frame dragon." Kwang Ryong No got looked up puzzled, confused about what was happening. But when nothing appeared, they immediately sensed something was wrong. Looking back, all they saw was a log, while Cham Kan Tham Sa and GWI Gakja had already fled. Then the Kwang Ryong No Got members exchanged looks, some shocked. "We've been tricked." Kwang Ryong No Got immediately shouted, "Chase them down!" At the same time, the archers and mages behind began casting area-covering skills from all directions. The two running away were dodging constant explosions lighting up the sky. GWI Gakja shouted while running, "Tram Can! This way we'll get worn out. Might as well die trying and turn back." Tram Can. Turning back, he shook his head. "Trust me. Follow me." A bomb flew over, forcing the two to jump back quickly, or they'd have been blown to bits. Behind them, the mages and archers kept attacking relentlessly. Kwang Ryong No Got yelled, "Don't stop!" The bombs exploded and killed them all, with all the firepower covering the two of them. Do these guys have no limits? They're unleashing skills like they don't cost a dime. Firepower and arrows kept raining down on the two, making GWI Gakja scream in fear. "Oh God, run!" Then the two grabbed hands and ran forward, while bombs kept exploding behind them. They ran to the Spirit Patrol camp, which had already been blasted to pieces. Tent debris kept flying everywhere. Kwang Ryong No Got, followed closely by a group of members, appeared right behind them. "Ha ha ha, Cham Kan Tham Sa, you've got nowhere to run now. Get ready to die." Cham Kan Tham Sa turned back and sneered. "Nowhere to run? You're the ones with nowhere to run." He raised his hand and laughed loudly. This left Kwang Ryong No Got utterly confused. Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted, "Spirit Patrol, get out here!" Immediately, a squad of spirits emerged to surround the arrogant group, leaving Kwang Ryong No Got's men both shocked and terrified. Kwang Ryong No Got finally realized they'd been lured into a trap without realizing it. The Spirit Patrol captain spoke. "Luckily, Cham Kan warned us to hide underground. You humans dare to raid our camp." Hearing this, GWI Gakja was extremely surprised. "Oh God, was this all Cham Kan's plan?" Kwang Ryong No Got shouted angrily. "Cham Kan Tham Sa, you despicable scoundrel. I underestimated you. You're just like yourself." Cham Kan Tham Sa cut him off. "Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just trying to heal. Brothers, charge." Kwang Ryong No Got clenched his fists in anger. GWI Gakja entrusted him with the technique to counter the captain's soldiers. Shields and ranged rolls were managed by the Spirit Patrol. Cham Kan Tham Sa ordered GWI Gakja. "Understood. All right." Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his sword at the riverfront and charged toward Kwang Ryong No Got. His sword transformed into a crescent blade. Kwang Ryong No Got was now shifting between offense and defense. Then he saw Lao rushing over and used both hands to block. Damn it. The boss of the magic sect swung his staff to suppress the opponent, wiping out all these humans. The spirit soldiers were fiercely fighting the mages and archers, killing them all. The ones being attacked screamed in panic and pain. "Don't come here. Ah, help. GWI Gakja is facing." So Ryong Wang here, laughing proudly. No more archers or mages to support them. "You're this weak?" So Ryong Wang just grumbled. "Damn it, GWI Gakja didn't hold back and unleashed. I told you, I'll solo kill you in minutes." Behind GWI Gakja, an assassin appeared trying to take the chance to strike. "Watch out," Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted as Kwang Ryong collapsed, thrown straight at the assassin, stopping him in his tracks. Cham Kan Tham Sa's whole body shot forward like an arrow. Lightning fast, He dashed to the assassin and tossed a healing potion to GWI Gakja. Take this, remember to heal. GWI Gakja thanked Cham Kan Tham Sa. Thinking this is the advantage of fighting as a SAO team, Cham Kan Tham Sa swung his sword across the belts of the berserker and assassin, catching them off guard. Just as Cham Kan Tham Sa was about to kill the berserker, a warrior appeared behind him. This is a good chance, finally able to kill him. Take this. Batram Cham Kan Tham Sa reacted quickly, blocking a deadly strike with his sword. Relying only on reckless courage, the magic sect captain laughed loudly after killing a mage. Ha ha ha. The brothers wiped out all these invading humans. At that moment, another magic sect captain launched a spear attack, decapitating the first captain. He held the severed head. Kwang Min Du Hipeng Sek Huan Sang, holding a skull in one hand and a sword in the other, wearing a mask and cloak fluttering over his shoulder, looking very imposing. Cham Kan Tham Sa was surprised, quickly killing a mage, thinking, does the Berserker Guild really have experts like this? So Ryong Wang, fighting GWI Gakja, shouted, Peng Sek Huan Sang, you finally agreed to join Long. GWI Gakja, you're dead. GWI Gakja charged forward, aggressively stabbing So Ryong Wang with his spear. Even with her help, you're definitely dead. So Ryong Wang urgently called for help. Peng Sek Huan Sang, come save me. GWI Gakja taunted. Can't fight without help, huh? He just chuckled because he saw Peng Sek Huan Sang flying fast toward GWI Gakja, thinking Peng Sek Huan Sang would save him. Unexpectedly, she dashed to So Ryong Wang and beheaded him in one swing. GWI Gakja watched confused and freaked out. Aren't they on the same side? Then Peng Sek Huan Sang turned and slashed at GWI Gakja. Both So Ryong Wang and GWI Gakja fell. Cham Kan Tham Sa was extremely worried. GWI Gakja and Cham Kan Tham Sa lunged at Peng Sek Huan Sang, raising their swords to strike. What exactly do you want, Chunan? Peng Sek Huan Sang spun to dodge the sword effortlessly, then wildly spun around to counterattack. She slashed straight at Cham Kan Tham Sa's neck. She was truly terrifying. One strike killed everyone instantly. The ground was covered with bodies. Meanwhile, she spun the camera to claim the reward, and a message popped up. GWI Gakja, damn, this woman's too strong, alone and already, all cleaned up. Cham Kan Tham Sa messaged back, yeah, it's just coincidence. Anyway, their blood isn't enough. If we don't move now, we'll forget to open the camera to claim the reward. Want to keep our bodies? He glanced at GWI Gakja and sent a message. We're near the Dalin camp. We'll revive faster. In a moment, I'll count to 3. We'll revive together, kill her, then retreat. GWI Gakja replied, all right, can't let her get the reward that easily. The count echoed. 1, 2, and 3. Cham Kan Tham Sa's revival buff activated. Peng Sek Huan Sang was standing, spinning the camera to observe. GWI Gakja and Cham Kan Tham Sa just resurrected, almost simultaneously rushing forward to unleash the Chunan Minhoa skill, charging at Peng Sek Huan Sang. This move caused a big explosion, black smoke billowing thick. The first attack wasn't very effective. Peng Sek Huan Sang quickly dodged, then grabbed Ghost Valley Master's spear, and Cham Kan Tham Sa stepped back to buff again. He ordered GWI Gakja to approach here. She then aimed at GWI Gakja's Flowing Light Slash. GWI Gakja immediately used the 3rd level Ghost Armor skill to block. Peng Sek Huan Sang lost 124 life points. GWI Gakja praised. Well done. Peng Sek Huan Sang gritted her teeth and yelled, you're begging for death. She angrily swung her sword to counterattack. Cham Kan Tham Sa managed to step back and avoid it, but still lost 89 stamina points. He dodged it but was sweating bullets too close for comfort. GWI Gakja didn't flinch at all, charging in with a reckless spear thrust. Hit. Take this. Peng Sek Huan Sang lost 221 stamina points. Peng Sek Huan Sang quickly stabbed back at GWI Gakja. How dare this punk act so arrogantly? This technique made GWI Gakja lose 246 stamina points. Seizing the chance, Cham Kan Tham Sa continued his ambush, using his speed and attack power. The strike was incredibly powerful. Peng Sek Huan Sang lost 125 stamina points and was gradually losing balance before falling down. She lay flat on the ground. GWI Gakja stepped forward, angrily kicked Peng Sek Huan Sang once. Damn it, she's supposed to be top tier but still got killed like that. Let's keep the body overnight and see if she's still so tough. Cham Kan Tham Sa's face grew serious as he grabbed GWI Gakja's hand to steady his head. Hurry up and withdraw. No spirit patrols yet. If the Wild Dragon's crew rise again, that'll be a real mess. Notification displayed. Spirit Patrol Revival Countdown. 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 13 seconds. Cham Kan Tham Sa and GWI Gakja immediately turned and ran. No time to waste, level up now. Right. Outside Hanbang Harbor, Cham Kan Tham Sa already killed a few low-level mobs. He eats the bread Sim Yon brought him. He lowered his head, noticing Sim Yon looked very sad. You weren't happy earlier. What happened? The girl nodded, pointing far away, replying to the big brother. There's an old man over there who seems injured. Can you help him? An injured old man. Cham Kan Tham Sa's eyes lit up. All right, I'll help take care of him. Don't be sad anymore. Simyon brightened up and stood, smiling. Big brother, I know you're a good person. Cham Kan Tham Sa laughed loudly, thinking to himself, no mission alert, but checking it out is better than nothing in this wild jungle. Cham Kan Tham Sa went deeper and found an old man sitting against a tree, groaning. I'm dying. Wild bears have been killing these days, a Joe found me. Such a loud voice means he's not dead yet. Turns out he's a wild hunter. Cham Kan Tham Sa approached. He asked in a low voice, Sir, are you okay? The old man saw Cham Kan Tham Sa and was terrified by his skeletal appearance. Yes, a spirit already. The old man waved his bow. Don't come near me. Cham Kan Tham Sa bit his hand. Shit, forgot to put on my mask. Spirits and humans aren't on the same side. Now that I'm a spirit, will he still give me the mission? Cham Kan Tham Sa was determined. No way. Can't let the mission slip away. Cham Kan Tham Sa knelt down, pounding the ground repeatedly, pretending to be distraught, tears streaming down. Wah, you don't know I was once a human soldier working outside, bitten by a spirit and turned into one, but I always keep my principle. I'd rather starve than hurt people. The old man sympathized. That's pitiful. He patted Cham Kan Tham Sa's shoulder. Good kid. Whether human or spirit, having a conscience means you're good. Cham Kan Tham Sa nodded. Yeah, I'm a good guy. How did you get hurt here? The old man answered sadly. Young man, I'm the only hunter in this village. I came here hoping to find some meat, but didn't expect so many wild bears here. I've been attacked 3 days ago. If you hadn't come today, I'd be dead. Cham Kan Tham Sa shook his head and chuckled. Don't worry, I'll help you get out of the forest. The old man's eyes brightened as he grabbed his hand excitedly. All right, young man. If you help me out, I'll teach you hunting and cooking skills. I'm a famous hunter and chef around here. Cham Kan Tham Sa also held the old man's hand tightly. Don't worry, leave this to me. Inside, he was thrilled. 2 side jobs others dream of, and here I have both. Mission complete soon. Cham Kan Tham Sa just reached level 25 and immediately equipped new weapons. New cloak, thinking to himself how cool he looks. Then a notification popped up showing character stats. Name Cham Kan Tham Sa, Profession Spirit Swordmaster. Level 25, Tier 1 stats. Health 575, Mana 355, Strength 35, Agility 16. Tier 2 stats. Attack 61 to 90, Defense 80, Movement 32. Reputation 264, Defense Power, Magic Resistance 49, Attack Speed 32, Luck 1. At the same time, the notification board also displayed, your hanging reward has been increased. My bonus reward has increased. At this moment, Dusip Sam called Old Master 6. What did you do to raise the reward to 80,000? He replied. What? 80,000 for real? Want to kill myself for 13,000? Grimacing, he muttered. If you can't do it, maybe I can. He quickly agreed. Makes sense. He leveled up to 25 fast. Let's just take the reward, Dusip Sam said flatteringly. Hey, leveling up needs resources, Big Brother 6. Back me up with some money. Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted straight at him. Didn't I just give you 15 silver? It's all gone? Where did the money go? Dusip Sam quickly explained. You don't know the prices in Fubung City. Healing 100 horsepower with the apple potion already costs 4 silver, plus buying equipment twice with apple potions. That's all the money gone. Tham Sa opened a skill and looked at the required materials, questioning, 4 silver? Is that stuff really worth 4 silver? The cooking interface for apple potions appeared. A level 1 apple potion requires 5 apples, restores 100 horsepower. A level 2 rice ball requires 15 glutinous rice, 5 chicken meat, 5 salt, restoring 200 horsepower. Back at the Mad Dragon Guild headquarters, Ryong Hung Cheon slammed the table angrily and shouted twice. Last time, we're elite forces of Mad Dragon Guild, yet we got wiped out twice, it's humiliating. So Ryong Wang dared not say more, only replying, Boss, calm down, I've already increased the reward. There will definitely be people who either can't kill him or will come to hate him. We'll get good news soon, Ryong Hung Cheon said. Hearing that, he calmed down a bit. Fine, send someone to collect the bounty and deal with them. Kwang Ryong No got sat nearby with Kao Fuk Pung Sekwan saying, What do you think? That woman's getting more and more unreasonable. Before, you said don't give her any bonus. Not managing her anymore? Ryong Hung Cheon sneered coldly. Let her be arrogant. I have plans for her. Scene shifts to Fubung Square, Fubung City, where a group of people bustling through the busy market. Boss, how much is this item? Another guy shouted from afar. Rare magic stone. Come check it out. Cham Kan Tham Sa disguised with a mask, unafraid of being recognized. Standing in the square, loudly yelling, Don't pass by. Apple potion, 2 silver per portion, also high-quality bear hide, feeling pleased inside. Thinking that with hunting skills, he could pick apples himself and save material costs. 2 silver per potion is a huge profit. How can 4 silver apple potions compete with me? People passing by overheard and immediately stopped to ask, Boss, how much did you say the apple potion costs? Cham Kan Tham Sa pointed at the ingredients and showed 2 fingers. 2 silver per portion. Scam. Fake goods. 10 times compensation. After hearing that, a crowd rushed over. I'll take 5 portions. Give me 3. I was here first. I want 10. He quickly stopped everyone. Don't push. Don't push. One by one, within minutes, he made a lot of money. He happily looked at the coins, a comfortable 400 silver. Just then, someone approached. Boss, how much for the bear hide? NDT0 selling how much? Cham Sa looked up at his brother-in-arms, knowing his trade. My bear hide is grade 2 material. The one asking price was Bathian Dao, a wandering knight. He quoted, only 2 silver per piece. He seemed to know this guy well. Bathian Dao was the boss of the Dokba clan, confirming it's worth spending money to deal with him. Bathian Dao examined the bear hide. Cham Kan Tham Sa introduced his brother. Look, this is good bear hide. With a good tailor, one bear hide can make 2 or 3 quality leather armors. North Dakota T0. Bathian Dao agreed. Indeed, North Dakota T0 was level 28 wild bear hide. Very rare. He said little, then took out a pouch of money and made an offer. I'll take it all. Cham Kan Tham Sa reached out to take the money, smiling brightly. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. Thinking, sure enough, a rich fool. This guy's easy to trick. Suddenly, Bathian Dao laughed, making Cham Kan Tham Sa freeze for a moment. You have 80,000 inch rewards and still come to the market to sell goods. Not bad. Cham Kan Tham Sa then grabbed the sword on his back to stay alert, then asked, what do you mean? Bathian Dao quickly put the money in his hand, laughing heartily. Brother Cham, no need to be tense. We're not enemies. I'm just admiring your strength and guts. Cham Kan Tham Sa pondered a moment, then packed up and said, shop's closed. Guests please leave. Bathian Dao smiled slightly and continued, Cham Kan brother, no need to leave so quickly. It's our first meeting. I want to discuss a business deal with you. Cham Kan Tham Sa was a bit surprised. Bathian Dao explained, I just saw your apples are top quality, and the others aren't bad either. 1,000 chicken rice portions. Second grade food, price set by you. 1,000 portions? You want me to die from exhaustion? Cham Kan Tham Sa emphasized, thinking to himself, let's see what price he sets for me. Dokba not only has many experts but also lots of money. You can't ignore this kind of wealthy type. He did some quick calculations. Then he raised a finger to bargain with Bathian Dao. At most 100 portions. The original price is 10 silver each. Now the price is 30 silver. Bathian Dao nodded and immediately handed over a 500 deposit. Cham Kan Tham Sa realized he had priced too low. The scene shifted to the wild forest, where Cham Kan Tham Sa and GWI Gakja met to train. It's been a while. Haha, Cham Kan, are you scratching my back? GWI Gakja provoked. Suddenly, Cham Kan Tham Sa carelessly dropped his sword. Seeing this, GWI Gakja seized the opportunity, using Bright Flame Strike to rush forward, aiming straight at Cham Kan Tham Sa. Cham Kan Tham Sa just stood there smiling. Turns out he pretended to drop the sword. From the right flank, a level 28 wild panda dragon charged out and rammed into GWI Gakja, causing his skill to be disrupted. While GWI Gakja was controlled by the panda dragon, Cham Kan Tham Sa calmly explained to him, combat opportunities aren't always what they seem. Sometimes they're traps. Don't panic during a breakthrough state. Think calmly and choose the most advantageous option. Then he caught the sword. GWI Gakja was using his spear to block the bear that was trying to bite him and seemed to realize something. The best opportunity, GWI Gakja then activated Demon Armor Shell, blocking the wild panda dragon's attack. GWI Gakja's quick understanding earned him praise from Cham Kan. Very fast reflexes, able to instantly switch skills. Switching to a defensive stance that minimized damage, GWI Gakja was still trying to control the screaming bear. What's with this bear? Its level is even higher than Cham Kan's playing. Cham Sa was standing, wiping his sword, telling GWI Gakja this was a skull dragon from a previous quest, transformed into a summon. He found that as long as it's killed by him, no matter the rank, it can be transformed into a summon. As the level increases, the summons also become more impressive. At that moment, GWI Gakja finished handling the panda dragon and immediately turned to attack Cham Kan. Cham Sa spotted an opening. Go to hell, but somehow Cham Kan summoned another spirit bear, a large bear. Demon Thorn pierced the bear, sighing. Again, GWI Gakja had to shift focus to deal with the second spirit bear. He unleashed his demon spear slash, attacking while cursing. Damn it, does he only use skills on summons? Does he just shred them all? Meanwhile, Cham Kan quietly circled around the side and jumped behind. GWI Gakja, don't forget, your enemy isn't just one. A flash of sword light streaked by as Cham Kan landed a critical hit on GWI Gakja. He collapsed on the ground. No wins today again. When GWI Gakja regained consciousness, he started reflecting on what he had learned recently. I'm already second on the bounty board, but the gap to first place is still wide. No wonder it's Cham Kan. Cham Sa really can't beat a little bird that just flew and landed on GWI Gakja's hand. He looked at it thoughtfully, seizing combat opportunities, predicting enemies, fine control. Cham Kan is definitely teaching me carefully, even though I lose every time. But I still feel stronger every day. I have to find a top expert to test myself. With that, he stood up strongly, his face full of determination. The scene shifted to a black swamp. A level 30 blackwater crocodile was under attack by a group of people, members of the Dokba family. Led by Dokba Evil Tiger level 24, the brothers shouted, "Kill it!" The boss was about to break. The black water crocodile was bombarded with explosives. Explosions kept going off, nearly overwhelmed, when GWI Gakja suddenly rushed out to steal the kill, landing a critical strike that dealt 215 health points damage to the crocodile. Dokba Evil Squad was stunned, both surprised and amazed. The crocodile collapsed beside GWI Gakja. Dokba Evil Tiger pointed at him and cursed. Bastard! Furious, he was about to charge, but someone beside him grabbed him back, reminding the captain not to act rashly. That guy is GWI Gakja, recently famous for soloing several elite squads from other guilds. The second boss on the Kwang Long bounty board is about to lose his mind because of him. Dokba Evil Tiger could only look up and yell loudly. Damn, how did I end up facing this guy? Even the fierce poisonous tiger knew his limits and issued a warning. GWI Gakja, don't push your luck. We're from Fierce Poisonous. GWI Gakja showed obvious delight. So you guys are Fierce Poisonous? That's great. The Fierce Poisonous tiger looked a bit scared. What's going on? GWI Gakja stared straight at the group. Killing the boss was just a bonus. You guys are my real targets. The Fierce Poisonous members were visibly terrified, utterly panicked. After a while, Ghost Chrysanthemum stood alone among the Fierce Poisonous squad's bodies and commented, "No wonder they're the elite squad of the Fierce Poisonous clan, definitely tough to handle." He clenched his fist, silently thrilled that he was truly stronger now. Scene shifts to Fubang City's Commercial Street, at Food Store 1033, with a bit of surprise. Store owner Old Six said, "DN10, is that really you?" He replied casually, "Fubang City's taxes on night spirit players are way too high. As the owner, you can save some money." 13 was even more surprised to learn that Cham Kan Tham Sa had another profession. Turns out he had two side jobs, hunting and cooking. He gathered his own ingredients and cooked his own food, needing almost no capital aside from spices. Bai Thien Dao had to pay triple. If he had known, he probably would have freaked out. Cham Kan immediately retorted, "What's he crying about? This money means nothing to Fierce Poisonous. Did I tell you to collect 10 intelligence reports?" 13 recapped, "Ko Kiem Monghan's strength is pretty weak, lacking top-tier elders. Yours still hasn't logged in." Cham Kan Tham Sa was silent, deep in thought for a moment, then said, "I need to level up quickly now. Selling food is your job. If you meet anyone from Ko Kiem Monghan buying stuff, remember to keep the price low." 13 stroked his chin. "Don't worry, logistics are on me. I'm already familiar with it, boss. Before leveling up, should I give you my bounty money?" Cham Kan heard this and glanced at 13's gear thoughtfully. "No one would believe you got my bounty money with your white blood gear." With that, Cham Kan tossed a black stone weapon to 13. "Take this black stone weapon first. In a few days, I'll trade you a full set." 13 caught the hammer, grinning widely. "Good, brother. Sounds great." Scene shifts to Hanbang Harbor, where a sky gate is shrouded in mist, looking very gloomy. Below, a level 17 spirit in tattered clothes looked like a beggar. Lying sprawled on the ground, he had white hair and a gaunt face, looking very familiar. Cham Kan and Cham Sa froze as they walked by. Seeing him, they dropped their heads, shocked. "GWI Gakja," Cham Kan shouted angrily. "Who did this?" GWI Gakja quickly messaged Cham Kan Tham Sa. "Go now. Peng Si Quan Sang and Wild Dragon Guild want to cleanse Hanbang Harbor with blood." After reading the message, he just smiled lightly. Cleansing Hanbang Harbor with blood again, such big talk. On a cliff above, Peng Se Quan Sang had long been waiting for Cham Kan. He glanced at her once, clearly annoyed. Peng Se Quan Sang again. She jumped down and swung her sword at Cham Kan, but luckily he blocked it just in time. With a sharp gaze, she asked, "So what if it's you, Cham Kan?" He showed contempt. "Oh, the number one on the leaderboard hanging out with the Wild Dragon Guild?" In response, she swung her sword again. "None of your business." As they fought, the system sent a notification. GWI Gakja has revived. GWI Gakja sat aside, pondering. That was fast. Didn't even make a move. These two monsters, the fantasy aura, kept attacking Cham Kan. He defended with his sword but hadn't counterattacked yet. Suddenly, Cham Kan summoned a spirit, a giant bear, level 28, ready to attack that woman. It quickly knocked her back and attacked, causing Peng Se Quan Sang to fall hard. Health potions used. 12, then 11, then 8. She was shocked and confused how the summoned spirit could overpower its master. Before she finished, both Cham Kan and the bear spirit charged together to attack her. She raised her sword, emitting a powerful golden light, showing disdain. Summons are somewhat interesting. Too bad it's just a dark creature. Cham Kan looked at her with surprise. Even the large bear beside him stopped. She unleashed the radiant light move, a dazzling golden glow growing stronger. Cham Kan raised both hands to shield his face. The bear spirit stood in front to protect him. The radiant critical light dealt 421 damage. Warning sounded. "You are suffering the radiant light's illumination." Defense dropped by 20%, and the bear spirit was reduced to just a skeleton, completely burned without any flesh left. Cham Kan was stunned by this skill. Killing the giant bear quickly weakened the defense against the radiant light skill. The damage to the night spirit is huge. Then, she raised her sword to slash at Cham Kan again. He also raised his sword to block it. He sneered. "Huh? Is that all you've got?" She immediately pulled out a card, the Ice Snowstorm, skill card. Two members of the Mad Dragon Guild watched from afar, visibly shocked. So Ryong Wang said to Ryong Hung Cheon, Ha Peng Sekwon Sang actually has a skill card. Aren't those only for bosses above level 35? Ryong Hung Cheon pondered for a moment, then replied, Anyway, she is Peng Sekwon Sang. It's not surprising she has a skill card. After the card was played, countless shards of ice appeared, falling on Cham Kan, forcing him to raise his sword to defend. The falling ice shards kept draining his health. Health down 24, health down 25, health down 31. The wind from the card was so strong that Cham Kan was blown into the air, and she let out a shout. Nearby, GWI Gakja was also blown away. He cursed silently. Damn it, all she knows are these powerful domain skill cards. But this is just ridiculous. She gathered the ice shards into one place. Then she commanded some ice shards to rush straight at the hovering Cham Kan and GWI Gakja. Cham Kan was desperately clinging to a rock to avoid being swept away. Seeing this, he shouted, Watch out, Cham Kan! Suddenly, a purple light appeared. The ground trembled momentarily. GWI Gakja seemed to have escaped a disaster, exclaiming, Oh my god! Then, a giant spirit lion appeared, shattering her ice shards. Peng Sekwon Sang still held a skill card in Cham Kan's mouth. He proudly said, I've got skill cards too. The fierce lion roared, the wind blowing like a storm, sweeping away her weak ice blocks. The two Mad Dragon Guild members were also knocked back. Clinging with his right hand to a pillar, Ryong Hung Cheon Ha suddenly shouted, Ghost attack! How can both of them use skills? Peng Sekwon Sang with blue light and Cham Kan with purple light fiercely clashed, neither backing down. Peng Sekwon Sang analyzed Cham Kan's skill card. After blocking the ice snow storm, unexpectedly, a burst of intense heat ignited when their swords collided. Her sword glowed redder and hotter. Suddenly, she pushed her sword away, causing Cham Kan's sword to slash straight into the ground. Cham Kan smirked, dropped his weapon, and said, You're finished. Then he prepared his Chunern, moved to finish her off. She grabbed a dagger to block Cham Kan's strike, surprising him. While he was confused about her two weapons, her other hand blocked his sword. Then she unleashed Flowing Light Slash, seemingly about to kill him, but he dodged. He thought, This isn't good. Asterisk. He cursed silently. Damn it. If it hadn't lasted so long, I wouldn't have needed the blue flame cloak to boost evasion. But his health dropped by 34 points. Seeing Cham Kan dodge her attack surprised her. You dodged that? Impossible. It can't last any longer. Cham Kan quickly pulled out the Greed skill card. A purple light surrounded him. The game system announced, You used the Greed card. Attack speed increased by 5%. Movement speed increased by 5%. Effect lasts 30 minutes. Immediately, Cham Kan swung his sword in a horizontal slash, but she quickly stepped back and dodged. Nearby, two Mad Dragon Guild members watched, still clutching the pillar tightly. So Ryong Wang exclaimed, No way, the skill card's attack can be dodged now? Ryong Hung Cheon Ha looked annoyed, jealous. No guild probably has a single skill card like that. How does he have two? Suddenly, they charged at each other. One stabbed Cham Kan in the chest, causing 288 damage, while Cham Kan stabbed her in the stomach, dealing 175 health loss. Then both collapsed. Cham Kan was furious, cursing, Damn it, I didn't expect us to die together. Light Realm counters it. Damn. GWI Gakja witnessed the whole fight. Seeing both down on the ground, he was at a loss for words, showing frustration. This is the real fight. Both are pushing to the limit, no wasted moves. Can I really catch up to these two? Just died. But the system showed both revived. Cham Kan shouted, Try again. Chunyeon. Not enough. Going all in. Flowing light. Ryong Hung Cheon Ha watched excitedly. These two are crazy. Quickly tell Ningao Coat to bring people here. So Ryong Wang took the order. Yes. Then the system showed. These two killed each other over and over, dying and reviving countless times. Finally, both dropped to level 17. Seeing the situation was unstable, Cham Kan laughed loudly and said, Haha, let's stop killing. Losing levels to AI isn't good either. She panted heavily, nodding in agreement. Phew, all right, ceasefire. GWI Gakja, standing nearby, spoke up. You guys finally calm down. Look over there. Cham Kan turned to look at the sliders, finally showing your true colors. Along with Long Guild, he led a group of people moving forward. Reaching where the two of them were, Ryong Hung Cheon Ha laughed loudly. No way, no way. Your battle was so spectacular, I wouldn't dare miss a second. Peng Sek, Huan Sang handed over a camera-equipped orb and said to Ryong Hung Cheon Ha, You arrived just in time. All the kill videos are in here. As agreed, remember to pay the bounty and the rental fee. Suddenly, Ryong Hung Cheon Ha broke his word and smashed the camera orb, leaving her stunned. GWI, Gakja, and Cham Kan stood there, eyes wide in shock. Peng Sek Huan Sang angrily shouted, What? Ryong Hung Cheon Ha even sneered arrogantly. Who's shaking now? It's just a camera. You're not mad over just a camera, are you? Peng Sek. Huan Sang's face turned red with rage, wanting to rush over and tear him apart. Ryong Hung Cheon Ha teased right back. Oh right, you're all about the bounty. Ha ha ha. Too bad my targets aren't just them, but you too. Peng Sek Hwan sang, as the top player, taunting the Wild Dragon Guild. Do you think we'll just back down? Then he shouted, you all will die. The three just stared at each other. Totally baffled, Peng Sek Hwan sang furiously cursed Ryonghang Cheonha. You despicable little scumbag. When you invited me to team up, I should have killed you then, you damn trash. Player Cham Kan Tham Sa invited friends to the comms group. Ryonghang Cheonha kept provoking. I have invited you many times to join the Wild Dragon Guild, but you ignored me. You chose your own path, so don't blame others. Tham Sa turned to look at her, then nodded as if confirming some clan matters. The Wild Dragon group standing afar also didn't know what the three were plotting, their expressions dark. The comms chat showed a message. GWI Gakja cursed Peng Sek Hwan sang, you're crazy, look at the mess you caused, hurting yourself and others. Happy now? Peng Sek Hwan sang fired back. GWI Gakja, wanna die again? Cham Kan Tham Sa asked. You dragged me into this just for him to insult me? GWI Gakja was speechless. Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly tried to defuse. Everyone calm down, now's not the time to argue. Behind Cham Kan, GWI Gakja and Peng Sek Hwan sang kept bickering fiercely, both furious. Cham Kan pointed straight at Ryonghang Cheonha's face. Behind Cham Kan, the two argued furiously, both enraged. Cham Kan pointed directly at Ryonghang Cheonha's face. Not going to let this slide? Aren't you afraid this will leak and ruin the Wild Dragon Guild's reputation? Ryonghang Cheonha pointed back at Cham Kan. Ha ha ha, a crazy guy stealing boss kills and murdering. Another who kills everyone competing for quests to make money. Plus a third full of crimes. Leading the bounty list, who would believe the words of these three? The comms chat popped up again. Cham Kan Tham Sa issued a reminder. None of us have reached level 20 yet. Only by cooperating do we have a chance to win. GWI Gakja agreed. Fine, I'll listen to you. Peng Sek Hwan sang also agreed. Alright, let's team up this once. Ryonghang Cheonha shouted loudly. The only video evidence for the bounty is destroyed by me. The rest can log out to end this. The Wild Dragon has cleansed the threat. He ordered his subordinates to see them off. The subordinates immediately replied in unison. Thousands of colorful arrows shot toward the trio, exploding loudly and shaking the sky. Ryonghang Cheonha, thinking he'd killed the three, laughed smugly. Ha ha ha. Record this and upload it. I'll show everyone what happens when you mess with the Wild Dragon Guild. Behind him, more arrows fired, causing an even bigger explosion. Thick black smoke filled the air. Suddenly, the three defended successfully and charged out, yelling at him, don't mess this up. Each kept charging forward. Cham Kan Tham Sa and Peng Sek Hwan sang seemed unharmed. The two swordsmen rushed toward the Wild Dragon Guild. Ryonghang Cheonha sneered, full of contempt. You're dying but still struggling. Give me so Ryongwang. He unleashed it like lightning, voice full of confidence. Boss, watch me perform. Another subordinate charged at them with a blade. The three advanced at lightning speed. Cham Kan Tham Sa unleashed the Chunyern move. Peng Sek Hwan sang was no less fierce, striking with Lu Kuang. Filled with fury, he shouted, get lost. Give me this. The two struck two powerful slashes. The two subordinates were knocked into the air, unable to counterattack. Ryonghang Cheonha gripped his spear tight, cursing the two losers. Didn't expect I'd have to do it myself. He activated the Fire Flame skill and charged golden light radiating fiercely around him. He shouted loudly, GWI Gakja, confidently replied, leave it to me. Peng Sek Hwan sang and Cham Kan Tham Sa flew past Ryonghang Cheonha. He shouted loudly, GWI Gakja, confidently replied, leave it to me. Peng Sek Hwan sang and Cham Kan Tham Sa flew past Ryonghang Cheonha. Seeing this, he immediately sensed trouble and ordered his subordinates to protect the distant brothers. GWI Gakja noticed he was distracted fighting him. He angrily attacked him, also doing other things, clearly not taking me seriously. He quickly blocked GWI Gakja's provocation strike. Just wait until your defense skill fades, you'll be nothing but crushed trash. GWI Gakja held a bag in his hand, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, Cham Kan said. Give me a bag of my demon armor chicken rice, can open all day. Got logistics like this? GWI Gakja continued. One more thing, do you crazy dragon guys only need to protect the far side? He taunted while attacking Ryonghang Cheonha. After hearing that, he glanced left, surprised. What? The crazy dragon's priest medic is being relentlessly attacked by Peng Sek Hwan sang's light strikes, causing him to lose 541 horsepower. He panicked and begged this woman, why light attacks? Save me, Cham Kan. Cham Kan nearby also slashed the crazy dragon scholar into pieces, dealing 421 damage, including a bloody mouth. No time to react, only screamed. Damn it, level 17 star killed level 25? Ryonghang Cheonha gritted his teeth seeing his subordinate cut down. He kept staring there, neglecting caution. GWI Gakja saw this as a good chance and launched a blazing attack, but unfortunately for him, the guy reacted quickly, firmly grabbing GWI Gakja's spear. He gasped in disbelief. Blocked already? He thought, damn, I'm dropping levels too fast. The attack skill's power wasn't enough, and he immediately countered with a slash at GWI Gakja, sneering, you really think you can hurt me? Get lost. Just stay obedient as meat shield. Then he turned back to order his troops. All attack. Go. Support can't save them. Kill them all. Cham Kan, Tham Sa, and Peng Sek Huan Sang were still fighting hard, but the situation didn't look good. Peng Sek Huan Sang shouted, "Their attacks are too strong. Think about retreat." Just as he was about to pull back, Cham Sa grabbed his arm to reassure. No worries. We are a team." GWI Gakja dashed over. "I'm here for a reason. We're a team now." He unleashed demon armor chicken rice to form a shield protecting all three. They stayed inside the shield. Cham Kan Tham Sa. The attack buff is about to end. Preparing to counterattack, Peng Sek Huan Sang agreed immediately. As the attack ended, Cham Kan and Peng Sek rushed out instantly. Fighting the crazy dragon group, Ryong Hong Cheon Ha stood furious, threatening Cham Kan Tham Sa. "Don't even think you'll win." Peng Sek Huan Sang suddenly flew to him. "Ryong Hong Cheon Ha, your opponent is me." She swung her sword to strike his shoulder. He blocked just in time and asked, "Peng Sek wants to die?" Cham Kan and Cham Sa were surrounded by Crazy Dragon's men. They were arrogant, mocking him. "You're just crawling into the crowd. You really have no brain. Just accept death." Cham Sa. He just laughed it off and pulled out a red skill card. Firewolf Fierce Face skill card. Crazy Dragon's subordinate gasped in shock seeing the skill card. How does he still have skill cards? Cham Kan activated the card skill. A golden light flashed by, accompanied by a huge fire burning each enemy. Crazy Dragon's Ryong Hong Cheon Ha saw the huge fire burning his men. He roared furiously, Cham Sa, you're forcing me." The Demon Horn skill card activated 3 times, finishing his sentence. He then held up a yellow card with a unicorn image. Notification appeared. You use Demon Horn card attack 1 with 100%, critical hit twice with 200%, third time 500%. This skill card boosted his power. Critical hit twice with 200%, third time 500%. This skill card boosted his power. He slashed straight at Peng Sek Huan Sang. Despite fighting back hard, she was knocked far away, only able to say, "Too strong." After dealing with Peng Sek, he rushed to Cham Kan Tham Sa. There he was. Cham Kan was already waiting, right on time. Ryong Hong Cheon Ha flew in to strike him directly. Cham Kan stepped back to defend. Unexpectedly, the blow. His slash was so strong it broke your sword in 2. He seized the moment and spun around to slash at you again. Go to hell. Cham Kan didn't know what to do now. Looks like he's about to eat boxed lunch for real. The demon armor suddenly appeared, and his spear could only pierce the shield. GWI Gakja showed up, but Ryong Hong Cheon Ha's spear shattered the shield and pierced right through GWI Gakja's forehead. It drained 418 of his life energy. Cham Kan behind couldn't help but praise, "Nice one." GWI Gakja, Ryong Hong Cheon Ha, and GWI Gakja now faced each other. Long Han angrily shouted at GWI Gakja, "Damn it, why are you everywhere?" GWI Gakja fired back fiercely, "I'm the team's meat shield, and before I die, none of them will fall." Then GWI Gakja stabbed his spear straight into Long Han's belly, causing him to lose 110 life energy. He still shouted loudly, "You think you can kill me with that busted gun? Dream on." GWI Gakja confidently retorted, "This is a fight now. The busted gun team doesn't need to be strong, just enough to get by." Ryong Hong Cheon Ha was confused when Fong Suk, Huan Tung raised her sword and appeared behind him. "Die, you scum." She used Lu Quang Trum, a streak of light slashed through, beheading Long Han. Life energy dropped by 522, and he fell, body and head apart. GWI Gakja clapped Cham Kan's shoulder laughing. "Ha ha ha, this is awesome. Fighting as a team rocks." Cham Kan agreed. "Exactly." Fong Suk Huan Tung just hummed. Around the 3 of them were only corpses. Scene shifts to the wild jungle. Fong Suk Huan Tung, tired, asked Cham Kan. "GWI Gakja's gone. Haven't you logged off yet?" Cham Kan sat resting under a tree, replied, Big losses today. Dropped a lot of levels. I have to level up first." Peng Sek Huan Sang coughed and asked, "Which province are you from?" Cham Kan answered, "Yeah, from city." Peng Sek Huan Sang continued, "Same here. Can we meet up?" Cham Kan agreed but set a condition. "Meeting's fine, but you gotta show me your real self, or forget it. I can't come out, and I don't even know what you really look like." Peng Sek Huan Sang thought for a moment, then answered, then raised her hand to her face, about to remove the mask. At Tea House in Gansam, a small cafe in downtown Cham Kan Tham Sa, she scrolled her phone waiting for someone. It was almost 3 o'clock, but the person she waited for hadn't arrived. Suddenly, a delicate voice sounded as a cup of coffee was placed on the table, making her startle and look up. In front of her now was a stranger girl, but people around knew her and kept whispering about her. She just learned the girl's name was Im Kang Han, the campus beauty of Cham Kan Tham Sa University. She frowned slightly, muttering the name Peng Sek Huan Sang. Im Kang Han sat down opposite her. Realizing her guess was right, she couldn't help but tease. With a setup like this, it's gotta be some kind of plot. Im Kang Han smiled softly, embarrassed, and explained, "This is an apology for what happened before. I was greedy, so I got exploited by Kuang Long. Cham Kan Tham Sa shook her head, refusing to comment. It's over. You acted over a few tens of thousands in prize money. Not wrong, but she didn't need to take them down more than 10 times. Talking about this made Im Kang Han even more awkward. She whispered, at first it was for the prize, but then I took them down several times just to vent. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned. Im Kang Han went on explaining the old story. Before, she took a mission to destroy a ghost patrol team, prepared for 10 hours. Unexpectedly, Cham Kan Tham Sa and GWI Gakja led the Kwang Guild into a big battle with the ghost patrol, ruining her plan. It was a basic D-rank mission, but in the end, she got nothing. When she tried to claim the prize, she got taken down by you instead. The more she talked, the redder her face got with anger. Cham Kan Tham Sa listened and chuckled. They've had enough. Then she asked why she was looking for you, but secretly thought, this lady holds grudges for real. Better not mess with her later. Im Kang Han didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. She wanted to form a guild and invited you to join. Being top 1 and top 2 working together, everything would definitely go smoothly. But as soon as the offer came, Cham Kan Tham Sa immediately refused. You're not joining. Lum Dun Hun clearly saw your determination and didn't push. After all, you fought together. Even if you don't join, you can still be friends. Cham Kan Tham Sa had no problem either, then asked her, you're not just trying to deal with Kwang Long, right? Im Kang Han didn't hide it at all. What's Kwang Long anyway? Her real goal was to dominate Dokba's sword. Even Cham Kan Tham Sa, hearing this, gave a faint smile. Interesting. They talked a bit more, reached a cooperation agreement, then left. The next day, the two, along with Cham Kan Tham Sa, were packing up. 13 asked him about meeting Im Kang Han yesterday, worried he might have been tricked. Suddenly today, he was looking for a place to set up a studio. 13 shook his head slightly and slipped the key into the room in front. He slowly explained, I planned to start a studio when playing Lin Dong before, but after moving to Thien Tung, I kept running out of money, couldn't afford an office. But after taking down the Kwang Long guild leader, there's money now. So Cham Kan Tham Sa really appreciated the Kwang Long reward. They slowly entered the room, eyes scanning the surroundings. 13 was quite satisfied. This place is pretty good. He then asked Cham Kan Tham Sa what to do next. Cham Kan Tham Sa shared his goal, Trungmor, the first member for the studio. Hearing this, 13's eyes lit up. He wanted to know who Cham Kan Tham Sa would recruit. He suggested Pung Sek Hwan Sang, but Cham Kan Tham Sa shook his head. Im Kang Han isn't someone you can just invite, plus she already has her own plans. 13 frowned slightly. Then who can you invite? You can't just bring in rookies. But Cham Kan Tham Sa nodded, smiling mysteriously. 1 rookie per studio is enough. 13 knew he was referring to him, snorted coldly, then asked who exactly he wanted to invite. Cham Kan Tham Sa gave a slight smile and named one. Of course, GWI Gakja. Upon hearing the name, 13 was shocked. This was a top 10 wanted level player, ranked just after Cham Kan Tham Sa. He actually managed to invite him to the studio. Cham Kan Tham Sa was very confident, patted 13 on the shoulder, telling him to relax and get a good rest this afternoon. They would start the next step tonight. That evening, Cham Kan Tham Sa logged into the game at Hanbang Kuing's graveyard, messaging GWI Gakja to come by if he wasn't busy. GWI Gakja quickly replied, What's up? Cham Kan Tham Sa said it was good news, and he responded he would come. GWI Gakja was a rare expert, currently strong. Though weaker than Cham Kan Tham Sa and Im Kang Han, he was still a top-tier player, able to handle regular elites alone. After a while, GWI Gakja finally arrived, going straight to the point and asking why Cham Kan Tham Sa called him. Little Demon? Then asked if he ever thought about joining a guild. GWI Gakja was suspicious. Cham Kan Tham Sa asked why suddenly this topic. He frankly said he just started a studio and wanted to invite him to join, located in the new district of City S. Convenient transportation, private rooms, food included, unlimited mana recovery supplies. GWI Gakja frowned slightly. Finally, arrogantly said he was a top-level player. Many people approached him outside, so why join his studio? Cham Kan Tham Sa gave a faint smile, directly asked if he wanted to become a top master. GWI Gakja nodded without hesitation. Of course he did. Then there's no problem. Just join Cham Kan Tham Sa's studio under his guidance. This was totally within reach. Hearing this, GWI Gakja agreed to join and promised one day to defeat Cham Kan Tham Sa, then left. Cham Kan Tham Sa watched his back and sighed helplessly. Why does everyone always target me? The next day at the station, as promised, Kong Ton Kok arrived in City S. Cham Kan Tham Sa, and 13 came out to greet him. They called him Little Demon affectionately, but he really disliked this nickname, angrily snapping, Don't call me that anymore. Cham Kan Tham Sa wasn't in a hurry. Took him to a hot pot restaurant for a meal. 13 put his arm around him, saying Little Demon would be brothers with him from now on. Facing 13's friendliness and nickname, he was a bit hesitant. Embarrassed, he said, I get it. Cham Kan Tham Sa sat aside watching the two, feeling unsure whether to be happy or sad. The studio's first top master turned out to be a super enemy, always targeting him. 13 squinted and asked, Why call me Brother B? Kung Ton Kok answered calmly, I hate number 13, so I switched to B. Hearing this, 13 got angry and told him to stop calling him Brother B. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned at the two but still thought it was good. The studio's personnel was getting stronger. A while later, the three returned to the office Cham Kan Tham Sa just rented. 13 apologized, explaining it hadn't been cleaned yet because they just moved in. Kong Ton Kok didn't mind much. After packing the luggage, they just needed to clean up together. Cham Kan Tham Sa first took him to check out the room, but at that moment his eyes suddenly fell on the mask. Placed on the shelf, he recognized it and ran over in shock. This is the VR helmet exclusive to the Prestige Hall. Could it be Lok Tran? He glanced at Cham Kan Tham Sa behind him. If I ask, are you really Lok Tran? But earlier, he said, you're not a member of the Prestige Hall. And he calmly said, at the end of Spirit Movement, does what Lak Tran showed really deserve that place? At that moment, 13 took out Cham Kan Tham Sa's trophy and bragged it was the first championship trophy of Chien Vo Song. The person in front really was Lak Tran. Then he asked Kong Ton Kok, are you really a big fan of Lak Tran? Kong Ton Kok shook his head in denial. The god he admired was the great master Nai Chen, that genius kid who defeated Park Han Wong at the National Esports Center that was the pinnacle of gaming for the country's honor. But when hearing that name, Cham Kan Tham Sa and 13 glanced at each other with smug smiles. Kong Ton Kok noticed this expression and began to suspect something. Sure enough, later he saw the photo of Cham Kan Tham Sa with Park Han Wong placed on the shelf. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, how could this be possible? You really are his idol, Naitang. Realizing this, Kong Ton Kok got excited and hurried over to grasp Cham Kan Tham Sa's hand, smiling ear to ear, calling him a great master. He knew deleting accounts in Spirit Movement was a pain. Today they were teammates, so he was determined to help him get revenge. Cham Kan Tham Sa shook his head gently. There's a dream, but he didn't want revenge. It was a dream for all of them, to dominate Fubang Zone, even competing with top masters from other countries, competing on the same battlefield to become #1 in the world. So he proposed their studio be called the Crimson Mercenary Squad. Because of him, Kong Ton Kok and the others were wild spirits, inseparable from the color of blood, and their studio's initial investment was somewhat limited. They definitely had to take on mercenary quests to earn money. Kong Ton Kok agreed without hesitation. The name was cool, reminding him of Battlefield Carnage. 13 was no exception. From now on, this place would be the Crimson Mercenary Squad studio. Just like that, a team was formed. The three of them sat on the sofa to discuss upcoming plans. Cham Kan Tham Sa asked what everyone thought their initial goal was. Maba quickly said to conquer Fubang City and win over female gamers, but Kong Ton Kok wanted to defeat Kwang Long, eliminate Dokba, and crush Truk Long. But Cham Kan Tham Sa spoke seriously, saying their initial goal was to make money. Hearing that from two people, 13 froze and hurriedly took out his computer to calculate. Rent for half a year, 4 computers, in-game purchases. So the 80,000 prize money from just 2 days was already gone. Cham Kan Tham Sa could only sigh. Only this week's food money remained. If they didn't earn money, next week they'd have nothing to eat but dirt. At that moment, Kong Ton Kok suggested using his prize money. Mentioning this, 13 suddenly remembered they still had Teal Kui's prize money. Cham Kan Tham Sa agreed and said he'd grind levels. The other two logged in and collected rewards first, showing off a bit. Cham Kan Tham Sa logged in and immediately went to do quests here. Soon after, 13 called to say the bounty hunt was cancelled. Cham Kan Tham Sa was surprised. The Kwang Long team suddenly got smart, so 13 and Teal Kui could only team up for the dungeon, just to earn 40 silver. Cham Kan Tham Sa nodded happily upon hearing this great, leveling up and making money. Then 13 excitedly said he found a quest for him. A top master on the leaderboard just ordered 100 portions of grade BA food, each portion 50 silver. They were in a rush and had to finish within 12 hours. Cham Kan Tham Sa opened the ingredient list, then frowned. A top master needing a large amount of food on such short notice meant a boss fight was coming. He suggested 13 ask for an extra 5%. 13, being sharp, wanted to ask for 10%. Suddenly, a news alert popped up on the board. Ba Dao successfully reached level 30, becoming the first level 30 player in Fubang City. Cham Kan Tham Sa felt a sting of jealousy if only he hadn't dropped levels fighting Im Kang Han. The first level 30 wasn't going to be him, oh well. He went off to make money and ran to Hangfong Canyon to find green chili peppers. But the green chili was guarded by a giant snake of unknown level. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned at the snake before him, no level shown, but it was at least 10 levels higher than him. Just picking a chili is already such a reckless move. You have to make that pill designer pay double. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate and charged forward. Using Chu Nern, he began attacking the serpent. This move dealt a critical hit. He was very satisfied with this, indeed. Striking the snake's weak spot worked perfectly. Immediately, he targeted that spot again. The damage was huge, but suddenly the serpent whipped its tail at him. He screamed in pain, and on top of that, it sprayed a stream of blue smoke toward Cham Kan Tham Sa. The moment he was hit by the blue smoke, the system notified him he was poisoned, losing 5% health. He frowned, feeling the poison was too strong. He had to finish this quickly. Thinking so, Cham Kan Tham Sa immediately summoned his spirit, The serpent kept spraying venom at him, but the serpent suddenly seemed to be in pain, its health steadily dropping. The attacker wasn't visible, but Cham Kan Tham Sa could see it. He was pleased, praising, "Good job, Big Bear." As he finished speaking, he dashed forward, swinging his sword fiercely in the air. The sharp sword light flashed like lightning. He slashed the serpent's body, dealing massive damage to finish it off. Then he aggressively stabbed Chunyurn into its back. Purple lights danced in the air. This move caused a critical hit on the serpent, and just like that, it was dead. Thankfully, after defeating it, he leveled up to 31, becoming the top player of Than Fubung. Cham Kan Tham Sa leisurely stood on the serpent's back, collecting loot and checking the leaderboard, noticing Im Kang Han had reached level 30. He thought to himself, that beauty isn't far behind. Still a little behind him, this serpent boss gave a lot of experience and dropped plenty of good items, except for the skill books, which he kept. The rest sold for a high price. He was about to get rich. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at the serpent's corpse, feeling it shouldn't go to waste. Its strength wasn't weak, perfect to replace the big bear. Thinking this, he started reading the Deathmouth spell. The spirit summoned quickly. He succeeded. His spirit transformed into the spirit Serpent King. Cham Kan Tham Sa was very happy, having crafted this B-grade material. Now it was time to grind levels and boost his power all at once. At Hanbang Kung, price 10, Cham Kan Tham Sa went to find Sulin. Upon meeting, Sulin immediately scolded him. "You look like this," he said. "How could I entrust the mission of the spirit swordsman to you?" Cham Kan Tham Sa could only awkwardly reply, "I've leveled up as fast as I could." Sulin sighed softly, then said, "Give me 5 gold coins, and I'll perform your level-up ceremony and gift you 3 new skill books." Hearing this, Cham Kan Tham Sa was a bit suspicious. "That easy? Any other requirements?" Sulin frowned and asked, "What do you want?" Cham Kan Tham Sa gave a wry smile, shook his head, then handed over 5 gold coins. Sulin began the level-up ritual, and he successfully advanced to Bronze Swordsman. But this felt too easy, almost unreal. Still, he didn't think much and trusted Sulin wouldn't harm him. Then he checked the 3 books Sulin gave. After a while, Sulin said, "Now that you've mastered these new skills, go fight and improve yourself." Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't hesitate and agreed, running off. Watching his back, Sulin suddenly smiled wickedly. "You must get strong fast, my good disciple. He won't be able to wait long to take your soul." Elsewhere, at Crying Coal Canyon, the SA Fallen Knight was causing chaos. Nearby in the bushes, Im Kang Han and Cham Kan Tham Sa were hiding and observing. Im Kang Han said in a low voice, "He's hard to deal with. You'll take the main attack." Cham Kan Tham Sa supports. Cham Kan Tham Sa nodded slightly, saying, "Don't worry, as long as the money comes, it's a piece of cake." Im Kang Han snorted coldly, calling him greedy, then suggested they charge together. She immediately swung her Lu Kuang Trom down. Unfortunately, the SA Fallen Knight blocked her blow, taking no damage. Then Cham Kan Tham Sa rushed in, using Chunyurn glowing with purple energy. He slashed at the knight's abdomen, but the damage was minimal. The SA Fallen Knight pushed Im Kang Han away and faced Cham Kan Tham Sa. Seeing the sword coming at him, he quickly dodged, glancing at Im Kang Han. He couldn't help but ask, "Lim, where did this beauty get such a high-level mission? Playing like this is a bit intense." Hearing this, she bit her lip fiercely and retorted, "This is her job level-up mission." Cham Kan Tham Sa asked with some surprise, "Is leveling up as a light traveler really this hard?" Im Kang Han attacked the knight with a fiery blast from the side. Someone answered his question, "AI leveling quests aren't difficult. Some special professions are even harder." Then, a beam appeared in her hand. The powerful Ru Kuang charged at the fallen knight at lightning speed, while Cham Kan Tham Sa was lost in his own thoughts. "Your quest is easy. Could Sulin be trying to make you stronger quickly? No. There must be something else going on." Meanwhile, the fallen knight's light exposure caused it to lose 20%. Suddenly, it pierced through Ru Kuang and slashed toward Im Kang Han, startling her. She quickly stepped back. Doubt flashed in her eyes. How can a dark creature slash through light? The sharp red sword light rushed toward her, followed by a sudden explosion. Flames erupted into the air. Fortunately, before the blast, Cham Kan Tham Sa summoned a spirit who wrapped its tail tightly around Im Kang Han, pulling her out. She asked in surprise, "You can even change your summons?" He smirked coldly, proudly replying, "There's a lot you don't know." He then suggested they advance together. Im Kang Han immediately agreed. The two charged the fallen knight with the phantom spirit Meng Huang. Cham Kan Tham Sa activated the Chunyurn sword energy, dancing in midair, striking at lightning speed and dealing critical damage to the knight. The phantom spirit Meng Huang also sprayed venom at the knight, poisoning it to lose 5% of its current health every 10 seconds. The fallen knight's health kept dropping. Im Kang Han and Cham Kan Tham Sa attacked fiercely, pinning it down one after the other. A second later, they both used their skills simultaneously. They attacked the knight together. Under their fierce assault, the knight was defeated, and Im Kang Han and Cham Kan Tham Sa reached level 32, becoming the top of the leaderboard. Cham Kan Tham Sa sheathed his sword and complained, "I just sat at the top for 2 hours and she pushed me down. Taking 2 gold from her was a bit unfair." Im Kang Han curled her lip indifferently and said, "You said no ruthless cuts. so don't expect to raise the price. At the last minute, she said she had a quest paying 3 gold per hour and asked if he was interested at Giant Cliff. A group of players were attacking the giant stone boss together. Nearby in the bushes, Cham Kan Tham Sa and Im Kang Han were hiding. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked suspiciously at her. This was her 3 gold quest, to steal the level 40 boss from Wild Dragon. She admitted it calmly. This boss could drop a 100% chance seal card to tame pets. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned but got excited. All right, but you'll have to pay extra. Facing this greedy guy, Im Kang Han reluctantly said, if we succeed, you'll get more money. Cham Kan Tham Sa chuckled and told her to trust him. She knew he was powerful but reminded him not to be overconfident. This time Long had a real expert. Im Kang Han meant Dan Thu Thiet He. Level 31, Warrior, Fiend Von Fook, Vor Demon Cavalry. Level 31. Cham Kan Tham Sa watched the two skillfully fight Giant Stone 2, feeling moved. So they joined Wild Dragon? No wonder they're top players, instantly spotting the boss's joint as the weak point. Im Kang Han nodded in agreement. Ryong Hong Cheon Ha invested heavily in Thien Tung, recruiting many top-ranked experts. Cham Kan Tham Sa clicked his tongue. Money sure is nice. If I knew Dan Thu Thiet K was with Wild Dragon, I'd have sold my Tier 3 food already. Too bad there's no regret potion. Meanwhile, the battle between Giant Stone and Wild Dragon's team was fierce, skill energy spreading everywhere, enraging Giant Stone from constant harassment. Wild Dragon's team immediately retreated. Im Kang Han saw this and suggested, the boss is coming close, get ready to attack. But Cham Kan Tham Sa stopped her. Im Kang Han obeyed and silently waited, continuing to watch Wild Dragon fight Giant Stone. Ryong Hong Cheon Ha saw a good opportunity. He urged everyone to strike hard immediately. A barrage of skills targeted Giant Stone's joint, quickly draining its health. Giant Stone's health dropped to just over 2,000. Wild Dragon's team pressed the attack. Soon after, Giant Stone's health finally fell to 2,000. The two charged forward like lightning toward Giant Stone. Im Kang Han suddenly shouted, ambush! They quickly used their swords to block the attack. A loud explosion sounded, and a big spark appeared in the sky. The Windwalker was immediately smug, so there really was a rat caught in the trap, and it was someone familiar. He praised the person beside him, then ordered to finish off the boss quickly. But at that moment, a mocking voice rang out. Just relying on that cold wind move to hurt us? What a delusion. When they looked back, they saw 2 Cham Kan Tham Sa standing on top of the giant python. Cham Kan Tham Sa snorted coldly. This time they're smarter, even setting up an ambush. Dan Thu Thiet K stared at the two, surprised. How come they're unharmed? But no one answered him. The two, along with the Serpent King, charged at the Wild Dragons group. It was the first time seeing Cham Kan Tham Sa's Phantom Serpent King. It was a bit hard to deal with, so they hurried to block the python's head, not letting the two get close to the colossal stone. Cham Kan Tham Sa snorted coldly, then he slashed down with his sword, taking out one guy directly and eliminating a few small fries. But 3 others raised shields. Around them, an invisible wall appeared. However, the two didn't panic. Im Kang Han calmly used radiant energy to attack immediately. A beam of light pierced through the invisible wall, shattering the 3-person blockade in an instant. Then the two reached the colossal stone's front. Im Kang Han said smugly, your turn now, boss. Without hesitation, the two charged with their weapons. But Cham Kan Tham Sa's Phantom Serpent King had already been defeated, and they didn't care much. They focused their attacks on the colossal stone, but the damage wasn't significant. Dan Thu Thiet K saw this and tensed up, urgently ordering, don't hit the wrong boss. Concentrate fire on the two. Cham Kan Tham Sa was controlling the boss's health, ready to unleash the final move. After a series of attacks, the two Cham Kan Tham Sa had reduced its health to only 1,700, but the Wild Dragon Guild's attacks kept coming. Im Kang Han immediately suggested, let me block the damage so Cham Kan Tham Sa can finish off the boss. Cham Kan Tham Sa rushed to the top of the colossal stone to strike down but missed. Im Kang Han grew a bit anxious, asked if he could do it. He snorted coldly, how can a man say no? As soon as he finished, he activated his sharp chew recognizing swordlight and slashed down from the top of the colossal stone, instantly draining all its health and killing it on the spot. Cham Kan Tham Sa had also reached level 32. The Wild Dragon group was so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. Dan Thu Thiet K shouted in horror, over 1,700 health. His 2 critical hits hadn't done that much, but Cham Kan Tham Sa only needed 1 strike to deal such massive damage. Fian Von Fook Vu reacted quickly. He told him to grab the loot quickly, and he immediately nodded in agreement. The two charged simultaneously, but Im Kang Han noticed. He used Luminous Slash to block their way, buying time for Cham Kan Tham Sa to claim the loot. The Wild Dragon group was furious now. They all rushed to attack. Im Kang Han saw they were outnumbered, and hurriedly told Cham Kan Tham Sa to get going. Cham Kan Tham Sa had already gathered everything, no need to stay any longer. Right after, the two broke through the firewall ahead and ran off. The Wild Dragon group shouted angrily, stop them, too bad who runs and stops. Flames kept rushing forward, and the two Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly dodged. Im Kang Han asked if he had an escape plan. He nodded slightly, then suggested she attack the cliffs on both sides. Im Kang Han obeyed and slashed the rock walls. Just like that, huge boulders quickly rolled down. In the blink of an eye, the area was covered with massive rocks. The wild dragon group was trapped inside with no chance to follow. They screamed in rage. Outside, Cham Kan Tham Sa ran off smugly. The two quickly returned to White Forest and checked their items for a while. Im Kang Han wasn't satisfied, saying, "What a big hole, and only the seal card is usable. The weapon isn't her class. The ring has dark attributes, and you still have to pay for it." Cham Kan Tham Sa heard this. He immediately asked her to give him the ring. She looked at him suspiciously, then raised an eyebrow and said, "This ring has some growth potential. How can the rent cover that? 15 gold, not a penny less." Cham Kan Tham Sa sneered. Im Kang Han saw the dagger in his hand. He was immediately amazed. "It's the moon-recognizing dagger. You've been farming forever and still no drop." Then he proposed a trade. Cham Kan Tham Sa raised an eyebrow and taunted her, repeating her earlier words. "Give it all back. You want 25 gold. Im Kang Han gritted her teeth and cursed him as greedy, but still gave him the ring, then took the knife and added more money to complete the deal. Im Kang Han immediately thanked him and left. He didn't pay much attention, smiling and saying, "As long as there's enough money, the Blood Red Mercenary Guild will never disappoint." Meanwhile, in another place, at Hanbang Forest, a group of people. After defeating the boss, someone asked, "Are they here?" 13 frowned, looking at Phantom Feng Lam and questioned, "The boss is down. Are you planning not to let them leave?" Hearing this, Phantom Feng Lam just chuckled softly and said, 13 and Gong Sun Gok can leave, but he needs to talk with the two from Ancient Sword Soul. He wanted to buy Lai Yang's armor for 2 gold. If sold, he wouldn't attack. This was clearly a threat to Lai Yang. Hearing this, he immediately got angry. "If you want to fight, then fight. Bronze armor is worth at least 20 gold. Did he think they were fools? At that moment, 13 patted Min Wol's shoulder to reassure her. "Don't worry. When it's a case of many oppressing the weak, they won't just stand by." Then he glanced at Gong Sun Gok behind. Gong Sun Gok stepped forward, calmly said, "The higher price is 50 silver. If settled, he'll slaughter them immediately." Phantom Feng Lam sneered coldly at this, full of contempt. Too arrogant, huh? 13 wasn't going to back down on this. The Blood Red Mercenary Guild would definitely hold them accountable. Seeing no room for negotiation, Phantom Feng Lam immediately ordered his men to charge, aiming to force Li Yang to hand over the armor. The two sides clashed violently. Phantom Feng Lam fought 13 one-on-one, his strength far superior. 13 quickly fell into a disadvantageous position, and Phantom Feng Lam was very pleased. That's about the level of the Blood Red Mercenary Guild. At this moment, his eyes filled with battle intent, ready to strike a fatal blow to finish 13. 13 panicked and called GWI Gakja for help. GWI Gakja, who was fighting enemies nearby, immediately ran over at the call, blocking a sword strike from Phantom Feng Lam. When GWI Gakja saw who had arrived, they called out to their big brother, which also startled Min Wol. Phantom Feng Lam recognized who had come. Cham Kan Tham Sa. Cham Kan Tham Sa retracted his sword, looked up at the person in front coldly, and said, "He even dares to lay a hand on your brothers?" At the same time, Min Wol behind looked at his back vaguely, remembering how Cham Kan Tham Sa had once stood in front of her before, saying something similar. She felt it was just like the Cham Kan Tham Sa from back then, and she guessed right, he really was Cham Kan Tham Sa. Phantom Feng Lam was initially a bit stunned, but quickly reacted, swinging his sword to counterattack and insulting him arrogantly. Cham Kan Tham Sa used a mercy strike to attack, but missed the target. He thought Cham Kan Tham Sa really missed and laughed scornfully, standing right in front, yet still missed. All talk, no skill. Seeing his attitude, Cham Kan Tham Sa just gave a slight smile, then immediately changed his attack speed. This time he used Chunan to strike. This blow caused Phantom Feng Lam to lose a significant amount of blood. He bit his lip fiercely, unable to understand how the damage could be so great, and quickly ordered his men to retreat. Cham Kan Tham Sa snorted coldly at their swift retreat, seeing there was nothing more to do, then called the two GWI Gakja to leave. Elsewhere, at Than Tien Tuesday Gorge, Tuesday Yihao was resting on a cliff when he suddenly received a message from Phantom Feng Lam, warning him to be careful of Cham Kan Tham Sa. Tuesday, Yihu stared at the message for a while, then replied, "Got it, the spear." This Transa ranks in the top 3 on the power leaderboard, definitely no joke. On this side, the 3 Cham Kan Tham Sa were about to leave when Min Wol suddenly called them back. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned and asked, "Is there something you need?" She said, "Thank you for saving me," then hesitated before inviting him to join Ancient Sword Soul. Cham Kan Tham Sa was a bit startled, hesitating for a long time without responding. Min Wol tried hard to persuade him, saying Ancient Sword Soul was very strong and well-resourced, but Cham Kan Tham Sa felt it wasn't the right time yet, so he turned down the offer, saying he already had his own Blood Red Mercenary Guild, but if needed next time, he could hire them. They'd be happy to take missions from a beauty like her. Then he left with the 2 GWI Gakja. 13 also greeted her happily. Cham Kan Tham Sa was originally from Ancient Sword Soul, so no need to join again. Min Wol watched Cham Kan Tham Sa's back as he left, sadness flashing in her eyes. Hua Dung asked, "Do you feel like he reminds you of an old friend?" Hua Dung knew who she meant, sighed, and called out Lac Tran's name. Min Wall said gloomily, "Since then, Eve has been like a lost soul every day, and the chance to be promoted to director slipped away." Hua Dung patted her shoulder reassuringly. "No other way. Just wait until Eve Online is back, then I'll help her grind levels." Min Wall sighed helplessly, saying there was nothing else to do before the two turned and left. At Fubang City's trading market, Cham Kan Tham Sa arrived to buy a seal card. After getting it, he complained angrily, "Only one card and it costs 20 silver? Total scam. If you don't have a special grade card, no way anyone would buy this. I wonder if the guild leader got promoted to director." Thinking this, he suddenly fell into deep thought, then shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. Better catch a pet first. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked over the pets in front of him. The green mantis was an attack-type pet, but very slow. Sim was a defender, good at tanking, and the fire wolf and saber-toothed tiger were decent, but none quite satisfied him. He kept searching. His attention landed on a 4.5-star attack pet with decent speed, defense, and stamina. After choosing it, Cham Kan Tham Sa ran to the venomous bee forest and found a big, strong bee. Then he threw the seal card onto it, and immediately a golden light enveloped the venomous bee. Soon after, it was sealed into the card. Cham Kan Tham Sa was very satisfied. The initial stats were over 19 points. Not bad at all. Just then, Im Kang Han messaged him asking what pet he caught. He sent her a picture along with the bee's attributes, and she sent back her fire sword for him to see. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at Im Kang Han's fire sword, then at the golden bee, feeling a bit displeased. Compared to a person, it was great, but in terms of gear, it was trash. While he was still thinking, two figures suddenly approached from behind the Lone Conqueror War God and Lone Conqueror Cavalry God. They wanted to buy his golden bee for 5 gold coins. Cham Kan Tham Sa turned to look at them, then snorted coldly in disdain. 5 gold coins? They're way too high. Dream on, city under watch. Not selling. Seeing he wouldn't cooperate, the two warned him to hand over the goods politely, unlike Liert Dung who lost his grip. Without another word, they launched their attack, sword aura dancing in the air, slashing toward the two. Their damage was massive. By the time they reacted, Cham Kan Tham Sa was nowhere to be seen. He had already moved behind them. Coldly, he told them, "Surrender your lives." Then he stabbed through the Lone Conqueror Cavalry God and Lone Conqueror War God with his sword. Taking advantage of this, they lunged at him, but he didn't panic, just snorted in disdain and vanished from their sight in a flash. Their swords slashed the air but were cut across by Cham Kan Tham Sa's blade. Filled with hatred, he muttered, "So it was this trash that attacked Hua Dung. No one is allowed to insult the sacred sword." Yet at that moment, a sword light suddenly struck. It was the Lone Conqueror Great Blade. He lost a large amount of blood. Startled, he turned to see the bastard Lone Conqueror Blade. That bastard had attacked him from behind, not caring about fair fights. Not fighting head-on, he kicked Cham Kan Tham Sa, who immediately fell into a pit. Nearby, the Lone Conqueror Blade's men asked if he should finish off Cham Kan Tham Sa down there, but he shook his head, saying it wasn't necessary, unaware of the full situation. "There's only one way out. Just guard here." Hearing this, the man beside immediately praised, "He's smart, the Lone Conqueror guild leader or whatever." But the bastard who attacked from behind was now getting his revenge. Sulin had appeared from behind at some point, fiercely slashing at him. The Lone Conqueror guild members panicked and tried to dodge, but Sulin's attack was too fast. They couldn't avoid it. They could only try to defend. One asked nervously, "Should we keep guarding Cham Kan Tham Sa?" Lone Conqueror Blade shook his head slightly, telling them to retreat quickly. Down in the pit, Cham Kan Tham Sa had fallen. He bit his lip angrily, cursing the bastard Lone Conqueror Blade. Daring to sneak attack. "Wait until I get out. I'll deal with him." But what he really needed to worry about now was the swarm of bees before him, including tiger bees, assassin bees, all tough to handle. There was even a boss, but at this moment, he realized the Huyen Fong boss was only level 1. Could it be that this was the highest quality boss pet in Legend? Thinking this, he became excited. This was the hero's shining moment. Cham Kan Tham Sa murmured excitedly, "Every cloud has a silver lining, just found a jackpot." Thinking this, he instantly felt excited. This was the protagonist's shining moment. Cham Kan Tham Sa muttered excitedly, "Every cloud has a silver lining, just scored a great deal." He really had to thank the Lone Blade. This was clearly a rare opportunity. He immediately took out his sealing card, but the boss Huyen Fong looked at him with extreme disdain. Cham Kan Tham Sa was a bit annoyed. "This one's pretty arrogant, huh? Even though it's a boss, it's only level 1. Let's just try the normal sealing card first." Saying that, he immediately threw the card toward it. A strange pattern appeared in the seal, surrounding the Huyen Fong boss, but the progress stopped at 90%. Cham Kan Tham Sa couldn't help but cheer. "There's hope," he complained a bit. "Wasn't it supposed to be 5 times? Is it really that hard to seal a boss? Level pet?" He sighed helplessly, and finally decided to use the special sealing card. Thinking that, he immediately threw the red card toward the Phantom Wind boss. Sensing danger, the swarm of bees rushed forward to protect it. Cham Kan Tham Sa immediately charged to slash the bees in front of him. "Proudly," he said, "even the Phantom Wind boss has moments of fear." But then, another swarm of level 1 bees came to defend it. Cham Kan Tham Sa got a bit angry, determined to isolate the boss. Then he pretended to stumble, missing his strike. Taking advantage of this, the bees attacked. His health bar kept dropping, yet he still couldn't lure the Phantom Wind boss. Then he completely faked falling down, lying motionless. The Phantom Wind boss happily flew over to him. At that moment, he suddenly jumped up. "You've been waiting for this all along." Saying that, he didn't hesitate and threw the special sealing card out. Now, a red pattern appeared, enveloping the Phantom Wind boss. After a short while, the sealing process succeeded. Cham Kan Tham Sa laughed proudly. "The special seal card is totally worth it. I have to thank Mad Dragon for this." He quickly opened the status panel of the Phantom Wind boss. Eyes wide with surprise, attack growth increased by 6. Agility growth rated 5.5 stars. This Phantom Wind is truly overpowered. Let's see if Im Kang Han can still be arrogant now. Thinking that, he immediately called the bee in front of him to check the situation. It was accompanied by its level 1 minions. The Phantom Wind bee nodded at once, then flew up to scout and quickly returned to report to him. There was only one person up there. This startled him, so the lone Tyrant Blade was all alone, yet dared to watch him. What a fool. Thinking this, he immediately jumped out of the pit with his sword, intending to take the lone Tyrant Blade's life. But as soon as he rose, he saw Sulin standing firm there. He quickly sheathed his sword and asked, "Why aren't you at Hanai's stronghold and come all the way here?" Sulin sneered, "Why can't I come here?" Then he threw him a map, saying that in the forest north of Hanai's stronghold, there was a pack of wind wolves, vicious hell beasts that hunted night spirits, and asked him to clear them out. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned hearing this. "You went through the trouble to find me just to kill some wolves?" Sulin got angry and scolded. "It was hard for me to wrest this quest from Faker. He wants you to level up fast. You should thank him and go finish the mission." Cham Kan Tham Sa was suddenly scolded and a bit flustered, quickly saying, "Calm down, I'll go do the quest right away." Then he ran to the forest and began slaughtering the wind wolves. Before long, he completed the mission but only got a BA rank drop, nothing else. Cham Kan Tham Sa was suspicious. Why is a quest personally delivered by an NPC so simple? But I'll finish it first. Let's see what Sulin is up to. Cham Kan Tham Sa returned right after finishing. Back at Hanai's stronghold, Sulin knew he had completed the quest and handed him the reward. The most notable item was the Windwolf armor. Sulin said gravely beside him, "This gear not only has great stats but also increases damage against beast-type monsters by 10%. It's no worse than bronze-grade equipment." Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly equipped the leg armor, then happily said, "This leg armor is seriously awesome, but it's not worth Sulin coming in person like that. What if others think it's a regional boss?" Sulin shook his head softly and said, "No worries, don't be concerned about him. You've matured now. He needs you to become strong enough to face him." Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned slightly. Maybe Sulin was the one who drove away the lone tyrant Downey. Although he treated him well, facing such a ruthless elder made him shiver. It was dangerous. After that, he logged off and went out to eat noodles with 2 others. At 10:33, they smiled and said, "You made a lot of money," even gave them 2 extra eggs. He declined and advised, "Eat quickly, then go do the job to get the 10 gold quest from Min Wol's place." Hearing this, 13 immediately asked suspiciously, "Min Wol actively hired you? Isn't that already exposed?" Cham Kan Tham Sa shook his head. "Maybe he just wants to test, so this time you'll support Gong Sun Gok as the main force." Gong Sun Gok nodded lightly in agreement, then asked, "Why don't you reveal your identity?" Cham Kan Tham Sa explained while eating, "Back then, it was because of you that Ancient Sword Dream Soul fell. You have no right to rejoin, you can only protect them quietly. Moreover, your current form is neither fully human nor a demon yet. It will scare them." Cham Kan Tham Sa said, then urged them to eat quickly, having a surprise for the 2. Hearing this, they excitedly asked, "What is it?" Cham Kan Tham Sa said nothing, had them get up to leave, and reminded them to wash their bowls. The 2 immediately started bickering loudly over washing duties. At Fu Bang Square, Cham Kan Tham Sa took out 2 pet sealing cards and handed them to the 2. These are rare quality pets. Both were very happy to receive them. Cham Kan Tham Sa said, "These are specially made for them. Tell them to equip them quickly so everyone can see the power of the Blood Red Squad." Soon after, bees appeared and followed the 3 of them. People immediately started discussing the pet system. Clearly, they already obtained boss-level pets with rare quality just by opening them. Some said they were showing off too much. Right then, Min Wol came over from the other side. Seeing the 3, she sneered, wondering why there were so many people, then realized it was them. Cham Kan Tham Sa calmly said, "It's me. Can't keep clients waiting," then asked, "Are there 2 others on your side?" Min Wol shook her head softly, saying only her and Liet Duong. Cham Kan Tham Sa paid no mind. "Enough people, let's move out." The group quickly moved. 13 sighed while walking. Liet Duong already changed class at level 30? Liet Duong snorted, saying, "Far behind the Blood Red Squad, yet they have pets in front." Min Wol also asked Cham Kan Tham Sa if the fight with the solo boss in the venomous bee forest was about the pets. He shook his head in denial. Min Wol didn't say much, then gratefully said, "A few days ago, Your people guarded us all night against the solo boss. You helped us get revenge. Cham Kan Tham Sa chuckled softly. Empty thanks are less sincere than cold hard cash. Min-wol sighed upon hearing this, but still agreed to give him an extra gold after completing the mission. Shortly after, the group arrived at Hanbang Forest, where there was a level boss pet. Liet Duong immediately said, "It only has one skill, continuous spear throws. As long as the tank holds, it's not hard to take down the demon." Cock Tuesday nodded slightly, then suggested, "I'll activate the demon armor form and stand up front. Everyone just focus on attacking it." Everyone agreed it was a good idea, but while no one was paying attention, a root suddenly sprouted from under the ice and tightly bound Min-wol's hands. No one could react in time as it lifted her into the air. She startled and called for help during the fight. Danger was imminent. Min-wol was then grabbed by a mass of vine-like tentacles resembling octopus arms. The nearby soldiers panicked. "What is this? Didn't the boss only have one skill?" Fong Lam was confused. No one around knew. Enough talking. "Save her!" someone shouted as another jumped in. He also couldn't escape the encircling vines. More and more emerged from the ground. Cham Kan and Tham Sa. Also Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly flew in, slashing the tough vines into hundreds of pieces. Min-wol fell freely because of this. Luckily, Cham Kan Tham Sa caught her just in time. Another threat quickly appeared. Cham Kan Tham Sa suddenly warned, "Min-wol, be careful. That's the fire dragon technique, the head of a fire-infused dragon." Cham Kan Tham Sa used his cloak to block the consuming flames. Min-wol supported with healing techniques. Behind them, two clans met. It turned out they shared the same goal. The Troyan clan wanted to claim the boss. Fong Lam greeted them sincerely. "It's been a long time since we last met." But now was not the time for friendly greetings. The boss was still here. After a moment of tussling, it finally revealed itself. Someone shouted, "Everyone, be careful." The boss struck. It fired a barrage of sharp arrows. Just one hit was deadly. Cham Kan Tham Sa continued defending, shielding Min-wol behind him. Meanwhile, Fong Lam was thrilled, ordering his mages and archers, "Do not stop. Kill all these rats along with the boss." Seeing the situation was unstable, Du 13 asked Cham Kan Tham Sa about the next strategy. "There are tigers lurking all around." Min-wol continued to support her teammates with healing techniques from behind. Cham Kan Tham Sa arranged the formation, commanding everyone to stay and handle the boss. He would quickly deal with the many Troyan clan members below. After finishing, Cham Kan Tham Sa approached the enemies, analyzing, "There are quite a lot of them. We need to deal with the distant ones first." After setting the formation, Cham Kan Tham Sa charged straight toward the largest cluster of enemies ahead. Fong Lam had been standing there all along. He was swinging his sword, ready to strike Cham Kan Tham Sa. Tham Sa rely solely on their own strength. "You want to stop them too?" he sneered. As soon as he finished, Fong Lam lunged with a sudden sword strike, but Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly dodged the deadly blow. Immediately after, he flew behind the shadow clone. Reckless and without hesitation, he delivered a brutal slash. It was obvious the arrogant guy would lose his head. Anyone blocking Cham Kan Tham Sa must die, but in a moment of carelessness, he took a light hit, damn it, and lost nearly 2 seconds. Cham Kan Tham Sa then analyzed and looked down at his clan. No skills worked, his gear was all mithril, and neither his skills nor abilities dealt much damage, so he quickly launched a finishing strike to end this harmless bunch. Seeing this, everyone was scared. Damn, Cham Kan Tham Sa is insanely powerful. Brother Fong and the mages were all taken out by him. Nearby, Shadow Clone Channel hurriedly reassured her. "Don't worry, they clearly outnumber them." All archers fully blocked Cham Kan Tham Sa. The two remaining mages focused on attacking more Dung Min-wol, kill her first. It turned out the terrifying fire dragon technique belonged to Channel. She summoned it again to counterattack Cham Kan Tham Sa, but he wasn't that easy to beat. He swiftly dodged through the flames and pressed the attack. Up above, the players were courting death, while below, the archers led by Shadow Clone Thumb Hai fired relentlessly. The commander unleashed a 100-arrow rapid-fire volley. Cham Kan Tham Sa was in a dire situation, hit by countless arrows. Although each arrow did little damage, the sheer number was overwhelming. Suddenly, his defense points surged, surrounded by healing green light. It turned out to be Min-wol. Thankfully, her healing came just in time. Grateful, he gave a thumbs up, gaining more strength. Cham Kan Tham Sa, Alaska. Cham Kan Tham Sa charged straight at the Shadow Clones. Channel, furious at the cooldown of the Devil's Awakening, shouted, "You useless trash, can't even take down one healer?" She began summoning Ice Finger technique, firing a barrage of sharp ice shards. Cham Kan Tham Sa countered with his wind-fast sword, shattering the ice beams. Closing in on Channel, using his godlike speed, he dashed through the hail of projectiles, leaving Channel no time to react. She could only gape in shock at his insane speed. Cham Kan Tham Sa struck with the Chu Nern technique aimed straight at her. She took the hit and was flung far, but quickly summoned the Fire Dragon technique again. Cham Kan Tham Sa, just die already, for the old mistress. However, while defending, she didn't expect to be finished off. Liert Dung appeared out of nowhere, delivering a double-kill strike to Channel's Shadow Clone. After most were wiped out, the leader cursed under his breath. Damn it. but he was taken down immediately by the little demon Cham Kan Tham Sa. Kudos to that quick cleanup. All the Shadow Clone's forces were eliminated. Thanks to Dusip Sam's arrival and Min Wol's support, the beauty healer, they successfully took down the boss. Cham Kan Tham Sa praised, "Well done, blood mercenaries. We absolutely cannot be bullied by anyone. You want to pick our bones clean? Dream on." So once again, the team set out to fight. None of the brothers let a single enemy escape. A flurry of skills were unleashed. Demon body / squad, death techniques, healing. Chunyern couldn't hold on any longer. The system finally announced that player Shadow Clone Fong Lam had logged out. The game continued with Shadow Clone Channel, Dusip Sam, and Liert Dung grinning. This match was so satisfying. We've been bullied for so long. Finally 1-1. Big sister, log in at 10 p.m. tonight. You might get good news. Liert Dung and the blood mercenaries said, "We don't know the meaning of losing." Cham Kan Tham Sa thought, "The boss has finally arrived?" Min Wol approached. Half a second after the boss exploded, gifts of thanks dropped all around. All level 4 armor materials. A big help for the blood mercenaries. Hope you guys take them. Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't hesitate. All right, looking forward to future cooperation. Dusip. Sam once again greeted the sisters Min Wol. Cham Kan Tham Sa still thinking, the boss has arrived. At 10 p.m. tonight there'll be the rope and wolf hide. I wonder how many NDT0 chest armors the boss will craft. Dusip Sam reminded Elder Six after seeing the 7 gods that their situation wasn't looking good right now. Cham Kan Tham Sa was startled from his thoughts. Dusip, Sam explained. Many forum posts were made to kill them. Mad Dragon domination, rapid attack shadows. Influential guilds in Bangtan seemed to hold grudges against them. Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't care at all. Is that all? The little demon asked. They have so many enemies. What should we do? The little demon replied. 1 kills 1, 2 kills both. Stepping on the bones of the highest ranked enemy, Cham Kan Tham Sa grinned. Nice. The dream of a bloodthirsty mercenary is to become the overlord or even the ruler of the centipede nation. On the path to becoming king, enemies are never lacking. Cham Kan Tham Sa still remembered Liang saying the boss would go online at 10 p.m. tonight, so he quickly searched the entire map, even all 9 new player villages. But why hadn't he found the boss yet? So he kept running desperately to search, running while trying to glance around. Strange, where's the boss right now? Suddenly, Cham Kan Tham Sa stopped abruptly. He saw a familiar figure. Looking again. Wasn't that Sister Min Wol? Cham Kan Tham Sa feared being spotted. He quickly hid behind a tree but kept watching Min Wol as she walked on. She's here, so does that mean the boss is here too? Suddenly, it felt unexpectedly right. The boss, Cham Kan Tham Sa, had been waiting for finally appeared. A beautiful girl with long blue hair, the level 0 swordsman Min Wol from a faraway land, joyfully rushed forward to grab IB's hand. You finally made it here? AB was also bright and cheerful, shaking hands happily with Min Wol, noticing the sword she carried. Tucked neatly at her side, Min Wol asked IB if she was choosing the sword again this time, looking at her companion. AB smiled, remembering Lactran once said the sword is the king of all weapons in this game, flexible and quick to change. Very effective at breaking defenses. Although her class is swordsman, she decided to use the sword from now on. She spoke proudly. Min Wol saw her friend still lingering on Lactran's existence, so she reminded AB, "Don't be like that. Lactran is gone. Forget him. After all, they have to keep living, right?" IB felt a little reluctant. Yes, they have to move on, but there's no need to forget Lactran. Just then, the wind suddenly rose, leaves scattered everywhere. IB smiled. That kid once said he'd stay with me till the end. I always feel like he's still by my side, always watching over me. Min Wol was silent for a moment. In the distance, Cham Kan Tham Sa witnessed this, feeling a bit heartbroken and murmured, "That boss." Min Wol decided to break the mood and pulled IB to another place. She promised IB they'd go level up. Yu Duang was still waiting for them there. The two ran hand in hand as dawn began to break. At the Ice Rune City Square, a lively event was underway. All sorts of items were on sale. Level 1 Royal Cloak, Level 4 Attack, absolutely epic. Rarity score 19, selling for just 150 gold. If you want it, come quick. Only one was caught today. Cham Kan Tham Sa walked through the crowd, not caring about the commotion, telling Loi Jeo Ho he only thought about AB's current situation. The boss was still too weak. He must find a way to save her and increase his strength. Suddenly, Cham Kan Tham Sa's thoughts were interrupted when that AI grabbed his arm again. Surprisingly, it was Lam Mainu, the beautiful girl, who asked Cham Kan Tham Sa, "Where's the handsome guy headed?" Cham Kan Tham Sa felt annoyed and wanted her to let go. This is a public place. What's with the dragging and pulling? He raised his hand to shove her off, but she quickly grabbed his arm tightly, making him tremble, so he gave in. What exactly did Lam Mainu want? She then asked for his help. Some pesky bugs are causing trouble, and besides, you're the one who benefits here. But Lam disrespected him too much. Suddenly, he used his other arm to hug Im Kang Han's waist tightly. This sudden move caught her off guard. You benefit? That's what you said. Im Kang Han blushed furiously. Lam felt embarrassed by this rude action. Suddenly from afar, someone shouted, "Move aside! Move aside!" Long Han and his guards rushed over. The beautiful Fong Sak girl hinted at Lam. Why are you with people like this? Her face suddenly fierce like it was a personal matter. Im Kang Han, knowing he had arrived, grew very annoyed and told Cham Kan Tham Sa, "It's this guy who's been bothering me. We only met once, and he's stuck like glue." Cham Kan Tham Sa laughed loudly. "That's hilarious. Maybe he's into being dominated, or maybe she's just that attractive." Im Kang Han shouted angrily, "Shut up, I've had enough." Lam was determined, turning back to point at the guy. "Why do you keep following me? Don't you find it annoying?" Behind him, Cham Kan Tham Sa was ready to back up Long Han, clueless about right or wrong, even asking the beauty if she had a pet. "He will gift you one." As he spoke, he took out the seal card. "This is greed. He just bought a rare 100,000 rarity level. You can carry it to level up." The seal card opened, and the pet that appeared was a fierce wolf. Im Kang Han found this guy ridiculous. 29 is very high. Trash. Look at this. Then she also took out her seal card. Her pet was the blue flame ring. Level 20, rarity 34. Humiliated. Long Han chuckled awkwardly. "So you already have one?" Looking on with a bit of fear. "Miss Lam, strike again. See that? The flame ring's rarity is 34. Take your wolf and scram." Cham Kan Tham Sa nearby witnessed the drama and chuckled. Unexpectedly, Long Han got humiliated and mocked, so he got angry. "Cham Kan Tham Sa, what are you laughing at? If you have guts, bring out your pet." Cham Kan Tham Sa sat safe but said, "No worries, this is the challenge." So he immediately summoned Peng Sek Wan Sang, a level 27 creature with rarity 69, truly a high score. Looking extremely powerful, Cham Kan Tham Sa's pet flew over, making the other two pets a bit intimidated. Long Han was shocked, mouth agape. "An S-rank pet with rarity 69? How's that possible?" Im Kang Han was surprised too. "How did you get this rotten bone? Do you want to die?" Long Han's royal wind pet still refused to accept the truth, arrogantly shouting, "How did you get this mystic wind? There must be cheating here." Cham Kan Tham Sa leisurely pampered his pet. "No cheating here. You should actually thank the special seal card that Wild Dragon gave." Hearing it was a gift from Wild Dragon, Long Han panicked even more. Not only that, the flame ring of the beauty is also a special seal card. Both caught pets are higher level than his own. It was like a critical hit. He was so furious he lost control. This is also a special seal card. Both caught pets are higher level than his own. It was like a critical hit. He was so furious he lost control. Long Han charged his spear straight at Cham Kan Tham Sa, but this was Ice City. Dare he start a fight here? This is a public area. Fighting is prohibited. A violation means being banned from public areas for a month. So be it. The special seal card was stolen. Wild Dragon accepted it. Mystic Wind was put up for auction. Long Han challenged. But the sixth elder was no pushover. He shouted a bid of 100 million. Long Han was successfully provoked. "Tram Con Tram, brothers. Don't joke around." Cham Kan Tham Sa confirmed the price clearly. No lies. No joke. Teased to death with anger, he finally left. "Cham Kan Tram, remember to take good care of your pet. Don't let it die." Cham Kan Tham Sa replied, "Don't worry. Even if you die, your Peng Sek Hwan Sang won't." "But this isn't over yet," Miss Lam shouted. "Cham Kan Tram, can you explain the name of your pet?" "Fearful," he admitted and promised to change it immediately. The two entered a narrow path in the forest. The Wild Dragon Guild was getting stronger. She wanted to see them grow in Ice City. Cham Kan Tham Sa asked Im Kang Han. She answered, "Aren't you smart too? Why not think about it here in Ice City? The ones who really don't want Wild Dragon to grow strongest aren't actually them." After a while, mages and priests appeared. Both were cautious. Obviously, they had bad intentions. Just as Cham Kan Tham Sa said, as soon as they saw each other, both sides raised weapons. "Be careful. Each has their own agenda." Im Kang Han was puzzled behind. The priest strategist up front, the knight behind no brains to arrange this formation. "But if we pass through them, the order will change, becoming a standard battle formation," he explained. The strategist charged in with high alert. The fire flame charged at the group. The two also began dividing tasks. Peng Sek Hwan Sang would handle strategists and priests. Cham Kan Tram also agreed to take on the knights. Quickly, he awakened a level 33 sword shadow weapon with ease. Then he used the flame ring to swiftly eliminate enemies, who's attacking from all sides. The remaining foes all targeted Cham Kan Tram. Their attack power was strong, adding the fire dragon technique. Cham Kan Tham Sa was hit at a weak point and knocked down. He started to feel danger. It wasn't over yet. The knight kept attacking with the Z-strike. Cham Kan Tham Sa acknowledged this move would affect others, but not him. Then he dodged a direct slash from the knight. At lightning speed, Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly got behind the enemy and used Flame Ring. Indeed, he landed a hit. However, the health only dropped by 154. The damage from Flame Ring was that low? He was puzzled. It turned out the enemy had strong healing support and an iron wall. The injured knight squad was quickly healed. The steel wall will boost the faction by 5% in defense and magic resistance. Cham Kan Tham Sa worriedly said, "Damn, the healing is this fast? Plus, carrying a support pet so annoying. Looking back at my team, we just got our asses handed to us and got stripped." Cham Kan Tham Sa is starting to panic now. One hit took out 5 enemies, but they didn't get hurt at all. Meanwhile, he's down to half health. The opposing team also noticed Cham Kan Tham Sa's weakness, no healing. It's way too easy to hit him, so he started summoning a buff that increases faction, attack, and magic power by 5%. But being overconfident, before he could finish casting, his head was cut off. That was Miss Lamb. They died to everyone's shock. With support arriving, Cham Kan Tham Sa returned to the mission and ordered his pet, Wind King, to kill the distant enemy. No wonder he's top tier. Their teamwork is really on point. The enemy, still determined to take down Cham Kan Tham Sa, charged into battle. Not a chance they'll get us. But he was immediately blocked by Im Kang Han. The other guy was frustrated seeing this. Peng Sek Hwan Sang, the one they wanted to deal with, is Cham Kan Tham Sa. Cham Kan Tham Sa, you better not meddle too much. Ignore those stupid warnings. Im Kang Han continued to support Cham Kan Tham Sa. That fraud, I'll help you block him from the side. Quickly finish off the other side. Following orders, Cham Kan Tham Sa charged forward and instructed Wind King to take out the enemy ahead. The pet obeyed and charged fiercely, shooting a volley of spikes at the enemy, forcing him to flee, screaming for help. Damn, the pet horse is this strong. One enemy started using a fiery charge attack. Even a boss-level pet would die to that. As he launched the attack, Cham Kan Tham Sa's sword pet blocked it just in time. The enemy was shocked that just this pet dared to injure him. Your Wind King? While casting a free attack, it suddenly unleashed a smoke slash, confusing the enemy. Then you countered with a Chunyan strike, taking down that arrogant enemy. The side servant saw the trouble. 1,500 damage. Holy crap. One sword killed 2 people. The fight paused. The duo remained unscathed. The strategist was annoyed. Cham Kan Tham Sa really didn't expect the top-ranked Wind King's help. He thought if it was just him alone, he would have switched channels and handled this already. Peng Sek Hwan Sang gasped. No wonder he attacked him. Turns out he's a friend of the channel mage. The servant isn't defeated yet. Cham Kan Tham Sa, you're a hot name on the leaderboard. Do you dare recall your pet? Fight him fairly or not? What's there to fear? Cham Kan Tham Sa recalled Wind King and said, fine, no more pets. Let him see your real power. Can you really help your friends? Just then, the servant advanced. The poison-dispelling blade soaked in fire, yet Cham Kan Tham Sa dodged most of the sword strikes, infuriating. He kept swinging wildly but kept getting hit. Cham Kan Tham Sa counterattacked, repeating the free attack, missing the enemy. But the enemy was more cautious. Missing wasn't a killing move, but it was too late. The enemy was struck down in 7 hits under Cham Kan Tham Sa's blade. He then chopped the strategist's sword in 2. The bronze weapon broke. Then the enemy's ancient sword was slashed by Cham Kan Tham Sa's blade, terrifying him immensely. But Cham Kan Tham Sa stopped there, not finishing him off. The servant was still scared. Why didn't you finish him? Looking at the sword at his neck, he trembled with fear. Cham Kan Tham Sa sheathed his sword. Im Kang Han's title is leveling up. Don't waste time in this forest. Im Kang Han nodded and followed, just escaping. The servant nearly collapsed in fear. Cham Kan Tham Sa, how did you end up offending such an opponent? At Yulin Valley, the scenery was desolate. Skulls were everywhere. Peng Sek Hwan, Sang Lam, and Im Kang Han summoned seal cards and sealed a level 1 blue skull. The system also announced, congratulations on successfully sealing the blue skull, but a level 48 arrogant skull tried to ambush you. Why underestimate you so much? It immediately got hit by a flowing light slash, losing its head. Cham Kan Tham Sa also used Chunan to finish it off. Next, the arrogant skulls. The system announced, congratulations to both players for completing the Bloodspread quest, earning 12,000 experience points, 450 prestige points. In the end, Cham Kan Tham Sa reached level 39, and Peng Sek Hwan Sang reached level 46. Tran Hoi leveling up with him was clearly NDT 0. Not only leveling up, she also caught a blue skull on the battlefield, worth at least 400 gold coins. Im Kang Han thought that made sense. Suddenly, a bloody skull boss appeared. Poor thing, it ran away immediately because these 2 overlords were fighting over it. In the end, Cham Kan Tham Sa got it. He was thrilled, 1 try, and he succeeded. He really is the chosen one. Im Kang Han looked down on this money-obsessed guy. Don't laugh, I have more good news. Curious, Cham Kan Tham Sa asked. Im Kang Han replied, the hero's token. Cham Kan Tham Sa froze. Did he hear that right? The hero's token? Isn't that the rare item only bosses above level 60 drop? Just saying, it made his eyes light up. Im Kang Han joined in. Players who get the hero's token can officially form a guild and receive collective attribute bonuses. Compared to private guilds formed so far, it's a whole different level. She spoke while sparkling like a star. They rested at Yulin Valley. Cham Kan Tham Sa wondered, you topped a new level 40 leaderboard, but level 60 bosses aren't even showing up yet. Is this news reliable? Im Kang Han answered, it's reliable. I heard the developers want to put the hero's token in unexplored areas to encourage players to expand territory. Mad Dragon and Lone Tyrant are frantically expanding. Im Kang Han continued, 2 strong factions joined my Snow Silver Pine Guild because of the hero's token. They came to negotiate more like plead. Cham Kan Tham Sa got confused again. Why does it feel like you're mentioning the hero's token just to pull me into your guild? She knew she was slipping up. Im Kang Han blushed. No, that's not it. She shyly looked away, but he was still intrigued. You got a piece of the hero's token. and formed the ancient Sword Dream Soul Guild. The first hero's token in Thien Tung can't be ignored. Im Kang Han suggested again, let's team up. Even if you don't join my guild, we can take the hero's token together. Can't ignore it either. Im Kang Han suggested again, let's team up. Even if you don't join my guild, we can take the hero's token together. Cham Kan Tham Sa agreed. Fine, let's team up again. It's decided then we'll have a proper fight with Mad Dragon and Lone Tyrant to snatch the hero's token. Im Kang Han agreed too. Then she jumped up and asked Cham Kan Tham Sa, any other plans tonight? He answered, no. Im Kang Han brightened up. Then half an hour later at the main gate of S, she invited Cham Kan Tham Sa to dinner and told him to dress nicely. Logging off to real life, Cham Kan Tham Sa was waiting at gate S, dressed very formally as told. Sharp and pretty handsome, the guard wondered. The young man waiting here so long, is he also waiting for Im Kang Han from the art department? He was confused. How do you know? Are you acquainted with Im Kang Han? The guard replied. I see guys like you waiting for Im Kang Han at the gate 8 times a day. Better go home, you won't get in. Cham Kan Tham Sa just smiled awkwardly. But things turned out opposite to what the guard thought. Money obsessed, why so early? The beautiful girl appeared. The guard was surprised. You're really here today? Then he grabbed Cham Kan Tham Sa to leave. To the guard's shock, on the main road, Cham Kan Tham Sa asked, where to? I'll call a car. Im Kang Han smiled. No need. It's already here. Suddenly, a luxury car pulled up to them. Cham Kan Tham Sa was stunned. What? This car? Im Kang Han confirmed. That's it. He thought to himself. Is this Im Kang Han being stingy? She always haggles, but today she just called a Bentley. They both got in and settled. She ordered the driver to move. The driver glanced at Cham Kan Tham Sa in the rearview mirror with a not-so-friendly look. Is this guy sick or what? His gaze looked murderous. Then he turned away. Im Kang Han kindly said, Jiat Ni, introduce this friend of mine a bit. The smile was a bit forced. Jiat Ni, calling him by nickname, could he be Im Kang Han Sr.? Cham Kan Tham Sa pondered. Im Kang Han replied, he's just a player in Thien Tung. No need to know him. The driver looked a bit annoyed. He snapped back. Jiat Ni, you're too obsessed with games, making friends carelessly. He gripped the wheel tightly while speaking. Im Kang Han got angry. Don't control my life, I'm in charge. Who I befriend is my business. Stop the car, they'll walk. No need for you to drive. Cham Kan Tham Sa fell silent, sensing the tension. The driver panicked. It's not easy to get a car now. You should let me drive them. Im Kang Han was still upset. Seeing her so angry, he softened. I respect your choice. Just remember to protect yourself. But his eyes still showed some dislike toward Cham Kan Tham Sa. That's such a deep grudge, but you didn't even do anything. We're here, get out of the car. You're panicking. She's decided to eat here. What? Cam Tuyen Mong Huang, the fanciest 5-star restaurant in the city? Eating here for real? Without caring, Cham Kan Tham Sa is also panicking. Im Kang Han calmly walks in amid the warm greetings from the staff. Seeing this, Cham Kan Tham Sa follows. This really is a 5-star late-night spot. Luxury car and a resentful old man. Forget about that for this meal. The car arrives early. The mountain is vast. There's a road. The sky is big. And eating is the best. The two keep moving toward the restaurant. Cham Kan Tham Sa wonders, what's the deal with that old man just now? She tells you not to overthink it. I'll tell you if there's a chance later. Let's go in. The two enter, looking just like a real couple. Cham Kan Tham Sa thinks, inviting you here to eat so lavishly, I feel a bit embarrassed. As if reading your mind, she reassures. No need to be embarrassed. It's not that expensive. In the distance, the guests are all spoiled, rich kids. Oddly casual. Why does it feel like there's a party going on here? Im Kang Han confirms. This is actually someone's birthday party. No wonder she said it's not costly. So they're crashing the party. We eat like this without bringing a gift? Im Kang Han replies, no need. Actually, I have a gift for you. Hearing that, Cham Kan Tham Sa gets curious. A gift? Then she hands you a gift box. Surprised when opened, inside is a phone. Cham Kan Tham Sa is puzzled. A phone? For you? Still can't believe it's real. Your confused diamond case with gold. Isn't that a bit showy? It's pretty heavy too. Im Kang Han chuckles. Of course it's heavy. The case is made of real gold and 10-carat diamonds worth nearly 200,000. Cham Kan Tham Sa panics after hearing the price. What? Did you say 200,000? That number is terrifying. Cham Kan Tham Sa hesitates. Such a heavy and tacky case if it wasn't real gold. Only a hillbilly would use this kind of phone. Hearing that, Im Kang Han laughs so hard she chokes. What do you mean, hillbilly? Ha ha ha. You're right. He really is a hillbilly. This is the guy who made this phone. From afar, someone notices Lam Han. As that person approaches, a wave of gossip starts. Isn't that the university beauty queen Im Kang Han? She's even at Lee Lak Ha's birthday party, someone says. Isn't Lak the one chasing Im Kang Han? Who's that guy? Doesn't he need that powerful status anymore? He looks kind of familiar. Suddenly someone announces, the beauty queen has arrived, but Lak is nowhere to be seen. A man in a flashy pink floral shirt with silver-dyed slick-back hair. He waves warmly. Cham Kan Tham Sa. Didn't expect you'd come. He thought you wouldn't show up for his birthday, he says. The rude man even dares to grab her hand, arrogantly asking, have you accepted his gift yet? Taken aback by the insult, Im Kang Han panics. Lee Lak, I've told you many times, don't. How dare you call her by that familiar nickname Jit Jit? And today you come here with the guy beside you for late-night dinner, sitting pretty and innocent. Cham Kan Tham Sa knows she's already offended this rich young master. She sighs helplessly. Figures, the party's ruined. Wherever this girl goes, trouble follows. Thought this time it'd be smooth. You're at a loss. Just as expected, the princely heir of University S, Lilak. He looks at Cham Kan Tham Sa like he wants to devour her. Where the hell did this bastard come from, daring to go with a beauty? Cham Kan Tham Sa isn't scared at all. Who the hell is this peacock? Suddenly, this flashy playboy notices the phone Cham Kan Tham Sa just got snatched. The gift suddenly seems confusing. Cham Kan Tham Sa picks it up to inspect. Lak starts angrily asking, so this is the gift he gave Lam Han? But now it's in the hands of the guy sitting across. He shouts, tell me, why is the phone he gave her now with Cham Kan Tham Sa? Im Kang Han can't take it anymore and decides to face this clueless guy. She's told him many times, absolutely don't call me Jit Jit. Besides, she doesn't want the phone. He bought it for her. Annoyed, Im Kang Han glares at Lilak like a bullet. If that's the case, who she wants to give it to is her choice. Knowing he can't be harsh with Im Kang Han, this arrogant Lilak turns to warn Cham Kan Tham Sa. Kid, show some sense. Give back the phone. This isn't something you deserve. His gaze is full of deadly intent. Im Kang Han next to him was fuming, but if he wasn't cheeky, he wouldn't be Cham Kan Tham Sa. You don't want to use it, but I'm gonna snatch it and give it back to you. The words sounded full of feeling. Im Kang Han beside him blushed shyly. He declared, so how you handle it is your business. The arrogant guy couldn't hold back and decided to throw a punch. He aimed his fist straight at the table, sending a glass of wine flying and scattering food everywhere. Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly shielded Im Kang Han. After the punch, everyone around was shocked. Cham Kan Tham Sa checked if Im Kang Han was okay, and she confirmed she was fine. The arrogant guy then asked, looks like he didn't invite you to the party today and kicked you out. Im Kang Han was absolutely livid. Clearly, he had said she could bring someone exactly who she wanted to bring. Cham Kan Tham Sa said this while holding tightly onto his arm. She was also furious at this rude young master's behavior. With eyes that seemed ready to curse, suddenly everyone around heard the name Cham Kan Tham Sa. That name. Could this be Senior Cham Kan Tham Sa Nai Chen? It really was him. A girl from somewhere spoke up, introducing herself. She was a third-year film major at S University, Ha Lin Lung. She admitted she'd admired him for a long time. The pretty Ha Lin Lung, seeing Cham Kan Tham Sa, eyes sparkling. Senior Tran, I heard you were at the match back then. I was also at school that day. Now to randomly meet my idol like this, may I ask if I can take a photo with you? Phone ready in hand, Cham Kan Tham Sa felt a bit shy, but it was hard to refuse. So they took a photo together. Feeling awkward, he secretly glanced at Im Kang Han, who looked mysterious beside him. The truth was out, Im Kang Han knew he was KNY Chen now. Cham Kan Tham Sa was also troubled that his secret was revealed. Both still awkward. The little fan kept wanting more photos, lost in her own world. Feeling ignored, Lak Thieu got furious. Who the hell is Nai Chen? Before he could get a proper answer, he was pushed away by the excited crowd, rushing over after hearing Senior Cham Kan Tham Sa Nai Chen was here. He was a mega idol, a legendary god. Everyone recognized him. You're the legendary mystery of the Night and Game Club. Girls are gathering around, didn't expect to see the real deal today. So handsome, Senior. These girls also wanted a photo. Cham Kan Tham Sa felt awkward with his identity exposed. In the distance, Lak Thieu was tossed aside, even twisted at the waist. A friend asked if Lak Thieu was okay. He was still really angry. Lilac asked, who the hell is this guy? How dare he ruin his birthday? Unbelievable. His friend, also a fan of Cham Kan Tham Sa, introduced him with great admiration. He was the strongest club leader ever at S University's gaming club, only 18 years old and already. Before he could finish, Lak Thieu shouted angrily, he's just another good gamer, right? His friend confirmed. Exactly. Slightly embarrassed for speaking out, Lak Thieu decided to settle it by charging into the crowd. The friend tried to push away the fans. Lilac pointed at Cham Kan Tham Sa. You're Cham Kan Tham Sa, right? Take his phone. Steal his girl. All his attention was on Lak Thieu's birthday party. Hey, do you really want to die? Im Kang Han was too angry to even speak. Who is his girl anyway? Don't be so thick-skinned. Stunned by the insult, it was humiliating. Lilac immediately turned hostile toward Im Kang Han. This was her choice to mess with both of them. He ordered his fierce crew, all ruthless and unhesitant. A shameless group, even more aggressive than many others, rushed in to fight Cham Kan Tham Sa. Bring it on still like a hero in the game. Cham Kan Tham Sa refused to run, stood his ground and fought back, reminding Im Kang Han to find a way to escape while he held them off. Im Kang Han warned him to be careful. A weak guy got kicked flying, and seeing that, another angrily raised his fist at Cham Kan Tham Sa's face. But Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't back down, countering with a powerful side punch. With more experience, he easily knocked out the blonde guy. That short guy, dark-skinned, got a bit scared. How was that little guy so strong? Actually, Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't expect to be this strong, with such power. Could this be the VI Physical Enhancement Serum 13 talked about? That black guy still wasn't convinced. thinking Cham Kan Tham Sa used some trick, so he started attacking him from behind. But Cham Kan Tham Sa was quick to sense it. He raised his hand to block the incoming punch, then delivered a straight punch to the guy's stomach. The force was so strong it sparked smoke. The big guy, nearly twice his size, was knocked down rolling. With that, the whole group was dealt with. Lee Lak, out of options, resorted to dirty tactics and hurled a bottle straight at Cham Kan Tham Sa. Everyone around was worried, but thanks to the effect of the VI elixir, he was much more agile and dodged it, leaving that guy stunned. He was thrilled his body reacted better than he expected. His sensitivity had increased. Lee Lak cursed angrily. Damn it, Cham Kan Tham Sa is useless, totally trash. Suddenly, Im Kang Han appeared out of nowhere and kicked him again. The guy was kicked away, and immediately after, Im Kang Han grabbed Cham Kan Tham Sa's hand, escaping that awkward situation. Standing there frozen, "What are you doing?" Cham Kan Tham Sa was surprised. "Why have you been here all along?" she confessed. "How could I just leave you here and walk away?" Noticing this, Cham Kan Tham Sa, now stronger than before, took the initiative to hold Im Kang Han's hand, running together pitifully. Lee Lak, just kicked, also got his arm stepped on by the couple, so painfully his veins popped. The henchman, recovering from the shock, helped Lee Lak up. Before they could ask anything, Han ordered them to chase after the two. Thus, a somewhat romantic scene unfolded. The young couple ran off together, ignoring the group chasing and attacking behind them. Suddenly, Im Kang Han stumbled and fell. Worried he'd be affected, she told him to go on ahead, saying she'd twisted her ankle, and Lee Lak definitely wouldn't dare mess with her. Cham Kan Tham Sa couldn't just let that happen, and immediately carried her in his arms. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Cham Kan Tham Sa scolded her. Im Kang Han had a moment to tremble emotionally. Behind them, some grabbed plates, others held glass bottles. The ones holding plates were determined to keep attacking, and when they couldn't catch up, they decided to throw objects directly at him. Even with increased health, getting hit like that still hurts. At Tinanguiet Park, after escaping the gang, the two rested on a grassy patch. "Damn, it took running through 3 blocks to lose them." Im Kang Han agreed. "These guys stick like glue, but this time we gave Lee Lark's princes a lesson. Let's see if he dares bother me again." So confusing. This guy causes trouble both in-game and real life. They barely got to eat, almost got killed by flying objects. Feeling guilty, Im Kang Han clutched his shirt and apologized. "This time it's your fault." Still, she was upset she suffered a lot of trouble because of Cham Kan Tham Sa. He looked confused. "Huh? Isn't all the trouble caused by you?" Im Kang Han reminded him. He was the knight and senior, and she was now the leader of the game club. After he left, she had a really hard time. Cham Kan Tham Sa was puzzled. Im Kang Han, more irritated, added, "Since you defeated King Bakhan, every year many experts came by, challenging the game club president when she took office, getting beaten countless times." Cham Kan Tham Sa analyzed. With her skills back then, she really got hit hard. She continued. She originally wanted to expose the 7 Virtue Knighten, but he took all his own files and not even a photo was left. Cham Kan Tham Sa chuckled at that. "Are you crazy? Leaving that for experts to find you?" Suddenly, Im Kang Han stepped closer, whispering into his ear, "Senior knows how to hide, too." Cham Kan Tham Sa felt shy, thinking he was about to get killed. He stood up. "You really haven't thought this through. It's all your fault. After running so long, your stomach's probably a bit hungry. Instead of compensation, you'll treat Im Kang Han to some noodle soup." After saying that, he helped her up. Im Kang Han agreed at once, and they returned to the mercenary room stained with blood. Cham Kan Tham Sa was getting treated. Old Master Du of the Door family specialized in treating wounds. Just wait and see. Du Sip Sam was examining the wounds, suddenly surprised to find no injuries on him. Cham Kan Tham Sa was shocked. "How is this possible? At the inn, you almost got beaten to death. How can there be no wounds?" Seeing his disbelief, Du Sip Sam let him check himself. There really was nothing, but the pain had definitely been there before. He looked in the mirror, his body was completely intact. Could there be some suspicion? Cham Kan Tham Sa dared to cut his own arm to draw blood. Du Sip Sam panicked. "Old Master, you're not hurt. There's no need to hurt yourself like that." But the miracle was the wound and blood vanished without a trace. He didn't need to injure himself, yet the wound and blood both disappeared magically without a trace. Both were stunned as Cham Kan Tham Sa realized the restoration ability of this elixir was truly incredible. Du Sip Sam reminded that Cham Kan Tham Sa's test results were normal, but today, there was a special situation. Should he find time for a more thorough checkup? Old Six agreed that in a few days he would go see Uncle Du for a deeper examination, telling Cham Kan Tham Sa not to worry because his life is very resilient. Suddenly, Cham Kan Tham Sa asked about the mission. Was the mission going smoothly? Did he need to step in? Cham Kan Tham Sa was helpless and changed the subject again. "You really aren't afraid of losing your tongue to the strong wind, huh? But there is actually something I need your help with." At the bustling Fubang City Market, a masked man approached and asked the level 4 red potion vendor why the price had jumped to 50 gold per bottle when 2 days ago it was only 20 gold. The vendor sighed tiredly and explained that food resources were scarce and the price was due to the big guilds fighting over it. Seeing the masked man hesitate, his eyes full of calculation, the vendor firmly said, "If you're not buying, then move along and don't interfere with my business." Suddenly, a notification appeared on the screen. Congratulations! He successfully traded a blood skull to the player named Only Drunkard for 1,000 gold coins, and after a 5% fee deduction, 950 gold was transferred into his account. Surprised, he felt like fate just handed him a sudden chance, the money arriving perfectly in response to his hesitation. This shifted his mood from worry to excitement. Proudly, he turned to the vendor and declared he would buy. He also ordered 50 bottles. Hearing this, the vendor immediately changed his attitude, smiling warmly and happily agreeing to the order. Holding the red potions, feeling their weight but filled with excitement, he thought about how the big guilds were scrambling to buy supplies. Clearly, they were following orders targeting the hero's order, but in his heart, he saw this as a quick money-making opportunity he couldn't miss in this risky game. Suddenly, a series of messages popped up from the squad, and he wondered who Nok Theo was. Not that dumb rich kid, right? Another message alert sounded. The Peerless Master asked if he had bought the red potions yet, urging him to hurry to Yulin Valley, while Cham Kan Tham Sa gave urgent orders, making him realize time was running out. He wondered again who Nok Theo was. Not that dumb rich kid, right? Another message alert sounded. The Peerless Master asked if he had bought the red potions yet, urging him to hurry to Yulin Valley, while Cham Kan Tham Sa gave urgent orders, making him realize time was running out, and everything was becoming more serious than ever. Cut to Yulin Valley, where Lak Thieu was talking with the beauty Min Wol, mentioning his guild lacked support like hers at a wage of 10 gold coins per hour. Meanwhile, Old Six arrived at the entrance of Yulin Valley. Hearing Lak Thieu, he thought that indeed Lilac was a silly rich guy with plenty of money and gold, and only he would offer such a yearly salary increase. This made him feel both sarcastic and mocking. Upon entering, he was surprised to see Min Wol. Seeing this, she quickly introduced herself as looking for extra work. Then the Peerless Master appeared and offered 10 gold coins per hour for healing, emphasizing everything must be clear and no cheating her. He was surprised and said that with just 1 gold coin, he could hire a high-level healer like her, feeling he was really getting a good deal. But inwardly thought, "Sister Min Wol, are you pulling a fast one? 1 gold worth over 1,000. Why only focus on this 1 gold coin?" Lak Thieu reminded them that Min Wol was here, so they should get to work quickly. She replied that she didn't know about that, creating a tense atmosphere between them. Old Six thought to himself that the king wasn't in a hurry, but the eunuch was. He added that 10 hours stretching over 5 levels didn't need to be rushed, relieving some tension in the conversation. Min Wol asked the Tramsa spear wielder how much the blood skull sold for at yesterday's auction, and he confidently answered the sale price was 1,000 gold. Surprised, Min Wol exclaimed the price was so high. She had initially planned to buy one for a friend as a pet since she was new to the game and needed a helper. Old Six replied, asking who the Tramsa guild leader was, then explained there was no need to buy a pet yet because pets have to fit the profession, like the blood skull only suits mages and high-attack archers. For other professions that use blood skulls, they become useless, and it's emphasized that only fools buy pets with such low attack at the start of the game. Hearing this, Min Wol chuckled with satisfaction and said he was right, while Lak Thieu was trembling. He then heard a notification sound. The blood skull he needed was already obtained. The other guy finished speaking, and Lak Thieu angrily said, "I know, get lost fast." This made the atmosphere more tense yet humorous than ever. Hearing this, the guy named Chi Tui Kimmi immediately obeyed orders and quickly left without hesitation. This lightened the mood a bit after the recent tension. Min Wol was surprised but hadn't asked when. Old Master Six confirmed that the buyer of the blood skull was Lak Thieu. Seeing Lak Thieu holding a sealing talisman, Old Master Six thought he was really bold. At level 22, carrying a sealing talisman worth nearly 100,000 running around recklessly if he died, it would be such a waste. Then, he thought, why did I just think about killing and robbing someone? Surprised by these reckless thoughts flashing through my mind, suddenly, a noise came from, making Old Master Six think someone was approaching. His anxiety rose, then he turned to everyone and said, "Let's go, we need to level up quickly." His determined tone energized everyone around, ready for the challenges ahead. Scene shifts deep into the Nether Spirit Valley. Everyone asked each other, do we really have to kill this level 47 blood skull? Worry showed clearly on their faces as they looked around, and felt the terrifying power of the enemy before them. Lak Thieu spoke up, saying that Tram SA was only level 39, the highest GWI Gakja was level 37, while most were over 10 levels below the monsters. So how do we fight? The atmosphere tensed as everyone realized the difficulties they were about to face. Old Master Six said that leveling up wouldn't be fast like that. Killing level 20 to 30 monsters can't get a 5-level boost in 10 hours. But with beautiful Min Wol helping, it would be easy. Lak Thieu only needed to protect her from behind to gain experience. Min Wol agreed, that's the only way. Then Old Master Six shouted orders for everyone to move, preparing for battle with high determination. The clash was extremely intense, the sound of weapons colliding, and the monsters' roars echoed throughout Nether Spirit Valley. The atmosphere was thick with tension and resolve. Every strike carried life or death pressure, forcing everyone to put all their strength into resisting the overwhelming enemy power. Old Master 6 shouted, "Win, King," then immediately charged into battle. Both sides fought fiercely, delivering powerful blows and skilled tactics. Every move was decisive. No one wanted to retreat before the enemy's strength. Minwol thought quietly, "So strong, he must be dead by now. This is his full power." Feeling both worried and amazed by Old Master 6's overwhelming strength. Then she launched the move Bright Fire Strike and charged at the Red Skull. The explosive power of the attack blazed like a sacred flame, heating up the surrounding air. Seeing this, Old Master 6 said the attack was almost over, immediately creating an immortality shield around him to protect from surprise attacks. With this shield skill, the player absorbs 15% of the attack as health, helping Old Master 6 maintain vitality while continuing to fight. Minwol was very surprised and thought she hadn't even acted yet but could already self-heal. Truly, GWI Gakja can't be underestimated. She thought to herself, this is exactly the true strength of the Blood SAO mercenaries. If we can recruit them, we can really obtain the hero's order. This made her even more determined to help Ancient Sword Dream Soul regain its honor. Suddenly, someone shouted, calling the beauty, "Minwol, come save us!" adding more health. Minwol thought every team has its weak point after all. Immediately, Old Master 6 charged into battle with the Red Skull. Determined not to let his teammates fail, he unleashed all his skills and power to pressure the enemy, giving teammates a chance to recover and attack even stronger. Minwol asked in surprise, "Is this a healing technique?" The other guy happily said, "Our Du family is alive again." This made her feel both excited and incredulous, at the same time realizing that the healing technique's power could unexpectedly turn the tide of battle. Locthio saw everyone happily celebrating his achievement, but he thought it wasn't interesting at all. This success brought him no satisfaction. At that moment, a notification sounded. Congratulations to player Cham Kan Tham Sa for reaching level 40. Congratulations to player GWI Gakja for reaching level 39. And congratulations to player Locthio for reaching level 27. Minwol said goodbye and promised to see everyone again. Then she left. Her footsteps echoed softly in the quiet space of Yulin Valley. When everyone saw the leaderboard, Old Six said, "Level 40 is only ranked 7th. At this time, everyone was leveling up quickly because of the hero order, making the atmosphere tense and competitive. Locthio spoke up, "No more excuses." Du family saw that and said, "After leveling up, you better head back to the city quickly. If you die, they won't take responsibility." Du family's words were not just a warning, but also showed concern for Locthio's safety. Locthio laughed arrogantly and said, "Don't worry about me. Who would dare kill me?" His confidence and arrogance made everyone around him laugh. But right then, a sharp sword knocked him to the ground. No one expected such a moment of arrogance to appear, could lead to such a tragedy. When they saw the items fall from Locthio's body, someone suddenly spoke to Old Six. "These are all silver-grade equipment and rare items." This guy didn't expect to carry goods worth 50 to 60,000 around carelessly. Really bold. Suddenly, a person dressed in black with a covered face appeared, his voice cold and clear. "Cham Kan Tham Sa, long time no see." His words made the atmosphere tense, and everyone's eyes turned to him. And everyone knew this was the person who killed Locthio. When Old Six recognized the man in black as Kwang Ryong No Got, he was surprised. He immediately shouted, "Kwang Ryong No Got, I didn't expect you to kill a hired man right before my eyes." His voice was full of tension, as if this was not only a confrontation between two people, but also a challenge between the powers existing in this world. Then, both sides immediately charged at each other. Their moves were unleashed at incredible speed, the clash sounding like thunder, each strike sharp and powerful, making the surrounding atmosphere fiery. Light from their skills shone dazzlingly, making the battle dramatic and unpredictable. At this moment, Kwang Ryong No Got held a sword in his hand. Seeing this, Old Six ordered everyone not to let him escape. Old Six chased after Kwang Ryong No Got, saying, "Such great loot, I'd rather get hurt than lose a single item." But he didn't forget to ask, "What exactly is that?" Old Six ordered the little devil to attack with a pincer move. The items Kwang Ryong No Got stole must have some secrets. Don't let him get away. The little devil obeyed. Then Old Six unleashed the Bright Fire Pierce technique and charged into battle with Kwang Ryong No Got. Their attacks crashed like raging waves hitting the shore, producing loud, powerful sounds. Each move was fierce and precise, their eyes glowing brightly in this intense fight. Kwang Ryong No Got laughed proudly with arrogance, announcing that he would leave the battle, leaving Old Six and the others furious, making the atmosphere even tenser and harsher. Then, Kwang Ryong No Got left, leaving Old Six and his comrades confused, unable to grasp what was happening. Old Six ordered the little devil forward, commanding him to sweep his spear to kick up dust. Though surprised, the little devil obeyed immediately, and together they swept hard, creating a cloud of dust like a thick fog, blocking the opponent's vision and throwing the surrounding area into chaos. Then, Old Six was surprised not to see Kwang Ryong No Got anywhere. His sudden disappearance left Old Six confused and clueless about what was going on. The silence surrounding them only increased his tension. He was angry. Long scolded bitterly that this brat was good, daring to come back the same way, a provocation he couldn't accept. This made the tension in the battle flare even higher. Suddenly, Old Six was caught off guard by an attack from Kwang Ryong No got from behind. This threw him into confusion and left him no time to react. Du family turned fiercely and attacked Kwang Ryong No Go, got with challenging words. He said arriving early wasn't as good as arriving on time, then without hesitation struck hard at the opponent's back, showing determination and agility in this fight. After being struck in the back, Kwang Ryong No Got vanished from the battle, leaving everyone bewildered. After Kwang Ryong No Got left, everyone held the item he left behind, and was surprised to learn it was the cursed compass, a mysterious treasure. With the ability to guide AIs brave enough to face their fate, everyone holding the compass realized this was the cursed compass. They understood why there were reports of hero orders, but no AI had found bosses level 60 or above. It turned out, to find those powerful enemies, they needed to rely on this compass to lead the way. Their eyes were filled with hope and determination, ready for the journey ahead. Du Jia was surprised, and said this must be what Kwang Ryong No Got stole. But where did Nyak Thieu get it? Then another voice said, never mind. With this we can directly fight level 60 bosses. The hero order is ours. Their eyes lit up with excitement and resolve as they imagined the glorious victories ahead. Old Six said the item was important and must be taken immediately to the warehouse in Fubang City, and everyone agreed. The scene shifted to the Fubang City warehouse. The atmosphere there was quiet but tense. A girl spoke to Old Six, saying she had skipped a dungeon boss to come here, so if anything serious happened, he was doomed. Her words rang like a warning, clearly showing her suspicion and determination about the upcoming situation. Old Six smiled and said he would show her something. His smile held mystery and confidence, making the girl even more curious and anxious as he held the compass. The woman was surprised to recognize it as the compass. Cursed! Asterisk. Her eyes flashed with astonishment and curiosity. She said, rumor has it the publisher released 4 to 5 items that can guide players to level 60 plus bosses in unexplored areas. It can guide players to level 60 plus bosses in initially unexplored regions. She thought it was a scam, but it turned out to be true. This made her feel excited and thrilled, more than ever, because it opens new opportunities for unprecedented battles. Holding it, she asked Old Six, where did you get this? Her voice was full of surprise and curiosity. Her eyes never left the compass, as if hoping to find an answer that would clear up all the mysteries surrounding this magical item. Old Six said, together with Long Quap from Nyak Thieu, he also killed Fong, so the compass fell into his hands. The girl couldn't help but admire him. She said he was truly lucky to have the cursed compass. Her admiration only increased her respect for Old Six when she saw he was not only smart, but also possessed precious treasures. He warned not to get too excited because bosses level 60 plus are extremely strong. The entire level 40 team of Dak Ba was wiped out by a level 58 boss. The whole warning sounded like a reminder that they were facing brutal challenges. The girl said, bosses past level 55 have completely different strength, and the Tuyetengan San Guild only has 100 members, with only 10 above level 40. Fighting bosses 20 levels higher is insanely hard. The numbers just don't add up. Her words served as a reminder that they were facing an extremely tough challenge, and to succeed, they needed thorough preparation, Old Six said. He called her over to say that within 5 days, all level 40 players must reach level 45, level 35 players reach level 40. Then they would lead the charge to face the level 60 boss. The determination in his voice fired everyone up. They realized that only by preparing well would they have a chance to win. The girl said, we can't wait any longer. Judging by how fast Dak Ba and Kwang Long are growing in boss, fighting power, it's probably enough. We just need the guiding item. We must seize this chance. Old Six said, leave the megapixel recovery food to him, as the scene shifted to Reflection Hill. There, Du Jia and Old Six were talking about Du Jia's new outfit. He said he just bought it with 20,000 roses. The excitement in his voice couldn't hide his pride. Hearing this, Old Six said, that's the rose money for them. Upgrading equipment could be taken from the studio's 70,000 fund. Seeing this, Du Jia replied, most of the studio's money came from you selling skulls. The materials earned along with the fund were for future development and recruiting members. They couldn't use that money to buy equipment for themselves. Du Jia's words showed his responsibility and vision for Team 5. Du Jia said, although his strength wasn't as good as Old Six and Tu Ki, he could make up for it with equipment. Hearing about the boss fight collaboration, Tu Ki had already reached level 42 and was grinding like crazy every day. He couldn't be left behind. His determination clearly showed his desire to keep improving, and not willing to fall behind friends in the upcoming journey. Hearing this, Old Master Six said in 3 days, Im Kang Han would see the true strength of the Crimson Mercenary Guild and reminded Little Demon to rest and not harm his health. Hearing this, Jia agreed and said he would cut off the power to Little Demon's room later, forcing him to sleep. Old Master 6 quickly leveled up and prepared the ingredients. He joyfully rushed toward the garlic because it was the main ingredient for making level 5 food, the excitement in his eyes showing how thrilled he was thinking about the dishes that could boost the team's strength. The announcement rang out, congratulating him on gathering 10 times the triple amount of garlic and increasing his hunting skill by 5 levels. Joy and excitement filled the space as he happily thought to himself, if he collected a bit more garlic, he could start cooking level 5 food. The eagerness in his heart made him feel like success was within reach. But when he started pulling up the garlic, he was surprised because the bulbs seemed to be firmly rooted in the ground. He had to use a lot of strength to pull them out. Then suddenly the ground shook, rocks flying everywhere, making him panic, thinking it was an earthquake. The strong shaking made him worry about what was happening. He realized it was the level 60 boss, the Hill Guardian God. He thought to himself that he hadn't used the cursed compass yet, but already encountered the level 60 boss. Anxiety rose in his chest. Realizing the dangerous situation, he panicked, thinking that with such overwhelming power, even the entire DOK Ba wouldn't necessarily win. Little Demon and 13 had already logged out. He needed to warn Jit Jit then. Anxiety rose as he realized that if he didn't act quickly, the situation would get more dangerous than ever. He panicked, realizing Jit Jit wasn't online, and he couldn't beat the level 60 boss, but running away would mean losing face. As tension rose, he felt trapped between a tough decision, but then he still grabbed his weapon because if he could defeat it alone, the drop rate for items would double, and he was sure it would drop the hero's order. The determination inside made him feel like he could do the impossible. He charged forward. But the level 60 boss just sneered contemptuously. Its smug smile reminded him this was not an easy fight. He was surprised when the boss's fan strike made him stagger, and the power from the strong fan strike was like a storm, making him reel back, feeling like he had hit an unbreakable wall. Still, he pressed on to test how thick the Hill Guardian's skin was, filled with determination to prove his own ability, despite the risks ahead. But when he charged, his sword broke, leaving him confused and feeling helpless, overwhelmed by the realization he couldn't harm the boss at all. His confidence vanished instantly, and he knew he was in a dangerous situation. The level 60 boss moved with heavy steps, making Old Master 6 panic as he almost got crushed. Then he realized facing it alone was too much, and he had to run away quickly, knowing safety was the top priority in this dangerous situation. Suddenly, he saw an opening and escaped quickly, but unfortunately got caught by the level 60 boss's finger, feeling like a giant trap had imprisoned him. Fear overwhelmed him as he realized there was no way out, and his fate was completely in the enemy's hands. While trapped, he thought the defensive power was superior. The Crimson Mercenary Guild was all physical fighters. Without a mage's support, this boss was really tough. The growing helplessness as he realized the opponent was way stronger than him and his teammates. They panicked because the strength and speed were extraordinary, truly worthy of a level 60 boss. He immediately thought about calling for help, but at the crucial moment, Little Demon and 13 were offline. Then he noticed Jit. Jit was online, but before he could do anything, he was surprised as a group of people rushed in and attacked the level 60 boss. This sudden appearance gave him a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Ryong Hong Cheon Ha held the compass and said, "Last time, Chien Kich Trumsa stole the compass. This time it was really hard to get one, already lucky to have found it right away." Relaxing, Ki heard and said, "This is the first level 60 boss. There's a high chance it will drop the hero's order." The atmosphere grew livelier as everyone realized the precious opportunity was within reach. There's a high chance the hero's order will drop. The atmosphere grew more intense as everyone realized this rare chance was within reach. Ryong Hang Cheonha said that if we get the hero's order, the Mad Dragon will establish the first guild, and ruling the Ice City won't be far off. Excitement spread among everyone as they imagined the bright future they could achieve if they succeed in this battle. Then, he raised his weapon high and declared that if the brothers took down the boss, each would be rewarded 10 gold coins. Everyone obeyed his order. The spirit of unity and determination to win flared fiercely within each person. They were ready to charge into battle with full resolve. Not letting this chance slip by, the whole group rushed in but were no match for the boss. The level 60 boss's power terrified them, and their attacks were quickly countered. Old Six saw this and whispered to himself, "One skill that wiped out over 10 players. Lucky he ran fast." His heart clenched seeing the boss's brutality. He knew he couldn't stand still, had to find a way to escape and call for backup if he didn't want to be the next victim. Then he lifted his sword and thought he also needed to prepare a bit. Luckily, he had a backup weapon, not as good as the previous one, but better than nothing. Anxiety rose as he thought about facing the boss. He stood in a safe spot to observe while waiting, his heart full of tension, seeing his teammates fighting the boss, and when they arrived, he had to kill all the Raging Dragon's ranged attackers before they could get close. He thought, damn it, the second skill is this far out and it's already affected by the boss's power. The boss unleashed the Stone God Thornstrike. A barrage of stones flew toward the soldiers. They panicked and called out to dodge, but the boss's power was too strong. The stones came crashing hard. They struck the soldiers directly, knocking them down on the spot. No one reacted or dodged in time. The level 60 boss's power was truly overwhelming. After the fierce battle, the level 60 boss grew exhausted, staggering under the relentless assault of the soldiers, and finally collapsed to the ground. Amid the commotion of the survivors, Ryonghang Cheonha was surprised to witness the boss's overwhelming strength. He didn't expect a single move to take down the entire group of soldiers. This made him more cautious. He triumphantly told himself that in the end, he was still the victor deep down. Filled with pride at the prospect of obtaining the hero's order and asserting his position, he loudly urged the surviving soldiers to quickly get up and continue attacking, determined to send the level 60 boss on its way. Old Six hid in the shadows, thinking, it takes coordinating 300 people flawlessly to wear down the terrifying power of the level 60 boss. He gripped his sword, thinking the jerk hasn't come yet and he can't wait any longer. Ryonghang Cheonha ordered the soldiers to charge and kill the level 60 boss. While he felt his strength draining every second, his determination fired everyone up. Then the whole group charged toward the level 60 boss. In the tense atmosphere, shouts echoed, and the glint of swords flashed under the light. They surged forward together like fierce waves. Then Old Six's Xuanfeng flew in, making Ryonghang Cheonha realize and ask, "Is that the Kich Tramsa skill?" His eyes filled with suspicion. Then he ordered his underlings to block the Kich Tramsa strike. The soldiers quickly obeyed, rushing to form a barrier, preventing Old Six from reaching the level 60 boss. But inside, they all felt worried. Kich Tramsa thought, Kung Long has reached his limit. Now it's his job to finish off the boss. He focused his spirit, clenching his weapon tightly, ready to strike with determined will. He charged at the level 60 boss, full of resolve and confidence. In his mind, he thought the boss still had the strength to use skills. But in this state, he told himself he'd see how much power the boss could still unleash. He steeled himself, ready to face any attack from this mighty opponent. Still determined to deliver the final blow, he struck a powerful finishing slash, amid long surprise and helplessness, shaking the world as the swift movement of the Kich Tramsa sword pierced the air and stabbed straight into the level 60 boss's body, creating a dazzling light and a thunderous explosion, leaving everyone around stunned at the magnificent scene. An announcement rang out. Congratulations to Kich Tramsa for leveling up to 5 stars, becoming the top of the leaderboard. All eyes turned to him, admiration and praise spreading everywhere. This made him feel the position and power he had just gained, like a new king in the game world. Hearing this, he was satisfied, clutching the items in his hands. Feeling like he'd just scored a major victory, he happily said, "Sweet win," as if these achievements were his reward. The sweet reward for his relentless efforts. Ryonghang Cheonha refused to accept defeat and charged toward Cham Kan Tham Sa, determined to snatch those valuable items. His mind was flooded with the thought that those things must belong to him. He couldn't let anyone else steal the fruits of his hard work. Suddenly, an announcement blared that all the Mad Dragon soldiers had been revived, leaving Cham Kan Tham Sa somewhat unsettled. He realized the situation had just become more complicated than ever, and the sense of victory he had just felt now turned into a greater threat as these enemies rose again. After the soldiers revived, Ryonghang Cheonha charged at Cham Kan Tham Sa and declared that even if he grew wings, he wouldn't escape his pursuit. But Cham Kan Tham Sa showed no fear. His eyes gleamed with determination and resilience, readying himself for the inevitable confrontation. His spirit remained unbroken by the enemy's threats. He ordered Haiyan Fong to prepare a devastating strike for Ryonghang Cheonha. With superior power and speed, Huyan Fong struck like a lightning bolt, slamming into Ryonghang Cheonha and causing him pain. Seeing this, the soldiers continuously summoned their strength one by one, striving to unleash special skills. The sparkling lights from their moves made the atmosphere more intense than ever. They were determined not to let Cham Kan Tham Sa break through and win again. Cham Kan Tham Sa ordered Haiyan Fong to charge and kill Ryonghang Cheonha. With a decisive and confident voice, he knew this was the best chance to end the battle. And Huyan Fong dashed like a gust of wind toward the enemy with unstoppable power. Hundreds of arrows flew at Cham Kan Tham Sa, but he quickly used his stealth skill. This skill made the arrows just fly past the space where he had just stood, leaving only a quiet, hazy gap behind. Ryonghang Cheonha was furious to see this. He roared that stealth wouldn't help Cham Kan Tham Sa escape his hunt. He vowed to dig up every inch of ground to drag him out and kill him to avenge this humiliation. The scene shifted to Kuailao Forest, where a girl aimed her bow at a man standing not far away, her gaze cold and her arrow ready to be released in the tense air, waiting for his reaction. The man sneered confidently, saying Im Kang Han couldn't get past them to save the boss, and now the Mad Dragon had surely claimed the boss. The sarcasm in his voice made the tension even thicker. Then an announcement rang out, saying Cham Kan Tham Sa had killed the Hill Guardian God and quickly taken the top spot on the leaderboard. Pride and respect filled the hearts of the surrounding players. Hearing this, Im Kang Han cheerfully said it seemed they couldn't handle the boss after all, true to their reputation as seniors. He could solo the boss. Hearing her words, the other guy panicked, unable to believe what he saw. Im Kang Han confidently said there's nothing impossible for someone like Cham Kan Tham Sa. Her eyes shone with pride and trust, clearly showing her pride in her teammate. Then she quickly rushed to help, thinking that the senior must have fallen into an ambush and was fighting alone. She couldn't let him fall into danger without AI support. She tried to contact him, but no AI responded on the other end. Worry surged inside her, making her run even faster, unable to hesitate. She could only hope the senior was still safe, and that she'd arrive in time, as he only had 15 health potions left, and had already used all his stamina potions. One more attack, and he'd definitely be wiped out. The pressure weighed heavily on her, as she thought she had to get there quickly to save him, before it was too late. An announcement sounded that the resurrection time for the Soul King was 9:59, and the pet Haiyan Fong's respawn time was also 9:59. This made her even more anxious. Cham Kan Tham Sa was overwhelmed by the speed of the soldiers rushing at him and didn't hesitate to order them to charge, knowing full well that if they lost, they would all fall into the abyss together. But at this moment, that fierce spirit made him feel more energized than ever. Ryonghang Chonha laughed smugly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He mocked Cham Kan Tham Sa, questioning if he could really do it. Then he urged his soldiers to charge into battle, ending with a cold line, "Go to hell." Hundreds of arrows shot toward Cham Kan Tham Sa. A whistling sound arose, hair-raising and unnerving, making him a bit unsettled, as if trapped in the eye of a storm. Though he was mentally prepared, the surprise still made his heart race faster. Suddenly, Im Kang-han charged forward, her face full of determination as she spoke to Cham Kan Tham Sa. "Please forgive me," but immediately after, a shocking announcement echoed. Peng Sek, Huan Sang killed Cham Kan Tham Sa, and has become the new top of the leaderboard. Im Kang-han turned to her enemy with a defiant gaze. She spoke strongly. "Rotten meat still belongs in my own pot," meaning no matter the opponent, she wouldn't let anyone interfere in her battle. Cham Kan Tham Sa, and she rushed at each other, exchanging relentless attacks. Both fought with full force. Each powerful move clashed with a sharp sound, the tension in the air thickening. Every strike carried the determination and strength. Cheong Su-hyang provided fire support, sharp arrows soaring toward Ryonghang Cheon-ha, creating a powerful wave of attack. Then, an announcement sounded, reporting that the Shadow Strike SA chose to respawn in Fubang City, and the level automatically dropped by 1. Scene shifts to the warehouse in Fubang City, where Shadow Strike SA is alone, contemplating Im Kang-han's decisive action. She acted quickly and decisively, not only preventing Mad Dragon from claiming the loot, but also ready to kill him, which caught him off guard. At this moment, Im Kang-han happily ran over to announce she secured the loot and was just waiting for her senior to open the chest, while Old Six looked at her in surprise and exclaimed that she still had some conscience, but he himself had dropped 2 levels. She handed him an item and kept one for herself, then said, "Let's see if the level 60 boss drops anything good." He sighed and replied that what he really needed now was a hero's token to ease his loss. Just now, his eyes gleamed with desire to reclaim what was lost in the fierce battle, but when he opened the chest, he was very surprised because the level 60 boss didn't drop a hero's token, only 2 ordinary pieces of gear. Disappointment surged as what he hoped for didn't come true. Im Kang-han looked at the battle boots with a fierce wind pattern and realized it was just a silver item, not very valuable, feeling a deep sense of letdown. Expecting a precious loot but only getting something worthless, she began to doubt the ability of the level 60 boss they had just defeated. Old Six held the Demon Ice Fragment, his eyes lighting up as he recognized its value. He said this piece was worth gold and could at least comfort the recent losses. At least it could help him increase his strength and make up for dropping 2 levels. He felt more satisfied knowing he wasn't completely empty-handed after the battle. Im Kang-han decided to gift Old Six the battle boots since he suffered the most after the fight. When Old Six received them, he gratefully promised to pay her back later. He sighed and said if the level 60 boss didn't drop a hero's token, it must be from the level 65 or 70 bosses, because the level 60 boss already had 2 area damage skills that could easily wipe out even level 40 players, while the level 65 and 70 bosses would surely be far more terrifying and dangerous. Im Kang-han wondered, if the level 60 boss needed 300 people to defeat, then how many would it take to take down the level 65 and 70 bosses? Old Six explained that although Mad Dragon mobilized 300 people, only 25 were above level 40, the rest were level 30 and 20 members. Plenty of numbers but lacking quality. He continued that Im Kang-han's Snow Silver Sam Guild had members with a minimum level of level 30, with very high quality, so 2 level 50 players with gold gear plus 100 members from Snow Silver, Sam could still potentially defeat the level 65 or 70 bosses. He added that every second counts, and he really wanted to quickly equip that level 50 gold item, because the chopping goddess, Im Kang-han's top spot, could be overtaken by him. Im Kang-han confidently said he was dreaming because the top spot would always belong to her. Scene shifts to Hanbang Gang 10, where Old Six's master looked at him with satisfaction, praising his recent hard work and progress, almost reaching level 45. Old Six humbly replied that the master was too kind, but he knew he had to work hard to be worthy of the mission of a spiritual swordsman. Old Six asked Master Sulin if there was a mission that was easy yet offered plenty of experience and great rewards. The master just laughed and praised him for knowing how to choose tasks well. Master Sulin said Old Six was lucky because he had an easy mission. Hearing this, Old Six was very surprised and excited, feeling it was a great chance to gain experience and prove himself. Scene shifts to Black Crow Peak, the Demon Alchemy Tower, Old Six stood before an old building where faded, mossy walls reflected the mystery and secrets of ancient magic. He grinned proudly and said, "This will be the demon alchemy tower that changes history. From today, Old Six, the old master, will become the first demon alchemist in history." Old Six quietly laid out plans for his great career. An announcement sounded again, mentioning NHA Lin killed demon alchemist Sui, stole the demon alchemy research Sui developed, and whoever delivers it to Luan will receive a big reward. Old Six didn't hesitate and kicked the door open, full of fierce determination. His heart brimmed with excitement for what he was about to discover. Inside, Old Six saw a demon alchemist Sui, his eyes sparkling with resolve and arrogance. He loudly demanded that Sui give him his life. Filled with the burning desire to conquer and dominate, demon alchemist Sui smiled faintly, his eyes full of meaning as he said that Elder Six had arrived just in time, as if he had been waiting for him. To carry out a mutually beneficial deal, he scanned Elder Six's entire body, his gaze sharp as if appraising a valuable commodity. Then he said this was a prime specimen, with a solid body. Elder Six shouted loudly and charged at Sui Long, determined yet slightly hesitant. He knew this was the decisive moment and had to act immediately. Sui coldly said the power was enough and kicked Elder Six flying into the cross on the wall, where chains were waiting. The chains wrapped tightly around him, immobilizing him. Elder Six was stunned to be bound by chains, because Master had said this was a simple task, yet he couldn't understand why things were unfolding this way. Sui held the enchanted spirit in his hand and said, "Little spirit is about to experience the most miraculous demon pill." His voice carried pride and mystery, making Elder Six uneasy. Elder Six writhed in pain as the chains constricted his body, feeling every muscle stretch. He screamed at Sui in desperation, begging him to release him. His voice cracked from the relentless pain. Sui pried Elder Six's mouth open and forced him to swallow a dark blue liquid. Elder Six had no way to resist. He could only gulp down the strange liquid. Coughing harshly, his eyes panicked as he looked at Sui and gasped, asking what he had just made him drink. Worry flooded his mind. Sui was surprised. He quickly pried his mouth open again and asked suspiciously why there was no reaction. Confusion showed clearly on his face, as he couldn't understand why this miraculous demon pill didn't work as expected. Elder Six shouted, demanding Sui take his hand away. Panic was evident on Sui's face as he realized this pill wasn't effective, causing him to doubt his own creation and feel uneasy about the unfolding situation. Sui lunged at Elder Six again, eyes full of suspicion, asking why his bones hadn't changed at all. Confusion and anger were written all over his face. Elder Six nervously asked what Sui had made him drink, while Sui calmly replied it was the enchanted spirit demon pill, something that could grow spirits within flesh and blood. His words carried an air of confidence and arrogance. Hearing this, Elder Six was amazed at such a miracle. He wondered why he felt nothing. Confusion was clear on his face. As he sensed something was wrong with his body, Sui angrily asked why Elder Six hadn't changed. He couldn't accept the failure of his own achievement. He had dissected thousands of people, and only the enchanted spirits had this effect. Yet before him stood an Elder Six showing no signs of transformation. Disappointment and anger robbed him of calm, his sharp gaze fixed on Elder Six, searching for the cause of this failure. Sui squeezed Elder Six's neck tightly and said it must be something wrong with him. Elder Six felt like he couldn't breathe and shouted, calling Sui a madman. Anger and despair mixed in his voice. Sui yanked the chains hard, causing the cross to shake. Cracking sounds echoed as if the cross was about to break. Elder Six felt the weight of the chains, the tightening growing increasingly painful. Then Sui grabbed a long saw, eyes cold and determined. He declared he would see how Elder Six was different from other enchanted spirits. He had to keep each bone intact and forge his soul flame for research. Hearing this, Elder Six couldn't help but get angry. He loudly said that Sui had destroyed so many lives, yet the enchanted spirit demon pill didn't work. That meant he had failed to create what he desired. Sui angrily scolded Elder Six, saying if the enchanted spirit demon pill succeeded, all enchanted spirits would become human. The 1,000-year war between light and darkness would end. Thanks to him, the enchanted spirits and humans who died were sacrifices for this great ideal. He asserted that this sacrifice would not be in vain. Elder Six sneered, saying killing in the name of justice was disgusting. As he spoke, he broke all the chains. His resilience and determination made the chains unable to hold him. He felt power rising within his body, and that made Sui uneasy about this fierce resistance. Elder Six charged and knocked Sui flying, saying to go dream on. His big dream and confidence in his voice made Chosui realize his plan was gradually falling apart. Old Master 6,000,000 once brought Mang King, and when he saw the servant's spirit, Sui was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Sui realized the reason the demonic potion didn't work was because Old Master 6 was a rare night spirit. He had been searching for the death spirit for 15 years, and today, Old Master 6 came willingly. His eyes shone brightly. Driven by curiosity and ambition, Sui understood that if he could study and seize Old Master 6's power, he would achieve everything he had long desired. This made him unable to hide the smug smile on his face. He said, "Be a good test subject. I need Old Master 6's bones and soul to create the greatest resurrection elixir." Sui's voice was filled with cruelty and desire. In his eyes, he shouted, bones to harness the power. The sound echoed throughout the space, energy radiating like powerful waves. Old Master 6 refused to back down, summoning Mang King to counterattack. Old Master 6 struck with overwhelming power, forcing Cho Sui to retreat. He charged into battle with fierce determination. His blows crashed like raging waves, making Cho Sui feel the danger. In the end, Old Master 6 killed Sui, defeating the fearsome enemy. After a fierce and dramatic fight, Old Master 6 emerged victorious, and with his death, all the demonic potions were consumed by him, leaving nothing behind. He looked at the pile of potions on the table, thinking to himself that they were all Sui's potions anyway. So, he casually took a bottle of similar color, switched the label, without worrying about who would notice. Scene shifts to the 10 Hanbang port trading post. Here, Old Master 6 successfully brought the demonic potion back to his master. He looked at his master expectantly and asked about the reward for this mission. His master handed him the reward. At that moment, an announcement rang out. Cham Kan Tham Sa has completed the quest, earning 8,000 experience points and a bronze talisman. He held the shield in his hand, extremely surprised because although it was only bronze grade, its attributes were on par with silver grade talismans. Then he turned to ask his master, can this demonic potion really make a spirit grow flesh and blood? When Old Master 6 asked about the potion's ability, his master began to explain that back then. Sui found the demonic potion but lost it. Unexpectedly, he spent 15 years researching it and finally succeeded. Just add a guiding medicine, and not only night spirits but even death spirits can grow flesh and blood. Old Master 6 was surprised to hear this, feeling as if he had just uncovered a great secret he had never considered before. The master confirmed it just lacked the guiding medicine and looked at Old Master 6. His gaze made him fearful, as if an invisible force was weighing heavily on his mind, unable to escape the anxiety about what his master would demand in the future. The master said, the guiding medicine isn't something he can absorb. Hurry up and level up. Old Master 6 nodded immediately in agreement. His heart was filled with determination, not only for power but also to prove himself before his master and the challenges ahead. Scene shifts to the Bungmin City trading market. Nual turned to ask IB if they really had to join the fight for the first hero's order. Her voice was filled with worry and doubt. Min Nual continued, saying that currently, finding people was difficult given their strength. Competing for the hero's order was too hard. Later, there would be more than one hero's order. There's no need to kill over the first one. IB listened seriously and replied that in danger, there is always fortune. The first hero's order not only grants 50% of any 2 attributes to guild members, but also announces the official founding of the first guild in District C of the country. Her eyes were full of determination, excitement flowing through her words. AEB added that the first title would be renowned nationwide. Strong attribute buffs would attract many players to join Ancient Sword Dream Soul. This was their hope to revive Ancient Sword Dream Soul. Ancient Sword Dream Soul. This was the hope to restore Ancient Sword Dream Soul. Min Nual said that on the leaderboard, most masters were already recruited by Long and Dak Ba to compete for the first hero's order. So where would they find suitable people? IB replied, not necessarily. The person you mentioned earlier, Cham Kan Tham Sa, what about him? Min Nual thought Chio Keech Trum SA was very strong. Regardless of actions or character, he was very trustworthy. She once invited him to join the guild, but unfortunately, he refused. AB emphasized that in the top 10, only Chio Keech Trum SA was without a guild. If they could recruit him, it would become a great strength for them. She felt that attracting him was crucial. No text to translate, incomplete sentence. His joining is necessary, and he's decided to try once more. Min Nual feels more at ease about IB and decides to introduce Cham Kan Tham Sa to her. She believes meeting him will bring great opportunities for both sides. IB reassures Min Nual that she's still aware of the situation. Even though the Ancient Sword Dream Soul Guild still has people here, her words motivate Min Nual to stay strong. Suddenly, an announcement echoes through the space. The highest bidder for the bronze shield will get it, catching both their attention. Min Nual pulls IB toward the auction sound. IB emphasizes that right now, what matters is upgrading their gear to boost their power to the best state. Min Nual nods in agreement and says AB's obsidian shield hasn't kept pace with her level for a long time. On the other side, it seems someone is auctioning a bronze shield. They need to quickly check it out to find an opportunity to upgrade their strength. Excitement fills both their hearts. Upon arrival, they see the bronze shield shimmering in the light. The seller stands confidently next to the shield, claiming it's genuine, top quality, and can greatly assist in battle. Min Nual is surprised to recognize the seller as Cham Kan Tham Sa. He also looks surprised to see her after so long. Meanwhile, IB just stares at the two of them, clueless about what's going on. Min Nual is curious why he's wearing a mask. He says it's to protect against many enemies, and he's selling gear to make some extra money. He also tells IB to freely check out the items. IB shyly asks how much the shield costs. Cham Kan Tham Sa praises her for having a good eye, saying it's the best shield and sells for 50 gold. IB is surprised because this bronze shield has stats comparable to a silver shield, which usually costs 80 gold on the market. But in SAO, it's only 50 gold. He waits for her reply, saying it's because she was brought here by Min Nwol, and they're basically friends now. Min Nwol smiles happily and thanks Cham Kan Tham Sa. IB then slams the shield down on the table, startling Cham Kan Tham Sa. She introduces herself as the guild leader of Ancient Sword Dream Soul and invites him to join. Cham Kan Tham Sa freezes after hearing this. He wants to join, but not right now. After thinking, he shakes his head and declines, saying he already has his own plans. But IB doesn't give up, or continuing to persuade him. Ancient Sword Dream Soul really needs experts like him. He can set any conditions, and she'll meet them all. Frowning, he looks at her coldly and says this recruitment is just a fight over the first boss order, but they haven't even found a boss level 60 or above, so don't even mention it. Then he lifts his foot to leave. Frustrated, AB pulls out a golden compass from her person and hands it to him. He glances at it briefly, but still shakes his head, refusing. Then he advises her that a compass is just the most basic thing. Ancient Sword Dream Soul's strength is too weak. Competing for the first boss order will only lead to destruction. She is a rational guild leader, so she will know how to make the right decision. Saying this, he firmly walks away. IB watches his back and shouts out loud, "She will never give up." After Cham Kan Tham Sa has walked a bit, he quietly looks back at them, murmuring, IB should preserve everyone's strength. He will bring the first boss order back to Ancient Sword Dream Soul. After parting ways, AB and Cham Kan Tham Sa head elsewhere to look for quests. But the place he goes to has no NPC quests at all, only monsters to grind levels very slowly. Meanwhile, his Phantom Spirit Demon King has been revived, but it no longer has much use. He needs to replace it with something stronger. Just then, a cry for help suddenly sounds from behind, startling Cham Kan Tham Sa to turn around and see a red-haired girl running toward him, chased by several high-level monsters. This girl is Han Nungiet Hong, a level 44 archer. She runs straight to Cham Kan Tham Sa, screaming for help. Cham Kan Tham Sa activates his skill and attacks the two monsters behind her. What surprises him is that they die instantly after his strike. They only had a little health left. He suspiciously asks why she ran, if just one more skill would kill them. This girl is Han Nguyet Hong, a level 44 archer. Han Nguyet Hong ran straight to Cham Kan Tham Sa, crying out for help non-stop. Cham Kan Tham Sa activated the chain attack to take down two monsters behind. What surprised him was that they died instantly after the slash, barely any health left. He suspiciously asked her why she ran away if just using the skill once more would kill the monsters. Han Nguyet Hong hugged him tightly, saying she was scared and wouldn't have fought them if not for the quest. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned at her. She quickly said she would share the quest rewards with him. After hesitating a bit, he agreed, but the boss loot dropped. She could only take one item, the rest were his, and he stored them immediately. Hearing this, Han Nguyet Hong stepped back, her eyes sparkling, promising to follow his lead completely. Actually, his goal was to level up. This quest would get him a whole level, more efficient than grinding normally. Right after, the two set off to complete the quest. Every monster that tried to block their way was finished off by Cham Kan Tham Sa. Han Nguyet Hong watched with some admiration. You slash monsters like chopping bananas, so impressive. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned and glanced at her again. This one's a bit troublesome, he said coldly. We're deep in Demon Mountain Valley now. The boss can appear anytime. You're a level 44 archer, you should contribute. But she pouted, whining, I'm scared. I only feel safe next to you. Chan sighed helplessly. Where did this sneaky girl come from? With no other choice, he had to keep moving forward. The deeper they went, the thicker the fog became before them. Han Nguyet Hong looked around warily, trembling as she asked, What's that? It's making me so scared. You must protect her, he said. As the fog slowly cleared, a figure wielding a blood-red blade appeared. It was a level 50 demon general who immediately attacked them. Cham Kan Tham Sa was startled by the demon general's incredible speed. He quickly pushed Han Nguyet Hong aside. Instantly, the demon general's blade struck down where they had just stood. Cham Kan Tham Sa twisted his body, exploiting the demon general's momentary guard lapse to slash its back. But it refused to yield. It immediately counterattacked, one strike causing him to lose a significant amount of health. Cham Kan Tham Sa created distance, falling into deep thought. Meanwhile, Han Nguyet Hong stood aside watching the fight, displeased. That boss nearly chopped him to bits. Yet young Master Long even suggested she come recruit him. She immediately drew her bow, ready to take down the boss. But then something terrifying happened. Cham Kan Tham Sa suddenly accelerated, activating the Chu Slash and striking the demon general. His speed was so fast the boss couldn't keep up. After losing a chunk of health, the demon general's body suddenly changed as it activated the war general's 100 battles skill. It gained 1% lifesteal, 1% attack power, and 2% attack speed. Cham Kan Tham Sa wasn't phased. Even 200% attack speed couldn't outpace him. He was dragging the boss down with him. As he finished speaking, he lunged in to attack again. The clashing metal sounds rang sharply. Both fought to finish it quickly. At this moment, Cham Kan Tham Sa's eyes burned with battle intent. They moved like lightning, disappearing and reappearing in midair, leaving Han Nguyet Hong dizzy watching from the outside. This speed was insane. What was going on? She was the 4th-ranked archer of Fu Bang City, yet couldn't keep up with the target. Even with eagle eyes activated, she only saw blurred shadows. At this speed, she started suspecting Cham Kan Tham Sa was a member of the Prestige Hall. Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't even know about her suspicions, and stayed focused on fighting the boss. The demon general activated its skill once more, then charged forward again. Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly summoned the demon god armor for protection, but the boss's blade still pierced through. He hastily activated Clemency. Surprisingly, it actually blocked the blow. He laughed proudly. Clemency not only blocked small monsters' attacks, but also the boss's strikes. Immediately after, he knocked the boss's blade away and attacked with Chu Slash again. This move triggered a critical hit, dealing nearly 3,000 damage to the boss. Just like that, the boss was finished by him. Han Nguyen Hung was shocked. He single-handedly defeated a level 50 boss. It was truly terrifying. Cham Kan Tham Sa sheathed his weapon slightly and glanced back at Han Nguyen Hung, mocking her. She really didn't lift a finger. She was afraid he'd notice. She immediately switched back to her koi act, telling him, "So good, don't let her get a chance to act." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ryong Hung, Cheon Ha, and Lam Jiat Han were observing the two. Cham Kan Tham Sa and Im Kong Han were a bit annoyed and scolded. He called her just to watch this? He chuckled softly, then started sowing discord. "If you don't believe I'm not fighting, he wants to show you his true colors. But unfortunately, you know his true colors much better than he does." She snorted coldly. This clumsy divide-and-conquer tactic is really pathetic. Ryong Hung and Cheon Ha didn't give up, proposing he and her form the largest guild in the country. Im Kang Han coldly glanced at him. "Stop the nonsense. Whether he dominates alone or the Bamboo Dragon Guild elsewhere in the future, Tuyet Ngan Sam will," she said. "She'll defeat her step by step." Then she immediately stepped outside. But after just a few steps, someone coldly warned her. Sometimes being too confident only ends up hurting yourself and dragging Tuyet Ngan Sam down into the abyss. Im Kang Han didn't care about his words at all and didn't even turn his head. He should keep those words to himself. Im Kang Han hurriedly left, but inside he was extremely annoyed. Cham Kan Tham Sa actually dared to hold someone else. It made her want to explode with anger. Cham Kan Tham Sa, who was trying to collect items, suddenly sneezed. It was the AI cursing him again. Han Weert Hung nearby saw this and asked with concern if he was sick. Cham Kan Tham Sa lazily told her to stop pretending. The quest and loot were already divided. If she wanted something, just say it straight. Yet she kept acting all pitiful, saying she only cared about him. Why did he have to yell at her? At that moment, Tron Hu coldly exposed her fake act. He held a silver-grade bow, and he was the female archer who had defeated a level 48 boss, yet she was chased by two small monsters. Also, he's just a skeleton. But as soon as he saw her, he lunged into her arms, clearly with a purpose. The top female archer of the Kuang Long Guild, Han Weet Hong, pretended to be shocked when she heard this. "You saw through her from the start? How embarrassing." She only wanted to invite him to join Kuang Long. Hearing her tone, Cham Kan Tham Sa's body couldn't help but tremble and told her to stop. Han Weert Hong didn't give up, continuing to persuade. You see, solo players never get good quests, but in Kuang Long they get them easily. With your strength, you can have anything in Kuang Long, even her. Then she put on a disgustingly seductive look. Cham Kan Tham Sa was so annoyed he flat out pressed his sword to her neck to warn, "Stay away from me. I'm not interested in joining Kuang Long." Now does she want to leave or die here? Han Weert Hong was terrified by his action and stepped back. She called him a blockhead who didn't understand, then ran away. Otherwise, she feared he really would strike. She wasn't a match. Once she left, Cham Kan Tham Sa finally sighed in relief. That pain in the ass is gone. He wanted to see if he could summon this boss. Thinking that, he placed his hand on the Ghost General's chest, and a faint purple energy appeared. Before long, the dark purple figure of the Ghost General appeared. He had successfully summoned the spirit, transforming it into the Ghost General Luke. Trun was very pleased. What caught his attention was that currently he could only possess one spirit, but when summoning a new spirit, the lower-level spirit would automatically disappear. Once he became a Sura, everything would be under his feet. However, while he was excited, the scene suddenly went dark before him, confusing him. It was 13 taking his equipment, grumbling nonstop. "You're crazy, playing games without eating or sleeping, knowing it's tough, but to this extent, don't you want to live?" Hearing this, Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his hand in surrender, admitting he was wrong. But because the hero orders were too urgent, he hurried. 13 reluctantly said, "This involves not only us, but the entire Fubung Nook Ret Kingdom. Being in a hurry won't solve anything." Cham Kan Tham Sa sighed softly. "It's because it involves all of Country Z that you're worried. Each region has an initial hero order, but only the first guild in the region to get the hero order can receive the title of Country Z. You don't want it to fall into someone else's hands." 13 patted his shoulder to reassure, "No AI wants that either. Other areas have 2 BA members of the Hall of Fame leading experts to fight bosses above level 20. Every 2 hours, loot keeps piling up, but the hero order still hasn't appeared." Cham Kan Tham Sa knew this well. It was the biggest headache. Only bosses level 60 and above can drop hero orders, but no one knows where bosses spawn or which can drop hero orders. 13 bit his lip fiercely and said, "We not only have to fight bosses in the current area, but also be faster than other regions. Effort is necessary. But luck is still the key, those damned game designers." Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned, deep in thought. "Luck, huh? Will you have any?" While he was still thinking, 13 pushed his chair back to the room, telling him to go to sleep, to stay alive first. Cham Kan Tham Sa nodded. Got it. After pushing him inside, 13 closed the door. After finishing, 13 went to check on Kongton Kosi's room, and sure enough, he was still playing games. 13 clenched his teeth in anger and cursed. "This group has all gone crazy. Without you, this place would fall into chaos." Elsewhere, in the living room of Drunken Moon Pavilion, Lone Tyrant Blade and Wind Travels the World had arranged to meet here. Lone Tyrant Blade chuckled softly and said, "Good thing I arrived early to catch a great show." Wind Travels the World opened a bottle of wine, then started scolding. "Cham Kan Tham Sa is like a rock in the outhouse, stinky and hard. Even Han Nguyet Hong couldn't handle him." Lone Tyrant Blade calmly said, "He won't be tempted by profit or lust. The sweet seduction trick he used on Im Kang Han and you won't work on him." Wind Travels the World snorted coldly. If he can't be used, then he's just an obstacle. That's why he wanted to cooperate with Lone Tyrant Blade. But Lone Tyrant Blade wasn't very interested in dealing with those two rocks. Wind Travels the World smiled and shook his head. He wanted to say they should team up to claim the first hero order. Hearing this, Lone Tyrant Blade hesitated a bit. He asked how the cooperation would work. Wind Travels the World took a sip of wine and said casually, "Although Lone Tyrant is the strongest guild in Fubang City, compared to the top guilds, with masters from the Hall of Fame, it's still a bit weak. Lone Tyrant can't do what they do, kill bosses faster and in greater numbers. For example, if 4 bosses spawn in Fubang, Lone Tyrant can at most take down 2 rampaging Drivagons and claim 1, but if the final boss drops the hero order, they'll be at a loss." Lone Tyrant Blade pondered his words. Then he frowned and asked if he meant to join forces with the backup troops from both sides to fight for the 4th boss. Wind Travels the World nodded in approval. He wanted each side to pull 1/3 of their forces to focus on stealing the last boss. If the 2 of them controlled all the bosses, the chance of getting the first hero order would increase significantly. Lone Tyrant Blade frowned, hesitated briefly, then agreed. But who gets the last hero order? It depends on each person's skill. Wind Travels the World chuckled softly, praising his honesty. But in the end, the 2 clinked glasses, signaling a happy partnership in Fubang City Square. 3 members of the Crimson Legion were here. Kongton Kok handed a large bag to 13. "These are gems and gear. Give them all to him." Cham Kan Tham Sa also gave him 500 portions of level 5 food. "If you meet Ancient Sword Dream Soul, remember to sell at half price." 13 accepted but was very displeased. "If Ancient Sword Dream Soul buys everything at half price, won't they be eating dirt?" Cham Kan Tham Sa laughed wryly. "Ancient Sword Dream Soul only has 24 people. They can't possibly swallow 50 portions. That's more than enough." 13 sighed helplessly. That was a few days ago. Ha Ye used a compass curse to ally with smaller guilds and formed the Ancient Sword Alliance. Membership has grown to 200. 500 portions might not even be enough. Cham Kan Tham Sa was startled upon hearing this. "Is that true?" 13 nodded firmly. This morning when 13 logged in, they were hunting level 60 bosses. They probably need more food now. Cham Kan Tham Sa grew more fearful. Hunting level 60 bosses. 13 looked at him helplessly. This morning, news of the Ancient Sword Dream Soul Emperor's return dominated the new feed for 30 minutes straight. He even told him to check the forum for you. 13 quickly opened his device to find the news, but suddenly another group shouted in panic, catching his attention. Not long after, 13 found it, but his expression wasn't good and told him to take a look. Cham Kan Tham Sa suspiciously asked, "He found it that fast?" "Let you see." But the news he saw was something he didn't want to know. The headline was harsh. Thought the former king would rise, but Lone Tyrant and Rampaging Dragon reaped the rewards. Cham Kan Tham Sa saw Ancient Sword Dream Soul members defeated by them. His face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth and muttered. The names Lone Tyrant and Rampaging Dragon made the 2 people beside 13 a bit alarmed. At that moment, Cham Kan Tham Sa suddenly wanted to run somewhere. 13 hurriedly asked where he wanted to go. He was filled with murderous intent, saying he wanted to slaughter them. But soon he changed his mind. "You want to find Dream Return." Hearing this, 13 stopped him, telling him to calm down first. "What's your excuse for going there? Are you the Cham Kan Tham Sa who just met a few times, or the Cham Kan Tham Sa who hasn't been seen for a long time?" Kongton Kok beside him nodded in agreement. They should think it through carefully first. Cham Kan Tham Sa's rage peaked. He couldn't calm down. But at that moment, someone poked the hornet's nest. The nearby group mocked Ancient Sword Dream Return one after another. Thought they were tough. But in the end, Rampaging Dragon and Lone Tyrant took them down easily. They're probably done for. Too bad for the beautiful female guild leader. These words reached Cham Kan Tham Sa's ears and made him explode. He immediately grabbed the neck of the one who spoke, demanding, "Say it again. What did you say about Ancient Sword Dream Return? Haven't they seen a coffin without shedding tears? Repeat once more. Ancient Sword Dream is worthless, and they say, what does it have to do with you?" Cham Kan Tham Sa felt like punching someone, but luckily 13 ran over to hug him and told him not to get angry and to think of a solution first. The two others took this chance to flee. At that moment, Gong Ton Kok suddenly called him over, saying Dokba was live streaming a boss fight. So reckless. Isn't he afraid of getting robbed? Six Legs hurried over to check the news, then gritted his teeth, scolding. They're not afraid because they counted on no one daring to come, but you do. These guys are done for today. Gong Ton Kok understood his plan and patted his shoulder, saying he'd go with him. Cham Kan Tham Sa felt grateful. True brotherhood. Cham Kan Tham Sa said, I'm going to steal the boss right during Dokba's live stream and have 13 posted on the forum. I want everyone to know the Blood Red Mercenary Guild dares to rob Dokba. 13 didn't hesitate and agreed. Just leave it to him. At the Crystal Demon Palace, Cham Kan Tham Sa and GWI Gakja arrived. This place also had Cham Kan Tham Sa's Demon General. Cham Kan Tham Sa assessed the situation briefly and then suggested sneaking in first using his teleportation skill. When the boss's health drops to 1/7, Gong Ton Kok would rush in to grab the boss's rage. Gong Ton Kok nodded softly in agreement. Cham Kan Tham Sa narrowed his eyes watching Dokba War God fight the boss. This bastard stole the boss and then insulted Ancient Sword Dream Perfect. At that moment, Dokba War God laughed proudly. The boss was bound by his Wind Demon Chain skill. He told everyone to charge immediately. A group from Dokba rushed toward the boss to take it down. Unfortunately, life isn't a dream. A terrifying scene unfolded. Cham Kan Tham Sa appeared from behind and ambushed Dokba War God. He wanted to kill this bastard. One strike from him took a huge chunk of Dokba War God's health. His speed was insanely fast. The guy couldn't keep up and kept getting hit. Cham Kan Tham Sa's eyes were full of hatred. The opening was enough. Now deliver the finishing blow. He activated Chunyern without hesitation and decapitated Dokba War God. After dealing with one, Cham Kan Tham Sa looked toward Dokba Blade behind him. He recognized him too. Cham Kan Tham Sa spoke coldly. Dokba's boss now belongs to your Blood Red Mercenary Guild. Dokba Rider glared angrily, sneaky and cocky. Dokba Blade tried to stop him. Dokba Rider attacked, looking at Cham Kan Tham Sa pretending to be calm. How many have been made examples already, yet you still dare to come alone here? He admired his courage but said it was a mistake to come. Why not just keep being a mercenary soldier? Cham Kan Tham Sa sneered coldly, mocking them. Stealing from others is fine, but getting robbed back pisses you off? Dokba's crew was trying to stretch chains tight to trap the boss. Meanwhile, Cham Kan Tham Sa attacked Dokba Blade. He blocked with his blade, panicked, and asked, Who told you to show your face this time? Cham Kan Tham Sa just sneered coldly. No need for orders to punish scoundrels. Then he immediately called GWI Gakja to advance. As he finished speaking, not only Gong Ton Kok but also the Demon General appeared, starting to attack the level 60 boss. Dokba's crew saw this and got scared. GWI Gakja summoned a level 50 Star Beast. This summon was even stronger than players. Now Dokba Blade also paid attention to the situation there. Cham Kan Tham Sa took advantage of his distraction and immediately slashed at Dokba Blade. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He'd taken a hit from Cham Kan Tham Sa. Dokba Rider panicked and called to him. But Cham Kan Tham Sa activated Chunyern to finish him off. Cham Kan Tham Sa stood coldly there, calmly said, Some things shouldn't be taken too far. If anyone's to blame him for messing with the wrong person outside the game. Min Wal's crew was also watching the fight. Min Wal happily said, I knew you could do it. Im Kang Han was running to his side, wanting to help. Others watching the fight were very interested in Cham Kan Tham Sa. Finally, someone gave Dokba Blade a lesson, but 3 of Dokba's 4 top masters remained. Hope you can handle that. But soon shouting broke out. You've already taken down 3 in a row. What masters? Then he took down 2 more. Keep it up and call out Dokba's lackeys. Your summons have wiped them all out. In the game, Cham Kan Tham Sa had defeated the last one. Dokba's crew was entirely wiped out by their group. Now only the boss remains. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned at the giant boss a moment, then signaled the 2 behind him to charge together. But at that moment, the Crystal Knight's eyes suddenly turned red. The glow around him also shifted. He entered a berserk state. Defense down 25%, attack up 50%. The 3 Cham Kan Tham Sa members startled and stepped back, keeping their distance. Cham Kan Tham Sa asked nervously, A level 65 boss going berserk, is this terrifying? The Crystal Knight charged at the 3 Cham Kan Tham Sa again. He urgently told everyone to dodge. The Crystal Knight fiercely swung his blade down. Lightning crackled along the blade. The 3 Cham Kan Tham Sa widened their eyes in horror. At that moment, the Demon General suddenly stood in front of 2 of the Cham Kan Tham Sa. To their shock, the Demon General drew his blade to block the Crystal Knight's attack. The lightning from the Crystal Knight dealt heavy damage, but the Demon General gritted his teeth and endured. Only when the lightning on the Crystal Knight's blade weakened did the Demon General launch a counterattack, instantly shattering the remaining lightning. Gong Ton Kok watched in awe, thinking, Cham Kan Tham Sa's summon is insanely strong, and it alone blocked a powerful boss attack. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned, glanced at the Demon General, then said in a low voice, The Demon General's true strength is just starting to show. Immediately after, he ordered the Demon General to charge. As soon as he finished speaking, the Demon General activated 100 Battles General, doubling his attack speed. He dashed forward like lightning, fiercely attacking the Crystal Knight. The Demon General's sword continuously struck the Crystal Knight, who couldn't dodge in time. The speed was so fast it was like seeing only after images. The Knight took heavy damage and had to retreat, trying to dodge the Demon General's attacks, without any counterattack. But the Demon General gave him no chance, swinging his sword relentlessly, significantly draining the Knight's health. The two Cham Kan Tham Sa behind also seized the opportunity to attack, leaving the Crystal Knight trapped outside with no escape. Spectators watching the battle couldn't help but exclaim, "Insane! A level 50 summon dominating a level 65 boss, plus Cham Kan Tham Sa and GWI Gakja, two top-tier fighters. The Blood Color Mercenary group is definitely winning. DOK, Ba War." God's face darkened as he witnessed this. This spirit swordsman profession is truly overpowered. One summon alone is enough to take down a boss. But DOK Ba Knight didn't agree. Even though the summon sacrificed 99% of its health for attack power, there's no room for even the slightest mistake. That's right, the Demon General must not slip up in this fight. But nothing is perfect. The Crystal Knight began to counterattack. One swing of his blade killed the Demon General instantly. The Crystal Knight sheathed his blade, narrowing his eyes at the two Cham Kan Tham Sa. Gongtan Kok attacked from afar with Blaze Pierce, causing some damage but nothing major. His next strike was blocked. At the same time, Cham Kan Tham Sa used Pardon skill to dash in. Though it missed, it set up his critical strike. The critical strike was empowered by Cham Kan Tham Sa, and even Gongtan Kok wasn't spared. He unleashed his strongest move, Demon God Slash. Two powerful energy beams appeared instantly, slashing across the Crystal Knight's body, sending him straight to the afterlife. Thanks to that, Cham Kan Tham Sa successfully leveled up to 50, and GWI Gakja reached level 48 after defeating the Crystal Knight. Items began to drop, but the place showed signs of collapsing. Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly urged Gongtan Kok to grab the loot and leave. Any delay would mean missing the teleport. The two started picking up items. This time they could teleport anywhere in the Fubang region, but what Cham Kan Tham Sa valued most was the compass. It was truly a blessing. After looting, Cham Kan Tham Sa activated teleport to leave. It was truly a blessing. After looting, Cham Kan Tham Sa activated teleport to leave. Gongtan Kok was also very happy. This run was a big win, but they didn't notice someone sneaking up behind them for an ambush. Dak Ba's sword wanted to steal the compass. Cham Kan Tham Sa turned, smirking with full mockery. His boss is so sick, Dok Ba's sword thought he'd take me down, but he swung at thin air. The two vanished in an instant. Outside, Im Kang Han watched and chuckled softly, then jabbed Dak Ba's sword in the ribs before running off. "You're being way too stubborn." Min Nuol is also very happy. He succeeded. IB nods quietly beside him. "So the players in the Fubang area are free now?" He's pissed, and she's right. The crowd watching the match cheers loudly. Dok Ba Dao finally slipped up. They will become the #1 force in Fubang. Dak Ba and Kwang Long won't let this go, but Cham Kan Tham Sa is too bizarre to predict by normal logic. They will become the #1 force in Fubang. Dok Ba and Kwang Long won't let this go, but Cham Kan Tham Sa is too bizarre to predict by normal logic. Fubang City after the boss-stealing battle by the Cham Kan Tham Sa group. The Scarlet Mercenaries are so famous, their orders stretch all the way to Paris. This made 13 extremely happy. Plus, the forum right now is full of news about them. Gongtan Kok leaned to 13's ear, excitedly said, "This fight was so satisfying." 13 nodded slightly. He watched the live stream, showing NDT0 said. Then 13 looked toward Cham Kan Tham Sa and smiled. "They've taken another step forward, almost at the hero order. Aren't you happy?" Cham Kan Tham Sa nodded slightly. "Of course, very happy. You've been waiting for this moment for a long time, to get the hero order and restore the reputation of Ko Kim Mong Honorable. But right now, the system suddenly updated." 13 frowned when he saw it. This was meant to corner Ko Kim Mong Honorable. The new update stated, "You must have over 100 members to use the hero order, but Ko Kim Mong Han and the Scarlet Mercenaries only have 15 people. However, once they get the hero order, gathering 100 people will be easy. You've waited too long to reclaim the #1 spot." Just then, behind the three of them, a firecracker suddenly exploded, startling them to look back. It was Lam Giat. He came to congratulate them on stealing Dok Ba's boss and getting the special lucky golden compass item, surely about to blow up with excitement. Cham Kan Tham Sa saw him arrive and smirked. "You're quick." Im Kang Han smirked, wanting to come support you, but you teleported away too fast, wasting her effort. Seeing them talk, Gongtan Kok politely asked if they should stay here. 13 smiled mysteriously and said, "They're discussing something important. As members of the Scarlet Mercenaries, of course they need to be here." Im Kang Han finally got to the point, asking if he saw the recent world announcement. Cham Kan Tham Sa just nodded silently. Im Kang Han winked. She suggested he give her the hero order, and she would pay him 1,000 gold. Cham Kan Tham Sa immediately refused without thinking. He couldn't give it up, sticking to the old way. Whoever kills the boss gets the hero order. Lam Dan Han frowned at him, his expression serious. Now the Scarlet Mercenaries having the hero order is useless. While he's struggling to recruit, another area has already formed the first guild. Cham Kan Tham Sa just smiled wryly at this. Im Kang Han looked at him for a long time, then reluctantly sighed. Stick to the old way. But she was wondering if the guild he planned to form was just a guess. Scarlet Mercenaries? Just then the World Forum announced, 13-2 is not allowed. He asked suspiciously, why so many announcements today? Looks like a lot of big events are happening. This announcement said Truk On Loan also received the lucky golden compass. Seeing the group, he was shocked. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned slightly. Is the opponent him again this time? Im Kang Han frowned, hesitated a moment, then agreed to 1,000 gold, but on the condition that Tuyet Gan Sam must act twice for free. Im Kang Han seemed afraid he'd change his mind and immediately agreed. She went to notify all Tuyet Gan Sam members to gather immediately. Cham Kan Tham Sa shook his head slightly. No more time. Anyone who can make it in 3 minutes. Come, you'll pay the teleport fee. At this moment, Cham Kan Tham Sa was full of fighting spirit. Chuk on loan. Let's see who laughs last this time. A moment later, with 1 minute left, he told everyone to get ready. At the time, they would teleport immediately. 13 quickly prepared the gear, resurrection and special equipment from the warehouse. Im Kang Han was fully prepared too. Cham Kan Tham Sa told them to prepare as many supplies as possible, just to secure the first hero order. Even if it costs all their assets, it's worth it. At this time, Tuyet Gan Sam's people had also teleported in, 5 led by Cheung Su Hyang. Cheung Su Hyang warmly held Lam Dan Han's hand, smiling. You got caught off guard by the sudden call. Many couldn't make it in time. Im Kang Han helplessly said, no choice. Truk Long might catch up if we wait any longer. Cheung Su Hyang pondered for a moment before saying, there's still time. She just switched to a clone in the red flame area. Right now, the Truk Long faction is being blocked by Kin Thane Lak Thun, and they're fighting. Im Kang Han heard this. He suggested Cham Kan Tham Sa take it slow, but Cham Kan Tham Sa shook his head, saying no, King Thang Lak Thun can't stop Truk Ang Lan. If Truk Ang Lan gets blocked, they will be as well. So no more waiting, we have to move now. Great Grassland, entrance to the Earth Abyss. Cham Kan Tham Sa carried the teleport scroll to lead everyone there, but nothing in front of them raised suspicion. However, Cham Kan Tham Sa had a compass for navigation. He immediately pulled it out and checked it, pointed to a path just ahead, not far away. Cham Kan Tham Sa was confident. No mistake, this is it, he said, telling everyone to prepare. The entrance was about to open. Then he pressed the needle on the compass. In an instant, a blue light flashed before everyone's eyes. Cham Kan Tham Sa excitedly said, everyone, let's take down the level 70 boss together. Cham Kan Tham Sa's group entered the door opened by the compass. Inside was quite dark, making them a bit startled. Cham Kan Tham Sa ordered to hold formation and stay alert. Then suddenly, the torches in the tunnel lit up. 13 asked in surprise, is this their way of welcoming us? With the torchlight guiding them, Cham Kan Tham Sa's group moved much faster. But the level 70 boss dungeon looked somewhat desolate. After a while, they finally reached the Earth Moon Demon Palace at the main throne. A boss was sitting there. When Tran warned them, everyone was the type of warriors who acted according to plan. But the boss remained motionless. This was the level 70 Earth Blood War King, with a whopping 40,000 health points. The toughest among them barely had over 1,000 health. The group was terrified and speechless. Cham Kan Tham Sa's team stayed alert, waiting for the boss to move. A second later, the boss suddenly stood from the throne, GWI Gakja shielding in front of Kong Ton Kok. The Earth Blood War King aggressively swung his sword at them, moving so fast none could keep up. Im Kang Han hurriedly used the smooth armor skill to help Kong Ton Kok defend, and he also used the ghost armor overbody for protection. Yet one strike from the Earth Blood War King shattered all of Cham Kan Tham Sa's defenses. Tham Sa was shocked. Just one hit took down Kong Ton Kok, who had used defensive skills and muscle. This was way too strong. He immediately told Kong Ton Kok to revive, then used a resurrection orb that lasts 10 seconds. Kong Ton Kok quickly used it. He had sold half his fortune to get 6 of these, so he had to be careful. Kong Ton Kok shouted fiercely. His health rapidly returned, but at that moment, the Earth Blood War King's sword slashed toward his leg. He hurriedly warned him to be careful. Kong Ton Kok was startled, dodged the boss's sword, and without hesitation slashed down, breaking the ground beneath. Kong Ton Kok quickly crawled out of the rubble, breathing a sigh of relief, almost dead there. Meanwhile, Tuyet Gan Sam's forces kept attacking. Arrows, magic, and sword energy flew through the air, but to the boss, it was just a scratch. The damage was minimal. Im Kang Han and Cham Kan Tham Sa felt something was off. They both activated the Radiant Slash and Vermilion Flame skills together, true top-tier players. Their damage was much higher than the others, especially Cham Kan Tham Sa, who doubted the damage he dealt. It was probably the power of a gold-tier weapon. His damage doubled, and he nodded with satisfaction, truly outstanding. Right after, Tuyet Gan Sam's forces launched a full assault on the boss. A flurry of skills activated. Boom! Explosions echoed throughout the dungeon. Flames burst everywhere, yet the boss remained unscathed. The moment the flames flared, the boss promptly used his shield to block. Seeing this, Im Kang Han urgently said, "We have to make every second count." But facing a massive stone blocking the way, Cham Kan Tham Sa said, "Don't rush." Then he shouted loudly, telling everyone to clear out, and smashed down with Thor's siege hammer. The clash echoed for a moment. The boss's shield shattered instantly. Taking advantage, Cham Kan Tham Sa, Im Kang Han, and Kong Tan Kok charged in together. The three unleashed shockwave skills simultaneously, continuously attacking the boss. But then, suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. The Tiatangan Sam group hurriedly attacked it. Unfortunately, it was too late. The big boss unleashed a flame body, blazing fires erupting everywhere. Thon Tui Huang saw that and immediately warned everyone to be careful and fall back. Cham Kan Tham Sa furrowed his brow. This fire is too strong. Even magical attacks are getting burned away. But it wasn't over yet. The big boss used its skill again. It flicked its hand lightly, and the flames began to dance in midair, in just a blink, transforming into an afterimage of a fire dragon. Seeing this, Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted in horror. It wants to wipe them all out with one strike. The giant fire dragon roared, its eyes glowing red like burning embers. Flames spewed from its mouth, forming a massive wall of fire, engulfing everything around. Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his sword, eyes fixed on the fire dragon, and shouted a decisive command. Close in first, then fall back and attack from a distance. The flames blazed even fiercer as they charged toward the three of them. The trio quickly turned and fled. While running, they heard 13 scream, "A Joe." Turning back, they saw 13 lying flat on the ground, completely surrounded by flames. Tram immediately reminded GWI Gakja and Peng Sekwan sang, "Everyone, heal fast and restore your status." Unexpectedly, the Earth Abyss War King appeared behind them. He swung a blazing red sword toward Tram Khan. GWI Gakja sensed the danger and shouted loudly, "Boss, watch out." The red sword is aimed at Tram Khan's head. At that moment, Peng Sek Huan Sang rushed over to block. Purple and red lights collided, creating a massive explosion. The blast sent everyone flying back. The 13 couldn't bear the pain and cried out, "Mom, just one hit and it caused such a powerful shockwave." The Earth Abyss War King's skill was so strong that all of Tram Khan's summons were killed, and their HP kept dropping. HP down 318, HP down 451, HP down 211, HP down 170. The 53 players witnessing this power just stood there, mouths agape in shock. The boss's fire damage was seriously broken. The level 50 summon of Old Master 6 was about to give out. At this time, Tramkan pulled out a skill card. While the Demon General still held the boss's attention, we'll use Tramkan's card. It radiated the boss's blue firelight. "Leave it to me. Wait for me to create an opening." The Equipment Enhancement skill card notification popped up. Introducing Equipment Enhancement skill. Weapon attribute boost increases by 200%, lasts 8 seconds. Tram Khan's sword turned blue and snowflakes appeared. The notification continued to show the item introduction. Ice Noble Soul Golden Weapon Enhancement increases user's ice attack attribute by 21%. Meanwhile, the Earth Abyss War King was killing one of Tram Khan's level 0 summons and closing in on Peng Sek Huan Sang. Extremely worried. "Senior must be careful," GWI Gakja, right beside him, shouted, "Boss, go." Tram Khan used the power of the Ice Fury skill card with strength of 2,145. He unleashed the Ice Soul Ring, decisively slashing at the Earth Abyss War King's face. Snowflakes and ice chunks flew straight at him. He clutched his face in pain, completely surrounded by ice. He could only look up and scream pitifully. A notification appeared introducing a skill. General of Hundreds of Battles Undead Demon. General lost 7, 90% HP, increased 90% lifesteal, 90% attack power, 189% speed on this opportunity. A spirit rushed in and slashed him, causing 1,112 horsepower damage. The spirit kept attacking relentlessly, leaving him no time to react. But he wasn't weak. After a brief surprise, he launched a series of counterattacks. The spirit was killed by him. Seeing this, Tramkan didn't stand still either. He immediately charged straight at him. Using Ice Soul Ring and Bright Flame Twin Strikes, he unleashed 2 consecutive attacks, slashing non-stop. This caused 611 horsepower damage, leaving the enemy unable to resist. A giant hailstorm fell directly on the Earth Abyss War King. He was knocked far away and tumbled to the ground. An info panel appeared introducing the Armor-Breaking Formation skill card that reduces the target's magic resistance by 50%. Duration 30 seconds. Costs 60 gold coins. The Earth Abyss War King lay collapsed on the rocks, looking weakened. Multicolored formation circles appeared around him. The skill card info displayed the Armor-Breaking Formation skill card reduces the target's defense by 50%. Duration 30 seconds. Costs 60 gold coins. The info panel continued to introduce the Weakening Formation skill card that reduces all target attributes by 10%. Duration 30 seconds. Costs 75 gold coins. The Earth Abyss War King still wasn't down. He woke up, his body covered in small yellow spots. He planted his sword tip into the ground, gritting his teeth in frustration. 13 held 3 skill cards in his hand, looked at them, then shouted in panic. "Only 30 seconds left, everyone hurry up," Peng Sekwan Sang said with determination. I won't make it this time. The six-fold Thunder God skill card appeared. Then she pulled out a purple skill card. The card emitted purple lightning that surrounded her. The info panel showed the Thunder God skill card. Each Thunder God card can unleash 3 lightning bolts, worth 80 gold each. This is the skill of the cards. The purple lightning gathered, piercing through blue, yellow, and red magic circles, creating powerful lightning strikes. They hit the Earthblood War King, causing him to lose health rapidly. HP minus 852, minus 852, minus 852, then minus 852 again. No need for close combat, yet no carelessness either. He raised his sword to signal everyone. All ranged attackers increased their attack power. Cheung Su Hyang received the order and unleashed the Faith Arrow Storm attack. Her arrow glowed green. Mage Yu Thung Darsa immediately supported with Water Flow Blade. Streams of water rose one after another. Tin Kong Tum Hai also launched an attack. She pointed at a book. Ice Needle Barrage began to fall. Guild leader Nirm used the Fireball technique. Fireball missiles flew in. The struggling mage summoned violent winds and launched a huge tornado. The Earthblood War King was hit repeatedly, causing him to lose a lot of health. HP minus 1,756, minus 1,418, minus 1,113. The assault continued non-stop. He was hit from all sides. HP minus 871, minus 811, minus 118, minus 138, minus 518. After the attack, the boss's health was down to 16,501. Everyone was stunned to see this. Cham Kan and Cham Za exclaimed that the recent assault was effective. Just one more hit could kill the Earthblood War King, who was already staggering. He sweated, gritting his teeth to defend with his sword, but his strength was no joke. He immediately raised his sword, which glowed with a red light again. He stabbed the sword into the ground, sparking flames. Cham Kan Tham Sa warned everyone to be careful. His eyes turned yellow as the red spider lily bloomed, and the Cham Kan group was surrounded by red circles. They quickly took defensive positions beneath Cham Kan and Peng Sek Huan Sang. Suddenly, an abnormal blaze erupted. Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted, "Get out of the way!" The Earthblood War King's burning flames. Seemingly unable to defend, he spread his arms and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! Announcements sounded one after another. Player Yuthung Darka has died. Player Tin Kong Tum Hai has died. Spirit General has died. 13 looked very worried. But at this moment, Cham Kan Tham Sa, GWI Gakja, and Fong Sak Huiern Tung rushed forward to protect 13. Cham Kan ordered 13 to respawn and the others to move out. 13 replied he could, and as Cham Kan charged forward, he held out the Tham Lang Vung skill card. Introducing the Tham Lang Vung skill card. Increases player attack speed by 25%, movement speed by 25%, duration 8 minutes. Cham Kan gained the Tham Lang Vung skill. Like an arrow flying, he gripped a Chunyern hammer tightly. He swung directly at the boss, causing him to spew blood. HP minus 918. The Earthblood War King's arm was cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. He screamed in pain. His other hand rushed to hold the severed arm. Announcement: Player Ilthung Zarka has revived. Announcement: Player Ting Kumtum Hai has revived. Cham Kan was full of confidence. Almost victory. Summon your pets and unleash the final storm. Everyone revived and attacked the boss fiercely. Cham Kan led the charge, followed closely by Peng Sek Huan Sang and GWI Gakja, with some bees also attacking. Chunyern, Lu Kuang, and Tram Min Hua rushed in. The three slashed directly at the boss, causing him to collapse. After their combined attack, the boss's HP was down to 9,787. He sat on the ground, gritting his teeth in pain, but he still refused to give up. Suddenly, a golden aura burst from his eyes. The Legion Corps. A fireball appeared. The three Cham Kan members didn't know what it was when suddenly a fully red figure appeared, looking fierce. Cham Kan exclaimed in amazement. He was surprised by such a twisted skill. Who knew it could summon spirits? The summon looked exactly like Cham Kan's group, except they were red and looked ferocious. One spirit flexed its muscles and shouted, "Kill!" Even the mages were perfectly duplicated. They charged at Cham Kan's group on command. He ordered everyone, "Split the battlefield. I'll hold back the two strongest clones." She led the fastest group to clear the battlefield. Peng Sek Huan Sang received the order. "Come see me now." She swung her sword, emitting golden light from the blade. Her strike blazed with dazzling brilliance. She slashed straight into the clones, causing immediate blood loss. HP minus 174, HP minus 112, HP minus 147. Meanwhile, Cham Sa was fighting against his own clones, and Peng Sek Huan Sang's clones. His slash made them panic and stare in shock. They quickly retreated to avoid Cham Kan's strike. Meanwhile, he fought while pondering the difference between these clones and their original selves. Peng Sek Huan Sang's clone used the Fire Flame Flowing Light Slash, while Cham Kan's clone used the Fire Flame Chew Blade, both charged at Cham Kan. Seeing their moves, he realized these two shared the same grudge against him. It seemed they were just copies of abilities, without independent thought. So Cham Kan dodged aside, avoiding both of them, slashing behind and missing. The two clones quickly turned around. Peng Zequansang's clone flipped backward and stabbed at Cham Kan. He quickly raised his sword to block. The clone of Peng Zequansang didn't hesitate and immediately flew forward like a dart. Cham Kan suspected, just one person? Better take one down first, then talk, since their techniques are the same. The copied form was even stronger than the original, twitching with power. The clone kept attacking relentlessly, forcing Cham Kan to defend without counterattacking. Suddenly, Cham Kan's clone raised its sword and charged at him, aiming for a strike on his head. Cham Kan couldn't react, and could only slide back to dodge the blow. Too dangerous and sudden. Peng Sek, Huansang's clone stabbed him from behind. His HP dropped by 118. Cham Kan's clone quickly slashed again, reducing his HP by another 234. Cham Kan took 2 blows to the stomach and fell, groaning. So this is how it feels when someone beats up 2 of us, it's disgusting. Suddenly, golden and green lights appeared on the other side. Cham Kan wondered what it was. That was the Earthblood Battle King healing, HP increasing by 20, then 20 again, and again, reaching 9,880 HP. Seeing this, Cham Kan realized the situation was bad. Peng Zequansang, standing nearby, was worried too. Senior, the boss is healing. Cham Kan immediately discussed a plan with her. They shouldn't interrupt anymore. Although the boss heals a small amount continuously, once it adds up, the threat grows enormous. The clones rushed toward the 2 of them, shouting, "Kill!" In moments, Cham Kan and Peng Zequansang were surrounded by the clones. The 2 had to stand back to back to defend. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the boss had just healed. It had fully recovered to Mui. 443 happy. Player Vung Tien, Nierm had died. Hearing this, Cham Kan and Peng Zequansang were shocked. While fighting the clones, Cham Kan warned, "We have to finish this fast because we're outnumbered, and the boss's healing won't be significant if we act quickly. This is our only way to beat the bamboo dragon." Peng Sek Huansang immediately agreed. "Got it, Senior. Hang in there." She then glanced over. 13 were fighting. Senior 13 revived Vung Tien Nierm. The mage used full power ice magic to attack, receiving orders. Cham Kan was still struggling to hold off the clones. He thought, "I need to be faster. Only faster can I get the hero's order. Defeat the bamboo dragon. Defeat the bamboo shadow chaos." He started flying, purple light appearing continuously. But it still wasn't enough. He needed to be faster. He rushed at his own clone, slashing twice in a row. But the clone still blocked it. Not enough. Cham Kan stopped, still unable to find a way to deal with them. Suddenly, he grabbed his head. The 2 clones standing there didn't understand what was happening to him. Cham Kan shouted, "My head hurts so bad." 13, still fighting, heard his shout and turned to look at him. Old 6 and 13 were stunned by the scene. Cham Kan's clone had used the Fire Flame Chew blade to slash Cham Kan's shoulder. He was slumping, weakly calling 13. A notification appeared. Player Chio Kich Trum SA had died. 13 panicked upon hearing this, trying to rush to Cham Kan's side but didn't notice behind him his clone was preparing a sneak attack. Luckily, Peng Sek Huansang arrived just in time. She slashed the clone of 13 away. She shouted loudly, "Old 6, revive him. Senior 13 is reliable." 13's face surfaced as if he had just escaped death. The notification board showed, "Mom." Cham Kan stood up as if reborn, surrounded by a purple light, his heartbeat starting again. Cham Kan was resurrected, but very different from before. It seems like he's stronger now. Cham Kan's clone rushed to slash him but froze, jaw dropping in shock. Cham Kan unleashed a 5-strike combo. He slashed repeatedly at the clone faster than it could defend. The clone shattered into pieces, head severed from neck, legs flying off. Even the sword hand was cut off. After finishing off the clone, Cham Kan rubbed his sword. "That scared me." He looked at his reflection in the blade and softly said, "Finally, I'm back." Peng Zequansang, seeing this, wondered, "Why do I feel like the senior is stronger after resurrecting? That speed was insane." 13 wiped tears nearby. He's not just stronger. 13's eyes welled up before breaking into a smile. That's the war god Lactrun returning. Old 6's sluggishness is gone. Taking advantage of the war god's comeback, Cham Kan grew serious. He immediately charged straight at the Earthblood War King. Something was burning above the boss's head, causing him to clutch it in pain. A red alert notification appeared above the boss, a glowing circular mark splitting his forehead in 2. It caused blood to start dripping and drained the Earthblood War King's energy, putting him into the Flame King state. His body would now take fire damage automatically first. At that moment, Cham Kan's sword blocked the boss's strike, his power exploding with a 25% attack boost. Speed increased by 20%, defense dropped by 20%. He kept dealing damage to the Earthblood War King. The boss's HP dropped steadily, minus 216, then 228. The boss seemed exhausted, only raising his hands to block incoming attacks. Speed made his HP drain faster, minus 441, 412, 428, 431. He stared at Cham Kan standing tall. This was his strongest form yet. Fongsak Hyorin-tung and GWI Gakja rushed over to help her. Looking at GWI Gakja, then commenting on the 20% speed boost, saying that was all there was to it. Peng Sek Huan Sang used Spirit Star Piercing on the boss, reducing his HP by 415. A notification popped up introducing the skill. Critical hit minus 4,000. The Earth Blood War King hadn't recovered from the blow when 13 and GWI Gakja came flying in from afar. 13 used Blade Slash, and GWI Gakja struck with Demon God Slash straight at the boss. His HP dropped again, minus 418, then 311. Cham Kan also lunged forward but missed. The boss's HP was now only 2,917. He stared at Cham Kan behind him, scheming. Suddenly, he spun around, sword raised, counterattacking Cham Kan. Cham Kan faced him with no trace of fear or hesitation. Spirit Star Piercing crit for 2,917. He landed several hits in the boss's stomach, who could only scream in pain. A notification appeared. The player sacrificed 750% of their HP to deal damage equal to 10% of the target's max HP. Another notification for the hero's order appeared. Another message, "Here I come." Peng Sek Huan Sang, 13, and GWI Gakja, along with the mage group, were thrilled seeing this. This battle's won. Everyone cheered excitedly. Cham Kan stood proudly on the boss's corpse, raising his sword high. Suddenly, the boss's body burst into flames. The Earth Blood War King's head split in two, releasing many glowing orbs. Cham Kan noticed a red dot inside the myriad pine and shouted, "That has to be the hero's order." Lots of loot dropped. Everyone behind rushed over to claim their rewards. Cham Kan caught one of the orbs. It glowed bright red. He raised the orb high. It shone fiercely, dazzling everyone around. Someone from the group told him to hurry. Quickly check inside for the hero's benefit, not just loot. A golden token appeared, shining brilliantly in Cham Kan's hand. Peng Sek Huan Sang was captivated and reached out to receive the item info. Cham Kan handed the token to her. She immediately raised it high, shouting, "Hero's order." Its light drew everyone's attention. The scene shifted to an ancient house with a notification. Guild leaders with over 100 members using the hero's order to establish a guild officially receive rewards and the guild's official benefits. Quickly activate the hero's order. Peng Sek Huan Sang, 13, and Cham Kan stood in front of the Fubung Tuet Ngunam house and activated the hero's order. Fubung Tuet Ngunam Guild, led by Peng Sek Huan Sang, used the hero's order. 13 immediately flipped the middle finger. "Yeah, this is freaking awesome," Cham Kan, standing behind, also exclaimed. That old man, Truk Long and Kintan Lark Thun, had a massive battle, yet it still couldn't be this fast. "You shouted loud. No wonder you're Truk and Larn. Too bad. This time I won." 13 joined in, showing off muscles and laughing, "Ha ha ha." Peng Sek Huan Sang shrank back, hurriedly covering his face, embarrassed by these two. Then the scene shifts to the Sikdim Dir Huit Ma Kung area. World announcement, Khum Hai Pham Hai Chin Pham Mot Hai D0 Badilam, in Country Z. Player Truk Ein Larn officially founded Country Z. The Thien Tong Guild officially ranked second after Truk Long. Damn it, a guy with red gloves is furious. Below are subordinates with heads bowed low. And yet we're only second. Another guy spoke up. "Tweet Nyanam, where is that guild? Never heard of it." Businessman Dung asked, "Isn't this guild just nobody's?" While asking, he checked Twit Nyanam's info board. A long, messy, blonde-haired guy answered, "Brother, Tweet Nyanam is in the Fubung area, ranked third guild, only about 100 people. This blonde is Lirt Fong An." He continued explaining. Truk Long is their guild leader. Peng Sek Huan Sang is a top expert also in Fubung. There's another expert, Chiet Kich Trum SA, closely connected. This time, it was these two teaming up against Peng Sek Huan Sang. Chiet Kichum SA, Twit Ngunam, Lirt Fong, Ein, looked down at the people below, all with darkened faces. Since getting the Kim Monghon Fei, Truk Long has never lost. He smirked. "Truk Long, Guild of Truk Ein Lan." Then he stood up, spreading both arms and said, "This time we're only second." The crowd below raised fists, shouting together, "Defeat Twet Ne Nam. Truk Long is the strongest." Scene shifts to a wild jungle area, Min Wall hugging guild leader Lai Thui Nyetfung tightly. Surprised, Truk Long got beaten and became second guild. Ha ha ha, after 2 years, finally a guild that can suppress Truk Long. Guild leader Lai Thui Nyetfung hummed. Min Wall continued chatting about snatching the boss's dominance unexpectedly. "Chiet Kich Trumsa helped us avenge twice." Nyetfung happily replied, "Yeah, the first hero order is settled, but there's still the second hero order. The third one, competing with Kwang Long's dominance, will be even fiercer. We have to prepare well." Min Wol asked further, "The second hero order won't be as insanely fierce as the first one. Cham Kan Tham Sa won't reject us, right? That girl is still full of determination. Might as well try again." Scene shifts to Kwang Long headquarters, Ryong Hong Cheon Ha's office. He angrily shouted, damn it, a bunch of trash and yet let Tuet Nyanam snatch the hero order." Not knowing who to take anger out on, he kicked the table over. Kung Long is full of trash, so mad he got stupid, kicked the table, then clung to his leg, crying and gritting his teeth. The old master wants to recruit new people. Over here, Ba Tian Dao is also furious, punching trees, damn it, and this trash dominance guild. Kimchi Nam luckily couldn't protect this damn hero order, so it's ours. The top guild should belong to Dominance too. He was so pissed he broke a tree in half with one punch. Chit Kich Trumsa, I want you to pay. His subordinate was startled too. Then reported Baka Chiet Kich. Trumsa often acts alone, with strange movements. Scene shifts to Fubung City with a voice heard. I know, we need to plan carefully. Newsboard shows world announcement. Second guild Truk, Long of Country Z. All members gain additional 20% physical resistance. Everyone who heard it was stunned. Tuet Nun actually became the first Thien Tung guild of the area. Country Z, everyone's face was shocked. They couldn't believe it could still overpower the strongest guild, Truk Long. The influence is huge. The first guild's boost is insane, 50% extra attribute points, and it's for 2 categories. Everyone raised their hands cheering. Why bother joining Kuang Long or Dominance guilds? Tuet Nun is my true love. Meanwhile, 13 is hugging a bag full of gold, eyes shining brightly, smiling wide. High-quality magic stones, no wonder it's a level 70 boss. Even rings and jewelry are platinum. The mage group behind is also happily laughing. Brother said exactly right. Announcements kept popping up. Rich now, super rich. 500 gold coins is a lot. Item info. Underworld realm gear is platinum, plus 150 horsepower. GWI Gakja raised his spear. Attack speed plus 15, plus an extra plus 4 luck. Peng Sequan Sang couldn't hide her joy, smiling as she looked at her sword. Every attack has a chance to trigger an effect. Fire Flame. Item info for the Golden Light Shadow Sword. Attack 125 to 160, plus 30 strength, plus 250 horsepower. Effect. Adds fire and light attack attributes to the user. Attacking enemies with both light and fire attributes can cause critical damage multiplied by twice the rank, can be used at level 50. A notification pops up. Underworld Queen's Earrings, equipped with platinum. Peng Sequan Sang turns to Cham Kan Tham Sa. She asks, Senior Tuyet Nun Sam, we want to invite you to join us once more. Cham Kan Tham Sa's HP increased by 100. After hearing her offer, he just scratched his head, looking awkward. Peng Sequan Sang continues, I know, I also get why you're acting like this. You have your own goals. Before, I could give my all to help join us, and the entire Tuyet Ngan guild can be your backup. Cham Kan Tham Sa hesitates thoughtfully. Well, you still haven't given up your plan. I understand what worries you. After joining Tuyet Ngan you'll still have everyone at Huet Sak Dung Bin free to support you. Senior, you led the strongest guild before. You have experience. Tuyet Ngan guild just became the top guild, still has many flaws, needs your help to improve. Number 13 speaks up. You're the boss of Huet Sak Dung Bin. We all follow you. GWI Gakja agrees. Wherever the boss goes, we follow. Cham Kan Tham Sa is deeply moved. Behind him, 13 and GWI Gakja bump fists happily. This seals the deal for sure. Then he says, Huet Sak Dung Bin requests to join Tuyet Ngan hoping the guild leader approves. Scene shifts to the Ice City Hall. Cham Kan Tham Sa is training at the arena. His sparring partner is Fong Sak Huyen Tuong. He launches the Chunan move and flies toward Fong Sak. She grips her sword tightly, her gaze deadly serious. He warns her, twitching means you're not fully focused. Sometimes I might get defeated. She swings her sword. Her sharp strike is incredibly powerful. The pressure is intense, but she misses Cham Kan Tham Sa. He dodges swiftly. She's shocked, confused. He says, beating me isn't enough. She turns suspicious. What? She keeps attacking but can't land a hit. The senior's speed is too fast. I can't clearly see his moves. Cham Kan Tham Sa takes the chance to counterattack. But this move is useless against me. Giat just manages to raise her dagger to block. That's the finished sword technique. Giat stops attacking. One hand holding the sword, the other the dagger. She seems to be calculating something. Suddenly, she strikes 4 times rapidly at Cham Kan Tham Sa, but he dodges every hit. Moving faster than light, Giat is amazed by this skill. There's no way to dodge all her attacks at such close range. Taking advantage of her opening, Cham Kan Tham Sa rushes in. He wields his sword, radiating terrifying red energy. Giat can only stand and take the hit. The sword is right at her shoulder. She sighs. It's over. Training ends. Giat admits defeat. I lost. I always thought the senior was strong, but now I've finally seen it with my own eyes. She throws Cham Kan Tham Sa a guild token from the senior. This was the token used to defeat the boss before, exchanged among brothers for some offline matters earlier. Item info. Cham Kan Tham Sa holds the token. It radiates Darkbone energy, a golden item. He looks at it, remembering Giat's face. Power plus 16, HP plus 160, attack speed plus 16. Cham Kan Tham Sa steps outside. The light radiating from him looks mighty. In the distance, Mage Than Tui Huang approaches him. They look at each other, mouths agape in surprise. Huang's luck plus 6. Cham Kan Tham Sa's item adds 5% lifesteal to the user. Mage Huang is amazed to see Cham Kan Tham Sa holding a golden guild token with dark attributes. All the stats fit perfectly. Giat feels hopeful. I was right, the sluggishness is gone. He scratches his face. Fully recovered now. Huang was quite surprised to see him outside the arena and asked, Boss Chian Kitch, you're finally out? GG. Nope. Scene shifts to Min Wall and her friend, who seem to be in trouble. A message pops up. She had to go offline early. What's the rush? Did something happen? Guild leader Lai Thui Not Phuong immediately announced, our people were ambushed by Dak Ba again. This was the 10th time. Not Phuong was furious. Every time Dak Ba's group waited there, they would turn around and leave as soon as they saw the rescue squad. It seemed they weren't waiting for anyone else, they were waiting for me. This whole thing happened because of me. You girls shouldn't mess with Ba Thien Dao. Frowns. Asterisk. If anyone's to blame, it's your bad luck. Why go on a mission with the Snow Silver folk and drag yourselves down? You only have yourselves to blame. Guild leader Lai Tui Not Phuong sneered. Ah, couldn't get the top guild, couldn't beat their leader either. So you take it out on low-level members. Your guts are really something. Ba Thien Dao, hit where it hurt, flew into a rage. You're asking for death. Not Phuong knew she couldn't beat him, so she just raised her shield to block the blows. Suddenly, a kick straight into Ba Thien Dao's face. The kick sent him flying before he landed with a heavy thud. His henchmen were blasted away by the force as well. It was none other than Cham Kan Tham Sa. He told the two girls to stand behind him. Looking cool, he shouted. Ba Thien Dao, you deserve to die. Dak Ba, you guys keep stepping on my contradictions again and again. Ba Thien Dao, bleeding from the kick, still sneered, but he kept taunting. Ha ha, Cham Kan Tham Sa. You finally stopped being a scared turtle. Before he could continue, he frowned. As if realizing something, Tham Sa swiftly took down several Dak Ba henchmen. One got beaten until the floor was cracked. The defeated henchman lay stiff, only able to call for 7 baka. Ba Thien Dao gritted his teeth in anger but remained confident. Tham Sa, you ambushed us last time and succeeded. This time, you'll die here. The henchmen surrounded Tham Sa one by one. One wielding a green spear tried to stab him from behind, but he spotted it. He grabbed the spear tight, freezing the attacker in place. Then he slashed once, decapitating him instantly. Another appeared behind him, but how could they hit him? He flew up like a bird, gliding past each one so fast they couldn't react. One got slashed and froze stiff, spraying hardened glue. Not Phuong watched the fight, feeling it was familiar, and asked Minwal, Tham Sa's spear skills and reactions just now. They seemed so familiar. Minwal agreed. Yeah, very familiar. Too familiar. Suddenly she shouted, watch out! Huge ice blocks and boulders are falling toward Tham Sa. But he was unharmed. He kept darting like lightning, taking down each enemy. Suddenly, an archer appeared. A volley of arrows rained down on Tham Sa. He looked up at the arrow storm and weaved through them effortlessly. His eyes locked on the enemy. The henchmen gaped in terror. Chain attack launched, and they were all sent packing. In a flash, he finished off the weaklings. Ba Thien Dao, furious, screamed and kicked up stones. Tham Sa looked at him and asked, is that all you have to say before you die? Ba Thien Dao gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, what just happened? Did their war gods all get killed? He clenched his fists, his face darkening. Why is it always you, Cham Kan Tham Sa? He shouted. You stole our boss, our hero's order, and even took over our top guild. You won't be satisfied dominating us at the Ice District. You dare say second place while no one dares to claim first. You blatantly attacked me head on. What do you think you are? Who gave you the right? Finishing, he swung his sword straight at Tham Sa. I want you dead. Tham Sa easily dodged to the side, avoiding the slash. He countered, who gave me the right? Before he could continue, the other interrupted, because you're too weak. He swung his sword again, but Tham Sa dodged and told him to shut up. His eyes reddened with anger. Tham Sa raised his sword. Your declaration of revenge and weak tactics only show one truth. You're no match for others. Weakness means you need more training. The strong swallow the weak, the best lose and accept it. Then Tham Sa struck him with the steel endurance move and added, if you hurt my friend, blood debt must be paid in blood. Ba Thien Dao wilted. Not Phuong was shocked hearing this and exclaimed, those words. She called out to Lac Tran and stepped closer to him. Tham Sa heard the call but stayed silent, unable to believe someone recognized him. Suddenly, Not Phuong grasped his hand, asking, you're Lac Tran, right? He played innocent, pretending not to know. Guild leader, it's me, Thui Not Phuong, she explained. Only Lac Tran could pull off those moves and lines just now. He turned to her and asked repeatedly, is that true? Is that true? Then he pointed at himself. You really think I'm Lac Tran? Ha ha ha, that's awesome. He grabbed her hand, showing a grateful expression. Lac Tran is my idol. I've imitated him so long, but only you say I'm the closest to him. Phuong was speechless. She stepped back. Minwal came over to hold Not Phuong's hand. Soulmate? Not Phuong lowered her head shyly. Sorry, I was mistaken. You really look just like Lac Tran. Thank you for helping us this time. He quickly replied, no need to thank me. Anyway, you all got caught up in the fight between Shui Yinam and Dak Ba. He looked at the Dak Ba corpses about to revive and said, scatter quickly. Not Phuong responded. He looked at Ba Thien Dao lying on the ground, threatening, Ba Thien Dao, remember my words. If you touch Shui Yinam or Kokiem Monghon again, I will hunt you down. I mean what I say. Two of Not Phuong's followers looked at him with admiration. Brother Spear is so cool. Pure badass energy. That spear is insanely strong. One person taking on 5 of Dokba's main fighters is natural. Brother Spear's spear is now #1 on the leaderboards. They watched his receding figure in awe. One asked, "Brother Spear, do you have time to help us level up later?" He declined. "Sorry, I'm going offline. Got some stuff to handle. I'll head out first." Scene shifts to Lactran's office. He lay on the bed, hand on his forehead, deep in thought. "Boss, I really want to tell her. I am Lactran. Tell her I'm alive, cry and laugh with her, and together bring Kiam Mong-hon back to the top." He stared at his hand, sighed, and spoke to it. A demon like this still wants to see her. Then he lowered his hand to cover one eye. Being alone is enough. The phone rang. Someone called him. He quickly reached for the ringing phone, turned over to answer. "Hello, who's this?" a voice replied. "I'm Mo Dung Minwal. I know you're Lactran. At Tam Win Cafe, noon 12 o'clock. I'll be waiting." After hearing this, he jumped and shouted, "Hello, hello?" But the other side had hung up. He pondered. What must happen, will happen. At noon in Tam Nguyen Cafe, Lactran and a girl were talking inside. The girl said to him, "Stop looking around. It's just the two of us here. A secret meeting." He replied, "It's my first time at this upscale cafe. Just curious. I ordered you an Americano. Hope it suits your taste." He answered, "A bit of bitter coffee is perfect." The girl was from GGS Company. She looked at him and said, "Coming to meet me means you admit you're Lactran." He held the coffee cup and replied, "Chief Inspector reporting." She sipped her coffee and continued speaking to him, Mo Dung Min Wol. He immediately asked her, "Sister Min Wol, how did you recognize me?" The question surprised her, but she didn't hesitate to answer. "Don't forget, Abai and I are both top executives at GGS, and Abai is even the CEO of the Asia division." She took a sip of coffee and continued explaining. "You really think your words from yesterday could fool us?" Minwol set her coffee down. He asked, "So, she knows now?" Minwol replied, "You're worrying yourself silly. If IB knew, why would I be the only one here today?" At that moment, he handed her a file. She asked further, "So what exactly is so hard to say that you had to fake your death to hide from us?" Minwol read the file, eyes wide. Shocked to the point of speechlessness, he explained, "This is my diagnostic report. Take a look." She threw the file down on the table. "You're sick, Lactran." He immediately rolled up his sleeve to show her the red rash and spots he just explained were real, more precisely. "I can't really be considered alive right now. Tell me, have you ever seen a living person with a rash like this?" Minwol was stunned. She grabbed his arm to wipe the rash off, thinking he was tricking her, but the rash was real and wouldn't come off. He continued explaining, "Now I have to rely on regular x-rays to sustain my life. That's why I had to fake my death with the boss." Minwol touched her forehead thoughtfully. "You know why? Because she believed you were dead." AB fell into self-blame, almost bordering on autism, needing sleeping pills every day. Her goal to bring Ancient Sword Dream Soul back to its peak became her obsession. He listened thoughtfully. Boss Minwol advised him, "That's unfair to her. You have to come with me to meet her. We'll face whatever difficulties together." Meanwhile, 2 people behind him overheard the whole story, looking very concerned for him. He just replied, "I know, but I'm suffering too. I want to meet the boss, but I don't know when I'll die. Would I let her see me die again?" Min Nuyet seemed to realize something, eyeing a blonde guy carrying coffee. Suddenly, after a phone call, the atmosphere turned somber. Lactran and Minwol lowered their heads. Meanwhile, the blonde guy brought coffee to the two. Hearing the earlier conversation like a briefing, Lactran said, "Sister Minwol, just pretend I'm dead. Can you keep this secret for me?" Minwol kept her head bowed in thought, clutching her coffee cup and agreed. "All right," I answered him. "Sister Minwol, in life, I really need you to take care of the boss more, and in the game, I'll help bring Ancient Sword Dream Soul back to its prime." Minwol agreed but didn't forget to question him. "That's good. Bringing Ancient Sword Dream Soul back to its peak could really help Ibai a bit. But you've joined Snow Silver Hermitage now. What exactly is your relationship with Peng Sekwan Sang?" He answered, "I'm only temporarily part of Snow Silver Hermitage." But in his mind, the twitching image appeared. Linking arms with him, the two laughed happily. He confirmed, "With Peng Sekwan Sang, we're just comrades in arms." Minwol looked doubtful. "Really just ordinary comrades in arms?" Lactran stayed silent, offering no further explanation. Scene shifts to the game in the Zelo Land forest. Lactran was fighting a scruffy, bearded man. While fighting, he thought, "What exactly is my relationship with Twitch? Just comrades in arms?" Then he stabbed straight into Jose Kia's head. Kia winced in pain but replied, "Yeah, we're just comrades in arms." An info board popped up. World announcement. The player in the Fantasy Guild has successfully leveled up to 53. The top-tier leaderboard rank was stolen. But Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly stopped an arrow aimed straight at his head. He realized he'd been ambushed from afar but didn't know it was AI. Cham Kan Tham Sa turned to find who dared ambush him. At that moment, he sensed an AI rushing straight at him. The attacker wore a cloak and had red eyes. The attacker charged relentlessly toward Cham Kan Tham Sa, swinging his sword continuously. Cham Kan Tham Sa saw the enemy's appearance and assumed he was a warrior. Despite the relentless assault, Cham Kan Tham Sa dodged the opponent's strikes. As he prepared to land, 2 arrows suddenly flew straight at him. After dealing with the 2 arrows, Cham Kan Tham Sa realized there wasn't just a warrior but also an archer here. He looked around. You see a faint silhouette in the distance. It turns out to be the top NPC commander of the Blood Moon Legion, DEADLY. She's ready, drawing her bow aimed straight at Cham Kan Tham Sa. The soldier who just attacked Cham Kan Tham Sa is Reincarnates, the first captain of the left royal guard of the Blood Moon Legion. He appears behind Cham Kan Tham Sa. Just as he's about to strike down Cham Kan Tham Sa, he tries to stop them and asks for a moment. He explains they're all on the same side. He's also from Darlin A. But the opponent doesn't stop and continues the attack. Luckily, Cham Kan Tham Sa dodges and remains unharmed. Seeing the opponent's sword speed, he feels impressed by it and realizes this guy won't listen to anyone. He charges forward. Cham Kan Tham Sa is like a hunter stalking his prey. The enemy swings downward, but Cham Kan Tham Sa blocks with his sword. At this moment, he knows if he doesn't counterattack, death is certain. Cham Kan Tham Sa gathers his strength to retaliate, swinging hard straight at him, but the opponent dodges the deadly strike. Cham Kan Tham Sa can't believe his eyes because every attack is effortlessly evaded. That attack, he dodges so smoothly. The enemy shouts curses at Cham Kan Tham Sa, calling him a bunch of pathetic Darlin scum, then lunges to take his life. For the next 3 moves, Cham Kan Tham Sa tries to dodge but starts feeling overwhelmed as the speed only increases. Unable to dodge anymore, Cham Kan Tham Sa prepares to counterattack, but as he raises his sword, 2 arrows suddenly appear right behind him. When did that happen? By the time he realizes arrows are aimed at him, it's too late to avoid them. As expected, Cham Kan Tham Sa takes both arrows. Outside, there's an archer. In front, a soldier. Cham Kan Tham Sa knows this soldier is far stronger than him. Plus there's the Legion commander, level archer, always ready for battle. The soldier swings his sword at Cham Kan Tham Sa. Knowing he's no match, he doesn't know how to handle this. Cham Kan Tham Sa understands that no amount of explanation will get through to the opponent. Moreover, whether he fights or not, the outcome is already clear. Still, he chooses to risk it all. They charge at each other, neither AI yielding, swords swinging fiercely, as if one dies, the other must share the same fate. Suddenly, the soldier shudders, feeling pain creeping in. It turns out Cham Kan Tham Sa's last strike wounded him. The archer, witnessing her comrade's injury, calls out his name, Reincarnates. As for Cham Kan Tham Sa, his sword seems intent on killing Reincarnates, moving on its own without his control. Fortunately, Cham Kan Tham Sa regains control over his sword. He shouts a command to stop it immediately. When the sword goes still, Cham Kan Tham Sa calms down, realizing if he'd hesitated any longer, Reincarnates would have died. DEADLY witnesses the scene, slowly lowering her bow, sensing something strange. DEADLY is surprised that this Darlin would risk taking damage. She decides to lower her sword as well. Cham Kan Tham Sa turns to look at DEADLY. Only now does she believe he's not an evil Darlin from Hanbang, but before she can approach him, she suddenly collapses, falling with a thud, leaving Cham Kan Tham Sa confused about what just happened. He watches these two who could have killed him any time, yet collapse so easily without a word. A delicious, well-balanced bread can't compare to Vietnamese bread. It turns out, Reincarnates and DEADLY fainted from hunger after Cham Kan Tham Sa gave them bread. They devoured it so ravenously it left him speechless. After hearing their explanation, Cham Kan Tham Sa realizes they mistook him for one of the Darlin. They eat the people of Hanbang, but he doesn't blame them because Cham Kan Tham Sa admits he's from Hanbang, yet has never eaten people before. The beastly ones are all dead anyway. DEADLY apologizes for their misunderstanding. She never expected someone good-hearted in this Hanbang place. Reincarnates keeps munching on the bread Cham Kan Tham Sa gave him. After finishing it, Reincarnates tells Cham Kan Tham Sa that this bread is magical. Just eating one bread refills 50 points. Cham Kan Tham Sa confidently claims his bread is the tastiest. Reincarnates agrees. Compared to the rations of the Blood Shadow Legion, their bread was even better. He asked where Cham Kan Tham Sa got the bread. Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't reveal why he had these loaves. He said it was a secret. Besides that, he didn't understand why they had rations but could still starve to the point of fainting. Reincarnates didn't hesitate. He said it must be because the Hanbang port people secretly sent someone to burn the food supplies. Because of that, this time they went out just to find food. Cham Kan Tham Sa was surprised by Reincarnates' answer. While Cham Kan Tham Sa was still stunned, the two seemed to regain their strength after eating the bread. DEADLY explained that the grudge with Hanbang port dated back a long time ago. No choice but to say it. Their legion currently needed a large amount of food. She asked how many loaves Cham Kan Tham Sa still had on him. Cham Kan Tham Sa confidently said he could provide as many loaves as needed. Hearing about an endless food supply, DEADLY and Reincarnates were both happy and couldn't believe their luck. But Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't just give it away. He said it depended on what kind of sincerity the two would show. DEADLY agreed, saying as long as Cham Kan Tham Sa supplied the bread, the price was up to him. Hearing that, Cham Kan Tham Sa thought that as the commander of the Blood Shadow Legion and a captain of the Royal Guard, both were big players. If he didn't bring them in and take them down, he wouldn't be Cham Kan Tham Sa. Hearing Tuyet V's offered price, Cham Kan Tham Sa's eyes gleamed with greed. Before he said he felt hesitant, but then he had a small request. Then Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't hesitate to throw out a list longer than a New Year's Eve prayer, surprising Tuet V and Ryong Rak. He said for now, just this much would do. Reading the demands on the scroll made Ryong Rak and Tuet V break into a sweat, but she still said Cham Kan Tham Sa was too polite. System notification. Escort mid-level supplies. Player Chit Kitch. Trum SA. Before noon tomorrow. Escort 1,000 portions of bread to the Blood Warrior Legion. Receive Skillbook Rewards X2. Dark Province Golden Weapons X2, Grand Ceremony Attribute, Metal Documents, Special Documents, Grand Ceremony Gems, Grand Ceremony Wood Documents, Grand Ceremony Items, and 200 gold coins. A mountain of delicious, perfectly round bread appeared in the kitchen oven. The girl praised Cham Kan Tham Sa as amazing just one oven could produce bread so fragrant and soft. Cham Kan Tham Sa confidently believed he could make plenty of bread this good, all thanks to Master Tum Nu's guidance. Simyeon also thought she was great because she was the only child qualified to apprentice as a purification pastor in the village. Cham Kan Tham Sa gave 2 thumbs up, thinking that was awesome. The girl excitedly hoped she would definitely become a pastor in the future, because then Simyeon could cure her mother's illness. Also, when adventuring outside, she could help many sick or injured people. Cham Kan Tham Sa patted the little girl's head. He would make that promise with Simyeon. When she became a pastor, they would explore together. Simyeon eagerly agreed to Cham Kan Tham Sa's invitation. Both clasped hands tightly and vowed together. Cham Kan Tham Sa's system notified him that he had successfully accepted the quest. Seeing the notification, Cham Kan Tham Sa knew he had reached the SSS top-tier quest level. Keep the promise. Help the young Simyeon become a pastor of the Silver Moon Alliance. He didn't expect Simyeon to offer an SSS-level quest, though he had sensed something unusual about NPC Simyeon before. This time, he was triggered by an ultimate secret quest of the Celestial Sect world. Simyeon excitedly asked if Cham Kan Tham Sa could accompany her to the church for the initiation. Suddenly, a light appeared above Cham Kan Tham Sa. He didn't expect to get a new quest so quickly. The system announced again. In the Promise quest, after half an hour at the Radiance Church, witness Simyeon's purification initiation to become a pastor. Completing the quest grants a mysterious reward. After reading the task, Cham Kan Tham Sa agreed to go with Simyeon. This made the girl extremely happy. Suddenly, he felt something was off. He was a dark knight spirit going to the Radiance Church. Isn't that basically seeking death? At the Kadik Chun Church, in moments, Simyeon and Cham Kan Tham Sa arrived. Seeing the security, Cham Kan Tham Sa felt like he had met a ghost. The Radiance Church was so strong, he wasn't sure if he could handle it. Maybe it was better to go around? Meanwhile, the system also notified, Holy Radiance Barrier, Goddess of Radiance, lowers the Holy Radiance formation barrier for the believers. Holy Radiance can block attacks from dark creatures below level 70 for 3 seconds and annihilate all dark creatures below level 60. The system added more info. S.A. Cook's disguise mask, an investigator of the S.A. Cook patrol team, uses the disguise mask to transform into a ghoul and blend in. It perfectly hides him within the human camp. Cham Kan Tham Sa said to the mask, I'm counting on you. Simyeon grabbed Cham Kan Tham Sa's hand and pulled him past the guards. Seeing no effect on him, Cham Kan Tham Sa realized the mask was working. But before he could celebrate, he felt something was wrong. It turned out the radiance energy was too strong, causing the S.A. Cook mask to crack. After 3 minutes, the mask would break completely, all energy. It turned out the radiant light energy was too intense, causing the S.A. CAC mask to crack. After 3 minutes, the mask would be completely destroyed. All the energy, the player's darkness would lead to the destruction of the sacred light formation. Cham Kan Tham Sa, upon hearing the system's announcement, couldn't believe it. The mask only lasts 3 minutes, but he calmed himself. During these 3 minutes, the priority was to complete the mission. The Pope witnessed it and immediately left. The system began the countdown. 2 minutes 59.98 seconds remaining. Both entered the cathedral. Simyeon ran to the head priest, telling him she was ready to undergo the cleansing ritual. Seeing Simyeon, the senior pastor said he would prepare the ritual tools. He said they would start the cleansing in half an hour. During this time, he needed to prepare quite a few things. But Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't have that much time. Hearing this, he hurriedly looked for a solution. Cham Kan Tham Sa ran up and asked the senior pastor, what tools do you need so I can help you? The kind senior pastor smiled and asked, are you Tum Nee's guardian? He thought Cham Kan Tham Sa was enthusiastic, kind-hearted, and wanted to help. Qualities rare these days, outwardly calm, but inside Cham Kan Tham Sa was burning with urgency. He told the senior pastor, you're right, I am that person, so let me help you finish quickly, preparing for the cleansing while cursing inside. Hurry up, only 2 minutes 23 seconds left. The senior pastor began listing what needed to be prepared. Behind the chapel, fresh willow branches were needed young, just sprouted, not too old. Cham Kan Tham Sa appeared like lightning behind the chapel to pick the willow branches. The second item needed was a cup of holy water. Holy water was used for sanctification. Third, the blessing had to be from a priestess who just performed the blessing. The fresher, the more effective the cleansing. Cham Kan Tham Sa immediately went to get the holy cup and had to grab the ancient scriptures from the bookshelf. He had to handle them carefully because these were ancient tomes, antiques older than the chapel itself, so he had to be gentle. But watching Cham Kan Tham Sa, he wasn't exactly gentle. The system notified 2 minutes 0 seconds 41 remaining. In just over 20 seconds, Cham Kan Tham Sa had gathered all the items the senior pastor needed, what was supposed to take 30 minutes. Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly handed everything over. He got it to the head priest and told him to start quickly. The head priest began the ceremony, reading words from the ancient book. Great goddess A, guide this lost lamb, let your glory shine upon her, let her feel the immortal honor, so she may become the most loyal follower of the almighty goddess, coming from them, going with them. This lost lamb will join them, just as they join each other. Time remaining, 1 minute 20.18 seconds. The leader didn't know that if he prolonged it, Cham Kan Tham Sa would die, but he remained relaxed, determined to finish reading the ancient book, while Cham Kan Tham Sa screamed inside his mind, "Save me! Hurry, please speak faster!" until the time left was 14 seconds. The senior pastor and Simeon seemed ready to finish the ritual, both praising the goddess. The system kept announcing, sometimes addressing apprentice pastor Simeon, sometimes counting down the time. Right after, the system announced that player Cham Kan Tham Sa had completed the witnessing quest and received a notification. Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't let the senior pastor and Simeon say goodbye. He joyfully shouted, "Mom, it's finally over," and grabbed Simeon's hand. He dashed out just as time ran out, making it out of the security room in time. Cham Kan Tham Sa congratulated Simeon. This was another step closer to her dream. At the same time, he realized his mask was about to break, so he needed to leave quickly or else scare Simeon. She sensed something was off about Cham Kan Tham Sa, but not knowing what it was, Simeon asked, "What's wrong with you?" Cham Kan Tham Sa just said it was too hot inside and he needed to cool off outside. Meanwhile, cracks appeared on the mask. Simeon thanked Cham Kan Tham Sa for witnessing her becoming an apprentice pastor and said this was a gift she wanted to give him. Seeing the bottle in Simeon's hand, Cham Kan Tham Sa knew it was a mysterious medicinal water. The system gave a hint. Player Cham Kan Tham Sa completed the witnessing quest, witnessed and received the secret medicine from Simeon. The system also gave more info about the item. It was the mysterious medicinal water from young Simeon, given at a critical moment for the player and could be used immediately. Then, the system warned that the SA-HUC mask had started cracking. Cracks on Cham Kan Tham Sa's mask were increasing. He knew he didn't have much time left. Immediately, he took the mysterious medicine bottle, thanked Simeon, made an excuse about being busy, and promised to visit her next time. Simeon didn't doubt him and said, "You have to come next time." Cham Kan Tham Sa promised he definitely would visit her. Right after that, he left. At the church gate, the church leader and Simeon stood there bidding farewell to Cham Kan Tham Sa. The little girl kept waving goodbye to him. At the Blood Marshal Legion base, the soldiers were training hard. After delivering bread to the Blood Marshal Legion, Cham Kan Tham Sa received a huge sum of money in return. He thought, no wonder the Blood Marshal Legion acted generously. Meanwhile, Ryong Rak was handing out high-quality bread to his soldiers. Tuet Vai seemed willing to cooperate with Cham Kan Tham Sa, believing their vitality could last longer because of it. She was about to tell him a secret. Cham Kan Tham Sa was surprised, could there be an even better place? According to Tuet V, aside from the old monster Hanbang, no undead swordsman had reached level 60. Hearing such great news, Cham Kan Tham Sa was shocked and thought silently, "Asterisk, damn it, what's so great about that? Asterisk, was he about to get screwed over?" Cham Kan Tham Sa thought not reaching level 60 meant not only no account upgrade, but also the possibility of being deleted. He initially thought his special profession, Long Go Athene, was exceptional, but now he faced a huge pitfall ahead. Cham Kan Tham Sa suspiciously asked Tuet Vai, why was she telling him this so casually? Did she already have a way to solve this? But contrary to Cham Kan Tham Sa's thoughts, Tuet Vai had no solution because no undead could reach level 60, they were all dead. Only Hanbang Gang had to Luan break through to level 66. Cham Kan Tham Sa stayed silent, stroking his chin, realizing the only way was still to find Tu Luan. But recently, something strange had been going on. He had a weird feeling. Suddenly, the system announced, "Asterisk, your covenant quest has failed." Asterisk, Cham Kan Tham Sa was startled, so that's why he felt uneasy. If the quest failed, it could only mean something happened to Simeon. Immediately, Cham Kan Tham Sa ran off. Tuet Vai was surprised he left. She asked where he was going and reminded him he hadn't collected his reward yet. Cham Kan Tham Sa said he had urgent business and would come back for the reward later. Reward? Cham Kan Tham Sa dashed like an arrow towards Simeon. He didn't understand why an SSS-level quest had failed. How could something go wrong with the Radiant Wind Church? But when he arrived at the church, Cham Kan Tham Sa couldn't believe what he saw. Before him was a terrifying scene. Everyone living there was dead, lying scattered on the ground. Cham Kan Tham Sa immediately ran inside the church and saw the kind church leader lying in a pool of blood, lifeless. He threw open the door and called out to little Simeon, hoping for a response. But reality completely crushed his hope. He couldn't believe his eyes, the horrifying scene unfolding before him. He saw his master chewing on Simyeon's arm with relish. Calmly, the master asked, "Asterisk, how did you get here?" Asterisk, but unfortunately, he had arrived too late. The master even complimented the taste of those pastors, calling it delicious, truly bizarre. Cham Kan Tham Sa couldn't keep calm anymore. His eyes turned red. His anger concentrated into power. He immediately drew his sword. He struck a fierce blow at his master. Sulin thought he'd gone mad, daring to attack him. Seeing Simyeon's small staff stained with blood, Cham Kan Tham Sa tremblingly picked it up and asked why this had happened. Sulin thought it was obvious, being a night spirit who feasted on the dead in the heavenly tomb graveyard. What else? He still couldn't understand why Cham Kan Tham Sa had lost his mind. Being a night spirit who feasted on the dead in the heavenly tomb graveyard. What else? He still couldn't understand why Cham Kan Tham Sa had lost his mind. Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't explain a word to Sulin. What he wanted most was his master's life, but Sulin was his master and could easily counterattack. Sulin thought Cham Kan Tham Sa was reckless, challenging his master's life. Cham Kan Tham Sa was easily knocked back, struck by a slash to the chest. Sulin charged like a hungry demon toward Cham Kan Tham Sa, his face ravenous, but this time Cham Kan Tham Sa countered and swung his sword. Sulin believed he had always opened the demon god's seal. Cham Kan Tham Sa only dealt minor damage. It couldn't hurt him, maybe not even tickle him. Whatever it was, Sulin spun it around and was about to slash at him again, his eye flashing terrifyingly. Cham Kan Tham Sa trembled because his power still hadn't reached. Seeing Cham Kan Tham Sa motionless, Sulin raised his sword to end his life, calling him a traitor. At this moment, Cham Kan Tham Sa had no strength left. He stood still and took the full brunt of Sully's sword strike. With that single blow, Cham Kan Tham Sa felt himself falling. Sully stood above, watching him. The system immediately notified the player had died, but this time Cham Kan Tham Sa truly didn't care. Suddenly, he thought, wait a minute, death hadn't appeared through his fire species spirit in SAO before, but now it did. He noticed. Sully reached out to grab Cham Kan Tham Sa's fire species spirit. He sensed something was wrong and felt a disturbance traveling to his fire species spirit's soul. He feared that in the heavenly sect, he had truly died. As expected, Sully grasped Cham Kan Tham Sa's fire species soul, but contrary to his assumption, Sully threw the fire species back into his body. Sully said this time he was letting Cham Kan Tham Sa off with a warning for his first violation and would give him a small lesson. He hoped Cham Kan Tham Sa could sort things out and not go astray, as there were still missions in the Frozen Steel Guild. After Cham Kan Tham Sa thought it over, Sully told him to get there a little early. With that, Sully turned and left, leaving Cham Kan Tham Sa lying on the ground. The system also notified that Cham Kan Tham Sa had been revived. Threads appeared over his wounds. Cham Kan Tham Sa sat up and placed his hand on the large wound Sully had left. He looked around, searching for the girl. Simyeon and the cultivators here had lost their lives, and he was powerless to help. Cham Kan Tham Sa suppressed his anger and slammed his fist hard into the ground. After that punch, cracks appeared on the floor. Outside, the sky darkened, and raindrops fell quickly. Thunderclaps began to roar sharply. Cham Kan Tham Sa personally buried everyone's bodies here. He knelt before the tomb of the bishop and Simyeon. He raised his hand to touch the gravestone. Suddenly, footsteps and a voice came from behind, asking, "Are these your friends?" It turned out to be GWI. Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't hesitate to admit they were very good friends. That girl was like a little sister to him. GWI knew the church's light barrier had been forcibly broken by someone else. Even the powerful bishop was killed. She guessed Sully was responsible. Cham Kan Tham Sa immediately confirmed that was true. He asked her, "Isn't it crazy that the bastard is your master?" GWI also revealed to Cham Kan Tham Sa that the Frozen Steel Guild's cannibalism originated from him, Sully. Cham Kan Tham Sa was shocked because he had always thought that the Frozen Steel Guild's undead cannibalism was not instinctual. Then, GWI asked if Cham Kan Tham Sa remembered she had said, "No other undead besides." Sully was still alive. He had a vague idea of the answer but wasn't sure. He asked GWI, could it really all be caused by Sully? GWI looked up at the pitch-black sky and began recounting. 55 years ago, no one knew from where, Sully had a potion. It was said this potion could break through the undead's barrier, but that was just a legend. Hearing the potion, a scene from the past flashed in Cham Kan Tham Sa's mind. He suspected this was the undead potion Sully told him to get. GWI cautiously confirmed it was true. Sully treated that potion like a treasure. He teamed up with the demon alchemist GWI to create this demonic potion, but who knew? The demonic potion was still unfinished. GWI tricked Sulin into drinking it. The unfinished potion gave Sulin a body with flesh and blood. He escaped the skull state, but suffered many side effects. Sully gradually became a flesh-hungry monster, constantly craving human flesh. His emotions were unstable, sometimes going insane. Sully wanted to kill GWI, but still needed him to complete the potion. The only way was to keep GWI under close watch to finish the potion. Keeping GWI under close watch was the only way to complete the potion. Sully was so brutal he was suppressed by forces from all sides. Eventually, they buried him in Frozen Steel Guild, a place easy to defend and hard to attack. turning it into his headquarters and experimental base. Under Sully and Tuesday Y's experimental influence, Frozen Steel Guild became a gathering ground for flesh-hungry undead. Sully and Tuesday Y performed brutal, savage experiments on the undead. Originally, there weren't many undead swordsmen here, and now they've been tormented until only a few remain. Not only that, they even dared to loot the undead within the Blood Shadow Legion. After so many battles, in the end, only Sully remained. Every time Sully went mad, Tuesday Yi feared Sully would take his life as well. Tuesday Yi secretly ran away, and later, no news of him was found. No one expected Sulin wouldn't go after Tuesday Yi, but instead attacked the Blood Shadow Legion. Tuyet V's father was also killed by Sulin. It was outrageous that he even killed the former Legion commander, who was Tuyet V's father. At that time, she didn't know what to do. Seeing her father die, she could only cry beside his body. Eventually, they discovered Sulin's original target was the Forbidden Tuesday Law, the authority of the Blood Shadow Legion. In recent years, Sulin had done things to anger everyone in his quest to become stronger. Cham Kan Tham Sa heard about the evil deeds of his master and all that Tuyet Vi had endured. He trembled and was speechless. Tuyet Vi thought Sulin only acted against the undead, but things had gone far beyond imagination. He even dared to attack the Radiant Light Church's leader. She believed if he acted on his own, there was definitely a deeper conspiracy. Cham Kan Tham Sa stood before Simyeon's gravestone. He didn't care what the conspiracy was. He vowed to tear him apart and end him with his own hands. Cham Kan Tham Sa made a proposal to Tuyet Vi. You can lead Tuyet Vi, the corps commander, into Hanbang. I hope she can lend you a hand. But Tuyet Vi remained on guard, asking what basis there was to trust Cham Kan Tham Sa. Sulin is your master no matter what. If you take his life, Cham Kan Tham Sa's future position and skills will be gone. Cham Kan Tham Sa also told Tuyet Vi that Sulin had just absorbed his soul flame, but for some reason, he gave up. Sulin had even talked to Cham Kan Tham Sa about the wind spirit evolution before. Since he absorbs the souls of his kind, right now you're the only soul spirit besides him. So sooner or later, he'll come after you. Tuyet Vi asked if she could trust you. Cham Kan Tham Sa took out his soul flame and swore an oath before her, a solemn, heavy vow. You must take Sulin's life. The soul flame and chains have wrapped tightly around Cham Kan Tham Sa. If the oath is broken, your soul flame will vanish, and you'll be banished to the infinite hell. Tuyet Vi didn't expect Cham Kan Tham Sa to dare make such a vow. She looked at him and praised, "You're a good kid." Sure enough, Tuyet Vi saw the right person and recognized Cham Kan Tham Sa's determination. She agreed with him. The Blood Dance Legion, they will stand shoulder to shoulder with Cham Kan Tham Sa to fully assault Hanbang and take Sulin's life. The two shook hands as if fate had sealed it. Dawn was breaking. If the soul flame is violated, it will vanish, and you will be cast into infinite hell. Meanwhile, at Hanbang, the remaining soul spirits were guarding wearily. Because they were careless, those soul spirits were struck down and lost their lives. It turned out the Blood Dance Legion had arrived here. Tuyet Vi asked Ryong Rak, had everyone been sent out? Ryong Rak replied that the vanguard was led by veteran elite soldiers. According to the map Cham Kan Tham Sa gave, all secret exits were sealed. So this time, Sulin probably can't escape. Cham Kan Tham Sa held his sword and muttered, "It's time for Sulin to make a decision." Sulin sat on his throne. He smelled the scent of someone familiar. By now, his rank had risen to 80. Suddenly, the isolated mage world exploded with countless multicolored lights, breaking down the massive wall. That last move cost Sulin nearly 400 energy. Before he could realize the danger, hundreds of arrows rained down on him from above. But none of these could trouble Sulin. He stood behind a wall, completely dodging the arrows. Sulin recognized Tuyet Vi, the corps commander. He greeted her. "Long time no see, and yet you dare conspire with that traitor to attack me." Advancing slowly, Tuyet Vi said the sins he committed today must be fully repaid. She told him to surrender and accept the judgment of the Blood Dance Legion. Step by step, the Blood Dance Legion closed in on Sulin. He didn't understand how Tuyet Vi could judge him. What could their two battalions possibly change? Sulin cursed Cham Kan Tham Sa as a traitor for siding with a worthless human woman, daring to oppose the master who trained and taught him. But in the end, when it came down to it, he couldn't absorb it. Cham Kan Tham Sa knew Sulin's soul flame wasn't enough to satisfy him. Seeing his plan exposed, Sulin rushed out to counterattack. He cursed you as a brat. Finally, you figured it out. Although your soul flame was just a bit short now, maybe his patience was gone, and he wanted you to hand it over this time. Cham Kan Tham Sa drew his sword, just before Sulin's blade came down. Unlike last time, he dodged the attack from his former master. Cham Kan Tham Sa vowed not to let Sulin touch his soul flame a second time. The Blood Dance Legion wasn't idle either. Another sword stabbed Sulin in the back. Normally, I'd hate backstabs, but this time, he deserved a few hits, maybe even hundreds. Turns out that strike came from Ryong Rak. By the time Sulin noticed, it was too late. Sulin seemed to have lost patience. He pushed Cham Kan Tham Sa and Ryong Rak away. With his current strength, everyone felt challenged. This time, he was truly furious. His eyes burned red like never before. He cursed them as trash and a real nuisance. Sulin looked up to the sky and shouted, "Summon Vong Zero, come out now." The ground cracked, and soul spirits slowly crawled up from beneath. These soul spirits were probably victims of Sulin's cruel experiments, which led to losing the connection. Now he wouldn't even spare their skeletons. Tuet V was ready in her battle position. She ordered the Legion to release the horses here quickly. Both sides charged at each other like starving tigers. The Bloodvor Legion shouted loudly, "Take every enemy's life now!" Everyone had their own opponent. No one was free. Cham Kan Tham Sa wasn't free either. Using his knowledge, he took down countless undead spirits. But his real opponent wasn't these weak undead, it was his old master, who attacked him by surprise. This time, Cham Kan Tham Sa dodged Sulin's strike. He kept lunging his sword repeatedly at Cham Kan Tham Sa. The system gave a hint. The Snow-Silver Upper Pavilion grants its members a 50% movement speed boost. Seeing Cham Kan Tham Sa's power rise significantly, Sulin couldn't believe that after not seeing him for so long, he had improved so much. But Cham Kan Tham Sa wasn't idle either. Player 01 continued, "A worthless guy like him, what you need to do now is take his life immediately." The system introduced a new skill, Min Dan Tram, a high-ranking Bloodvor Legion commander's slash that pierces defense and deals real damage. Cham Kan Tham Sa used the new move right away and successfully injured Sulin. Sulin was pushed far back. He didn't understand why the Bloodvor Legion would teach Cham Kan Tham Sa Min Dan Tram, but Sulin used the soul capture skill. The system also explained this skill. It deals damage to the enemy's body and mind, putting the enemy into a stunned state for 0.8 seconds. He used this skill on Cham Kan Tham Sa. He felt something was wrong as his body became immobilized, unable to move. Sulin then used blood piercing. He was certain that no matter what tricks Cham Kan Tham Sa had, what awaited him was nothing but hell. Just as Cham Kan Tham Sa thought he was about to lose, the first unit of the Bloodvor Legion, the guard captain T Min, used heavy thorn charge to knock Sulin far away. Tuet Vi immediately ran over to check on Cham Kan Tham Sa's condition. She asked if he was okay. Luckily, Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly regained his spirit and said he was fine. That's the power of teamwork. Always support and help each other, but never let them rest. Sulin stood up after being flung away, surrounded by purple lightning sparks. The system hinted that the undead swordsman Sulin had entered Thunder Demon form, his whole body covered in electricity. Defense reduced by 50%, but great defensive abilities for skills. Cham Kan Tham Sa warned everyone that Sulin had prematurely entered this stage, so everyone needed to be careful. Tuet Vi told him to relax because she was protecting him. Honestly, I don't even know what to say about this scene, just that Sulin has gone mad and can no longer control his own body. Tuet Vi drew her bow, her arrow filled with hatred. She told Sulin to quickly return her father's life and shot the arrow powerfully at the enemy. The arrow flew through, breaking everything in its path, heading straight for Sulin. It seemed Cham Kan Tham Sa and Tuet Vi were communicating with their eyes. At that moment, Sulin jumped down from above, launching the Blood Demon Strike. The demon god Kai Thun attacked Cham Kan Tham Sa, but the power was increased this time, so Cham Kan Tham Sa dodged the attack. He felt it was way too dangerous just now. The golden weapon was terrifying. He almost had to meet the King of Hell. The system provided info about the Bloodvor demon weapon, also called the Golden Weapon, noted as coming from the Bloodvor Legion, a masterpiece by the legendary weapon master Moloff. Adds 500 horsepower, 80 physical defense, adds 40 magic resistance, 100 mana volume. Effect grants a blood shield when the player's HP drops to 10. The Bloodlock effect activates. The player becomes immune to damage for 2 seconds. Then, the blood shield cooldown is 2 hours. Cham Kan Tham Sa felt extremely critical. Because only 10 horsepower remained, he needed to replenish quickly. Conversely, the system provided info about Premium Red Medicine, which restores 1,500 horsepower for the player. Sulin charged at Cham Kan Tham Sa, who calmly opened the lid of the precious medicine. It turned out Ryungrak and T Min were defending, buying more time to help Cham Kan Tham Sa regain strength. They used Mountain Opening State and Must Register, seemingly able to stop Sulin and buy more time for Cham Kan Tham Sa. But soon after, they were knocked away by him and considered to have overestimated themselves. That attack also caused the wine bottle too. Cham Kan Tham Sa's body shattered in his hands. Now Sulin stood before him asking, "You want more blood? Not a chance. Hurry up and face the King of Hell." Sulin swung a powerful strike toward Cham Kan Tham Sa. His current health was down to just 10. Immediately, Cham Kan Tham Sa unleashed the Demon Flame Bullet. Then he fled that area, but despite running as fast as he could, he still got injured and lost blood. The system announced he was defeated for the 7th time once again. Cham Kan Tham Sa's skeleton no longer glowed blue. Sulin remained standing still. Suddenly, a golden light appeared, and Cham Kan Tham Sa returned to his body. The system notified that he had been revived once more. Cham Kan Tham Sa came back smiling, glittering on the outside, definitely the hero's aura shining through. He reaffirmed that he wouldn't let Sulin lay a finger on his soul's flame. This time, his health increased by 1,980. After taking a big hit, Sulin roared in anger. He cursed Cham Kan Tham Sa as a bastard for daring to challenge him. But when he said bastard, I wonder if anyone handed him a mirror yet. As the fire spirit Sulin lunged at Cham Kan Tham Sa like a starving beast, a loud shout rang out telling Cham Kan Tham Sa to dodge quickly. It was Tuet Vi who came to his aid. She kept firing arrows at Sulin, causing him to lose a significant amount of health. Cham Kan Tham Sa dodged the arrows like he felt empowered, each hit subtracting thousands of points. He praised Tuyet for being so nice, and for her perfect aim. Before he could celebrate, Cham Kan Tham Sa noticed something suspicious. He couldn't understand why the old turtle had so many skills. Despite the health Tuyet drained, Sulin still had a quarter of his health left after those attacks. Only 26,567 HP remaining. His armor was torn to shreds, no fabric left. Normally, seeing muscles would catch my eye, but this was terrifying. Sulin's anger now probably matched half the number of people he'd devoured. His skeletal face appeared, declaring he'd take the lives of everyone there. Sulin roared loudly, ordering them to go meet the King of Hell. Themin immediately launched a provocation attack. The system gave a brief intro. This skill taunts enemies, forcing them to attack the user. Using this taunt, Sulin entered a supernatural state. He charged at Themin and swung his sword. One strike ended Themin's life. Poor guy, quiet but deadly. Cham Kan Tham Sa also rushed Sulin, injuring him. Ryongrak wasn't just cute, he was busy too. He dealt heavy damage as well. Together, the two worked in perfect sync, surrounding Sulin. True bloodline teamwork. Like father, like son. Tuyet shot an arrow straight at that bastard's face. It seemed Sulin would be stunned by the attack, but that arrow only fueled his anger more, though not as much as the number of people he'd swallowed. He roared and screamed, swinging his sword and knocking Ryongrak away. Cham Kan Tham Sa used a dodge skill to avoid attacks from his old master. Then he countered with a reverse slash. But with Sulin's reckless nature, standing still was impossible. He unleashed the Thunder Shock Slash at Cham Kan Tham Sa. The electric wave was so strong that Cham Kan Tham Sa couldn't hold his sword. The system added info. Thunder Shock Slash is a lightning effect slash that can knock away an opponent's weapon. When the blade came within a few centimeters of Cham Kan Tham Sa, this time he dodged. Instead of the sword, he used his fist. He shouted, "Sulin, how about you pay for this?" I twisted it a bit, but the meaning stays the same. Instead of punching his face, he punched the arrow deeper in. That looked painful already. Tuyet kept firing more arrows at Sulin. She told Cham Kan Tham Sa to quickly use the arrows she'd shot. Hesitant at first, Cham Kan Tham Sa pulled out all the arrows at once. If those arrows were Sadia's, wouldn't that be even better? Cham Kan Tham Sa shoved Sulin hard against the wall, shattering it into 100 pieces. Sulin now like a wild beast, unable to speak, only roaring in panic. Cham Kan Tham Sa grabbed an arrow, aiming straight for his artery. He said, "This arrow is for the innocent souls who lost their lives unfairly." Sulin must have lost way too much blood. He screamed in pain, grabbing Cham Kan Tham Sa's shoulder with one hand, but he pushed him away. He took hold of his hand and pierced it with an arrow. "This arrow is for the soldiers of the Bloodmist Legion who lost their lives because of him." Tuyet contacted the Bloodmist Legion standing outside, like beasts ready to pounce and tear Sulin apart. Immediately, Cham Kan Tham Sa shot an arrow straight into Sulin's heart, followed by a hissing sound. This arrow was for himself, and the final arrow, he poured all his strength and anger into it, aiming straight at Sulin's eye. Cham Kan Tham Sa stabbed fiercely into his eye. At this moment, his health bar dropped to 0. He then slowly said, "This arrow is for Simyeon, the villain who received just punishment, but I still find it too mild." For all he did, the rays of sunlight appeared once more, shining over Hanbang. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked up at the sky. He remembered Simyeon, the little girl, and wanted to send her a message. "I have avenged you." The system announced, Cham Kan Tham Sa has fulfilled the vow of the Soul Flame. The player skill Trumsa successfully defeated the Swordmaster from the Sulin Spirit and leveled up to 57. Current world announcement. Cham Kan Tham Sa ranked first in the Fubang chapter. Everyone in the Bloodmist Legion is checking their numbers. Tuyet thanked Cham Kan Tham Sa. If you hadn't arrived in time and continued fighting those summoned spirits, the Legion would have suffered heavy losses. Looking at Sulin's corpse, one couldn't help but say his opponent was truly terrifying. A man under the heavenly general Van Ma. Such a man no longer exists. Cham Kan Tham Sa pondered the mysterious sword, the Soul Flame Scroll. Yet Sulin still managed to break those 3 trophies. Cham Kan Tham Sa took out the Soul Flame and slowly absorbed it. He thought to himself, Sulin, the one who always wanted to absorb my Soul Flame, where are you now? Who would have guessed that in the end, it was absorbed by me instead? Looking back at the ruined scene of Hanbang, Cham Kan Tham Sa knew it was truly over. He held the blazing torch in his hand and dropped it with the wish. Let this flame bury all the crimes Sulin committed. The fire flared up and formed a final word, taking Hanbang and Sulin in full. Scene shifts to the first representative of the Bloodmist Legion. The scenery here shone under the blazing sunlight. The golden light was dazzling like gold leaf covering every corner, the sturdy walls of the great hall reflecting the light, creating a majestic and splendid beauty. A woman sat on a chair, holding the Tuesday Law Scroll, her eyes full of curiosity and worry as she couldn't understand this book. What secret did the item that caused her father's death really hold? She gently untied the string and opened the Tuesday Law Scroll. The words appeared, Tuesday Law, the strongest warrior of the Night Spirit tribe, is in existence, worthy of the radiant divine spirit, the ruler of hell, able to summon millions of ghost armies, wielding the power to freeze heaven and earth, commanding the strongest darkness, able to grant flesh to spirits, manipulate supreme life and death power, a war god undefeated by any other types of spirit pulse ghost warriors. Closest to the night spirits of hell, in the soul is the only existence who can advance to become Tuesday Law, making her involuntarily use herself. After reading these lines, she thought no wonder Luan wanted this book. Once becoming Tuesday Law, it's like defying heaven to advance. One must absorb 10,000 souls of the fire-bred ghosts, drink pure radiant blood elixir and immortal ghost pills. Also needed are fire-bred souls of ghost warriors, and fire-bred souls using fire breeds of the same or higher level, lower grade, top quality ones risk failure. She thought silently, no wonder this is a forbidden book. Not only must one trample on the bones of 10,000 clansmen, but also drink radiant blood from the opposing camp. Only by Tuesday Law's methods can one achieve Tuesday Law. These thoughts filled her with worry and fear. She silently thought this world only has the sniper Cham Sa left. Even if he absorbs Luan's fire-bred soul, massacres 10,000 spirits, drinks radiant blood to boost ghost warriors, this will still be a threshold he cannot surpass. Burning the Tuesday Law scroll, she thought that ghost warriors have always been a legend. Even Tuesday Y, who made it back then, died with Tu Luan at Hanbang. She thought this world would never see Tuesday Law again, as if all hope has died out. The secrets and power of the Tuesday Law scroll are just painful memories, never to be repeated again. Scene shifts to the graveyard, where Chiet Kich Trum Sa stands before Simyeon's tomb. The space is silent and cold, the surrounding graves seemingly listening to his sorrow. He says he killed To Luan to avenge Simyeon, but sadly, Simyeon's wish remains unfulfilled, and regret and sorrow overwhelm him. He understands that one death won't solve everything. Suddenly, a prompt sounds, "Congratulations, Chiet Kich Trum Sa, for completing the mission and awakening the maiden Simyeon." The voice carries hope and power, like a flicker of light in the darkness. He's thrilled to have reactivated the SSA mission and that Simyeon can be resurrected. His emotions burst forth, as all pain and loss seem to vanish. Hope shines again. Simyeon died and was buried by his own hand. To awaken her, there's only one way. Then he performs the Zero Resurrection spell, filled with determination and nervousness. At that moment, a skeleton raises its arm from the grave, and a dried skeleton steps out. This confuses him. What he imagined about the Zero Resurrection spell suddenly becomes a horrifying reality. The prompt echoes again. Congratulations. He has a permanent spirit servant, Simyeon, and spirit servant SA. The demon general has vanished. He thinks, what? The summoned spirit isn't a soul but a skeleton. Surprise and confusion flood his mind, but then he realizes this is the only way for Simyeon to return. Thinking this, he waves to Simyeon but gets no response. He introduces himself as her big brother, filled with hope yet surprised, because Simyeon is now just an empty shell. He wonders what state Simyeon is in now. She's completely become a spirit servant. Anxiety rises within him as he searches for information and silently considers the rank of executed corpse. This rank is so rare that even in all of Thien Tung, there might not be a second person like this. The highest pet score so far is only 80 points, yet this little dried creature that just crawled out scores 122 points. Truly defying the heavens, he thinks. Using the skeletal form to appear still has such a rebellious nature. His summoning skill isn't mutated. The problem might still be tied to Simyeon herself. He's puzzled, unsure how many secrets Simyeon is hiding. His gaze flashes with curiosity mixed with astonishment. The prompt sounds again, announcing Simyeon has been awakened. The round 2 mission appears. Help Simyeon find her lost soul. Hearing this, he gently taps Simyeon's head, his face full of questions, wondering where to start to find her soul and how to restore her fully to her former self. Suddenly, a low voice sounds from behind, with a hint of sarcasm. Didn't expect the Snow Silver Sam, leader of the Ice Seal Guild Cham Kan Tham Sa, to have a grave raiding hobby. Hearing this, he turns around and his eyes meet the figure of a man none other than Lich Fong An. The second Thunder Knight of the Bamboo Dragon Guild, surprised, says he didn't expect a famous business hall member, the main battle general of Bamboo Dragon Guild, the fierce wind war god, to have a hobby of spying on others. The prompt sounds again, announcing that spirit servant Simyeon has returned to the space. Spirit servant Lich Fong An says the opponent is all talk. Chiet Kich Trum SA replies, big name across servers. Needs to challenge the level 70 boss within a personal time limit, coming to him to waste effort. Could it be he specializes in trash-talking fights? Lich Fong An confidently replies that his Bamboo Dragon Guild wins wherever they fight, but the hero's order was stolen in 2 seconds by Snow Silver Sam of Cham Kan Tham Sa. This makes him very curious about a guild without any business hall members. Then how could they do it? Cham Kan Tham Sa laughs heartily and says, that's nothing. Who said we have no business hall members? Then it's impossible, Lich Fong An says, his tone loud and bold. He thought a near victory over Bamboo Dragon Guild would shake things up. Today, he'll see if his skills match his arrogance. After speaking, Lich Fong An launches an attack. swinging a powerful air blast. Charges at his opponent, confident only the guild leader Truk An Lorn can stop him. He will finish everyone else with a single strike. Cham Kan Tham Sa, Likfeng Ein, uses the Divine Thorn Dust attack, a sharp airwave like a blade slicing through the wind, aimed straight at Chit Kik Sa. Lightning fast and unstoppable. Every strike from Lichfeng An is as fast as lightning, each blow sharp and deadly, like a storm sweeping everything in its path. But Cham Kan Tham Sa blocking it left Lichfeng An shocked, unable to believe his eyes. His confidence was shaken. Seeing his opponent unfazed by his powerful move, Chiet Kich Trumsa gripped his weapon tightly and raised his sword high. The steel gleamed under the light, ready to face the deadly strike from Lichfeng An. Chit Kich Trumsa continued using the shadow step technique. His speed bewildered Lichfeng An, moving like a ghost, dodging every attack. Every step carried unstoppable power, pressing Lichfeng An relentlessly. He broke into a sweat facing Cham Kan Tham Sa. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at the sweating Lichfeng An, his confused expression clear, then said his opponent had already lost. A simple sentence, but said with absolute certainty. It made Lichfeng An feel like all his efforts were wasted, unable to argue against it. He added, "Who said only members of the business hall could claim the top guild?" His tone was confident and proud, like a punch to Lichfeng An's pride, leaving him unable to deny the truth before his eyes. Lichfeng An said he had checked the others from Tuet Ngan Sam, except for Peng Sek Huan Sang. The rest were not threatening. His voice was full of arrogance and confidence, as if confirming an undeniable fact everyone must accept. He said Cham Kan Tham Sa's skills surely belonged to the business hall ranks. Doubts about Cheat Kich Trumsa's true identity stirred within him. Questions about his origins rose. And the strength of the opponent. Who exactly was Cham Kan Tham Sa to make him feel so uneasy? Cham Kan Tham Sa said coldly. He wasn't worthy yet to know his identity. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Lichfeng An standing there stunned, a mix of disappointment and surprise flooding him. He couldn't understand how someone could be so cold and arrogant. It made him question Chi's confidence and hidden power. Kikjum Sa, Lichfeng Ein stood there full of doubt and thoughts. Cham Kan Tham Sa's aura and moves reminded him of Lak Chun. Alone, Lichfeng An stood there angry inside, thinking he was a renowned business hall warrior, yet got easily defeated by an unknown guy. This made him extremely frustrated, especially since the other guy was 2 levels below him. Lichfeng An began doubting Chiet's identity. Kich Trumsa felt a strange sensation rising, wondering if the person before him was the great Lak Trun he'd heard about. Thinking this, Lichfeng An quickly decided to report to the guildmaster. He said Lak Trun had appeared once again, and the arrival of such a skilled figure truly worried him. He knew that no one but the guildmaster could handle someone as powerful as Lak Trun. He needed to report immediately to prepare for what's coming, but suddenly thought he couldn't say it because Lak Trun had been missing for over a year, and the chance of his return was slim. This made him suspect, could someone gone so long really appear again so easily? A flood of questions about Cham Kan Tham Sa returned to the Blood Dance Emperor Legion Hall. Chitkik Chum Sa carried Sim Yon's bones ta, the woman standing there with suspicion, her eyes confused, asking if this was the summoned spirit. Cham Kan Tham Sa said he didn't know what went wrong. He intended to summon Sim Yon's soul, but unexpectedly it revived in a corpse form. Worry rose within him. He didn't understand why things had gone this far. The purple-haired girl said summoning a spirit without a true soul was interesting, since it was her first time experiencing this. Then, she touched the skeleton, looked at the spirit, and said for this kind of spirit, Sim Yon's corpse form was definitely abnormal. Such high stats are unheard of. She looks at Cham Kan Tham Sa with suspicion, asking if the little girl was really just a normal trainee priest when alive. Her tone is full of doubt. Cham Kan Tham Sa firmly states that Sim Yon was just a regular trainee priest, but a doubt stirs within him. He recalls past events when Tuluan, who always knew everything, knowing he'd be targeted for revenge by the Light Church, still decided to attack Sim Yon. Maybe in the past, Sim Yon really had something unusual, some secret hidden that he still can't fully understand. The girl pats Cham Kan Tham Sa's shoulder with a bright smile and tells him not to lose heart. The spirit's ability to use techniques, such miracles aren't something just anyone can do, she continued, saying this little bone fragment is anything but ordinary. Its soul must be very special. Probably, with its current body, it's not enough to contain its soul, which might be why it appears in the form of remains. The girl seemed to know what he was thinking and told him to raise it together. She believed that as its body grows stronger, one day there'll be a way to retrieve the soul. She emphasized that this journey will not only make Simyon stronger, but also create opportunities for both of them. Suddenly, someone came running from afar, shouting frantically, "Urgent military alert! The 4th Legion is in danger. Reinforcements needed immediately." The atmosphere instantly tensed up. Everyone in the hall immediately focused on the situation. He announced that the exile Niluher had led 40,000 undead troops to invade the 4th defense zone. The defensive formation was completely broken by a human. This news made everyone in the hall panic, tension spreading everywhere. The purple-haired girl asked in surprise why humans were involved in a war between spirits. The man quickly replied that this human wasn't simple. The captain of the 4th Legion's guards was killed by him, Cham Kan Tham Sa silently wondered if this human was a player. Only he and Girt had the strength to kill the captain of the Ice Rune Guard. Could it really be him? This thought filled him with worry. The purple-haired girl ordered a rapid assembly of troops to prepare the traditional formation and move out. The man immediately obeyed. Cham Kan Tham Sa then suggested he wanted to join the fight. Feeling the urgency and unable to stand by, the purple-haired girl nodded in agreement with Cham Kan Tham Sa's decision and said he could go. Cham Kan Tham Sa happily exclaimed that kindness really is rewarded. This mission will earn him gold. The scene shifted to the Viet Ka plains, where everyone was entering the battlefield, thousands of bones scattered around, creating a bleak and chilling landscape. Cham Kan Tham Sa said, "This is definitely a battlefield. With so many fire-struck souls here, the purple-haired girl said the battlefield is still very suitable for the Death Spirit Swordsman. Cham Kan Tham Sa coming here makes perfect sense." Cham Kan Tham Sa sadly realized that no matter how much he absorbed, he couldn't feel any benefit. From the facts presented, the red-haired girl angrily wondered which side the human causing this incident belonged to. When she saw Lich Fong An, Cham Kan Tham Sa said he knew this guy and to hand him over to him for easier handling. The girl immediately nodded firmly, then contacted her to face the exile Niluher together, preparing for a tense confrontation ahead. The two charged at each other. Cham Kan Tham Sa exclaimed, "It really is Lich Fong An, who has already reached level 62 so quickly. Completed 3 transformations, worthy of being a member of the business guild. He thought he wouldn't spare this guy today." Cham Kan Tham Sa charged at Lich Fong An, determined not to miss the chance. Every step was steady, heading straight for the target. Courage and decisiveness pushed him toward the strong opponent. The man was startled, turned around, and recognized Cham Kan Tham Sa, saying it's quite a coincidence to meet him here. Lich Fong An said he lost to Cham Kan Tham Sa before because he was careless. Like this time, if they meet again on the battlefield, he won't let him survive. His eyes showed clear determination and challenge. The tension thickened. After speaking, he unleashed the glittering thunder strike. The blue light from that power spread everywhere. But Cham Kan Tham Sa was not afraid. Instead, he taunted that his words were a bit too full before carefully twisting his tongue. The two charged at each other. Cham Kan Tham Sa was due to his carelessness. Like this time, if they meet again on the battlefield, he won't let you walk away alive. His eyes show clear determination and challenge. The tension in the air thickens even more. After speaking, he unleashes the sparkling thunder technique. Blue light from that power spreads everywhere. But Cham Kan Tham Sa not only isn't afraid, he mocks that his words are a bit too full and carefully twists his tongue. The two charge at each other. Cham Kan Tham Sa senses that Liet Fong An's strength and skill have improved across the board, showing thorough preparation and determination. Neither yields. When two sources of power clash, they create flashing lightning bolts, blue and purple lights intertwining and shooting everywhere. The atmosphere around seems to boil, tension and danger reaching a peak. Liet Fong An uses the wild thorn dust technique, his eyes sparkling with confidence. He says, "Let's see if Cham Kan Tham Sa can still withstand this." Sharp thorns fly like rain, forming a solid and deadly wall of defense. Liet Fong An's power radiated brilliant blue beams, strong and vibrant, like streams of energy flooding the space, creating an unstoppable force. Cheech Keech Trum Sa thought silently that the burst and speed of Liet Fong An were far greater than before, yet he still managed to block those fierce attacks. The tension and suspense rose in every cell of his body. Liet Fong An was shocked, unable to believe his eyes when he saw Cheech Keech Trum Sa still standing firm against such a powerful assault. Surprise showed clearly on his face, his earlier confidence turning into doubt. Then both sides struck again. Each strike came as fast as lightning, every swing sharp and forceful, creating powerful gusts that tore through the air. The flashes from their attacks lit up in an instant, reflecting off beads of sweat and tense expressions on both faces. Cham Kan Tham Sa and Liet Fong An gave their all, revealing no weakness. The crashing sounds echoed their relentless determination and effort. Finally, Liet Fong An grew weaker, anger surging because this was not the outcome he wanted. His mind was confused, unable to understand why he couldn't defeat Cham Kan Tham Sa. Chik Kik Chum Sa responded confidently, "Because I am Chik Kik Chum Sa." His eyes showed unwavering resolve as he challenged Lik Fong Ein, telling him to leave his life here, an assertion of his strength and determination in this battle. As Chik Kik Chum Sa prepared his final strike to finish Lik Fong Ein, suddenly He shouted that his life wasn't for him to take yet, confidently adding that he should go play with the boss instead. His challenging gaze and mocking smile made the tension skyrocket. Cheech Keech Trum Sa was furious, caught off guard by this surprise, feeling like all his efforts were about to vanish. Rage and tension filled him as he realized the situation had slipped beyond his control. In the dim light, the boss's muscular figure appeared, carved like marble, eyes sharp as lightning. Every powerful step shook the ground, an overwhelming pressure signaling imminent danger. Chich Kitch Trum Sa couldn't hide his rage when he mentioned Liet Fong Jian. The boss brazenly poured all his hatred onto him, as if pushing him into a trap with no escape. Chich Kitch Trum Sa gripped his sword tightly. He pushed forward with all his strength, moving fast and fierce like a storm sweeping everything away. When he struck, a brilliant purple light burst forth. It spread like lightning, tearing through the night, covering the space with a mysterious and powerful force. He swung his sword hard at the boss. But before him, the boss's power was overwhelming. Even a normal attack made Jamyern stagger. His legs wobbled, nearly collapsing, barely able to hold on. Ryongrak gripped his sword, leapt from above, his body slicing through the air like an arrow. He landed behind the boss, aiming clearly to rescue Chichkich Trum SA, but it was too late when the boss lifted Chichkich Trum SA effortlessly with one hand. His body froze midair, unable to resist the overwhelming power. The aggressive boss hoisted him up. His hand clenched like an iron clamp, then threw him hard, sending him flying. His body wobbled in midair as the boss raised his massive sword. The sharp blade aimed straight at Chichkich Trum SA, and the boss growled, "Go die!" He was panicked. Despair took over as he realized his strength was nearly gone, unable to withstand the lethal blow coming down. Metal clashed, sparks flying. Luckily, the purple-haired girl caught the boss's sword just in time. Her strong hands gripped the hilt, blocking the deadly strike in an instant, saving the dire situation. Right then, the purple-haired girl rushed over, her worried eyes asking about both their conditions. Lienlak and Cham Kan Tham Sa, though exhausted, reassured her that they were okay and still able to fight. The purple-haired girl said the exiled one is truly hard to deal with. We must quickly defeat him or the entire front line will collapse. Her voice was full of worry, but also very determined, stressing the importance of uniting to overcome this challenge and protect what remains. At that moment, the boss sneered and said, "Relying on you alone to defeat me is laughable." The 4th Legion all became lost souls underground. The 1st Legion too. His voice was arrogant and full of pride, making the atmosphere suffocating and more tense than ever. The boss said he would use Cham Kan Tham Sa's head to sacrifice to the cells of the 4th Legion. His eyes showed cruelty and threat, his words like knives piercing deep into his mind. The boss gathered all his strength, gripping his sword tightly and raising it high. The cold light reflected from the blade, ready to unleash a devastating strike. His fists delivered powerful blows, each hit like thunder booming through the air, shaking the ground with overwhelming force. Lienlak immediately charged at the boss, his steps lightning fast, his body cutting through the air with unstoppable power and resolve. Preparing to face the deadly challenge, Ryongrak unleashed a violent strike, creating a blazing red light like a roaring fire. Radiating immense power, he struck straight at the boss with incredible speed and strength. He caught that she didn't know fear, his eyes blazing with fury, as if ready to swallow her arrogance whole, making the atmosphere even more tense and suffocating than ever. Then, the boss unleashed a terrifying power, waves of phantom energy crashing forward, injuring the Legion commander, leaving everyone around stunned by his brutal strength. The boss's power shook the ground beneath them, as if torn apart under the overwhelming pressure of the energy he emitted. The air grew heavy and gloomy. The purple-haired girl was blasted away, her body cutting through the air like an arrow knocked back. At that moment, a suggestion rang out. Huyet Vu Min Kai activated the Blood Feather Army shield technique, instantly forming a shield radiating white-purple light, protecting the entire formation from the next attacks like an unbreakable wall, blocking all danger. At this moment, Ryongrak wore a serious expression. He urged the Legion commander to retreat because her injuries were too severe. This decision showed clear-headedness and practicality in a critical situation, but the boss had no intention of sparing them. He shouted that no one was allowed to run. It was all over now. His cold, terrifying voice thundered like a storm, filling them with overwhelming despair. Then he opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful gust, a storm-like force that staggered them. No one could stand firm against that fierce storm. It felt like everything around was being sucked into oblivion. The energy blasting from his mouth was a wild, uncontrollable force. The monster was terrifying, like a raging storm crashing down that shook the surrounding space, creating an overwhelming and threatening sensation. But despite severe wounds, the Legion commander still raised her bow, her gaze firm and unwavering, holding the bow steadily as if nothing could break her resolve. The Legion commander spoke strongly, saying the Blood Feather Legion had never had a commander who retreated. Behind them were thousands of night spirits. Her determined eyes shone like a torch, inspiring strength in everyone. The boss continued to launch attacks with his mouth. Each burst of wild energy tore through the air like fire and struck directly at the formation. Every attack carried destructive power that made the space around them seem ready to explode. Immediately, the Legion commander was blasted away, her body flying through the air like a knocked-back arrow, causing Ryongrak to worry. Facing the boss's terrifying power, the Legion commander firmly declared that the soldiers of the Blood Feather Legion swore to live and die with the front line. Her voice rang out strong and determined, showing her unyielding spirit and loyalty to her comrades even in dire danger. Ryongrak bravely said she should leave the rest to him. His eyes were filled with determination and confidence, as if ready to face any challenge to protect the Legion and his comrades. The Legion commander shouted, ordering Ryongrak to retreat. Her voice was authoritative yet worried, wanting to protect him from the lurking dangers. But it was too late. Ryongrak unleashed a deadly attack with maximum damage of 500, sacrificing his life in that critical moment, his eyes blazing fiercely without hesitation, as if creating an opportunity for the Legion. Despite the imminent danger, Ryongrak charged at the boss, determined to take his head, his voice full of defiance and resolve, showing his strength and courage even facing peril. Then a loud explosion rang out. Flames erupted before the Legion commander and Cham Kan Tham Sa, shaking the surrounding space with swirling smoke and fire, making it impossible for them to see clearly. Only the sound of chaos and the Legion commander's worry remained. Tears streaming as she called out Ryongrak's name, her voice choked and full of pain, expressing the deep loss of witnessing a brave comrade fall, sacrificing himself in the unforgiving battle. The boss angrily prepared to attack her, shouting cruelly for her to join Ryongrak as a friend. His voice was full of mockery and hatred, as if wanting her to feel the pain and despair from her comrade's sacrifice. The Legion commander then ordered Cham Kan Tham Sa to flee quickly, emphasizing that he was not part of the Bloodfeather Legion. Her eyes carried worry and determination to protect him from the looming danger, even though she herself was facing the boss's terrifying power, speaking while pushing him away with force. The Legion commander's strong will clearly showed in her actions, as a statement that Cham Kan Tham Sa's safety was more important than anything else. Cham Kan Tham Sa was furious over the death in Thien Tung. It means truly dying and disappearing. You clearly feel the helplessness of watching your teammates in danger without being able to do anything. Your heart aches and burns with frustration seeing Ryongrak's sacrifice, and you break into a cold sweat, trembling with fear as the boss prepares to finish off the Legion commander. But suddenly, you open your eyes and see another sword blocking his, creating a sharp clash. The unexpected appearance of that sword enrages him because it dares to interfere just as he's about to end the Legion commander. He roars in fury, his eyes blazing with deadly intent as he glares at the one who dared to disrupt his plan. Seeing Cham Kan Tham Sa, she thinks silently this must be a divine intervention, a miraculous interference at such a critical moment. Cham Kan Tham Sa removes his mask. Standing tall with determined eyes, he clearly declares that today, the exiled Niluher will be the test subject for his Tuesday La Path. A fire of determination ignites in his heart, ready to fight for justice and protect what's precious. The boss, seeing this, thinks to himself that this guy isn't dead yet. He can still deliver such a perfect strike and wonders if this is the legendary Tuesday La. Suspicion and worry flicker in his eyes over this power. The hidden potential of Cham Kan Tham Sa makes the boss realize this battle might not go as he expected. Cham Kan Tham Sa and the boss, they charge at each other fiercely, each attack like thunderclaps causing powerful shockwaves. The air seems torn apart by the force of their clashes. The Legion commander watches them battle with confusion, her heart torn between worry and hope, unsure if Cham Kan Tham Sa has enough strength to face the enemy. So powerful, Cham Kan Tham Sa declares that the boss is a rebel tyrant, a murderer of living beings. He won't let him off, and neither will the Blood Rain Legion. He says that in this world, only the strong can rule. His tone is arrogant and confident, as if to assert that power and authority are what truly matter. The boss remains unsettled, because even though he's many levels lower, he still managed to parry his strike. The mix of surprise and anger makes him feel it's unacceptable. The Legion commander boosts Cham Kan Tham Sa's power. Light flares from her hands like a radiant shield, spreading warm energy. This helps him gain confidence and strength in the fight. She thinks to herself, ever since Cham Kan Tham Sa appeared on the battlefield, he has been continuously absorbing the Fire Clan's soul. Every strike he lands carries overwhelming power, as if he's drawing life force and strength from the enemy. Earlier, when the exile's blade struck down, he quickly drank a potion, definitely Bright Light's blood. The poison must have been absorbed early on. Plus, the Fire Clan's soul from Tuluan, she thinks the little skeleton Sim Yun must have gathered all the conditions needed to become Tuesday La. But Cham Kan Tham Sa is also good, because maybe he can bring a new future for the souls. Thinking this, she encourages him. Cham Kan Tham Sa steps forward to show his true Tuesday La power. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two continue their fierce fight. The boss proudly declares himself lord of this entire Vin Coplane, and all beings tremble before him. The arrogance in his voice cuts like a knife, but Cham Kan Tham Sa shows no fear. He believes the boss is delusional because in his mind, no one has the right to rule, to control everything without paying a price. He mocks him, asking how it feels to be oppressed by an ant he looked down on. Cham Kan Tham Sa's eyes sparkle with determination and challenge. The boss shouts angrily that no one can stop him. His voice echoes like thunder, shaking the space with the power of his arrogance and defiance. While the two fight, Cham Kan Tham Sa suddenly gets hit by a weapon, losing focus and stepping back. A sharp pain shoots through his hand. Seeing Cham Kan Tham Sa weaken, the boss seizes the chance and aggressively threatens him, saying he will definitely die if he keeps fighting in such a weak state. His eyes radiate smugness. Just when he thought victory was in hand, the Legion commander stood on the sidelines, eyes fixed on Cham Kan Tham Sa's every move, worry rising as he saw him fall into a disadvantageous position. The moment Cham Kan Tham Sa realized things were going south, a sudden hint appeared, suggesting that switching weapons was necessary. Without hesitation, he grabbed the new weapon called Soul Devourer. Determined, he intended to use this sword to turn the tide of the battle. Holding the Soul Devourer, Cham Kan Tham Sa boldly declared he would keep fighting. His words, filled with resolve and challenge, unsettled the boss. The boss was baffled. He couldn't believe Cham Kan Tham Sa could still stand firm and defy him after all the pain he'd endured. As the boss entered a berserk state, his eyes glowed with madness and explosive power. His body seemed to grow larger, more formidable and dangerous than ever. The frenzy made him uncontrollable. He roared like a wild beast, angrily shouting at Cham Kan Tham Sa to brace himself for his terrifying wrath. His voice thundered like a storm, promising a brutal, no-mercy fight. His intense rage not only suffocated the surrounding air, but also created immense pressure, weighing down Cham Kan Tham Sa. This caused him to get injured, blood spurting from his mouth. He thought silently that dealing with this boss was tough. Even a slight lapse could unleash a devastating attack. He quickly regained his composure, eyes sharp as he stared down the boss. Determination surged within him, every cell in his body calling out. He charged forward in a fury. The boss declared he would show no mercy to Cham Kan Tham Sa. He roared that he would tear him to pieces. His voice echoed across the battlefield like a furious oath. He shouted with hatred, declaring he wanted Cham Kan Tham Sa dead. His voice resounded like a curse, filling the air with cruelty and a resolve to annihilate. He opened his mouth again, unleashing a powerful blast to blow Cham Kan Tham Sa away. But Cham Kan Tham Sa was fearless, and, in a moment of fierce resolve, shouted at him to shut up. Then, fueled by determination and resilience, Cham Kan Tham Sa launched a powerful attack on the boss, causing him to panic. Finally, after relentless effort, Cham Kan Tham Sa defeated the enemy. Incredible! A dazzling announcement appeared, confirming his resounding victory. His rank instantly rose to 60, and not only that, he climbed to the top spot on the Fubang district leaderboard. Cham Kan Tham Sa sighed in relief, feeling as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The Legion commander looked at Cham Kan Tham Sa with pride and joy. She said, "You did it, they've won." Emotion overwhelmed her. Liet Fong An stood there, eyes filled with anger and hatred. He couldn't believe what had just happened. In his mind, he thought Cham Kan Tham Sa was not Lak Tran, but actually even stronger than Lak Tran. Cham Kan Tham Sa stood quietly, thoughts flooding his mind. He hadn't expected that by chance he would evolve into a Tuesday Law. It was truly amazing. Cham Kan Tham Sa received a worthy reward for this mission, including a shimmering golden weapon and an ancient skill book containing precious secrets. Holding the reward, Cham Kan Tham Sa thought, "Nice, such high damage, and the extra skill is so overpowered, but it doesn't work on him." He sighed and put it away in his backpack. His new skill has a 1% chance to revive with full status recovery. Cham Kan Tham Sa found it a bit underwhelming, but still counted it as a gain. He turned to help the Legion commander up and asked if she was okay. She replied she was fine and smiled proudly, glad to have overcome this tough challenge with him. The Legion commander briefly thought that after becoming a Tuesday Law, Cham Kan Tham Sa seemed a bit more handsome. A strong and confident aura radiated from him, which she found interesting and admirable. Cham Kan Tham Sa suddenly remembered Liet Fong An, the despicable name that couldn't be ignored after this battle. Cham Kan Tham Sa turned to the Legion commander and told her to go reorganize the Legion first, because he had another guest to receive. Announcements kept ringing everywhere. Liet Fong An died, revived, then died again. His rank quickly dropped to 58, then down to 50. A frantic soldier rushed up to the boss, his face full of panic, panting as he reported Liet Fong An's condition. Everyone crowded around to see, witnessing Liet Fong An hanging suspended in midair, their eyes filled with curiosity and confusion, wondering who could have beaten him so badly. Not only that, but colorful writing was scribbled on his butt. Dom Lin dashed to the scene, urgently telling everyone to back off. "The boss has arrived." The atmosphere instantly tensed. Cham Kan Tham Sa wrote the words, "Take good care of your people," on Liet Fong An's butt, not forgetting to sign his name there. Seeing the boss Liet Fong An still not fully conscious, he stammered that the one who hit him was more formidable than Lak Trun. His face paled, and before finishing his sentence he fainted. His collapse worried everyone around and sparked hot debates. They guessed this was Prisoner 01, the state AI gets stuck in. It took a day or two for him to wake up. The mood grew heavier as everyone waited for their boss's reaction. Those present immediately spoke up. They told the boss that since someone bullied them like this, they couldn't hold back anymore. They all agreed together. They said they had to kill that person to feel at peace. But before they could finish, the boss angrily struck the speaker, making the atmosphere tense. He laughed with satisfaction, eyes sparkling with joy, saying that since Lak Trun disappeared, no AI had excited him this much. His words rang out like a challenge. An announcement sounded. Truk An Lorn declared a challenge clip against Cham Kan Tham Sa. This caused confusion and buzz, as no one knew when he had provoked Truk An Lorn. Truk An Lorn was crazy, and this time he was serious. Tension spread everywhere. All the AIs waited to see how the fight between the two would unfold. Another announcement sounded. Chichkich Trum SA declared escaping Twit Nansam and continuing under the name of the mercenary Huet Suk. This shocked the mercenary world. Im Kang Han was confused by the announcement. Chichkich Trum SA felt something was off. While sneezing repeatedly, he decided to ask for clarity. He thought that beating a boss once wasn't even counted, But now, having to spend another 500D on business really annoyed him. He decided to sell An Shi Kung to restore health. Only then could he maintain fighting strength and continue battling in upcoming fights. A warning sounded, alerting that his body had issues and was about to crash. His heart filled with worry, realizing the urgency. He quickly checked and saw all network nodes were still connected normally. Could the game be bugged? Anxiety rose as he considered this possibility. He needed to find the cause and fix it. Before it was too late, he thought his body was abnormal and felt a bit panicked. Could it be from being online too long? Im Kang Han ran up and called out loudly, panting, "Why did you escape Twit Ngun Sam? Was it because of Trukain Larn? What exactly happened?" Her face showed worry and anticipation as she stood before Chich Kich Trum SA, waiting for an explanation. Looking up, she suddenly realized Chich Kich Trum SA's face no longer looked the same. He explained he had transformed into Tuala. A new power rose from within, and he asked if this look was okay. Im Kang Han blushed and looked away, only replying that it was fine. But inwardly, she kept thinking he looked so handsome, like he had become a different person, stronger and way more attractive. He said no AI had ever seen him like this. So, for now, no need to wear a mask. He decided to show his real face when meeting people. Im Kang Han turned and grabbed Cham Kan Tham Sa's hand, her expression serious. But her eyes sparkled like stars. She said now wasn't the time to talk about his new appearance. He still hadn't answered her question, about why he escaped Twit Ngun Sam. Chikik Chum SA gently tapped Im Kang Han's head, smiling, saying, "Why so many questions about why? Didn't you say before that I was in control of everything?" Chich Kich Trum SA turned away and told Im Kang Han he had plans and couldn't stay here forever. Before decisively saying goodbye, Im Kang Han recalled her own plans and thought that, although she had promised Chich Kich Trum SA earlier, now she couldn't bear to leave him. Chich Kich Trum SA also felt a pang of guilt as he walked away, but he knew it had to be this way. Since she's new, don't worry about Twet Ngon Sam, and Truklong's attention has just shifted to you so Twet Ngon Sam can focus on developing safely. While heading out, Cham Kan Tham Sa heard the announcement that the AI Tranfong competition officially started, sparking his curiosity. After hearing the rules and prizes, Cham Kan Tham Sa was shocked by what he learned. The An Kim weapon, 3,000 fame points, and a hero's token. Such generous rewards couldn't be better. Thinking about leveling up by hunting monsters, Cham Kan Tham Sa immediately contacted 13 and Tio Kui to join the competition together for the championship. The hero's token would be the perfect gift for Ko Kim Hon Morng then. However, 13 objected, saying their group only had 3 close combat fighters, no ranged attackers or healers. Tio Kui agreed and emphasized, without 5 members, they couldn't register for the Chien Kich Trum Sa competition. Calmly, they proposed issuing a recruitment order and announced they needed a healer and a ranged attacker to complete the team. On the forum, when people saw the recruitment post, everyone hesitated, unwilling to join because the blood color mercenaries were feared. Now they had become a thorn in the eyes of Dokba Kuang Long and Truklong. 13 sighed, saying who would dare join them now. Meanwhile, Teal Kui suggested just capturing 2 people and be done with it. Chin Kik Chum Sa agreed capturing was better since hiring costs were high, so they couldn't afford to spend more on that. Suddenly, a female voice ordered them to release her because she wanted to join. The blood color mercenaries surprised Chien Kich Trum Sa. The 2 holding the girl said if she wanted to join their guild, they had to respect her and not embarrass her wishes. Upon seeing her, Chin Kik Chum Sa immediately recognized her as Bookmin Seol, a rank 9 archer on the heavenly board. The 2 men couldn't hold Bookmin Seol. Chen Kich Trum Sa immediately spoke up, scolding them for forcing things when she didn't want to, making the 2 angry and ask who he was. He said he was Chien Kich Trum Sa, his gaze steady, unshaken by their anger. Hearing this, the whole group was surprised. They didn't expect Chien Kik Chum Sa to be standing right in front of them. Bookming Seal immediately rushed forward, saying Chien Kik Chum Sa arrived just in time, and she officially asked to join the blood color mercenaries with a determined and radiant look. Bookmin Seal immediately rushed forward, saying Chien Kich Trum Sa arrived just in time, and she officially asked to join the blood color mercenaries. He advised her to think carefully because his guild was currently targeted by several major guilds. Bookmin Seal replied she wasn't afraid since she already had a grudge with Dokba, so a few more enemies wouldn't matter. Besides, she was a famous archer, so only Chien Kich Trum Sa was worthy of her. Hearing that, he thought to himself, this girl really knows how to pick people. Chien Kich Trum Sa reached out, and they shook hands. He officially agreed to let Bookmin Seol join. The blood color mercenaries representative welcomed her solemnly under the angry gazes of those guys, making the atmosphere seem even tenser as Bookmin Seol joined. They angrily charged forward, deciding to kill the 2 of them, believing that their greater numbers would overwhelm Chien Kich Trum Sa. He quickly ordered Bukmin Tuet that running away was the best option. Bookmin Shol smiled calmly, saying with Chien Kich Trum Sa's top-ranking fame, charging forward to wipe out those enemies was just a small matter. Chien Kich Trum Sa held his face, saying there were too many of them, so he didn't want to waste energy fighting that arrogant Bathian Dao, challenging him to a one-on-one duel. Hearing this, Chien Kich Trum Sa was surprised and turned to look at Bathian Dao, not expecting him to have reached level 62. His gaze swept through Bathian Dao's confidence. Bathian Dao charged with his sword, The sword swung in a powerful slash, cold light reflecting off its sharp blade. Confidently claiming he was currently the top-ranked fighter in Fubang City and didn't believe Chien Kich Trum Sa had what it took to face him. Chien Kich Trum Sa immediately summoned an illusory wind color support, causing Ba Tian Dao to freeze and look down to see a puppy. Ba Tian Dao angrily said they'd meet in the competition, and then he would wipe the disgrace from his face in front of everyone. Scene switches to a forest. Bookmin Seol and Chien Kich Trum Sa were panting as if they had just run. The forest was quiet, sunlight filtering through the trees, creating patches of light and shadow flickering on the ground. She asked if they couldn't just fight them directly, but he answered the match would start soon. If they clashed head-on now, and they lost a level, it would be a loss. Bookmin Seol agreed. He praised her gear. All her attribute categories were well coordinated. It's clear that the armored craftsman isn't an ordinary person. It's just a shame she doesn't match her current level. This makes him feel he needs to support her. She needs more to fully unleash her potential in the upcoming battles. Bookmin Seol praises Chien Kich Trum Sa for having a keen eye. This equipment was made by her brother, who recently acquired a rare wine cellar stone. He's making new gear for her. This makes her feel proud and more confident in her strength for the fights ahead. Chien Kich Trum Sa wonders why he's so skilled yet no one has ever mentioned him before. Bookmin Seol replies that her brother is a bit lonely and doesn't like socializing. Right after saying that, Bookmin Seol pulls Chien Kich Trum Sa to find her brother, because today's gear is definitely impressive, and she really wants him to witness her brother's craftsmanship in the forest. Bookmin Tweet points ahead and says her brother is there, but she warns Chien Kich Trum Sa not to think about dragging him into the guild, because she's tried many times without success. Suddenly, Chien Kich Trum Sa stops as if sensing something wrong. He feels the atmosphere tighten, like something is lurking nearby. A group in black clothes surrounds Bookmin Tweet's brother. They aggressively demand he hand over the black obsidian stone, promising to spare his life if he complies. Bookmin Seol's brother blocks a knife attack from the assailants. The blade's reflection glints sharply on his face. Determined not to let the enemy pass, Bookmin Seol decides to raise her bow, determined to save her brother from the black-clad group, but Chien Kich Trum Sa quickly stops her, gently says he'll be fine. Chien Kich Trum Sa silently watches the fight, realizing the situation looks dire, but in reality, every move is carefully calculated. Each step of Bookmin Seol's brother isn't just evasion but part of a bigger plan, aiming to lure the black-clad group into a position where he can easily take them down. Chien Kich Trum Sa guesses that Bookmin Seol's brother's skills have limited range, so he can't effectively approach the enemy. When Bookmin Seol wonders why he has to do this, she insists that with his ability, he can definitely escape. Chien Kich Trum Sa explains that Bookmin Twit's brother can't run, because if he runs from a high place, he'll be spotted immediately. Knowing this well, he chooses to confront them head-on. Bookmin Seol worries that if this continues, her brother might risk his life. Chien Kich Trum Sa reassures her that her brother will be fine, because watching the fight, he's not at a disadvantage yet and still smirks arrogantly at his attackers. Bookmin Seol's brother attacks with his sword, arrogantly saying he's bleeding out and they shouldn't struggle in vain. But Bookmin Seol still blocks the strike with her weapon. Stopping the sharp attack, Bookmin Seol's brother then leaps up, causing the attacker to almost fall, the sword slicing through the air. Just one breath away, but enough to feel the danger looming. He quickly jumps high, surprising the group. His body glides through the area like a ghost, leaving the opponents unable to react. Once he gains the upper hand, he smiles contentedly, his eyes full of confidence and pride, as if all the enemy's efforts become meaningless against his power. The technique Bookmin Seol's brother uses is the blood movement counterattack, causing the opponents to scream in pain and shock. Chien Kich Trum Sa says the timing is perfect. Bookmin Seol's brother won't be defeated so easily. He continues with the bone-piercing technique, invading the enemy's body, reducing their speed and defense, inflicting endless pain, making the enemy furious for falling into the trap. Chien Kich Trum Sa praises that he's not only agile but also possesses a rare poisonous skill. Unlike typical healing priests, he truly is a prodigy. Suddenly, Bookmin Seol yells for her brother to be careful, startling Chien Kich Trum Sa. The twin dragon frenzy attacks, making him realize there's no escape from this situation. Immediately, Chien Kich Trum Sa jumps in front to block, asserts that he's already blocked this guy, asking if he still wants to fight. The attacker asks who he is, and he firmly replies that he is Chien Kich Trum Sa. Hearing this, the attacker panics because this is the name Long Thieu fell to. They flee terrified, saying they'll be back. Old grudges and new revenge will be settled together. Once it's done, Cham Kan Tham Sa reaches out to brother Bookmin Seol and reassures him that it's okay. But he coldly stands up and turns away, making him recall what Bookmin Twait said and admit that this guy really is a bit strange. Seeing that, Bookmin Seol gets angry. He says Cham Kan Tham Sa is their boss, so he should show a bit more respect. Hearing this, Cham Kan Tham Sa smiles and slaps Bookmin Seol on the shoulder and says they're all family, but her brother angrily tells him to take his hands off his sister. After 10 minutes, Bookmin Seol explains that Cham Kan Tham Sa helped her out of trouble, and now she officially becomes a member of the Blood Color Mercenary Group. Her brother finally understands and thanks Cham Kan Tham Sa for helping his sister. He replies that since they're family, no need for formalities. He also invited him to join the guild, but the man refused, saying he didn't want to be used. Then he kicked him out, because he had to hurry to relocate his base. His words angered Bookmin Sale. Cham Kan Tham Sa worriedly asked if the move was because of the fanatics. The dragon has always caused trouble and refused to listen, so the man angrily said it wasn't his business and he shouldn't care. Bookmin Sale was furious. She demanded her brother not to act like that. Bookmin Sale told Cham Kan Tham Sa that long ago her brother was criticized for sloppy technique, so he could only immerse himself in crafting. Now, it seems those who come to them have bad intentions, so please understand. Handing over the trident. S.A. said after hearing this, "You invited her brother because he's an exceptional craftsman." He said her brother's skills and techniques were what he admired most. His sincerity softened Bookmin Shoal's brother's hostility a bit. Cham Kan Tham Sa praised him for maintaining his own pace. While many were being hunted, he could still control his skills precisely, healing HP while dealing damage to enemies, and confirmed. He is one of the best crafting masters I've ever met. He added that he didn't want to live his life constantly hiding either. Hanbang Kung can now be considered his territory. With the Bloodshade Legion protecting it, he can craft with peace of mind. He said rare materials drop. From guild dungeons, they can also provide him, and whoever he wants to craft for is his choice. He won't interfere. Hearing this, Bookmin Sale's brother seemed interested. Cham Kan Tham Sa continued to invite him to fight alongside for their dreams. He sincerely invited him to join the Bloodshade Mercenary Group. After a moment of hesitation, Bookmin Sale's brother agreed to join and shook hands with the trident. Cham Kan Tham Sa made Bookmin Sale extremely happy. They joyfully welcomed the new member into the guild as an announcement sounded. The guild successfully registered for the tournament. Everyone celebrated the successful registration, praised Lak Tran's excellence, and vowed to eliminate the mad dragons and lone tyrants. Suddenly, an alert sounded indicating Cham Kan Tham Sa's body had issues. He was in pain, causing everyone to worry. Then he fainted, covered in wounds. This shocked and worried the group. Lak Tran lay in a hospital room, covered in blood, gasping through an oxygen mask. Outside, the doctor spoke to 13 and Little Demon about his condition. The doctor said it didn't look good and they needed to prepare themselves. He told 13 and Little Demon that if they couldn't find someone with the serum to detoxify within 48 hours, this time he really couldn't be saved. But the serum only temporarily suppresses the virus, and the full recovery rate is only 20%. This made 13 and Little Demon's anxiety surge. They looked at each other with hopeful eyes, while Lak Tran lay there, everything around him fading, and he felt overwhelmed by helplessness. 13 asked, "Didn't they say before that 10 Kwang could suppress the virus?" Little Demon also asked the doctor, "Why was Lak Tran normally so healthy but suddenly like this?" These questions hung heavily in the air, filled with worry and confusion. The doctor adjusted his glasses and said tests showed the virus mutated. The exact cause was still under investigation. He had contacted a team of experts and was searching for serum nationwide. Now all they could do was wait for that person to appear. The doctor's words stabbed at 13 and Little Demon's hearts. They felt their anxiety surge but had no choice but to patiently wait. 13 patted Little Demon's shoulder, saying, "We won't give up no matter how slim the chance. But first, let's find the serum for Old Master 6. The doctor nodded at this, saying the more people they contact, the greater the hope. These words were a small encouragement in the heavy atmosphere. The doctor turned and left, saying to prepare for his rest and that the two should go home. These gentle but responsible instructions echoed in the quiet room. 13 told Little Demon not to tell Old Master 6, and Little Demon nodded, saying, "You'll watch over him here these 2 days. The game can wait, but Big Brother is one of a kind." Little Demon's words were a silent promise between them. Hearing this, 13 said no, because Old Master 6 values the ancient sword soul above all else. If this time he can't get the hero's order, it will truly break his heart. 13's voice carried worry and determination. 13 continued, "We have to shoulder the AI tournament together. Those who dare to compete must participate." Little Ghost nodded in agreement. Both understood no matter how tough the situation was, they still needed to stand strong together. 13 would go find the serum, while Little Ghost went online to alert the others to prepare. They quickly assigned tasks. Each person had a crucial role in this battle. As the two left, Lak Tran woke up and overheard the conversation, thinking quietly, "They really are good brothers, but this time you're in trouble." Worry rose in Lak Tran's heart. He knew there were only 2 days to find a serum that could counter this strange virus, unless a miracle happened. These thoughts kept repeating in Lak Tran's mind. He felt the pressure weigh heavily. Lak Tran thought how great it would be to have immortal skills like in the game, where even 1% HP left meant instant full recovery. Those imaginations gave him some comfort, but reality was much harsher. He could only lie there, feeling pain and helplessness. His heart longed for a miracle to save himself and the friends who worried about him. He wondered what it would be like to lose his father later and how painful that would be. Memories flooded his mind, recalling his father saying it was rare to have the chance to come home. So his father made the eggplant stew that he liked most. That flavor still lingered in his memory, the tender, fragrant eggplant pieces. His heart suddenly twisted. Imagining a day when he could no longer enjoy that dish, looking at his wound, he thought of his father and felt the pain consuming his heart. He thought he had to quickly arrange his affairs. Thoughts of death and inevitable departure kept swirling in his head. Lactran sat down to write his will. Each stroke brought images of his father and his two close friends, 13 and Little Ghost. Happy memories. The times they faced hardships together appeared, making him ache and feel guilty. He didn't want to leave them, didn't want to leave behind. Sadness for those who had always been by his side. He recalled while playing the game, the character Cham Kan Tham Sa once said, "I absolutely will not back down." That phrase echoed in his mind. He remembered earning money, and the next step was fighting monsters to level up, the dungeon runs. Every image from the game appeared vividly in his head, the excitement of slaying monsters, leveling up, unlocking new skills. He smiled thinking of those intense battles. With Furious Dragon Tyrant and Bamboo Dragon, the powerful enemies he and 13 and Little Ghost had overcome. His character in the game said now Trucon Lone had declared war, so Little Ghost and 13 stayed at Snow Silver Mountain for safety, but neither agreed. They said if they had to leave the guild, they'd leave together. They would follow Lac Tran to the end, loyal and strong in friendship. That moved him deeply. He wrote in the will, "Sorry they followed me for so long and I haven't left them anything." Filled with guilt, the person he felt most sorry for was the guild leader. The image of the one who always protected him appeared in his mind. The phone ringing cut through his thoughts. The sound rang like an unexpected sign. On the other end, Jat's voice trembled with panic. "Do you believe he's not dead?" The words carried strength and resolve. Lac Tran was surprised Jat called, picked up, and she asked, "Are you still alive?" She practically shouted over the phone, making him hate himself. Lac Tran was surprised Jat knew what happened but calmly asked, "What are you talking about, Jat?" Stammered that she dreamed he was dead and called immediately. Her voice trembled as if she couldn't believe what she just said. Hearing that, Lac Tran sighed. Because it turned out Jat still didn't know how serious his condition was. Lac Tran calmly told her he was still fine and told Jat to get some sleep. His voice tried to remain steady to reassure her. They wished each other good night and hung up. In the quiet space, Lac Tran looked up at the ceiling. He thought that before facing death, hearing Jat's voice was really something good. Amid the pain and uncertainty, that familiar sound was like a final warmth for him to cling to, easing the loneliness a little. In that moment, the phone suddenly slipped from his hand as a sharp, overwhelming pain hit. His whole body convulsed, feeling like every nerve was being squeezed tight. The pain pierced every cell, making him lose control of himself. The doctors rushed in immediately, their faces full of worry as they found his blood pressure had dropped below 40. No pulse detected, critical condition. The machines beeped rapidly, creating a tense atmosphere. Without hesitation, they quickly decided to take him to the ICU in a desperate bid to save Lactron's life. At that moment, 13 and Little Ghost arrived just in time, standing by his side. Swallowing her anxiety, she told Old Six, "Hang in there, he'll be fine." Lactran wanted to reassure 13 not to worry, but his throat tightened, unable to speak, only able to look at them with weak, helpless eyes. Overcome by pain and unease, his eyes slowly closed, his consciousness fading. One final thought crossed his mind. "My eyelids are so heavy. I just want to sleep." Asterisk. The next morning, BAC Min Tuat looked at everyone and said that the guild leader had helped them a lot, but his fate was still uncertain. The only thing left for them was to fight with all their strength. Her brother sighed deeply, eyes full of worry, hoping Lactran could survive this ordeal. Everyone had arrived at the competition. The arena was filled with a buzzing, tense atmosphere. Teams prepared fiercely, their eyes burning with determination and hope. A short-haired girl asked, "Why is the team match split into 2 rounds, 1 round one-on-one, and the other 2 on 2 best-of-3 to decide the winner?" Another girl nearby said she heard that Thien Tung received orders from above to temporarily change the match format. The short-haired girl asked in surprise, "Is that even allowed?" Her confused and worried expression added to the tension and anticipation. Then she turned to Gigi with concern, recalling that this morning she nearly fainted, her eyes full of worry as she asked, "Are you okay, Gigi?" The unease was clear on her face. As the pressure and tension of the competition weighed heavily on everyone's minds, Gigi smiled gently. She replied that she just hadn't slept well, but she was fine. Her voice was a bit weak, but she tried to sound calm. Just then, Thien Tung Susu stepped onto the stage, her voice ringing out to announce the official start of the tournament. She introduced herself as MC Kai and Ngangat. The crowd felt excited and said they were really looking forward to this match. Even though the format changed, the intensity wouldn't drop one bit. She looked at the team members and saw their fiery eyes, each clearly showing excitement and determination, ready to fight for the hero order. As the event was about to begin, Thien Tung Susu said that to compensate for the format change, she had prepared a special prize for the champion team, equipment made of gold, specifically Thien Tung's virtual herbs. She continued that after using them, players would randomly enter one of 32 Thien Tung dungeon seals. After clearing the dungeons, players would receive lots of equipment, rare material seals, and gold. All guild members would gain a 5-fold increase. Reputation level would increase by 1,000. Note, she emphasized that the most important prize was the Awakening Fragment of Beast, Master Level 10. Collecting enough fragments would allow awakening to a higher realm. Under the stands, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Many began discussing this rare opportunity. Everyone felt nervous, unable to believe their ears upon hearing about the awakening reward. This was something Tian Tung had never offered before, which made their excitement grow even more. Tian Tung Susu noticed the crowd's commotion. She chuckled softly and asked if everyone felt surprised and thrilled by this amazing news. A girl in the crowd nodded in agreement. She said this time they had to give it their all. Her eyes shone brightly with determination, clearly showing she was ready for the fierce battle ahead. Ryong Hong Cheon-ha was equally excited. He declared this was a unique awakening chance, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Saying that this key was truly a valuable item, the captain of the dominating Heaven Blade team smirked and spoke with strong resolve. This is really interesting. The captain of the Ancient Sword Dream Soul team, Tui Not Fuang, stood among the crowd with a firm and hopeful gaze. He affirmed that with this special weapon, reviving Ancient Sword Dream Soul was only a matter of time. The captain of the Peach Blossom Deep Affairs team, Thon Thon Tuesday, standing firm amidst the tense competition, with bright eyes full of determination and strong will, the captain of the Thunderstorm Wind team, Truk Dung, stood in the fifth row of his team with a resolute expression. His eyes gleamed with confidence, reflecting hidden strength and a strong will to win. Susu saw everyone's passion burning fiercely. She decided to announce that the AI Dare to Compete tournament officially begins. The sound echoed throughout the stadium, creating an exciting and thrilling atmosphere. The rules announcement rang out. All right, everyone, listen up carefully. There are two types. One where each team can recruit one player. But in 2 volts, 2 matches, the system randomly arranges teams, and all teams draw lots to determine players. The group stage will happen simultaneously. 13 found this really interesting. Above was the name of an old enemy. Ha Ye peeked and asked, AI? AI? The opponent is AI? Cheers rose along with the imposing appearance of a team. All right, sounds good. 2. To excitedly announce the invitation of the 49th PK team, Crazy Dragon, with bloodthirsty mercenaries. The first match is one-on-one. Ryong Hong Cheon-ha and GWI Gakja officially began as Cham Kan Tham Sa slowly opened his eyes and heard a whisper in his ear. What's that sound? The next match's opponent is Dak Ba, but the boss is still unconscious. Dak Ba, what's there to fear? At this moment, he was still confused. The light shows I'm not dead. Unbelievable. The other person continued. It's just you and the great demon. A demon made it into the top 8? Do you know what the forum says about you? Says what? Says that. The bloody twin assassins. You guys are from Poo Bang City. The only way to deal with those two is death. 13's face gradually appeared before him, anxious. Old 6 is awake now. Boss, how do you feel? Can you hear clearly? Cham Kan Tham Sa said, they know my condition. Little Demon 13 heard it and felt relieved. They all sighed in relief. That's great then. You almost scared us to death. His voice was calm. The King of Hell seems to dislike me, so he rejected me again this time. He interrupted to explain. This time you should thank Lam Hok Moy and the great beauty Ha Ye too. It's thanks to their love that you woke up. Tun Kok at the back chimed in. Right. Cham Kan Tham Sa curiously asked. How many days have I been asleep, competing as AI? The other two took turns speaking. You've been in a coma for 10 days? You wouldn't believe it. We've already reached the quarterfinals. Impressive, right? All thanks to me and that demon. He was very surprised. Really? He confirmed. Of course it's true. In the first match, we faced Crazy Dragon. You couldn't see Crazy Dragon's face then, yet he was eliminated in the first round. Let me see the AI's expression now. More interesting than the AI here. Recalling that scene, all three burst into joyful laughter. 13 thought he could laugh about it forever. Suddenly he remembered. What about Ko Kiem Mong Hon and Tuyet Ngan Sam? Seeing the two silent, Cham Kan Tham Sa immediately sensed something was wrong. What's going on? Ton Kok broke the silence. Tuyet Ngan Sam has also advanced to the quarterfinals. Only Ko Kiem Mong Honorable. He saw that he wouldn't finish, so he spoke for him. Not very well. Only made it to the top 16. Ko Kiem Mong Han faces Dak Ba. They know that those close to Ko Kiem Mong Han really played ruthlessly this time. They didn't kill directly, but toyed with their enemies like cats with mice, tormenting them to death. Cham Kan Tham Sa angrily exclaimed, What? Thien Dao? He dared? He stopped speaking. He clutched his head in pain, causing the other two to panic. Boss Can Trung hurried in to scold. I told you two to watch over him, not to provoke him. 13 anxiously asked when he saw the old man checking Cham Kan Tham Sa. Old 6, are you okay? He replied. Luckily it's under control. Your body is extremely special, and also the main protection target for us these days. You need to focus mainly on resting and be observed more. He turned to ask the patient, What did you say? Cham Kan Tham Sa stammered. Nothing. The two each got a tap on the head, shrugged, and went silent. The next day, Tutu announced on the arena. Dak Ba versus bloodthirsty mercenaries. In the first match, the mercenaries won. The second one-on-one match will start in 10 minutes, so please get ready. Bakmin Tuyet happily praised her teammate, so handsome, yet able to beat the god of war Dak Ba, to the point even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Mama snorted. AI bullied my little sister. 13 spoke up, looking at the opponent. The next fight will definitely be that assassin monk. He's no joke. Both a man of businessman Duong and a deadly assassin Dak Ba. Just look at that smirk of his. Before every battle, he crosses his arms just like that guy. He always wins one-on-one fights, plus he's from another server. Not staying in his own area and running over to us? Something's definitely off. That kid shows no fear. This is how it gets interesting. I'm the boss, so I'll handle this myself. Watch me, 13 thought. Boss 6 is still stuck in the hospital. If we lose this match, we won't even qualify for the 2 volts 2 fight. Kid, we're counting on you. Toto proudly announces, rest time is over. The second match between Lone Tyrant and the Bloody Mercenaries has officially begun. The kid's opponent spoke up. I've been looking forward to facing the Bloody Mercenary team for a long time, but I never got to meet the person I was expecting. He scoffed coldly and dismissed. There are plenty waiting for our boss, but you're not qualified yet. With that, he launched a sharp, bright flame thrust toward the enemy. Their blows clashed, triggering a system alert. Illusion Arhat. Active skill, directional teleport effect. No damage, range 3 meter, required level, 45. Unfazed, he pressed the attack. Child's play. I already know your trick. The assassin countered with Raging Diamond Fist. Raging Diamond Fist. Active skill. Attacks a single target multiple times, dealing 150% physical attack damage. Has a 30% chance to cause critical damage. Required level, 60. Taking heavy damage from his foe, the kid couldn't believe it. How is this guy's mobility and power so insane? The opponent sneered. We're both spirits, but compared to Cham Kan Tham Sa, you're still way behind. Calmly adapting, he shouted. No need to provoke me. New skill info popped up for the kid. Bright Wind, Soul Slash, deals 800 physical damage to the target, with a 10% chance to weaken the enemy. He clenched his fist ready. Even now, he stood firm. Honestly, you're way too weak. Time to strike. Damn it, my turn, he said as he moved. This assassin's offense was his best defense. If I can't break through this guard, I'm done for. Demonic Armor Overload. Activated to escape the bind. The kid poured all his power into breaking through. System alert. Demonic Armor Overload has lost effect. The kid was thrown flying backward, using his massive body as a brace for the opponent. He said, I told you, you're too weak. System alert. Player GWI Gakja has died. Toto led the charge, heating up the atmosphere. What a brutal scene. I told you, you're too weak. System alert. Player GWI Gakja has died. Toto led the charge, heating up the atmosphere. What a brutal scene. This is too much. Toto couldn't stand watching. Lone Tyrant wins this round. The score is now tied 1-1. Please don't leave yet. The 2 volts 2 draw will happen in 10 minutes. The kid returned, apologizing to teammates. I'm really sorry. Sorry, everyone. 13 comforted him. Don't blame yourself anymore. We wouldn't have made it this far without you. Mama backing up. Right, said the assassin. He's one of the top 10 members of the business hall, so losing to him isn't shameful. Still annoyed, he said. But my boss won't accept this. Cham Kan Tham Sa suddenly appeared. If you're not satisfied, train harder. His arrival shocked everyone. Brother Cham Kan, the boss is back? Boss Cham Kan, Boss 6, spoke softly but it lifted the team's spirits. Yeah, I'm back. You all pushed this far for me. You've really worked hard. Yeah, I'm back. You all pushed this far for me. You've really worked hard. Announcement, time's up. The 2 volts 2 draw results. Guild players fighting are Thien Dao and Assassin. The Bloody Mercenary team fields 13 and Cham Kan Tham Sa. Cham Kan Tham Sa declared coldly, if I don't die this time, then you will. Seeing him, the kid was visibly relieved. Finally, waited for you. Cham Kan Tham Sa. If I don't die this time, then you will. Seeing him, the kid was visibly relieved. Finally, waited for you. Cham Kan Tham Sa. Toto announces. Both fighters are ready. The Guild Dokba's assassin is famous for close combat. Offense as defense, with powerful martial arts and lightning-fast strikes. Guild leader Thien Dao is even more formidable with sharp sword techniques, dealing devastating damage. The Blood Color Mercenary group is no less impressive, with Cham Kan Tham Sa bearing the title of the only Tulin swordsman in Thanfu, known for high attack speed and terrifying damage. Cham Kan Tham Sa is discussing battle plans with his teammates. At that moment, he just acted like that, and then, confirmed by 13. Okay, Toto has skillfully led the tournament so far. The Ultimate Master hasn't fought yet. What surprise will he bring us this time? Let's wait and see. The girl declares, the match begins, go. The Dokba Guild launches the attack. The Ultimate Master has full info on both fighters' moves, displaying Mad Sky Blade Slash releases 3 slashing waves, dealing 200% damage to the target, ignoring 30% defense. Has a 40% chance to cause bleeding plus Wind Palm, dealing 120% damage to targets in a straight line, with a 30% chance to stun the target. In just 1 second, the crowd gasps. Thien Dao just unleashed a secret move. 13 thinks silently, just like Old Master 6 said. These two really targeted me first. Toto leads. The Ultimate Master is pressured, but thanks to his unique, excellent gear, he still holds his ground against both attacks. He struggles to resist while cursing in his mind. Damn it, these two hit hard. If it weren't for the shield custom, made by Old Master Bup, he probably got crushed right after the match started. Cham Kan Tham Sa rushes in from behind, ignoring me completely. You two are way too confident. His arrival excites Toto. Oh wow, the fight heats up right at the start. The Dokba Guild's focused assault. 7 losses without defeating the Ultimate Master. Instead, Cham Kan Tham Sa disrupts the formation. Sa breaks the lineup. The battlefield is now split into 2 separate, one-on-one fights. Whoever defeats their opponent first gains the upper hand. Cham Kan Tham Sa moves extremely agilely. He slips behind his opponent. The girl is surprised. His movement is very similar to Nai Chen's. He's lucky he didn't run into me. But he's not so lucky now. Look, Sat Tung keeps up the fierce attack. Can Cham Kan Tham Sa withstand this relentless damage? No. No matter how well he imitates Nai Chen, he's still just a copycat. Crushing him is a warning to everyone. Lu Kuang Queen from Sat Tung strikes straight ahead. Update. Lu Kuang Queen deals 150% damage to the target, increases attack speed by 20%, has a 30% critical hit chance. Toto skillfully leads the tournament. This is the special ability unique to the SAO class. The pardon move stops Sat Tung's Lu Kuang Queen. He arrogantly says, "I'm no knockoff. I'm Cham Kan Tham Sa." Seeing that terrifying power coming, Sat Tung crosses his arms in front of his chest and says, "This is bad." Sat Tung must use Kim Quang Horthe, gaining a shield that absorbs 60% damage, boosts power by 20%, attack speed up 15%, lasting 1 minute. Seeing his nimble moves ahead, Sat Tung gets angry. "Playing turtle games? I'm done with you." "Stop right there," Toto notices. After Sat Tung uses his defense skill, Cham Kan Tham Sa retreats, seeming unwilling to face head-on, planning to support his teammate. Right behind Thien Dao, he launches a coordinated surprise attack, with teammate 13-inch front, swinging his blade. This move excites Toto. Perfect. While Sat Tung hasn't caught up, Cham Kan Tham Sa works seamlessly with the Ultimate Master, pushing Thien Dao's blood gauge to critical. Cham Kan Tham Sa shouts, "Quick, finish him off." Sat Tung punches Maba's face, scolding, "You're so mean, Madan." Toto yells, "It's back to one-on-one again, but this time with switched opponents." He refuses to be humiliated and charges, "Did I give you permission to touch someone else?" 13 holds Thien Dao back. A powerful slash shoots out. Toto shouts. Cham Kan Tham Sa switch targets, aiming straight at Sat Tung. Sat Tung's reaction is just as quick. This truly is a battle of masters, a fight between strength and skill. I've been waiting for this match for a long time. New notification shows. Whirlwind Foot deals 800 to 1000 damage with foot strikes. Also has a chance to stun the enemy. Requires level 60. Lasts 25 seconds. The girl's tone is a bit regretful. "Too bad you disappointed me." Bookming Seal cheers. Cham Kan Tham Sa, go for it, take him down. Come on, Cham Kan Tham Sa, we believe in you. Keep it up. Everyone is counting on him. Get up, keep fighting. 13 anxiously looks back at the weakening Cham Kan Tham Sa. Old Master 6 Thien Dao doesn't give him a chance to get distracted. Keep fighting. No time to lose focus. Die! As the opponent's fist rushes in, he bravely raises his sword. The clash of these two forces lights up the whole space. Sat Tung shouts, "Give up!" Toto easily notices both mercenary team Huit Suk fighters are fully pressured, falling into a passive position. Sat Tung sentenced Cham Kan Tham Sa to death. "End it now, Cham Kan Tham Sa." But he suddenly asked, "Is this all the power you've got?" Sat Tung sensed something was wrong. "I have to be faster than him." Meteor Fist punched straight at 13. The spectators were shocked beyond belief. "So this is it, huh?" Sat Tung truly lived up to his rank 8-inch the Hall of Fame. Truly formidable. Toto was curious. Oh my god. Sat Tung's hand was insanely fast and precise. Did he succeed this time? Sat Tung suddenly froze. What? Wait! A spirit just appeared right in front of him. The girl also realized it was a spirit. Rumor says Cham Kan Tham Sa can summon spirits. I swear this is like watching immortals fight. Witnessing it firsthand was truly shocking. The alert read, Summon Hell 10 MP cost to summon the Spirit Legion. The damage and number of spirits increase with the player's skill level. Initially, 10 soldiers are summoned, dealing 300 to 500 damage. Each level up adds 20 damage and 2 more soldiers. The Spirit Legion can respawn infinitely at MP cost. Requires level 60. Cham Kan Tham Sa coldly said, Are you done messing around? If you're bored, it's my turn. He pointed his sword at the opponent and ordered. The Spirit Legion obeyed and attacked fiercely. Sat Tung froze, facing the Heavenly Blade Legion's strike. Worried, he called to Sat Tung, 13, risking it all, and grabbed his leg. I won't let you pass. He anxiously threw several fists at him. Get lost. He sensed the aftershock of the battle behind him as a system alert popped up. Sat Tung was defeated. Toto shouted excitedly, What a shock. Player Cham Kan Tham Sa used absolute power to kill Sat Tung, showing us the limitless potential of the hidden spirit Sura class. The conditions to become a Sura are extremely harsh. Definitely Cham Kan Tham Sa surpassed superior trials. At this moment, he shone brilliantly. The team members were moved. Cham Kan Tham Sa is absolutely top tier, so powerful. The rank 8 Hall of Fame Sat Tung was also defeated by Cham Kan Tham Sa. Insane. The special class really is strong. The North isn't just about special classes. Who else could pull off that move? Six Legs disdainfully said, Trash. Just lie there and admire it. He thought quietly. commanding the Spirit Legion. This feeling is so NDT0, but it uses too much MP and can only be used once short-term. Have to figure out how to increase MP. He sensed his movement. He said coldly, "Your turn, Toto," quickly guiding, looking to the other side. Amazing. The expert was taken down by the Heavenly Blade. Both sides lost one. Seeing his battered teammate's face, Cham Kan Tham Sa's hatred surged, calling Heavenly Blade 3 times through clenched teeth. He immediately charged at the opponent with his sword. "Come die." He blocked the sword in time. "You think killing me is that easy?" He strengthened his sword strike, retorting, "Right? The Heavenly Blade is impossible to understand. Damn it, that brat was clearly bloodied. How can he still be this strong?" Cham Kan Tham Sa's sword gradually pressed down, making him nearly collapse. He gritted his teeth and fought to stand, taking control. "Don't underestimate me." Meanwhile, Cham Kan Tham Sa's cold gaze locked on his opponent. The Heavenly Soul Slash with fierce power cut toward the Heavenly Blade. Heavenly Soul Slash released countless split sword energies. Each strike of the sword energy dealt 50% of body strength damage, with a 30% chance of a critical hit. Requires level 60. The Heavenly Blade gritted his teeth against Cham Kan Tham Sa, sneering. "Is that all you can do?" Toto exclaimed. Cham Kan Tham Sa launched a relentless combo attack with continuous critical hits. The Heavenly Blade was completely on the defensive, his health steadily dropping. He kicked him flying backward. Though stopped, his body was still dazed and fell backward. He gave no chance for the opponent to rest. Instead, he pressed the attack. The Heavenly Blade gasped in shock at this scene, seeing the sword stuck in the floor at his weak spot. Toto was amazed. Cham Kan Tham Sa's move was too ruthless, directly attacking the Heavenly Blade's weakness. This is too strong, but that old man Heavenly Blade deserves it. Cham Kan Tham Sa is clearly trying to corner the Heavenly Blade to death. Too intense, Cham Kan Tham Sa surged forward with momentum. Could this be a takedown? As he rushed in, a swift sword slash cut through. The girl felt the tension rise. So tense. If he had delayed a bit more, the Heavenly Blade would be sliced in two. He angrily shouted, "Cham Kan Tham Sa, you have no honor. You still remember the old grudge when you mocked ancient sword soul about morality? Today, I'll show you. What really lacks morality?" Countless sharp sword strikes rained down on Heavenly Blade, frustrating him. Damn it, too fast. Almost can't hold on. 2. To updated the situation, Cham Kan Tham Sa's attack was like a storm, leaving Heavenly Blade powerless to fight back. Damage wasn't high, but the humiliation was extreme. He struggled to resist, wondering, why am I higher ranked than him? Even with extra gear, I still can't beat him. He poured all his absolute slash essence into this move. You also used the Bright Moon slash to counter. Cham Kan Tham Sa's teammates in the stands were stunned. Tutu reported, "The fog is too thick. Both sides used their full power in this attack. It's earth-shattering. So what's the outcome now?" The sword of slash Kan Tham Sa was already at Heavenly Blade's throat. The outcome was clear. This humiliation made Heavenly Blade stammer, unable to speak. You, that sword, cut straight down his neck. Die, Tutu, to shouted as Heavenly Blade collapsed, the 4th strongest player. Born from the squad, they are the blood-colored Brave Shield. The 4 players in today's match all delivered spectacular fights and outstanding performance. Let's cheer and congratulate them. Cham Kan Tham Sa's teammates kept screaming, We won! The boss is so cool." Everyone lifted you up, cheering and celebrating. 13, so cool. Blood-colored Brave Shield is the powerful champion. The shouts echoed non-stop. Blood-colored Brave Shield's Kang Han stood opposite, proudly watching you, thinking, "So good, really so good. Senior, don't lose this match. We'll meet in the finals." Announcement reminded players. Peng Sequan Sang has gone offline. Assassin, mark this opponent. Cham Kan Tham Sa. Regardless if you're an AI, I've memorized you. Heavenly Blade came to insult him. Trash. Yet you're still ranked 8th. Even a nobody can't handle you. Killing intent surged all over him, leaving him speechless. He understands a bit of the chaos slash Kan Tham Sa, probably even more dangerous than you imagine. Heavenly Blade could only vent anger on his comrades. Damn assassin slash Kan Tham Sa. Damn you. Haye hasn't provoked him, but you get today. Just now almost pissed himself. Heavenly Blade swallowed his anger, waiting. Announcement reminded players that Heavenly Blade went offline. She silently thanked. "Thank you, Cham Kan Tham Sa. You've helped me again." 13 was still questioning if Old 6 spoke. "You really came back just in time." A blue light flashed. Haye only left one sentence. "I'm off. I'm going ahead." Then her figure gradually disappeared. Back in the hospital room where Cham Kan Tham Sa was being treated, you glanced at Kan Chung outside. Cham Kan Tham Sa whispered, "Our old man really scared us." He reminded, "Be sensible. If you sneak out, the number won't do anything. You're even required to wear a helmet and participate. Has number 2 and 2-inch the hospital shown enough sincerity to you?" Cham Kan Tham Sa shuddered. "Luckily you pulled out Mother Dari and Bookman Seal. If you had pulled me, I'd probably be stripped bare." He laughed and replied, "Lucky. Just 2 more days and you can be discharged and still join the finals. Not bad luck," you confirmed. "Right. I thought I'd have to face Jit Jit in the finals, but they lost to someone else. I've watched all of Tuet Ngan Sam's matches. Jit-Jit's form isn't good, very subtle. Last match was unclear, but at the climax, that state is critical. Will Jit-Jit be okay? Back then, Jit-Jit once asked 13 for help. Senior do. Don't tell the senior I donated blood to keep my promise. He dodged. Let it go. You're overthinking. How could Lam My Nu have anything wrong? We're the ones in trouble. Look, their guild is about to stomp on us. Looking at the rankings on the phone, Cham Kan Tham Sa just made a sound. Tuesday Kam shouted, Cham Kan Tham Sa, I am Than Than Tuesday Kam Fong Sak. Illusions have already lost to me. Are you ready to accept 7 defeats? Finals, first match, cheers, and sword strikes intertwined. Let's go, Dad Bap. So cool, keep holding on, little demon. Suddenly sensed something was off. Six-Tran continued. Let's see how he explains. Originally, Dad Bap's damage output wasn't high, hard to deal a critical blow. So this match was mainly endurance, but it's been a long fight already. You agree with this answer? That's right. All Boss Bub's attacks were countered by the opponent. They clearly figured out his playstyle. Besides, the opponent is an assassin. If she's still alive, Boss Bub would be in serious trouble. Book Min Shol watched the situation unfold with his mouth agape in shock. Mama is gradually falling into a weak position. He stared blankly as the opponent launched attacks. Toto updated on the sudden shift in the battle. Moonsgast seized the opening while Mama was on cooldown, delivering a critical strike. He seemed out of sync with the fragile nature of the priest's health. Every slash from Moonsgast was a critical hit, unbearably painful. Behind Mama, a sharp voice rang out, Die. She stood bathed in a halo of light. Victory forced him to log out. Toto led the call. Let's congratulate Daowin Thum Su. They won the first match in the finals and thanked Mama for an intense fight. He returned feeling guilty, apologizing to his teammates. Sorry, everyone. 13 comforted him. It's okay. You still have us. Cham Kan Tham Sa chimed in. They clearly prepared well, plus your class was countered. Fighting that long is impressive, little demon. Let the next match be yours. I've watched their previous videos more than once. I'm confident I can turn this around. Toto announced the Daowin Thum Su team surrenders in the first 1v1 match of the finals. The next match will be a direct 2v2 showdown. What's going on? The little demon can't believe they conceded. Do they really look down on us? You pat his shoulder to calm him. Stay cool. They're really strong and have every right to be arrogant. They're confident they'll win 2v2 as well. But our goal is to win. Focusing on tomorrow's match is what matters most. They'll regret this arrogance because... Tukam silently listens as you continue. Cham Kan Tham Sa repeats. We will definitely take the finals on day 2. In the blink of an eye, we've reached the climax of... The AI tournament dares to challenge the 2v2 finals. Let's cheer them on. The whole 13 crew responds, shouting, Go Boss, Go Tram, Ken Brothers, Bookmin Seol, Go. Bookmin Seol and Cham Kan Tham Sa step onto the stage. Meanwhile, Toto shouts, I declare the match started. Firecrackers boom as the girl's voice officially kicks off the battle. You rush forward while she takes a defensive stance behind. Charge, watch out for me. You target Tukam. The girl narrates the match. The blood-colored mercenary squad attacks first. They decisively pressure Daowin Thum. Su beside her also launched an attack on Huarbi. Awesome. Player Bookmin Seol can unleash 5 rapid shots, but Mage Huarbi reacts super fast and dodges the assault. She doesn't hesitate to counterattack. Taste my Arrow Storm. Introducing the skill Arrow Storm, MP consumption effect. Fires countless arrows, each dealing 50% physical damage. Has a 20% chance to stun the target for 0.5 seconds. Each arrow flies like rain toward her. Along with Toto's commentary, 2 ranged players battle it out. Bookmin Seol's superior skill is giving him the upper hand. She refuses to back down and quickly chants a brilliant Holy Shield spell. Obey my command. Divine light protect me. But the shield shatters as soon as it appears, leaving Huarbi stunned. She rubs her nose proudly and asks, Still want to cast? The girl gets excited. Huarbi's skill is interrupted. Mukming Tuit refuses to give her any chance. Cham Kan Tham Sa distracts Tukhum then charges at Huarbi. Nice, little Buckmin. Take her down. The match grows tense. Tram, Kan Tham Sa has switched targets. Huarbi is in danger, but before you attack, she blocks you. Cham Kan Tham Sa, your opponent is me. Unbelievable. Than Than 2's speed isn't too fast, but she instantly rescues Huarbi. While you're distracted, she grins slyly and uses Light Strike, but Bookmin Shoal's arrow destroys that plan. Damn. She draws her bow and says, Don't even think about distracting me. Toto gets even more excited as the battle intensifies. Neither side gives the other a single chance to breathe. On the other side, Fa Fong's attack is blocked by you, creating a loud clash. Tukam won't let Cham Kan Tham Sa recover, and rushes to continue using Spirit Soul Slash. The girl can't help but be surprised. Oh my god, Cham Kan Tham Sa, known as the rampaging Sura of Fubang City, yet being pressured by Than Than Tukam. She gathers strength to launch a powerful strike at the opponent, receiving. She mocks disdainfully. Cham Kan Tham Sa, is that all you've got? But she quickly loses color and can't even smile. You rush forward to deliver a strike to 2. She's really strong. Peng Sek Huan thought losing to her wouldn't be unfair. He swung his sword fiercely. Unfortunately, Min Wall Striker hit her directly, knocking her backward. she's facing me again. Toto just gained another unexpected fan. A sharp strike directly drained over 2,000 health from Thon to Kam. Cham Kan Tham Sa's teammate shouted, "Watch out!" Striker shifted from defense to offense. Each slash carried power that could shatter the battle's flow. Both sides matched speed and reaction perfectly, just waiting for one side to slip first. This fight is insanely intense. While attacking relentlessly, he thought, Thon to Kam is definitely the strongest opponent I've ever faced. Finish fast, or if MP runs out, trouble's inevitable. Suddenly, a golden light shone straight onto his chest. Cham Kan Tham Sa gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, she found an opening. On the other side, Bookmin Seol kept attacking, while Horabi smiled slyly. In her hand was a spear pointed at him. But quickly, her arrow pierced through the shield and pinned her. She had been holding back her skill all along, waiting for this decisive moment. He was fiercely countering as well. Then the system panel popped up. Skill introduction. Skill name, Obsession Judgment. Marks the target, increasing damage by 60% if target's health is below 10%. When the mark ends, the target will be instantly executed. Striker was tightly restrained by Thon to Kam, unable to break focus. Looks like he can't avoid losing this round. Suddenly, she lunged forward. AI says so, Toto suddenly commented, exposing Bookmin Seol again and interrupting Hwarbi's spell. But unlike everyone's expectation, she laughed and charged. That's right, you're such a nuisance. Bound by light restraints, she was tied up and helpless, only able to curse silently. Damn it, she turned and said, Striker, this time you're definitely dead. Cham Kan Tham Sa gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, only option is to use that move. System warning confirmed. Activating Soul Summon will consume all MP. Use it, he shouted in response. Summon from hell, Cham Kan Tham Sa used Minwol's summon to call forth countless spirits. Both Hwarbi and Tuham stepped back in panic. This is bad. He hadn't even given orders when the spirits understood and charged. She quickly used Obsession Judgment to block them. 3 massive forces collided, creating a pillar of light shooting straight to the sky. Bookmin Seol frowned and covered her face. Even the 13 below were affected. Hwarbi was thrown backward by the force. Toto was excited. This fight scene is terrifying. The blood-colored demon really lives up to the legend. Cham Kan Tham Sa seemed injured but still stood firm, clutching his chest in the stands. He turned to the person next to him. Little Buckmin, watch their mage closely. Buckmin. Seol didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Suddenly he shouted, Buckmin, be careful. Unexpectedly, Tukam took advantage of her distraction and charged, but luckily she blocked it. Don't mess up now. He wasted no time and quickly attacked from behind. Your opponent is me, after all. Hwarbi wasn't going to back down either, casting spells to attack for her, blocking Cham Kan Tham Sa's strike. She kept casting spells from all directions. He dodged while angrily thinking, this sucks. My magic points are all gone. But soon he regained his spirit and charged, Buckmin, hang in there. She kept moving and sneered, trying to get close to me with those tiny short legs, then wait for the next life. Gritting his teeth, he said, you're forcing me to use that ultimate move. Simyon, having just recovered some mana, first summoned Simyon to harass her. The attack power was small, but better than nothing. He looked at the tiny spirit before him, speechless. What's happening? Simyon seemed different now. I haven't even cultivated her yet. Why does her gear already look new? Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted. Forget it, Simyon. Take out that mage. Hwarbi frowned, confused. Didn't know what to say. She seemed switched on, bursting into a delighted laugh. Legs are short, and you even summon one with even shorter legs. Just a little skeleton and you want to stop me? But she quickly had to shut up after being hit in a sensitive spot. Hwarbi fell back, face contorted, shouting, what? The other 3 on the stage gasped in surprise. The fight between her and Simyon was fiercely tense. Even though the damage wasn't huge, they kept up with her speed perfectly. I messed up. Yet it was so agile. Why did she suddenly stop using Radiant Shield? Toto jumped in to explain. Striker's player skill is truly endless. Although the little skeleton is small and skinny, it's extremely agile and can deal massive damage. Although it was somewhat unintended, Cham Kan Tham Sa was still very happy. Simyon, I wonder how many amazing things I still don't know. This is great. Over there, Hwarbi was still being tormented by her, thinking silently, this dry bone is just too badass. I don't know? This is great. Over there, Hwarbi was still being tormented by her, thinking silently, this dry bone is just too badass. How can there be a pet that doesn't even bother to defend? She jumped up to attack, but the opponent already shielded her head, ready to take the hit. Suddenly, she vanished into thin air. Hwarbi, teased all this time, was about to give up. Indeed, Bossi's time was running out. Otherwise, he would have seized this chance to finish the opponent. My magic points are running low again. Since I started summoning this army of lost souls, my kidneys have only gotten weaker. Once back, I have to think of a new strategy. Toto cheered excitedly. The player Hwarbi was defeated by Cham Kan Tham Sa, and the Mama gang looked visibly happier. Amazing. Taking advantage of this, Bookmin Seol fired an arrow at Cham Kan Tham Sa. She also charged forward. Now it was her turn. She tried to dodge, and both cursed silently. Damn it! In the blink of an eye, she rushed forward to finish her. She's dead! Damn it! You trembled looking at her. The system notification appeared as well. Player Book Min Seol has died. Toto excitedly narrated. The fight was over so fast, in the blink of an eye, Tan Tan 2 also killed Book Min Seol. The three were worried. Book Min Seol is fine after all. They're still the boss. Boss, hang in there, she said coldly. Blocking the way means death. Now she was on guard, pointing her sword at you. It's your turn. You clenched your sword tightly. You were ready to fight, Toto nervously said. Exciting, tense, thrilling, hyped. The ultimate battle between two top masters. What kind of legend will they write for us? Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened. Cham Kan Tham Sa, and he just vanished out of nowhere? She also stared wide-eyed at Cham Kan Tham Sa's action. Then she shouted angrily, Cham Kan Tham Sa, what are you planning? Then she muttered to herself, I know now, you've used so many skills. Looks like you're out of magic points, so just wait to be torn apart by me. With that, she grabbed her sword and chased you. You stopped. Damn it, you ran to buy time. She said, do you think I'm an idiot? If I say stop, you stop. Probably thought that silently. Mouth said, why is my magic point recovery so slow? Too Calm behind was about to catch up. She mocked. None of you archers could escape, let alone you. Then she charged straight at Cham Kan Tham Sa. The girl excitedly shouted, Tang Tang Tu Hum is winning fast. Cham Kan Tham Sa was seriously hit, losing half of his health bar. He quickly reacted and cast Min Wall Slash. He thought to himself, this guy is way too tough. She smiled, let me see what other moves you have. Then Tu Calm launched a barrage of attacks. Toto was startled again. Tan Tan Tu Calm's strikes were explosive. Now Cham Kan Tham Sa was wounded all over, and his health was dropping fast. Cham Kan Tham Sa's health had fallen below Tan Tan Tu Calm's. He was in danger. The outcome teetered on a razor-thin edge. While trying to block, he thought, can't escape, no skills left, am I really going to lose to this guy here? Tu Calm smiled brightly, swinging her sword forward. The people outside cheered in unison. Boss, keep going. Cham Kan Tham Sa held his sword, looking at her, thinking, is this where it ends? That sharp sound rang out again. Die! Tu Calm stabbed him with her sword. Unwilling, he shouted, no, I won't accept this. The host announced. Cham Kan Tham Sa screamed in despair as his health dropped to 0. The battle seemed over. The people outside turned pale and bowed their heads, unable to look straight. They were startled and looked up when someone shouted loudly, wait, he's not down yet. The system screen appeared just in time. You activated the Undying skill when HP dropped to 0, with a 1% chance to revive on the spot with full status. Tu Calm sensed it, and Cham Kan Tham Sa stood up, shouting, what? He raised his sword glowing with strong purple light and thrust forward. She raised her hand to block, shouting, how is this possible? Tu Calm's eyes widened, saying, I didn't expect you to have this ultimate move. Cham Kan Tham Sa's eyes flashed cold light. Toto's voice rang out just in time. The battle suddenly took a terrifying turn. Cham Kan Tham Sa, from a situation of 0 health, suddenly revived fully. Truly an immortal war god. She slashed a sword energy wave that knocked him back and said, all right, let's settle this once and for all. The blinding flash made it impossible for anyone to look directly. On stage now was a truly epic showdown. Both fighters were evenly matched in spirit. So, who will be the last to laugh? Who will claim the fallen stag? Tu Calm flashed, appearing behind Cham Kan Tham Sa. An excited roar erupted. Tan Tan Tu Calm moved with the agility of an assassin, astonishingly fast. The tension on stage was palpable. Toto shouted excitedly, Cham Kan Tham Sa isn't backing down either. When masters clash, the winner is the one with flawless precision. Cham Kan Tham Sa sliced past Tu Calm's back, leaving a trail of sword energy. That purple aura quickly corroded her sword and caused it to drop. Seeing Cham Kan Tham Sa raise his fist, Toto declared, the winner has emerged. The final champion of this match is the Bloodshade Mercenary Guild. Inside the arena, the little girl's voice echoed. Cham Kan Tham Sa, with unyielding will and overwhelming skill, successfully turned the tide to win this nail-biting battle. Let's give the Bloodshade Mercenary Guild the warmest applause. The warmest applause for them. The Bloodshade Mercenary Guild. Mean Wool nearby thought silently. I knew it. The elder definitely had it in him. Cham Kan Tham Sa turned to his opponent sitting on the ground, called Tan Tan Tu Calm, and raised his hand to comfort her. You let me win. This time, it was just the goddess of luck, choosing me. You're very strong. Hearing her threatening tone, he thought quietly, is this guy trying to act tough? Tu Calm embarrassedly brushed off her clothes and stood up, replying, all right, drop the formalities. Luck is part of skill too. She shot an angry glare behind her, warning him, I'm really looking forward to our next rematch. Don't you dare run away. Cham Kan Tham Sa smiled softly in response. Tu Calm stood still watching his back before walking away to strategize. This tournament has attracted many masters like Than Than and Tu Calm, but in the world of Thien Tung, they're just the tip of the iceberg. Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his hand, thinking about that person and how chaotic things were he needed to get stronger. Toto continued with her work. Now, please welcome our champion team to the stage to receive their prize. Get ready to accept your reward. The little girl began reading aloud. The Bloodshade Mercenary Guild receives a golden equipment piece, 5 rare materials, and 3,000 guild prestige. A hero's token. Cham Kan Tham Sa's crew excitedly watched the rewards drop. Other players whispered enviously. Even though they expected the rewards, seeing them up close still made them blush. The key to unlocking this hidden dungeon. Isn't it also a hero's token that sparks competition? The Bloodshade team huddled together, shouting, "Let's cheer one more time." For the Bloodshade Mercenary Guild, that scene was frozen into a photo on the table as a toast rang out. 3 people clinked glasses and declared, "To the championship and to the guild leader's speedy recovery, bottoms up." 13 picked up a chopstick and whispered, "Too bad, Bup," and Buckman Seal are still far away packing. They won't make it back in time, or today would have been even more fun. Cham Kan Tham Sa replied, "No worries, once they move in, we'll throw another welcome party." He laughed, raised his bottle, and demanded, "Honestly, old Six, your relapse scared all of us. You owe us 3 shots as punishment." The 6 glasses stood up abruptly, grabbing the bottle to stop him. "Don't, boss. I'm still not fully recovered. Can't drink much." The 3 also said, "It's just temporary suppression. There's still a risk of relapse." Cham Kan Tham Sa laughed and countered, "Come on, it's not that bad. I feel great now. I'll live to 100, no problem." 13 nearby nodded blankly in agreement. "Exactly." He raised his glass, took a sip, and said, "But I still don't know who gave me the blood to make the serum. I really want to thank that benefactor once." The other 2 immediately played dumb, took a sip, and laughed. "If it's fate, you'll meet them eventually." 13 clinked glasses with Cham Kan Tham Sa and switched topics. "The real question is, when's the next hidden dungeon run?" He glanced at him and added, "Your level's still low. Finish the class change quest first, then we'll see. Next time, we'll take you along." He was startled, panicked, and shouted, "What? Next time?" 13 pulled out a tablet and pointed inside to explain. "This hidden dungeon has a chance to drop the awakening fragment. That's the awakening fragment." Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at it and asked, "So what if I know?" He pointed to the last line and said, "Look at this. It can help raise the player's realm, since each fragment contains a part of the Queen-level boss's power." 13 frowned and added, "If we gather all the fragments, we might uncover the Queen boss's secret, which could unlock the next storyline." Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at the tablet screen, amazed, and asked, "What exactly is this Queen boss?" 13 raised his glass and teased, "You're the type who only cares about fighting, never even glancing at the page. Is this set up in the game?" He started explaining. "In the world of Thien Tung, there are 9 Queen-level bosses in total. They're the highest entities in the game. Defeating them grants top-tier gear and resources, plus massive experience and fame. But their identities haven't been revealed yet. Players have to discover them to unlock new chapters." Tone Cock looked on in awe and exclaimed, "That's so cool. If we manage to unlock the first fragment of awakening, our guild will definitely lead the entire new chapter." 13 looked awkward and scratched his head, replying, "Exactly. So that will be a historic moment in Thien Tung? I still have to finish my job transfer quest." He immediately stood up and patted his friend's shoulder, comforting him, "Don't cry. There will be more awakening fragments, so there's still hope." Cham Kan Tham Sa smiled brightly and promised, "We'll bring back all the resources and treasures. Everyone in the studio will get a share." The 3 clinked their glasses together, united. "All right, it's settled. For the future of the Bloodshade Mercenaries, cheers, cheers." At the hidden dungeon teleport gate, Cham Kan Tham Sa looked toward the group asking, "Are you all packed up?" Bookmin Shol replied, "Don't worry, with my big brother here, a top player, there's nothing to fear, almost done." Hearing this, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "No wonder you're the big bro." Tone Cock turned and saw 2 figures coming with a report. "The boss has arrived." Haye immediately clasped her hands and apologized. "Sorry, Cham Kan Tham Sa, for making you wait so long." Cham Kan Tham Sa replied, "Not late, still on time." She pointed at 3 people and introduced, "Let me introduce. This is Xuan Ne, Nguyen An, and Dar Thung, new members of the Ancient Sword Dream Soul Guild. 3 powerhouses, Sun Lei, level Salmui, warrior, Nguyen Ang, level Namuichin, warrior, Zathung, level Namuichin, archer." Then she glanced over. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at them with admiration. "I've heard their names for a long time, and now they've joined your guild. Let's head into the dungeon." Haye agreed. "All right." He quickly moved forward, thinking, "These 3 don't seem to care about anyone in the guild, and now we have to accept people like that? Looks like Ancient Sword Dream Soul is already in a tough spot." Cham Kan Tham Sa recalled last time, hoping nothing unexpected happens this run, calmly muttering, "Otherwise those guys." Cham Kan Tham Sa split off in groups entering the mountain wall, casting a glance back at the 3 Xuan Ne behind, deciding to keep an eye on them. They can't be allowed to cause trouble. Bookmin Seal looked around and sighed. "We've been going for a while, but there's nothing here except some small bugs, so boring." Just then, a monster suddenly lunged out of nowhere. Cham Kan Tham Sa drew his sword and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Then he swung his sword in a horizontal slash, taking it down. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at the fallen monster and asked suspiciously, "That's it?" He looked up as a large number of monsters approached and said, "This guy." The three swan lei flashed past Cham Kan Tham Sa towards them, saying, "No one knows what'll happen next, so everyone should conserve their strength." Then they charged heroically, wiping out the monsters. Bookmin Seol smiled brightly and praised, "These guys are pretty good." Cham Kan Tham Sa bowed his head thinking, "Could it be I'm overthinking?" The system screen kept flashing. "Congratulations. The team successfully defeated the swarm of serpent bugs and obtained the following items. Tung Lang Ring, Defense Mochemwilam, Magic Resistance Numi, Stamina Jaime, Required Level Sovi, Decay Resistant Armor, a piece of Mystic Iron Phantom Demon Stone, 15. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at the glowing orb in his hand and ordered, "Keep moving forward." Usually, according to game settings, the bosses in front are easier, but those behind are definitely tougher. Everyone be careful. The group stepped over the water and advanced. Suddenly, Bookmin Shoal stopped and tilted his ear, listening. "Hear that? There's some sound." A pink floral scent appeared, surrounding the group inside. Tonekok couldn't believe it, and said, "A hidden dungeon with an 18+ script like this?" She covered her ears, embarrassed, and said, "Are the designers crazy? I want to file a complaint." Cham Kan Tham Sa's face flushed red as he gritted his teeth, thinking, "Oh no, I'm starting to feel dizzy. There's poison in the lion's dung. Your cheeks flush pink," gasping and whispering, "That." A pair of slender legs step on the water and approach, accompanied by fluttering butterflies. The poisonous beauty butterfly appears. The system screen also alerts. Poisonous beauty butterfly, elite monster level 40, defense 100, HP 4000, deadly charm skill. Introducing the poisonous beauty butterfly, an extremely venomous creature that can release pink poisonous pollen, 4000 HP, deadly charm skill. Introducing the poisonous beauty butterfly, an extremely venomous creature that releases pink poisonous pollen. It confuses the target, making them unable to resist. Cham Kan Tham Sa struggles, realizing this is a boss. "Damn it, my body can't move at all." The system sound notifies that the charm effect causes the player's attack speed to drop by 50% and immobilizes movement for 15 seconds. You watch those legs inch closer, sensing something's off. "Wait, hey!" The poisonous beauty butterfly's face draws near, surprising you. "Ha yay." She lifts your chin and asks, "Why did you trick my hand?" The poisonous beauty butterfly lowers herself to stroke you, scolding, "You made me wait for you," to suffer, then caresses Cham Kan Tham Sa's body with a gentle touch and chanting softly, "You clearly know what I want most is you." Your face flushes bright red. Gasping, you keep telling yourself, "Boss, you have to control yourself." The poisonous beauty butterfly licks her lips, pressing close to Cham Kan Tham Sa's hand, murmuring, "You want me to hold back?" She tilts her head lightly and calls out to Senior. You blush, close your eyes tight, and shout, "I can't take it anymore." Ha-Ye rushes in and slaps Cham Kan Tham Sa. Cham Kan Tham Sa snap out of it. You hold your face with one hand, pointing at the poisonous beauty butterfly, stammering, "It's not the boss. She." The poisonous beauty butterfly immediately reaches out to invite Cham Kan Tham Sa. "Senior, come here." Suddenly, she is thrown backward. You watch the beauty fall. Suddenly, her face turns terrifying, asking, "What's going on?" Ha-Ye nearby wonders, "Did you just get hit by that butterfly's charm? So I woke you up. But why do you call me that?" Boss Cham Kan Tham Sa answers in panic. "You know, I was under an illusion and mistook someone." You glance forward and ask, "Right, where are the others?" Ahead, people are still charmed by the poisonous beauty butterfly. They keep moaning, "No, please don't." Bookmin Seol stands behind and guesses they probably only charm the male players. The rest of us don't feel anything. Ha-Ye looks ahead and urges, "Snap out of it. Though this butterfly larva has strange skills, it's actually quite fragile. We have to hurry." The poisonous beauty butterflies are defeated. 10 minutes later, the Xuanne group is repeatedly slapped hard in the face. Nguyen An holds the poisonous beauty butterfly's head, shouting loudly, "Honey, don't go." Tun Kook is awakened by Ha-Ye and asks, "Where's the teacher?" She, furious, holds her head and screams, "Enough already, enough already." Bookmin Seol walks ahead, reminding repeatedly, "I really don't get it, guys. The poisonous beauty butterfly is so dangerous, but you're still mesmerized, to the point it's truly irresistible." He speaks up, "We all had hallucinations. What I saw wasn't that face." Nguyen An joins in agreement. "What I saw was my ex-girlfriend. Where are you?" Duthwang hears and replies, "Anyway, we're not the same." Cham Kan Tham Sa calmly says, "This butterfly larva can exploit our inner desires to create illusions. That's truly dark magic. In your heart, you sigh and think, this really can't be revealed too soon. It's just that cursed butterfly larva." Ha-Ye turns to Cham Kan Tham Sa, questioning, "So, Cham Kan Tham Sa, what did you see? Why did you call my name?" Your boss dodges her, running quickly to separate himself. "You don't understand." Cham Kan Tham Sa says, "Let's change the subject. Now's not the time for this talk. There's still a boss. Stay alert." Ha-Ye tries to ask, "You still haven't answered me." "Boss, tell me who exactly was that?" Min Wol beside you smirks and whispers, "Got it, got it." Cham Kan Tham Sa's group suddenly stops. Ahead is the 10,000 Poisons tomb, the final stage. You grit your teeth and mutter, "That feeling again." Cham Kan Tham Sa spreads his arms calmly. "Whatever it is, We must catch it today. The three from Swan Lei also look up sharply. Cham Kan Tham Sa steps forward and forcefully pushes open the door. They feel a gust of wind slam their faces, raising weapons in defense. You look at the nearby boss, preparing to confront it. Suddenly, Cham Kan Tham Sa freezes. Wait, this boss seems... The system screen appears introducing. Poison Demon King, Special Boss Level 85, Attack, Defense, HP, Skills. Look at him, uncertain. He replied. He must be sleeping. Ye said seriously. He hasn't even woken up, yet he already exudes such overwhelming pressure. I think a brutal battle is coming, Minwol murmured skeptically. Isn't this supposed to be the 10,000 Poisons tomb? But there's no poison aura here at all. What do you mean? Bookman Seal smiled brightly and pointed to one side. Everyone looked over. There, she whispered softly. Next to that guard are only treasures. Ye ran over excitedly, shouting, no wonder this dungeon is so generous. Tone Kook also suggested, let's sneak some treasures while the boss is sound asleep. Cham Kan Tham Sa stopped them from behind. It's not that simple. Look closely. None of these treasures include any awakening shards. He said, seriously. Based on my experience, this boss is scarier than any we've faced before. With our current strength, we probably won't stand a chance against it. One person suggested, then let's just quietly take these treasures first. After all, we have the keys once we're stronger. We can come back for the shards. Ye replied, I agree. He turned and echoed, I agree too. Note, in this dungeon, players can re-enter multiple times if they haven't died. If a player dies, they cannot re-enter. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at the Demon King and agreed, let's do that first. Everyone be careful, don't trigger the boss. Xuanne cautiously approached with weapons. Ye's entire body glowed blue as he dashed forward, kicking her hard in the back. Ye was violently kicked forward by Xuanne. Cham Kan Tham Sa turned to see this and shouted angrily, damn it, her face twisted in fear. The Demon King woke up, raising his sword and spoke coldly. Ye looked up in horror and yelled, no! She raised her sword to block the attack, activating the skill, Water Barrier. Ye fell back, groaning. Just one strike and she couldn't hold it. Cham Kan Tham Sa appeared before her, caught her and asked, can you stand? She replied, I'm fine. He urged the others behind. Come on everyone, let's get moving. This boss is way too strong. Ye also used purification magic. Different attacks simultaneously targeted the Demon King, striking Demon Spear Slash of 10,000 arrows. Tay Fat continuously buffed in midair. Notifications kept popping up. Damage ba 162 plus 1, 883 plus 2, 971 plus 458 tôn cốc. Seeing the situation was bad, someone shouted, not enough people. Three of you, what are you doing? He laughed loudly and said, you guys just fight the monsters you summoned yourselves. We won't join. We'll pick up these treasures for you first. Ye glanced over and shouted at the bastards. Clearly, he pushed me out. Cham Kan Tham Sa stood up, pushed her aside, and advised, forget them. Be careful to avoid poison. Minwol swung his sword at the Demon King's blade, struggling to say, the Heavenly Slash does massive damage to the boss. I'm about to break. She frowned anxiously and asked, I can only hold out for 10 more seconds at most. What now? Cham Kan Tham Sa began assigning roles. I'll distract the boss. Everyone else retreat first. We can't all get buried here. Minwol hesitated but then charged at the Demon King, glowing purple all over. Whatever, I'm going. Cham Kan Tham Sa saw the sword energy coming and kept reminding himself, think fast, Cham Kan Tham Sa. Think of a way. That sword carries immense power. A purple energy figure appeared beside him. Cham Kan Tham Sa asked Simeon uncertainly. The Demon King's eyes flashed light, questioning who dares block my strike. Simeon pointed and said haltingly, Lam Nap. A golden light flashed right in the Demon King's chest. Cham Kan Tham Sa stared at her, thinking, not summoned at all, but she came out on her own and even pushed back such a powerful boss. Who exactly is Simeon? She swung her spear past him. Just as Simeon shouted Lam Narp, a hole appeared in the Demon King's chest. Bookmin Sail too. No, damn it, your boss's pet is way too rebellious. Cham Kan Tham Sa replied, I don't know what's happening either. Everyone run, don't stop. The Demon King raised his sword, gathering energy, shouting, none of you will escape. He used Poison Shadow Full Assault against the group. Cham Kan Tham Sa heard the system sound. Poison Shadow Full Assault effect. Unleashes a full force slash, instantly reducing the target's HP by 30%. Additional effect. The Poison Cleansing Slash can cause 100% poison infection on the target. Loses 5% HP per second, lasting 55 seconds. Ye is hit and falls forward. Cham Kan Tham Sa kneels on one knee, thinking silently, the distance is too far. I still need to be stronger. On the other side, Simeon plants her spear into the ground, stands upright, then raises the spear. From the spear, a wave of energy begins to spread. Simeon uses Bright Prison Enemy Sweep, sweeping around. The system screen pops up. Bright Prison Enemy Sweep activated. An unknown power from Bright Prison dispels all negative effects. The Poison Demon King is startled. She did that with one finger, pointing to the hole in his chest. He says, really? Then Simeon forcefully reaches inside. A flash of light reveals the scene outside. Lena tightly grabs Simeon's hand and says, "So it was you." He smiles faintly, moved. "I never expected you would end up like this." A golden light flashes. She gasps and stammers. "Leon?" He releases Simeon's hand, murmuring, "How ironic. What I avoid is what you desire." Lena tilts her head back, letting her energy be taken. "Fine, take it. Anyway, I still have to thank you." No longer controlled by it, he looks at the stone in Simeon's hand, whispering, "Free now." Chen sees a golden light emanating from her. He anxiously stops her. "Careful, stop." Worried, he thinks, "This is bad. Zilan is completely ignoring my orders." Simeon's figure begins to fade. Cham Kan Tham Sa raises his hand toward her, shouting, "Siran." He watches the awakening shard glowing and thinks, unexpectedly, Siran's target is the awakening shard. Cham Kan Tham Sa stares intently, pondering, but it really only helps players awaken. So why does the player named Lena have? The system screen shows, "Congratulations to player Cham Kan Tham Sa for obtaining the awakening shard. Congratulations to Blood Red, Guild Sword Dream Soul, for clearing the hidden cave dungeon of 10,000 poisons." Bookman Seal smiles brightly and says, "Your summoning item is so badass. Where did you get it? I want one too." "Me too." Tunkok immediately objects. "Don't dream. Boss only got Siran by activating the SSS level quest. Unique in Tiantung." Haye clutches his chest, saying, "Lucky if we didn't have Siran. We would have been wiped out." The three Swan Ne behind try to escape. Boom! Cham Kan Tham Sa points his sword at them, yelling, "Stop! You guys ambushed me. You want to run after waking the boss?" Xuanlei flicks his ear and says, "I don't buy that. What are you talking about?" And Guiet An laughs along. "Clearly you couldn't stand your ground. You woke the boss yourself, bringing bad luck on us." "Follow me," Da Thuong agrees. "Exactly. We don't blame you, yet you still want to blame us?" Haye angrily grits his teeth. "You guys, Cham Kan Tham Sa included, are just sarcastic. Luckily, I accidentally recorded everything. Should I post it on the forum for everyone to enjoy?" The three jump back, covering their faces, shouting, "What? Are you serious?" Accusing him. "Normally, I treat you NDT0 second well, and now you betray me and Sword Dream Soul over a small reward?" He sneers, frowning. "You call that some money and still call yourselves NDT0? Xuanla steps forward, scolding, "Rotten woman, don't forget who he is." He smiles threateningly. "Right now, Sword Dream Soul depends entirely on the three of us. We call you sister. Don't actually think you're important." Cham Kan Tham Sa angrily gathers energy and punches Xuanlei hard in the face. He covers his face and yells, "Cham Kan Tham Sa, this is Sword Dream Soul's business. Why are you interfering?" Hearing that, he blocks Haye and declares, "Because I am from Sword Dream Soul." She is startled, thinking, could he really be Xuanlei? Angry, she narrows her eyes. Da Thuong holds him, advising, "Brother, these people are not easy to deal with. If this blows up, only you'll get hurt." Yet An agrees. "That's right, let's retreat first." Xuanlei leaves, still reminding, "I'm not settling scores with you guys for now. We'll handle it at the guild later." Cham Kan Tham Sa slams his sword into the ground. His eyes flash as he points at the three, questioning, "I'm letting you store Brighton Wool." Squatting, he picks up items from Da Thuong and says, "Aren't these all guild storage items? What kind of embezzlement is this? So many things." Haye hesitates behind and asks, "Cham Kan Tham Sa, did you just say you joined Ancient Sword Dream Guild for real?" In the real world, Cham Kan Tham Sa sat watching the 13 apologize. "Sorry everyone, this time I decided to join Ancient Sword Dream Guild on my own. I didn't get to discuss it with you all." Tan Kok smiled, clinking glasses with him and said, "It's okay boss, wherever you go, I'll follow." He raised his glass and added, "Exactly. Besides, the Bloodshade Mercenary Group just became a branch of Ancient Sword, sharing benefits while keeping independence. Isn't that better than before?" Min Tuyet raised a grilled squid skewer and added, "I used to be sad all day because Cham Kan Tham Sa quit gaming. But today, I never expected to see the legend return to Ancient Sword Dream Guild. I'm gonna cry." Someone nearby chimed in, "Bookman Sale is right. No need to apologize. We decided to follow you anyway." She bit down on her squid skewer to agree. That's right. Cham Kan Tham Sa blushed, thinking, with teammates like these, what else could I ask for? Asterisk. 13 sighed deeply, regretting, "I'm just too low level. If not, I wouldn't have missed out on those deadly beauties. Such a shame." Tunkok ate while comforting him. "It's okay. Once Sister Haye reaches level 70, we can do the hidden dungeon again." He looked at Cham Kan Tham Sa, who blushed. What does the great beauty Haye have to do with it? Hearing this, he recalled the explanation that in the dungeon, there was a necklace that activated the hidden dungeon, but only female players at level 70 can activate it. When Tran gave the necklace to Haye, he said, "This necklace truly suits you." The system screen popped up. Twilight Moon Gold, plus 45 power, plus 42 influence, increases user's max HP by 20%. Quest activated. When user reaches level 70, they can randomly unlock the hidden dungeon. He scratched his head and laughed. "I think she's the highest ranking player here." So Bookmin Sheol blushed and cut in with a smile. "All right, no more explanations, because our guild leader understands everything." Suddenly, 13 turned and looked alarmed. "Look, Isn't that the great beauty, Ha-Ye? Cham Kan Tham Sa immediately hid under the table. Don't let her see me. Someone pointed over there, replying, no use hiding anymore. Just watch, she's here for her company. Cham Kan Tham Sa shyly crawled out. Book Min Seal next to him asked, that guild leader is a total beauty. Why hide? He tapped her head once. Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Suddenly, a strong force swept through 13. Closing his eyes, he asked, what's going on? Tan Kok looked back and shouted, damn, Sister Ha-Ye's company just exploded. Cham Kan Tham Sa rushed toward the scene calling Ha-Ye's name. He charged into the fire, searching and calling out repeatedly, guild leader Ha-Ye. Then ceiling beams crashed down behind. He scanned all around, continuously shouting, Ha-Ye, Ha-Ye. Right then, she appeared from behind, speaking. Cham Kan Tham Sa grabbed his injured arm, murmuring, it's you. Really you? Ha-Ye leaned down trying to speak. I know you're okay. Cham Kan Tham Sa ran over and hugged her softly, calling, Ha-Ye. 13 ran up from behind, asking, she recognized you already? He replied, yes. Tan Kok urged, enough with this. 120 is almost here. Let's talk outside. Soon after, the group quickly left the fire. Outside the hospital room, an unbelievable voice rang out. How could there be nothing at all? Another person spoke calmly, ma'am, please stay calm. The police looked straight at the two, explaining, we've questioned nearby shops and checked building cameras. Either the cameras were off or in blind spots, so no footage was recorded. He bowed his head, jotting notes. But this explosion definitely wasn't an accident. We're working hard to find more clues. Cham Kan Tham Sa heard this and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Sister Minwal finished the report. The rest is up to the police. Minwal sighed and turned to hold the officer's hand. Asked the police, if you find any clues, please contact me immediately. He blushed and agreed. Don't worry, we will. Cham Kan Tham Sa watched the officers leave, saying, this is too strange. Definitely a conspiracy targeting the guild leader. Minwal asked, you think so too? He stroked his chin and replied, otherwise, why would all the cameras suddenly fail and all evidence vanish? There was no one else at the scene. It's clear they targeted the guild leader. She handed over a stack of documents. This confirms it. Take a look. Cham Kan Tham Sa opened the bag and saw a notice about Ha-Ye's removal from Deputy General Manager. Shocked, he exclaimed. This is... Minwal calmly explained. This is the notice I got early this morning. He looked at the stack of documents in his hand and pointed out, back in the day, GGS grew thanks to Ancient Sword Dream Soul, but now Ancient Sword has declined. The major shareholders are teaming up to kick AB Ra out of the corporation. I don't buy that it has nothing to do with them. Cham Kan Tham Sa clenched the documents tightly, gritting his teeth. Damn it! Are we just going to stand by and watch them bully others? Sister Minwal, can't we do anything? She stared at him. Of course we can, and only you can do it. Suddenly, crying sounds came from inside the room. Cham Kan Tham Sa glanced inside and asked, has the guild leader woken up? Minwal looked surprised too. IB-13 was startled and turned around when he heard someone call the guild leader. He hurriedly explained, no, it's not related to me. She just wanted to say, I'm only speaking what I know. He quickly approached to check on guild leader Ha-Ye, then rushed to hug her waist. Cham Kan Tham Sa kept crying and begging, don't leave me. Promise me you won't leave me again. Cham Kan Tham Sa gently touched her arms, then finally hugged Ha-Ye and promised, all right, I promise. Right after that, inside the game, she held her sword facing the Thunder Rooster boss ahead. Cham Kan Tham Sa warned, be careful. Ha-Ye glanced back. A flash of purple light struck down the Thunder Rooster boss in front of her. Suddenly, another one behind was quickly wiped out as well. Ha-Ye turned and smiled at Cham Kan Tham Sa. Almost done. The system screen kept popping up. Congratulations to player Thuy Not Phuong for reaching level 59. Congratulations to player Thuy Not Phuong for reaching level 60. Congratulations to player Thuy Not Phuong for reaching level 61. Cham Kan Tham Sa turned his head, thinking silently. Time is running out. We must quickly revive Ancient Sword Dream Soul. He looked toward the nearby Thunder Rooster bosses, then snapped back to reality. Cham Kan Tham Sa stood still, as Ha-Ye hugged him. She explained, right now, Tian Sect is rising. Every game company wants a piece, and GGS is no exception. Minwal spoke without worry. As long as we revive Ancient Sword Dream Soul within Tian Sect, AB will have enough power and authority to reclaim the voice. That's why I said only you can do it. Inside the game, Cham Kan Tham Sa swung his sword in a wide arc. The notification sounds kept ringing. Congratulations to player Cham Kan Tham Sa for reaching level 69. Congratulations to player Cham Kan Tham Sa for acquiring the skill Universe Strike. Congratulations to player Cham Kan Tham Sa for acquiring the skill Ice Mang. Seeing this, he still muttered, not enough. Still not enough. I have to get even stronger. Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his sword and charged forward, shouting, keep going. Then he suddenly hesitated and made a doubtful sound. Ha-Ye pointed at the disappearing Thunder Rooster bosses and said, I cleaned this area up already. After a moment, she held out a potion of demon medicine toward Cham Kan Tham Sa and said honestly, you don't have to push yourself this hard for me. He sat down under a tree, took the bottle and replied, since revealing my identity and regaining glory, Quite a few players have come to find me. Our situation is much better now. Cham Kan Tham Sa held up the empty bottle, examining it, then continued. You have to know that Ancient Sword Dream Soul used to be the #1 guild server-wide, but now it's only in a small area. Ice City already has the dominant Mad Dragon, Snow, Silver, Sam, and a bunch of other strong guilds above us. They either have big companies backing them in real life, constantly pushing Thai Nguyen, or in-game influence and manpower is not lacking. Cham Kan Tham Sa's eyes sharpened. Compared to them, we have to watch out for corporations stabbing us in the back. We also have to be careful of other guild schemes and work much harder than they do. He crushed the glass bottle with force and declared, "That's why I said, it's still not enough, nowhere near enough." Ha Ye cried out hearing this. Cham Kan Tham Sa stood up holding his sword, muttering, "No, keep training. I have to reach level 70 today." She frowned, stood up and said, "All right, I'll train with you late into the night." Elder Long Kong Hoyan Lone was startled and asked, "Cham Kan Tham Sa is Cham Kan Tham Sa?" The person blushed, recalling the earlier scene and replied, "That's right. Back when there was Ancient Sword Dream Soul, he didn't leave, stayed with Snow Silver Sam to deceive us all. Who knew he'd come back and become famous now?" He quietly reminded the boss, "He's very strong, even stronger than our guild members." He added, "Many in the Hall of Fame can't help but be curious and want to meet him." On Lone gripped his sword tightly. He muttered, "Gone off the radar for so long, I really have to see what skills he has." Raising his sword high, he laughed and said, "Cham Kan Tham Sa, Cham Kan Tham Sa, let me see how strong your intact sword is now." At the Ak clan territory, Ha Ye looked at the awakened shard and asked, "Why do you want the awakened shard?" He calmly replied, "I want to test it." 1x6, Tran raised the shard, which was emitting a dazzling light. He stared intently at it and called out loudly, "Simeon, come here." The dazzling light from the awakened shard spread everywhere. The system announced, "Your pet Simeon has summoned 7 defeated enemies." Cham Kan Tham Sa sighed deeply. 7 defeated again. He looked at the awakened shard, muttering, "Simeon was summoned after she died, but unlike other spirits, she has a real body. But no one expected she would be involved with King Lena and even have more awakened shards." He softly analyzed, "Last time in the hidden dungeon, the Demon King was probably controlled by King Lena using awakened shards, and Simeon is also craving those shards." Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at it in his hand and added, "But after using the awakened shard, there was no reaction at all." Ha Ye nearby comforted, "Anyway, the golden finger can't be used recklessly. Maybe another breakthrough is needed." He probably accepted this and said, "That's probably all there is." Suddenly, Torin raised her blade and swung down. She saw this and shouted a warning, "Careful." The system screen appeared. Warrior Torin level 40. Skill, Wrath of the NTL. Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his sword to block behind and said in surprise, "Still survived?" Then, he jumped up and thrust hard with Heaven and Earth Strike into its head. The system immediately displayed Heaven and Earth Strike. Level 1 increases attack damage by 10% and reduces target's defense by 10%. Additional effect, 20% chance to stun enemies. Ha Ye watched Torin's figure gradually disappear, praising, "Your new skill is really powerful. It hit so close." Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at the sword in his hand, muttering, "Level 1 already gives 10% attack damage, so level 10 will have 100% damage, even stronger than the Jade Ring." He held the sword with a sly smile. Combined with this moonlight sword, today's crazy leveling effort really wasn't wasted. She looked at the system board appearing, smiling, and said, "Your effort wasn't in vain." Second on the leaderboard. Unfortunately, the great beauty Peng Sequan Sang is even crazier, and currently holds the top spot. On the ranking board, Moonlight Sword of type Dark Gold, attack 800, 7,930, plus 10% increase in user's physical power, plus 8% increase in user's attack speed. Moonlight feature has a 15% chance to cause 20% unintended projectile effect. Required level 70. He looked at it and couldn't help but remark, "She's always grinding hard in the game." Cham Kan Tham Sa saw 2 unfamiliar names above and was a bit surprised. "These 2 are new to me. Are they newcomers?" Ha Ye heard this and teased, "Maybe they're fans of yours, transferred from another server?" He wasn't sure and denied, "No way." He stared intently at the system screen. Suddenly Cham Kan Tham Sa saw a friend notification. "Your friend Peng Sequan Sang sent a message." Suspicious, he thought. Im Kang Han. He gave an evil smile. Ha Ye saw this and laughed, asking, "Is that Peng Sequan Sang?" Cham Kan Tham Sa smiled and admitted, "Yes, my boss." She stretched and sighed. "I'm tired after grinding for 2 days. I'm going to take a break now." Suddenly, Hang Yi turned back and declared, "But Cham Kan Tham Sa, whether you choose me or Peng Sequan Sang, I will respect your choice." He forced a smile and explained, "Isn't he the boss?" The system immediately popped up a notification. "Your friend's friend, Newt Fung, has gone offline." Cham Kan Tham Sa tapped on that message, wondering, "What does Im Kang Han want from me?" He was startled watching the screen, as errors started appearing. Then a notification jumped out. Chili Gorge, located at the northern edge of Chili territory. Cham Kan Tham Sa was shocked, realizing, Chili Gorge, Im Kang Han is in danger at Chili Gorge during the day. Tian Dao looked at Im Kang Han nearby. Peng Sek Huan Sang admitted, "Lose today, even if you grow wings, you won't escape." She looked at the group, gritting her teeth, and cursed. "You gang of bullies!" A shout rang out, making the group look over. Cham Kan Tham Sa spoke deeply. "You all gang up on a girl. Your tyrant faces are thicker than I thought." Tian Dao was surprised when the newcomer arrived. Cham Kan Tham Sa's eyes widened, calmly proposing, "Cham Kan Tham Sa, with you here, I value you like the legendary Dream Soul Sword. If you agree to form an alliance with us to eliminate Tuet Nan Sam and share the resources, what do you think?" Im Kang Han saw Cham Kan Tham Sa stroking his chin, considering. Then he spoke up to warn the senior, "Don't be stupid. Once Dukba finishes with Tuet Nan Sam, the next target will be Ko Kim Mong Hon." He stepped forward a step, rubbing his ear in response. "I'm not the boss of Ko Kim, so I can't decide anything. So Ko Kim Mong Hon won't get involved either." Tian Dao interrupted. "Then you should stop worrying." He clenched his fist. But as the boss of the blood-hued mercenary team, Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned, raised a finger to add, "I'll definitely handle that." He tilted his head slightly as a reminder. "Don't forget the 50,000 gold coins debt." Im Kang Han couldn't help but laugh. Tian Dao angrily gritted his teeth and shouted, "Cham Kan Tham Sa, why do you always side against me every single time? You'll regret it soon." Then he yelled sharply, "Attack!" The two immediately responded clearly. Just then, the system screen flashed a notification. World announcement. "Attention, all players, starting at 2 p.m. tomorrow, the new map, Devil Spirit Hall, will officially open. Devil Spirit Hall lies beneath the city's Grand Cathedral. Only 10 players from Ice Drift are allowed into this map. Experience points gained here will increase by 10%, and drop rates will also rise by 10%. Furthermore, bosses will drop 100% Divine Authority tokens and fragments of the Awakening Divine Authority token, which boost guild level by 2. The group gasped in shock. World announcement. Devil Spirit Hall is the new map, and guild level +2. Cham Kan Tham Sa's eyes lit up, thinking, and it even has awakening fragments. "We definitely have to go." Im Kang Han raised his sword forward and declared, "The new Devil Spirit Hall is open, and I don't care. Just don't know if you're scared of dropping a few levels." He laughed in response. "Today, I'll let you go. The new map limits only 10 players, so don't get your hopes up." Then he turned and ordered, "Let's move." Cham Kan Tham Sa laughed loudly behind. "If you keep nagging, I'll go prepare now. Don't forget the 50,000 gold coins." She angrily raised her fist to scold. "Cham Kan Tham Sa, you scoundrel, you finally found your soulmate. If it weren't for me asking you for help, you would have forgotten her by now. And about that 50,000 gold coins too. What a big mouth you have." He heard a finger raised in explanation. "I'm not the type to run over just because I got a message." Im Kang Han crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Then her eyes caught the sword on Cham Kan Tham Sa's back. Im Kang Han reached out to grab it, saying, "Isn't this sword the NDT-0? Why don't you give it to me? Take my 50,000 gold coins as payment, and give me this sword." She blushed and scolded. "Since returning from Ko Kim, you've never gone on a dungeon run with me even once." Cham Kan Tham Sa raised the sword to hand it over, replying, all right, take it," silently praising himself. "So cute." Im Kang Han stepped closer, pleading, "After entering Devil Spirit Hall, you have to join my team." He panicked but agreed. "All right, fine," silently lamenting, "This is way too close." Then she happily jumped up and down. Cham Kan Tham Sa covered his face and sighed deeply. Guild Bamboo Dragon, Soaring Clouds, level 72, Silver Archer. Guild Bamboo Dragon, Azure Silver Star, level 72, Silver Warrior, looked down and said, just as predicted, Ha Ye and Peng Sek Huan Sang appeared at the perfect moment. Van Yen looked over and asked, "Then let's follow Chukan Luaren's orders and strike." He stroked his chin, calculating the challenge. What use is he? Divine Authority tokens and their fragments on the new map are the priority. Grab them to earn merit with the boss. Ngun reached out to touch the item displayed on the screen. Just earlier, Trukan Lorn had given him a high-level confusion item, so he planned to use it on Cham Kan Tham Sa. That way, he definitely won't be able to enter this map. That day, the group kept attacking those around them, guarding the main gate, not letting a single one slip through. That's Kwang Long's job. Step aside or don't blame the swords for being ruthless. What the hell are you sneaking around for? 13 brothers, charge in and kill this bastard. Cham Kan Tham Sa popped his head out from underground saying, Good, nobody's paying attention to me. System notification. Burrowing underground reduces movement speed by 90%. Devil Spirit Hall currently has 5 out of 10 players. System notification. Devil Spirit Hall currently has 6 out of 10 players. Seeing this, he happily thought, you guys keep fighting, I'll quietly get rich. Charge. Cham Kan Tham Sa gripped his sword, pondering, why doesn't this feel real? He stomped on the ground, muttering, something's off. Then he turned to look behind him. Thinking it over, such a huge commotion outside the door, yet no one reacted at all. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned, suddenly realizing the system hadn't alerted him either. Immediately, he swung his sword fiercely forward. Cham Kan Tham Sa watched the healing aura return to normal, then turned to the fighting crowd outside. Conclusion. It's definitely an illusion. He quickly dashed past the crowd, pondering, such a high-level illusion technique has to be a mind control artifact, but who on earth is behind this? His mind recalled what Heavenly Blade said that day. Today, I'll spare your lives. And about the map limited to 10 people, don't even dream you have a chance. Thinking of this, he clenched his anger with every word. Heavenly Blade appeared on the screen warning, System alert, Demon Spirit Path currently has 7 out of 10 people. Seeing this, Cham Kan Tham Sa snapped angrily. No time for its mouth anymore. He raised his hand to summon his sword, then used the Prison of Light technique to summon it instantly. That purple power began spreading out. He pointed the sword forward, ordering, find the real physical items. Streams of purple light radiated from Cham Kan Tham Sa everywhere. Standing still, he thought, mind control artifacts can hold players for a limited time. But even if you log off, the time doesn't disappear. The highest grade artifact can hold for up to 72 hours, but users don't need to trap themselves that long. As long as the map is full, I already lost this trip. No matter what, I have to get out of here first. Right after, the system notified, your soldiers detected something unusual at the 2 o'clock direction. Please head there. Clenching his fist, he smirked. Well done. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at the white light ahead, hesitating. He saw the shadow appearing inside it. He immediately knew this was the spot. Cham Kan Tham Sa swung his sword toward it, ordering destruction. Under that massive power, the illusion instantly tore in two. Standing still, he stared at the purple orb before him. Calmly, Cham Kan Tham Sa concluded, this is it. The screen showed the introduction. High-grade mind control artifact can create illusions for designated targets and cause the target to lose their vision. He grabbed the artifact, denying, no, this isn't the scene I saw before, meaning the illusion isn't over, and I got hit before even entering. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at the orb in his hand, pondering, but this truly is the original of this talisman artifact. A reminder sound rang out. System alert, Demon Spirit Path has 8 out of 10 people. He cursed angrily. Damn its mouth. Tightening the plan. Such a waste of time. Cham Kan Tham Sa kept circling the orb, growling, Dung. Dung is the top student of S University, yet this thing is just a combination swap. Such a tiny thing can give me trouble? His finger touched a spot, then ordered to break the seal. The screen immediately displayed, System alert. Congratulations, you found and unlocked the mind control artifact within 1 minute. You are now the owner of this artifact. Cham Kan Tham Sa stared at it, muttering, damn its mouth, and it set 72 hours too. Immediately after, he surfaced from a pool, angrily thinking, where did this letter come from? System alert. Demon Spirit Path has 9 out of 10 people. He shouted in anger, its mouth still has one last spot. He dashed forward, muttering, I must charge. I must charge. Right after, the system announced from above. Demon Spirit Path is full with 10 out of 10 people. The map is now closed. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his head, groaning. I really missed it, damn it. Hands on the ground, he coldly laughed loudly. Isn't this the legendary Cham Kan Tham Sa? What's wrong? Came to the Spirit Path to fish? His whole body radiated dark energy as he shouted, you're asking for death. He looked at the sword in Cham Kan Tham Sa's hand, sneered quietly. If you don't want to lose, don't play. I haven't even entered this damn place yet. The screen reminded again. Im Kung Han sent a message to the senior. I'm not entering, SAO. He slammed his sword into the ground, cursing loudly. Damn it. Inside, he kept yelling. So embarrassing. I can't get in. This map is huge. There must be plenty of good stuff inside. This time, the gap has widened again. Cham Kan Tham Sa radiated dark energy, thinking, I need to be more careful. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the darkness. Seeing it startled him, and Simyeon's figure appeared right before Cham Kan Tham Sa. Startled, Simyeon was pulled by her, asking suspiciously, Simyeon, where is this? Immediately after, Simyeon raised her hand, opening a magic circle. She dragged Cham Kan Tham Sa inside. Everyone gasped and shouted, what the hell is that skeleton? They kept moving forward into SAO to report to him. Report to him. It's obvious it's hacking. The system announced that the player Cham Kan Tham Sa entered the dungeon through a special path. There are currently 11 players inside the dungeon, exceeding the limit of 10. Im Kung Han immediately turned to call the senior. 1 minute ago, in the spirit hall, Ingon threw Viembao Tin out. A reminder sounded. Viembaro Lu Tin released multiple meteor projectiles, each dealing 160 to 200 damage to targets. Level requirement 70. Tiandao quickly dodged widely. You guys only know how to use items. SAO Ingon appeared behind him, laughing and said, I've got plenty of items. If you like playing with items, then bring it on. Von Yen unleashed Ice Star, shouting, Die! An announcement sounded. Ice Pond Stone released multiple icy traps, each dealing 200 to 280 damage to targets, and freezing them for 30 seconds. Level requirement, 70. He looked at the empty Ice Star and cursed, Damn it, he got away. Tiandao hid behind the wall, thinking, Son of a, what are the Bamboo Dragon Guild members running here for? They have too many items. We need to find someone to team up with. Right after, the system announced that player Cham Kan Tham Sa entered the dungeon through the special path. There are currently 11 players inside, exceeding the limit of 10. He got angry and thought, Cham Kan Tham Sa, You think Ungun's special path entry means you're already inside. How could SAO solve that confusing item? Van Yen touched his chin, wondering, and he even entered through a special path? I've played Thien Tung for years and didn't know this even existed. There, he frowned and laughed loudly. Good that you're here. We have to prepare a big surprise for him. Simyon quickly ran toward the door. Cham Kan Tham Sa chased after her, glancing back and thinking. So this is the inside of the SAO dungeon. It's really quiet. He looked ahead, deep in thought. It seems this is the lowest floor of the dungeon. A message appeared on the screen. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at it, thinking, so Simyon really led me straight to the bottom floor. Meanwhile, Im Kang Han was meeting with Sister Min Wal. A murmuring voice echoed, Tofi. Simyon's whole body glowed purple, repeating the name continuously, Tofi. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked suspicious and asked. Simyon hid behind the wall, repeatedly pounding the purple energy barrier, wondering, last time it was Lam Nop, now it's Tofi. Could this be another name for the monarch? This must be the boss behind this door. This time it's Tofi. Could it really be another name for the monarch? The boss must be behind this door. Having the golden finger is really awesome. Going straight to the boss. Lam Nien charged inside, whispering, Tan Fien. Cham Kan Tham Sa immediately rushed out. Wait, Simyon. The system screen displayed. Your pet has been recalled. He was startled and called out, Don't go! Cham Kan Tham Sa saw a flash of golden light and said, I guess it's not completely trustworthy after all. Using the golden finger, suddenly the wall lit up, surprising him. The system announced, You are reading the memory stone file. The original Thien Tung Great 6 prison had 10 great monarchs. The text on the wall recounted the leaders of these monarchs. Lena led the undead to occupy the human empire and then withdrew. Their power shattered into many fragments. They transformed human warriors into monsters and caused the Great Six blood battle lasting 1,000 years. Afterwards, all monarchs disappeared and war suddenly broke out. The end. The monsters were sealed in many places across the Great Six, filled with hatred. The Demon Spirit Hall is one of those places. Cham Kan Tham Sa understood as he read this. From the history of Thien Tung to the origin of the fragments, all clues are connected. He looked at the stone tablet, wondering, but there are supposed to be 9 monarchs, so why are there 10? Does this dungeon also have awakened fragments? Simyon had also sensed the awakened fragments. Cham Kan Tham Sa slung his sword over his shoulder, looking at the door ahead, thinking, it's just a pity. Even Simyon's power can't open this door. I guess the condition is to clear all previous stages first. Only then can it open. He smiled softly and said, before that, a vertical staircase connecting upward appeared right in front of me. Cham Kan Tham Sa ran forward with all his might, saying, Im Kang Han, I'm at the bottom floor. The main boss door isn't open yet, and no AI encountered so far. How is everyone doing, Peng Sek Huan sang? The announcement came. Min Wol and I are together. We've killed 2 Dokba and 3 mini-bosses already. The top 4 floors have been cleared, preparing to enter the 5th floor. He asked, Is Thien Dao here? No, it's not him. Is he coming in too? Cham Kan Tham Sa reminded. Right, we have to watch out for him. Fight from bottom to top. Let's meet first. Peng Sek Huan sang agreed immediately. Got it, you be careful too. Inside, he swung his hand to eliminate a large number of soldiers blocking the way. System notification. Zombie soldiers of the spirit path, normal monsters, level 50, attack 420 to 550, defense 370, HP, skill, deadly scream, introduction. Guardians of the border in the demon spirit path. Behind, Thien Dao raised his sword and eliminated a soldier. Someone behind him turned around, unsure if it was a genuine compliment or sarcasm. Cham Kan Tham Sa, you can enter a dungeon full of people. That's real skill. Cham Kan Tham Sa teased, leaning close to Thien Dao's back. Not going my way, so you're disappointed, huh? He raised his sword high in response. This is your own skill. What's there to be disappointed about? Let's team up. He swung his sword to kill another soldier and asked, Dokba didn't come alone, so why did he look for me instead of his own teammates? What game are you trying to play again? Thien Dao raised his sword, stabbing forward repeatedly, saying, You know my teammates were all killed by yours, right? Cham Kan Tham Sa was startled and asked back, So where are the other 2? He quickly finished off 2 soldiers beside him and replied, They're from the Bamboo Dragon Guild. He gritted his teeth. Bamboo Dragon Guild. Thien Dao leaned back against Cham Kan Tham Sa and said, We can't let the boss of our ice zone be taken by the Bamboo Dragon Guild. Adding 1 more person means more strength, right? He lightly stroked the sword in his hand, thinking, Saving some mana so he can share some damage is good too. Wait for Im Kang Han and the others to arrive. Then dealing with him won't be too late. Cham Kan Tham Sa wiped his bloody hand on him, agreeing, All right, I agree to team up, but you have to put in a lot more effort. Thien Dao looked at the hidden bloody hand on him and asked, What are you doing to me? He smiled slightly and turned back, replying, Nothing. Just a bit of Tuesday Law's blood to attract spirits. He turned his head back and shouted loudly, Tram Kan Trum Za, damn it, don't talk about martial ethics. Cham Kan Tham Sa muttered while holding his sword. For now, let's just get this small gain. Hearing footsteps, he immediately turned around cautiously. Then Cham Kan Tham Sa jumped back a few steps. Just get this small gain first. Hearing footsteps, he immediately turned around cautiously. Then Cham Kan Tham Sa jumped back a few steps. Kong Ngun, hands in pockets, laughed and asked, "Thien Dao, why are you running away?" He raised his hand gathering fire flames, saying, "Let us come help you." Kong Ngun forcefully threw forward. The screen displayed notification. Flame Fury Stone. High-grade item. Violently bursts into fierce flames, causes continuous burn damage to surrounding enemies, and reduces their movement speed. Flame Fury Stone was thrown towards Thien Dao. Cham Kan Tham Sa appeared, swung his sword and slashed. "So you guys at the map entrance who conspired against me are you?" Kong Ngun laughed wildly. "Cham Kan Tham Sa, I've got an even bigger surprise ready for you. Gotta show you what real power looks like." Thien Dao behind warned urgently. "Danger! That's Bamboo Shadow Bomb. Run!" He threw with force. The screen displayed info about the so-called Bamboo Shadow Bomb. He raised his sword to block but still lost 8,557 HP, angrily shouting, "Shut your mouth." Cham Kan Tham Sa gritted his teeth and shouted, "That's the big one you're talking about?" He swung his sword. "If you say it's a big gift you brought, fine." Van Yen was startled by the flash of purple light. What? Two people, him and Konganen, were knocked back, losing 4,288 and 3,722 HP. Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his sword using Ice Bamboo Universe Slash. He quickly dashed toward the two, speaking arrogantly, "Items are just support tools. Against ultimate moves, they're basically nothing." Thien Dao stood behind watching the fight ahead, immediately took out a potion, tilted his head back, and drank it all. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Kill them! Kill them! This is the moment I've been waiting for." Cham Kan Tham Sa swung his sword and fought the two without hesitation. He glanced back, looking thoughtful. Two of them shield half their bodies, and I pretend to be a little monster very tricky to deal with. Who knows if these three are just putting on a show for me? He used Chunern to slash forward. Van Yen saw him get knocked back and worried. Without hesitation, Cham Kan Tham Sa was a bit suspicious, but these two were so bad, they didn't look like they were acting at all. He swung his hand and threw out a paralysis bullet, shouting loudly, "Cham Kan Tham Sa system info. Paralysis bullets cause the target to become paralyzed, reducing their attack speed by 30%. Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his sword, forcefully deflecting the bullet, wondering, "But they have an absurd amount of props, plus all kinds of weird stuff, it's really annoying." He lowered his head and decided, better to gather energy and use Heaven and Earth Strike to slash at the two. Then the sword aura began to dissipate. Without hesitation, he instantly laughed mockingly. "Cham Kan Tham Sa, kidney failure already? Your mana just drained away?" Van Yen held a paralysis bullet and joined in. "No mana means you're just a sitting duck for anyone to kill, right?" He immediately threw another paralysis bullet hard. Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted, "Damn it." He ran toward him, urging the Heavenly Blade, "If you don't want to die, better retreat now. These two losers don't have much HP left." His eyes flashed as he shouted, "Watch me." The Heavenly Blade slashed straight at Cham Kan Tham Sa. "Die!" He was hit and cried out in pain. Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his sword, looking at the traitor, scolding, "Heavenly Blade, you actually dared to scheme against me?" He heard that and laughed. Warriors don't play fair. Seeing Cham Kan Tham Sa run away, Heavenly Blade raised his sword and chased after him. "No way you're escaping." Without hesitation, he was startled. "Heavenly Blade, I didn't expect you to be even shamelesser than our own brothers." He frowned and declared, "That's cruel. I like it, but you're gonna die too." He raised his sword but was stopped by a voice. "Wait, you're not dealing with me now, but Cham Kan Tham Sa. Once he recovers his mana, everyone's doomed." Heavenly Blade stood still and warned, "You guys basically can't kill him. He ran away because I sided with you two. I just want to kill Cham Kan Tham Sa to get revenge. I don't need any of the good stuff from the dungeon." Without hesitation, he turned to Van Yen behind, consulted, then threatened, "I can always take your life. Don't mess around with tricks." The three quickly chased after. Cham Kan Tham Sa pursued Heavenly Blade, shouting when he saw him drinking a potion, "He's over there." Cham Kan Tham Sa threw down the potion bottle, silently cursing. Damn, they caught up so fast. Then he raised his sword and used Ghost Soul Slash to attack. Heavenly Blade raised his sword to block. Seeing Cham Kan Tham Sa turn and run, he ordered, "Struggle, you're about to die, keep chasing." He used Puppet Grip, swung his sword to strike. The three immediately stepped back to dodge. Without hesitation, he saw the light attack, smirking mockingly. "Looks like someone's out of mana again." Heavenly Blade's face darkened, sternly warning, "Don't laugh." He was sweating cold, staring into empty space, saying he couldn't see anyone anymore. Without hesitation, he grit his teeth and cursed silently. "Addict? No mana but running damn fast." Van Yen pulled out a pair of shoes. "Boss, use these." Announcement sounded. Speed item, increases user's running speed by 50%, duration 15 seconds. Those two left Heavenly Blade behind and chased. Without hesitation, he watched Cham Kan Tham Sa standing still at the large gate and said, "Dead end, let's see where you run this time." They threw a bunch of explosive props. "This guy won't die." Heavenly Blade took cover behind the wall, laughing loudly, thinking, "Sounds like a fight just started. I'll watch you tear each other apart." Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. What are they doing? Heavenly Blade watched the two keep throwing weapons, puzzled as he searched for enemies in the void. Startled by a rolling flame nearby, he shouted angrily, "Son of a bitch, you two are crazy. Why throw at me when you're just hitting the air?" Just then, Cham Kan Tham Sa appeared behind, raising his sword to strike. He saw his sword hit Heavenly Blade and immediately taunted, "Guess what? My mana is used to kill you." Cham Kan Tham Sa laughed and used Heaven and Earth Strike to continue. Still got some left. The sword grazed his neck. Heavenly Blade cried out in pain. Cham Kan Tham Sa, "I'm not done with you yet." System notification appeared. Player Heavenly Blade has died. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at him, annoyed. "You're such a pain. Just die already." Gear kept dropping at Heavenly Blade's fallen spot. He immediately sat down to pick them up, face full of joy. Jackpot, jackpot. Forget about Heavenly Blade's sword. He's not only rich but dropped so many high-level treasures. A voice rang out, inquiring, "Cham Kan Tham Sa, what's the situation now?" Minwol turned to look at the two, the atmosphere tense. The man asked the two, "Why are you freaking out over the atmosphere? Isn't this the Heavenly Blade?" Cham Kan Tham Sa spread his arms and laughed as he said, "These guys want to team up to take me down, but they're just stealing chickens and losing their rice serves them right." Minwol's group quickly reported good news. 3 lucky people managed to get inside. We've already dealt with them. As for these two, he calmly replied, "Forget about them. Just let them play inside the maze formation." Cham Kan Tham Sa looked ahead with a smug smile. All the mini-bosses up there have been wiped out by these two, which is enough to trigger the condition to unlock the dungeon below. Then he raised his hand and pushed open the large door. With a serious face, Cham Kan Tham Sa continued, "The final boss must be defeated to claim the space inside that pitch-black room." Min Nwal followed Cham Kan Tham Sa, whispering as they walked in, "It's too dark here. I can't see a thing." She heard a sound behind and said, "The door just closed." The three turned their backs to each other, cautiously scanning around. Cham Kan Tham Sa calmly warned, "Be careful in the darkness. I think something's here." Im Kong Han activated her light system skill, ready to receive orders. She raised her hand to use the holy domain to illuminate, and the info displayed. The holy domain expands the area of effect, dispelling all negative statuses on herself and teammates within a 3-meter radius. Black tentacles surged from behind. Cham Kan Tham Sa immediately turned, drew his sword, and slashed to sever them. He used his ring to strike the tentacles, shouting excitedly, "No damage! These tentacles have no physical form. Physical attacks are useless." Im Kong Han also swung her weapon to attack. She warned, "This is just a shadow." Min Nwal, hearing her name, immediately fired soul bullets. The tentacles quickly rushed forward, wrapping around her legs. Im Kong Han worriedly said, "Sister Min Nwal, this shadow really fears light. It's trying to stop me from using skills." She raised her sword, gathering radiant holy energy, dealing 200% light damage to dark-type enemies. Cham Kan Tham Sa gathered energy on himself, shouting, "Im Kong Han, watch out!" The tentacles immediately lunged at her, wrapping tightly, trapping Im Kong Han's body. Cham Kan Tham Sa gripped his sword, watching the tentacles relentlessly coil around the two. Terrified, he yelled, "Im Kong Han, Sister Min Nwal." He turned back and shouted loudly, "Who the hell is out here? Come on!" He fell silent, raised his sword high in deep thought. Cham Kan Tham Sa closed his eyes, focused his spirit to sense the origin of the tentacles, then opened his eyes wide and dashed toward one direction. "Here it is." Cham Kan Tham Sa charged forward, swinging. "I've found you." Notification sound. -2,675. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as the tentacles grabbed his waist and started pulling him. They kept climbing, wrapping around Cham Kan Tham Sa's entire body. Eventually, 6 tentacles bound his whole body. Covered in sweat, he jolted awake, looked around and shouted, "Where is this place?" He called out forward, "Im Kong Han, Sister Min Nwal, where are you two?" No one responded. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at his hand, pondering, "That's strange. Why do I feel so relaxed all over? My body feels full of strength." Suddenly a voice sounded behind him, making him turn and ask, "Who's there?" Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at the light ahead, thinking, "The pressure is intense. I can't move my body." He eyed the shadowy figure behind, unidentified. He thought, "Boss?" but quickly denied it. No, not a boss. Something even stronger than a boss. The figure's eyes opened, staring intently at Cham Kan Tham Sa. He gasped, eyes wide as he looked at the opponent, then collapsed, kneeling on the ground, muttering, "This oppressive aura. It's a monarch." Tafai smiled softly and said, "Hundreds of years have passed, and everyone thought the Tuesday Law were extinct. Yet a new species has emerged." She stepped closer to him and said, "Just relax. One Tuesday Law isn't enough for me to take action." Tafai gathered energy in her fingertip, placing it on Cham Kan Tham Sa's forehead, recounting, "When ants crawl under the stars, they always think they can see the galaxy. Only when you climb high enough to see how small you really are, then you're worthy to fight me. Or like other insects, quietly fade away into dust." He gripped his sword tightly, thinking, "Unbelievable. I'm a Tuesday Law, yet in the monarch's eyes, I'm not even worth a bug." He clenched his teeth in frustration. Tuesday Law turns out to be just the starting point. Very good. That means I can become even stronger. Cham Kan Tham Sa touched her forehead, thinking, but what did she just do to me? His eyes closed tightly, searching. It seemed Cham Kan Tham Sa sensed that connection, felt it a link to the darkness like his, full of calm analysis. I am also part of this dark realm, and the darkness is an extension of myself. The power of darkness is calling me. A wall of darkness appeared in my mind. Cham Kan Tham Sa stood still, holding his sword. His eyes snapped open. Then, he slashed with the bright prison sword. He immediately returned to the great hall, where the death phantom appeared in the haunting darkness. Raising his sword high, Cham Kan Tham Sa also raised his sword to block the strike. The screen displayed, Death Phantom, level 85, special boss. It stared right at him and spoke. You've finally appeared. Death Phantom stabbed down fiercely. Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his sword, steadily retreating, thinking, no wonder it's a special boss. It's so strong. He glanced back, thinking hard about how to escape and save them. Cham Kan Tham Sa dodged the thrust, thinking his mana had reached its limit. This time, there should be no problem. He stood still, raised his hand to summon Bright Prison. Summoning. System notification. Phase 2. Spirit Legion of the Purgatory. The Shadow Legion of Purgatory immediately rushed toward Death Phantom. He swung his sword to destroy them. Spiritual energy surged from Bright Prison. Ah, you're my comrade. Then why become enemies? Humanity is really our true enemy. Cham Kan Tham Sa swung his sword to strike back. They are my companions. No matter their race, I won't abandon them. Death Phantom raised his sword. You're insane. You will pay for your choices. Im Kang Han immediately broke free from the tentacles and charged out. He quickly raised his sword in response. Darkness is me, and I am darkness itself. In the darkness, I am the champion. Im Kang Han raised his sword and charged forward. Calmly, he replied, those who tell me to pay the price end up making themselves pay it. Prepare yourself. Death Phantom began chanting, O corrupt purgatory of darkness, please heed my call. Absorbing the power of purgatory souls. In Death Phantom's name, his arm raised, gathering the Blood Shadow Demon Shift, Lightning Slash. Cham Kan Tham Sa and Im Kang Han immediately jumped aside to dodge. Surprised, he said, what kind of joke is this? It absorbs dark energy and is covered in blood now. Standing nearby, he pursed his lips and explained, in this dark zone, we don't stand a chance. Im Kang Han asked cautiously, Cham Kan Tham Sa, what do we do now? Cham Kan Tham Sa opened wide and unleashed the Bright Prison Slash. He closed his eyes and felt, I sense his power, and we share the same origin. Cham Kan Tham Sa felt the energy of the two connecting. Maybe I've sensed it already. It's the dark power of Bright Prison. A light flashed between his brows, the mysterious royal aura left by the king warming up. Finally, Cham Kan Tham Sa realized. So this is where it's used. A purple light flashed inside the night sky, along with a resounding laugh. The screen showed, awakening of the fragment containing the king's energy. Defy! Cham Kan Tham Sa's eyes snapped open, charging forward. Now's the time. All-out attack. He whispered inside, thanks, King, Defy. Death Phantom opened his mouth wide in disbelief. No way. Just a small Tuesday lock and cut off my energy? Im Kang Han behind also used Divine Blessing, Radiant Holy Might. Cham Kan Tham Sa gathered energy and struck with a decisive blow. Death Phantom finally fell. The sound echoed. Congratulations, player, for defeating the Devil's Spirit Hall. Im Kang Han watched the figure vanish, astonished. No way? Is this a hack? Bright Prison doubted. Why did the boss suddenly get so weak? Cham Kan Tham Sa smirked coldly. That's a secret. Better check what the boss dropped. As Cham Kan Tham Sa touched each item, notifications popped up continuously. Congratulations, player, for receiving Divine Might Order 1. Congratulations, player, for receiving Death Battle Boots BA. Death Gloves BA. Congratulations, player, for receiving Great Demon Stone X10. Soul Stone X10, 99,999 gold. Congratulations, player, for receiving Blood Shadow Demon Shift Skill Book. 1 effect. When HP is higher than mana, HP will convert into mana. When mana is higher than HP, mana will convert into HP. He hugged a book excitedly. This is the mana and health balance skill. This is amazing. Isn't this like dreaming while awake? That strong? Suddenly Im Kang Han blushed and asked suspiciously. Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly ran over to ask, what's wrong? Did you touch something? She frowned, pulled her hand back, and replied, I touched it. Felt something hard. Minwol blushed and stammered. Something hard? Cham Kan Tham Sa kept interrupting. Wait, I still think we shouldn't. She was excited, urging, hurry up. Take it out and see. Just how hard is it? Minwol frowned and asked aloud. The sword screen showed a notification. Hellfire Sword Relic. Dark Gold Track Viet Weapon. Colorado PY. Added effect. Increases user attack power by 17%. Increases scattershot effect by 20%. The Track Viet feature has a 5% chance to activate Hellfire, dealing massive damage to targets ahead. Cham Kan Tham Sa exclaimed, it even has the Track Viet quality? There's never been any Track Viet gear drops in the Heavenly Sect before. And yet we just picked this up. He looked at Im Kang Han to negotiate. Im Kang Han, with the gold belongs to you, but this sword, she agreed upon hearing this. This is yours, since you're the main one fighting the boss anyway. Besides, from the sword's name, No one can run from you. Cham Kan Tham Sa grabbed the sword, jumped onto Im Kung Han, yelling, "Long live!" Only the three of them sighed inside. The rewards are insane. We hit the jackpot. Outside, there was no movement. No one knew what happened to those two idiots. Cham Kan Tham Sa stepped out, saw Ngan and Van Yen lying on the ground, and laughed. They finally killed themselves. What? Min Wall asked suspiciously. But why are their bodies still here? Aren't they supposed to teleport away when they die? He laughed and replied, because they were all caught in confusion traps. Even if they die, they have to wait for the trap's timer. I can only play normally after I get over it. She can't help but praise, and you're not bad either. Right after that, the screen showed the World of Heavenly Blades channel. Cham Kan Tham Sa, just wait for me, you bastard. I'm not done with you yet. Bamboo Shadow World channel, Chaos in the Red Flame area. Cham Kan Tham Sa, you won this time, but when the deal's done, I'll come for your head. He immediately turned to share and shout on the World channel, wanting to waste money again. For me, what? Call, shout, woof woof woof. During the day in reality, Cham Kan Tham Sa yawned at the noise outside. Go out. He walked over, opened the door, and asked, Bookman Seal, did you forget your keys again? Someone outside rushed in, shouting loudly, Is your mother really Cham Kan Tham Sa? Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his hand to grab his, stopping him. He questioned loudly, No, I'm not. Who the hell is your brother? Punching Cham Kan Tham Sa once in a lifetime and pretending? Paper can't hold fire. Trying to eat someone else's meal too? The great name of Cham Kan Tham Sa is top-notch. Still not as good as that bastard. He frowned and asked, Hey, do you even know what you're saying? But the other kept cursing. Where are you hiding that bitch, Bookman Seal? Get out here for me. Cham Kan Tham Sa blocked him, standing firm. Unexpectedly, he got even more agitated. Get out here for me. Trying to seduce a rich boss? I'll skin you alive. He couldn't hold back and punched him in the chest. Enough. Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his phone threateningly. If you don't leave, I'll call the cops. He spat when he saw he was serious. Angry, he left but didn't forget to threaten before going. Just wait, Bookman Seal. I don't believe you can hide forever. He looked at him, thinking, this bastard seems to have misunderstood Bookmin Seol, but what exactly is his relationship with Bookmin Seol? While thinking, Cham Kan Tham Sa suddenly sensed something, turned around helplessly and called out, Bookmin Seol, Sister Min Seol. He saw both hiding together and asked, Are you two hiding from that guy just now? Don't worry, he's been chased away. Bookmin Seol frowned and said, Sorry. Then she curled up in Min Seol's arms. Sister Min Seol, Haye came in and immediately asked, What's going on? Why is everyone standing here? Did something happen, Ibai? Hearing this, she cried even harder. Sister Haye comforted her. I thought he would come back. Min Seol tried to soothe her. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. That bastard's gone now. She turned to the two and said, Anyway, let's go inside and talk. Min Seol and Haye sat beside her trying to comfort Book Min Seol, while 13 joked, Auntie, wipe those tears. If your brother comes back and sees you crying, he'll definitely kill us. Book Min Seol finally smiled and replied, No, he won't. Haye then asked again, So what exactly happened? Don't worry, just tell us so we can all help. Just thinking about it scared her. After a while, Book Min Seol started telling what happened. Before I joined our guild, I had a boyfriend in the game. His ID was One Life, actually Doc Ba. Book Min Seol repeated what One Life said. When a woman agrees to hold hands, she agrees to go to bed. She agreed to hold hands, so what was he pretending for? But only a week into dating, he wanted to take me to a hotel. I got scared and ran away, breaking up with him. Since then, he kept harassing me in the game. My brother has also had a lot of trouble because of him, so I never mentioned it to him. Don't think hugging a big thigh means anything. I'm fine with Kan Trum Sa. Bookman Seol wiped her tears and said, I can handle that guy in the game, but who would have thought he'd block me outside? Even 13, who was joking, angrily slammed the table. Where do people like this come from? That bastard's obviously an animal. Min Seol hugged her sadly. You should have told me sooner. People like this need to be dealt with ASAP, no compromise. Haye was also furious. It's best to go straight to the police station to report. But Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned. That guy said something before leaving. I'm afraid he's still here. If we call the cops now, it might be useless, because he hasn't caused any real damage yet. She looked at him and suggested, Why don't you move in too, Bookmin Seol? If you want to go out, you can call me to go with you. 13 nodded in agreement. True, Bookmin Seol is a girl after all. Living with a bunch of grown men like us is inconvenient anyway. Having a beautiful girl around means someone can take care of things. Cham Kan Tham Sa heard that and could only give up. That's fine then, let's decide on that. Bookmin Seol tried to hold back the tremble and spoke to everyone. Everyone's been too good to me, thank you all. Haye helplessly comforted her. All right, if you're sad, just cry it out. Why are you crying even when you're happy? At that moment, he called the others to discuss. Guys, what's the plan next? Got it? Got it. Scene shifts to Longvian Lake. One guy who always covers his face said, I'm telling you, my boss is the Heavenly Blade, but the other side kept punching him. I call you a dog, but you still try to threaten and dominate. We won't let this slide. As soon as he said that, his teammates ran away. True love, hang in there, you'll be fine. When we get back, we'll ask Boss Dao to avenge you. Cham Kan Tham Sa cracked his knuckles and looked at the guy who always covers his face. No one will bother us anymore. We can get revenge on those who bullied our little sister. No one will bother us anymore. We can get revenge on those who bullied our little sister. Don't. Then he got beaten up badly by him. Don't. Cover your face. I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. If you keep hitting, this account's done for. But Cham Kan Tham Sa replied, keep hitting until it's completely done, then stop. At Thuy Nyet Phung, someone already came to beat me up once. I really don't dare anymore. The other side couldn't take it and said, just don't hit me. I'll tell you a secret, a big secret. He gritted his teeth and asked, what secret? The guy who covers his face said, there's an island in this lake. There's a big secret on that island. Cham Kan Tham Sa grabbed his hair and sneered, if you're so kind, why not tell the Heavenly Blade boss? Go ahead, why tell me? The guy shouted, trying to explain. It hurts. That's because we just arrived and haven't had time yet. Then he thought silently. To get to the island, you need to find a special NPC. We searched half a day and still couldn't find it, so telling you is useless anyway. The guy pretended to be pitiful, crying. Now I've told you about the island and its secrets. Are you the hero who can defeat the god of war? The boss is kind. Can the little guy be spared? Cham Kan Tham Sa blew the guy's hair aside and said, you better tell the truth. If I find out you lied, you'll pay the price. Inside or outside, he hurriedly said, 100% true. Lie to me and I'll delete your account. He ignored him and turned to look at the turtle opening its mouth at him. System notification. Ice-armored fish. Native creature of Longveen Lake. Cham Kan Tham Sa took out a fish. Hey, little turtle, have some fish. As it finished eating, he jumped onto its back. Little turtle, take me to the island. The guy who covers his face stared wide-eyed. Damn, this is allowed? But suddenly 2 people appeared behind him. Boss is already pissed off, but we're not done yet. The guy got beaten again. Don't. I was wrong. I really wouldn't dare do it, even if paid. Meanwhile, he was pretty relaxed and said, if it's beneficial, not taking it is just dumb. Let me see what secrets this island really holds. The armored fish swam quickly ahead, while Cham Kan Tham Sa thought, I didn't even know. There was a hidden island here. He looked at the distant island, marveling. It's pretty far, almost an hour and still not there. Really mysterious. Cham Kan Tham Sa stretched and said, so relaxing. Seems like it's been a long time since I had this kind of chill gaming session. But soon he thought, not likely. He zoned out for a moment, but his mind remained restless, remembering himself before, first being saved by a kind stranger who didn't want to reveal their identity. Still hasn't even thanked them. Then the boss got ambushed. Buk Min Seol got tangled up with a Cha Nam guy. By the time the boss moved forward, the ancient sword had already advanced to the next stage. In desperation searching for awakening fragments, he discovered that Simyan seemed closely connected, intimately linked to the fragments and the king. I was given power by King Tofi Sophia without knowing why. Also resolved some game inconveniences. Seems like progress is made on all fronts, but many mysteries remain. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked up thoughtfully, especially about leveling up here. He pondered, not noticing the bird that just arrived. I thought that after advancing to the Tuesday Law realm, I'd be really strong, but it turns out that's not the case at all. Tuesday Law is nothing compared to the king. Other races have clear paths after advancing, but I have to figure things out on my own. I wonder how the Tuesday Law race advances. Even stranger, when I checked on my pet this morning, Simyeon was gone. Simyeon used to get stronger every time she appeared. Could it be that Simyeon has grown so much she no longer needs me? But the mission involving Simyeon isn't complete yet. My relationship with Simyeon won't end that easily, and we'll definitely meet again someday. He thought about the system quest board. SSS. Promise side quest. Rebirth. Awaken the girl Simyeon. Quest progress incomplete. Finally, Cham Kan Tham Sa leaned back and said to himself, no need to overthink it now. Just take it one step at a time. Power is the most important thing. Leveling up beats everything else. He relaxed and closed his eyes comfortably. No wonder they call it Heavenly Pine. This is truly a top-tier gaming experience. But suddenly the armor fish wobbled a bit, startling Cham Kan Tham Sa awake. He looked at the island ahead and said, no way. This can't be. Cham Kan Tham Sa glanced into the distance. True love is such a scam. What secret and great benefit could possibly be here? There wasn't even a single bird. Suddenly he jumped down, startling the armor fish. As soon as Cham Kan Tham Sa touched the ground, it ran off. Don't go. Bring me back. You can't just kill me without a proper burial, you rotten turtle. Suddenly someone called out. Brian stared at him. Cham Kan Tham Sa jumped and shouted, holy crap, a ghost! But the old man kept chasing him. Da Lin kept circling Cham Kan Tham Sa, saying, that's right, no doubt about it. This face, these ears, he's definitely a Tuesday Law. He grabbed Cham Kan Tham Sa's hand and raised it. You must be here to serve the great Princess Sophia, right? Cham Kan Tham Sa asked confused. Who are you? Who's Sophia? Why do I have to help her? Dre scoffed. Even the great Princess Sophia doesn't know. So, what kind of Dalin are you? You must serve the princess, or I'll never forgive you for the rest of your life. Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted, stop, don't hit me anymore. He covered his head listening to the old man ramble. Dumb punk, empty-headed and clueless, only good at pretending to hide and drink. I am the great prophet of the Blood Mist Legion, waiting on this island for years. You must call me Lord Blair. Cham Kan Tham Sa greeted him. So this is Lord Blair of the Blood Mist Legion. I'm familiar with the Snowfeather Captain, he thought silently. Turns out he's the prophet of the Blood Mist Legion. Not such a bad guy after all. Blair stroked his beard and asked about the Snowfeather girl, wondering how she became captain. But suddenly he hit Cham Kan Tham Sa again. Stop beating the drum already. Are you going to keep your promise to serve Princess Sophia? Wait, when did I agree to that? He tried to block the old man's blows while thinking. Why did an NPC appear on this mysterious island and nobody cares? Now that I think about it, this must be a high-level quest. Ignoring it would be stupid. After some thought, Cham Kan Tham Sa finally said, Okay, I'll do it. Stop hitting me, please. Brian quickly flipped his face and gave the quest. A promise is a promise. At that moment, the system notification appeared. You have accepted the quest, Divine Will of the Demon Lock Tower. Level 5, Quest Details. Reach the highest floor of the Demon Lock Tower. Kill the Hell Demon Army. Retrieve the Demon Quelling Sword and deliver it to Prophet Blair. Reminder, if the player fails this quest, their account will be terminated. He opened his eyes wide and said, Wait. Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted, Ah, hold on. But the gate behind him had already trapped him inside. The gate quickly sucked Cham Kan Tham Sa in, ignoring his screams. No, don't. At that moment, Blair said, Kid, listen carefully. Soon, Princess Sophia will rebuild the Violet Empire in the Violet Forest. But the Violet Forest has endured thousands of years of devastation, and the demonic energy is too strong. Only the Demon Quelling Sword at the top of the Demon Lock Tower, he can suppress the demonic aura and become the founding sword of the Violet Empire. He stood outside and continued speaking. In that damn place called the Demon Lock Tower, even earthworms have fangs. It takes 10 Saint Realm demon mages to control the demonic beasts inside the tower. Right now, the entrance from the underworld to the 6th realm hasn't fully opened. Only I can help you travel back and forth through the underworld. If you can't retrieve the demon-suppressing sword, don't come back. Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted, You rotten old man, just wait. I swear I'll be back. Then he fell freely into the lava sea. This is hell, SAO. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at his hand and said, You rotten old man, don't underestimate me. Since I'm here, I'll destroy this Demon Lock Tower. Watch me. He held his sword and laughed. Is this a welcome for me? In front of Cham Kan, Tham Sa stood a massive, terrifying gate. Suddenly, a purple light appeared, and blazing red eyes opened. Unfazed, he said, Let's see what you're made of. Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly charged and sliced a monster in two. Wherever he went, the sword's blade followed. But suddenly, a spider leg appeared behind him. He dodged quickly, thinking fast. Its sharp legs relentlessly attacked Cham Kan Tham Sa. His arm was accidentally cut. This is the dark power of the underworld SAO. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked anxiously at his hand. This power isn't like before, it's got poison too. Suddenly, a flash of light sparked on his forehead. The system notification appeared again. Purifying Essence activated. Poison removed. Purifying Essence. The purifying power from Queen Sophia can repel poison, paralysis, and curses on the target. Cham Kan Tham Sa covered his eyes and laughed loudly, thanking the queen. Then he launched the smartest close combat strike. The ground cracked open in a large explosion. When the dust settled, only his figure holding the sword remained. But Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't celebrate yet. He just watched and thought, something's off. What are they waiting for? Suddenly, a huge mouth emerged from the ground. He dodged swiftly. Suddenly, it stuck out a long tongue to grab Cham Kan Tham Sa. Calmly, he turned and chopped the tongue off. Of course, the monster didn't give up. It unleashed a massive force that shocked him. What the hell? But a golden light also shone from his chest. That's Simyeon's power. The golden light formed into an entity that attacked the monster directly. Cham Kan Tham Sa gritted his teeth. I'm not fighting alone. The sword in his hand stabbed fiercely into the monster again. Destroy it. It just dropped a shimmering blue stone. What is that? Cham Kan Tham Sa stayed alert and prepared to jump onto it. He dashed like lightning, leaving only a purple afterimage. The first floor of the Demon Lock Tower actually has an awakened fragment. Cham Kan Tham Sa held the blue stone and muttered, It was Simyeon who helped me. Otherwise, I couldn't have. I've resisted this bug now. Without hesitation, he moved on. Let's see what's ahead. What's up ahead? Cham Kan Tham Sa stopped and said, Weird, flames are everywhere, but I don't feel any heat at all. He didn't linger and plunged straight into the blazing red fire. Inside the flames, two figures appeared. He said, This looks like a scene from Purgatory. Could this really be Purgatory? Cham Kan Tham Sa gripped his sword tightly, thinking, What's going on? I can't control this killing intent. He gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm. A young man with fiery red hair appeared before him. Red Blaze, Shadow Chaos. Seeing him, he charged to attack. Damn Cham Kan Tham Sa, you stray mutt daring to come here looking for death? Cham Kan Tham Sa was slightly surprised. Shadow Chaos SAO, you're here? He cursed loudly. Shut up! He blocked his opponent's sword, thinking, Stay calm. This has to be an illusion. Shadow Chaos's sharp gaze fixed on Cham Kan Tham Sa. If I can crush you once, I can crush you 1,000 times. No matter how much you struggle, you won't escape. Suddenly, a tremor appeared on his hand, and a character meaning anger showed up. He shouted angrily, slashing at him, "Shut your mouth!" But he vanished. Before leaving, he said, "I'm waiting for you." Cham Kan Tham Sa waited for the day he'd once again defeat him. He was pained. His eyes darkened completely. Damn it. No, this is just an illusion. I can't fall for it. This environment can amplify my emotions. It was then that Cham Kan Tham Sa noticed the characters on the back of his hand. He placed his hand on the sword to steady himself. Suddenly, the space began to twist. A soft hand rested on his shoulder. Senior Im Kang Han looked at him affectionately. "Senior, you promised you'd protect me." Then another hand reached out. Cham Kan Tham Sa. Haye stared intently at him. "Cham Kan Tham Sa, come back to me." Another voice echoed. Boss Im Kang Han clutched his chest in pain and asked, "Senior, is this really your choice?" He quickly threw down the sword and went to embrace her. Haye's voice rang out. "So it turns out I never could compare to her." Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted in panic. "No, boss." Amidst the sea of flames, he held both of them close. "No." The back of his hand revealed some characters again. Suddenly realizing something, he shouted angrily, "Open it! This is not my choice at all!" Each frame shattered gradually. Cham Kan Tham Sa yelled, "You were never my choice. The reason I became stronger is because of someone important I would rather die protecting." He raised his hand to block the shockwave. The flames still burned, and he was tormented by the pain. He collapsed, belatedly realizing that what he thought was a demon-burning fire was actually karma flames caused by greed, hatred, and delusion. Human desires cause them. When a person falls into the 3 poisons, they become a demon beast. The demon beast continuously generates karma flames, and the flames burn the demon beast again, and the pain endlessly repeats in a cycle. Cham Kan Tham Sa's eyes were now bloodshot. He was in trouble. "I'm about to break. My consciousness is starting to dissolve. If this keeps up, I'll turn into one of them." Suddenly a gentle voice sounded. Kaka's tiny hand held a sparkling stone, held it out beside him. "Kaka, use this," Simeon said dazedly, as if unconscious. "Use it. Then you can break through this stage." She kept coaxing. "Come on, use it." Cham Kan Tham Sa hesitated, reaching out. "Just absorb this and you'll break through this stage." She opened her small hand, revealing many awakened fragments inside. "I give these to Kaka. Whatever Kaka wants, Simeon will give. Kaka will become the strongest spirit warrior." He went mad and lunged forward. "Strongest?" She continued coaxing. "Kaka, don't you want to be the strongest? Use it, and you'll become the strongest being in this tower." Simeon's eyes flashed sharply. "Tuesday, law swallows everything. Don't deny the desires in your heart." But he shouted, "No." He writhed in pain among the flames, muttering, "No, it's not real. It's all fake." She clutched her chest pitifully and asked, "Kaka, don't you want to be stronger?" Cham Kan Tham Sa immediately brushed her hand away. "No, I want to be stronger, but not by borrowing this kind of power. I want it to come from myself." The ruthless sword sliced Simeon in half, but she still tried to speak. "Kaka, you'll regret it. You simply can't. Escape without the fragments here, they'll become your prison," he replied firmly. "A prison? Since entering this tower, every step I've crushed the floor beneath me." Cham Kan Tham Sa laughed loudly as if he'd discovered something. "So that's how it is. Now I'm like an outsider quietly observing, drowning in the swamp of greed, hatred, and delusion, unable to be freed. Maybe these 3 poisons can never truly be destroyed. Only by facing and destroying them can one achieve enlightenment." Cham Kan Tham Sa finished. The system notification appeared. "Congratulations. You have unlocked the hidden passive skill, False Free Bodhi Mind. Players will gain an additional 5% critical damage for each negative status they receive. Up to 3 stacks can be added." He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Maximum internal critical damage is 15%. Truly worth all the pain he endured. The familiar golden light appeared again, and he couldn't help but wonder. This light had guided him before, and now it was a golden light, pointing straight ahead as if to lead the way. It was the light he received upon being freed from the 3 poisons. Cham Kan Tham Sa followed the path of the light step by step. Only one armored figure stood amid the flames. He joyfully shouted, "Simeon! It's really Simeon!" She spoke softly. "Thank you, Kaka." He stared at the armored girl before him when suddenly a strange memory flashed. A man standing beside her hospital bed softly said, "Simeon will definitely have someone who can save you." Cham Kan Tham Sa stared at his palm in a daze, wondering if the images he just saw were illusions. The feeling was so warm. He stepped into the barrier and said to the person in front of him, "I can feel it now." Although Simeon had vanished from the pet nest, the connection with Simeon had never been this clear and close before. Suddenly, the system announced, "Your pet Simeon has awakened the Karma Fire Lotus skill. It grants shields for you and your teammates, absorbing 10% of damage and converting it into healing. While active, your and your teammates' attack power increases by 20%. From within the flames, several more shadows appeared, but then the system announced again, "Your pet Simeon's soul has recovered 5%. He brightened up, thinking the soul's recovery was finally making progress. There's hope for Simeon's resurrection. Cham Kan Tham Sa cautiously turned to the person beside him and asked, "Simeon, how do you feel?" She grabbed his hand, stammering, seeming unable to speak clearly. Brother. He was still uneasy and asked again, Sim-yeon, have you regained consciousness? Before she could answer, a heavy object fell from above. He quickly shielded her. Careful, it was an enormous coffin. Suddenly, the coffin lid burst open, and a sharp hand reached out. Cham Kan Tham Sa stared in shock at the scene before him. He stepped out arrogantly. Which kind soul put out the karmic flames sealing me? The system panel appeared. Hell Demon Lord, Dark Gold rank boss, level 99, attack, defense, HP, and skills unknown. He frowned and asked, Are you the final boss of Hell? No answer. Skills unknown. He frowned and asked again, Are you the final boss of Hell? No answer. Just smiling at Sim-yeon. No wonder it's you. Cham Kan Tham Sa immediately shielded her. Sim-yeon stepped back, and before he could say more, the demon lunged to block him. He raised his sword to block the attack as the Hell Demon said, I told you, you wouldn't be kind enough to break the seal for me, but it turns out I've become too weak to do anything else, other than reclaiming my own power. When you betrayed Lord Lena and joined humanity, did you ever think about where you'd end up today? Cham Kan Tham Sa thought, What? This karmic flame is actually Sim-yeon's original power? He glared sharply and shouted, When you tricked Sophia into sealing me with the demon suppression sword, did you ever think I wouldn't eventually break free from this broken sword? Look at what you've become now. You used to be a no-pung user, but now you're not even worth a damn bug. Sim-yeon blankly muttered about differing paths, when suddenly a hand tightened around her neck. The demon mocked, Differing paths? You look like a candle about to burn out. He slammed her with a scathing question. Is this your path? He yelled urgently. Sim-yeon. At that moment, Cham Kan Tham Sa appeared and grabbed her, while the demon kept rambling. Is this your choice? You'd rather keep these things by your side? No pung user. I'll make you regret that. The demon pulled a sword from his chest, its blade glowing red. Without hesitation, he grinned wickedly and charged. The clash of two swords sparked flames. Cham Kan Tham Sa scowled and said, You don't deserve to be near her. The demon forcefully swung a fist at Cham Kan Tham Sa. Buzz off, little fly. The force was so strong he was slammed into the wall, losing 3,466 HP. Blood covered him. He gritted his teeth in anger. Seeing this, the demon seized the chance to attack Sim-yeon. No pung user. Die. Suddenly, a sharp sword slashed through, forcing the demon to pause and block. By now, he had stood up, wiping blood from his mouth. Damn you. Where are you looking? The demon roared with rage, enunciating each word. You're asking for it, and swung a flaming sword at Cham Kan Tham Sa. The system announced again, converting 10% of HP into damage, adding 1,000 extra attack points against the target. The power of both clashing created a massive shockwave, forming a karma fire shield for himself and his teammates. Absorbs 10% of the damage and converts it into healing during its effect. Your and your teammates' attack power increases by 20%. After the explosion, the sword flew past him and returned to your hand. In that moment, Luyen Nguk was also very surprised, but then he laughed again. He swung his sword once more and said, If you care so much about him, then I'll make him live worse than death right before your eyes. Sim-yeon looked on with deep worry. Tried calling Big Brother, but his attack was easily blocked by you. Cham Kan Tham Sa sneered darkly. Had enough beating? Now it's my turn. With that, the sword in your hand thrust powerfully toward him. Luyen Nguk's critical slash of 9,999 damage pushed both of you back, and the system didn't forget to notify. Added 10% damage. Clearly, Luyen Nguk sensed something, worry flashing across his face. You hoist the sword on your shoulder, spitting, Thanks for causing all that chaos. That's how I managed to stack 3 layers. Damage and a critical strike unleashed. Suddenly, Sim-yeon spoke up. Cham Kan Tham Sa's dark power, making her freeze for a moment. Sim-yeon's power? He put on a smug face and asked, What power of danger? The blazing red sword in Luyen Nguk's hand stabbed into the ground, unleashing a massive dark energy. Since I claimed it, it's no longer yours. Darkness twisted into chains wrapping around both of you. The black bindings, a shadowy prison, restrained and controlled the targets for 10 seconds. That power enveloped both of you, forming a giant sphere. But soon after, a purple light shattered it. Minwol slash. He gripped the sword hilt nervously and asked, You're just a small Tuesday La. How can you cut through Min Nguk's dark power? Cham Kan Tham Sa stood protectively in front of Sim-yeon, full of contempt. There's a lot you don't know. Suddenly, he unleashed dark power again, laughing. Quite interesting. It's been a long time since I met a pest as entertaining as you. A mad smile appeared on Luyen Nguk's face. Then let me play with you. He seemed quite amused and charged again. One used ranged attacks, the other melee. Neither backed down, but you only managed to take 877 horsepower from him. You were a bit worried. Why so little damage? He grinned slyly. Surprised? That's because my defense is stronger than yours, so you won't beat me. He lifted his leg and kicked Cham Kan Tham Sa. In front of me, you're just a mere bug. I can crush you any time. Sim-yeon raised her hand covered in prison fire, calling for Big Brother. Suddenly, the system announced, Granted Karma Fire power, allowing free manipulation of Karma Fire that boosts teammates' flame damage. While dodging Luyen Nguk's attack, you said, Thanks, Sim-yeon. He didn't let you rest and jumped up. It's not over yet, old rat. You placed your hand on your chest, gritting your teeth, thinking, damn it, if this guy has dark power from Min and Gook, then I have to try it too, really feel it. Really sense the condensed power. He laughed madly, slashing his sword at Cham Kan Tham Sa. What? Already waiting to die? Suddenly, your eyes snapped open. Before he could regain focus, the sword in your hand struck him. Luyen Nguk, Luyen Nguk sweated, thinking, this is the power of the Dark Realm, how does he have it? He remained still, observing you. No way. Could it be Ngam Fong's fake power passed to him? Suddenly, he realized something and quickly stepped back to dodge the sword. No, Ngam Fong's fake power was taken from me. Besides, this aura isn't like Ngam Fong's at all. Unfortunately, the sword had already cut into him. Who the hell is this kid? Luyen Nguk slowly stood up. Kid, you finally pissed me off. His fierce face threatened. But don't get cocky, next. I'll show you what true despair is. He kept swinging his sword, creating thousands of sword auras. Cham Kan Tham Sa worriedly watched the incoming slashes. Damn, mana and health almost gone at the same time. Blood demon transformation can't be used either. Could it be? Suddenly, Simyeon raised her hand to call Big Brother. You gritted your teeth trying to motivate yourself. No, I can't give up. Even if I lose my skills, so what? Your eyes flashed with killing intent again. Even for a simple move, I have to be above A level. The flame on her hand suddenly flared up. The power of the karmic fire, Cham Kan Tham Sa, seemed to be strengthened, relentlessly charging forward. Luyen Nu couldn't believe it, thinking it couldn't possibly be his secret killing move. But how? How could he block it? You approached him and swung your sword. Come here. Even if we both die, I absolutely won't take a step back. Luyen Nguk was hit by Cham Kan Tham Sa's strike, crying out in pain. No, no way. His body was slammed against the wall, muttering, why him? I didn't expect to lose this badly. Simyeon just turned away. You go. Go, don't let me see you again. The farther you go, the better. He was unwilling. You. Let me go, and you'll regret it. Luyen Nguk was furious, grinding his teeth as veins bulged on his forehead. But before disappearing, he suddenly realized something. Turns out you only wanted to protect me from the start. His body began to dissolve. Now he could only reach out toward Cham Kan Tham Sa and Simyeon. In despair, suddenly his image replaced yours. It's me who ruined everything. Right after, he completely vanished, leaving only one call. Simyeon, but suddenly Luyen Nguk reappeared with a surge of energy. This energy is for you. Then he transformed into a red orb, channeling power into her body. Be careful, Lena. She quickly absorbed his power. Then a powerful light burst forth. Cham Kan Tham Sa called out to her in awe. Simyeon. At that moment, the slender feet of the young woman appeared. Along with that, her whole body returned to its original form. She was back with you. At this time, the system also announced, your pet Simyeon's soul has recovered 10%. You were overjoyed. Could this be real? Simyeon, how do you feel? Are you okay? But she stared blankly, looking at you with confusion. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked a bit down. Seems like only her appearance was restored. Her consciousness hasn't fully recovered. You walked to the sword and murmured. Didn't expect to be the first to submit the quest. You drew the sword, complaining. What kind of broken sword is this? They call it a demon-quelling sword. Who knows what it's quelling? Suddenly the ceiling shook violently. Cham Kan Tham Sa yelled, damn, why is it starting to collapse now? She came over, grabbed your hand, trying to speak each word. Get away from me, she exclaimed in shock. Simyeon! She didn't say anything else and just pulled you away. You weren't ready and got dragged straight into the blue light pillar. The light gradually faded. The space shook even more violently. Outside, Blair stood on a staff talking to himself. That kid didn't die in there? As expected, Tuesday Law isn't useless. Suddenly a sword struck hard on his back, making him cry out in pain, followed by Cham Kan Tham Sa's voice. Old geezer, who do you call useless? I'm back. And the demon-quelling sword is in hand again. He raised his hand but said nothing, making you a bit awkward. I suddenly knocked hard on your head and scolded. You rotten brat, betrayed us? How dare you hit me? Cham Kan Tham Sa ran yelling pitifully. Hey, stop it. Didn't you want the demon-quelling sword? Hearing this, he snatched the sword from your hand. That's right. This is exactly what Princess Sophia needs. You reached out asking, where's the reward? I almost died in there. Blair looked annoyed. Young people these days. As he spoke, he tossed a jade to Cham Kan Tham Sa. Working for Princess Sophia is already an honor. All day just thinking about money. The system notification kept sounding. Congratulations to player Tram. Can Tram SA has obtained Infernal Prison Dark Gold Shoes, 1 star. Infernal Prison Dark Gold Staff, 2 stars. 1 gold coin, 100,000 points, 1,000 experience points, and 1,500 reputation points added. Congratulations to player Tram. Can Tram SA has earned the title Phantom Knight rank. Player level increased to level 78. Title effect. Reduces experience needed to level up by 7%. Increases command power of Blood Warrior Legion by 1. Cham Kan Tham Sa couldn't help but comment on the old geezer's mouth. Though a bit sarcastic, he's generous with his help. Pretty wild, huh? Now Blair noticed the girl beside you. She is. You didn't pay attention but still got excited. +2 top-tier gear pieces. What's going on here? There's even a title that shortens experience gain? Then my level will skyrocket insanely fast later on. He came over to observe her, then kept scrutinizing her from head to toe. The person, Simeon NDT0. This face, these hands, these legs, it's definitely her. Now you're mad and telling him off. You're bowing too low. Blair, carried by you, kept insisting she's her. It really is her. He turned and tapped her head, asking, "Kid, why is she with you?" Even she looked surprised. Cham Kan Tham Sa grabbed his head, yelling in pain, "Ouch, ouch, you old geezer, she's my friend. By a stroke of fate, she became my pet. So of course, she's with me." Suddenly you paused and asked, "What? You know Simeon?" He leaned close to the kid. "Do you know there are 3 major powers on the Tiantong continent?" Tren looked a bit clueless hearing that. Brian began explaining, "The Silver Moon Alliance consists of humans, elves, and other races, representing the power of light with the goal of destroying the forces of darkness. The Dark Soul Legion, Jolena, a warlord lurking in the shadows, leads the faction representing the power of darkness, and their goal is to dominate the continent. There's also a third branch, the Blood Rain Legion led by our Princess Sophia. Although the Blood Rain Legion is a branch of darkness, we only want to restore the Empire and create a home for good souls." You still looked confused and asked again, "So how does this relate to Simeon?" Brian pointed and said, "Because she actually is." She tilted her head, clueless, waiting for him to speak. His voice continued evenly. "She is Simeon." Eyes wide open, watching Brian stroke his beard, saying something to Cham Kan Tham Sa. You immediately collapsed to the ground. You asked in frustration, "I thought you were going to say something big, and that's it? How do you even know?" He smirked arrogantly. "I am the wisest prophet of the Blood Rain Legion. There's nothing I don't know." Cham Kan Tham Sa seized the chance to ask, "Then may I ask, the wisest prophet of the Blood Rain Legion, do you have a way to restore Simeon to her original state?" Brian answered without hesitation, "Of course." He deliberately paused, but you suspiciously asked again, "But what?" "Of course, there's a catch. This old geezer obviously doesn't have goodwill." He didn't miss the chance to say, "But if you agree to join as a subordinate of Princess Sophia, the Light faction will definitely help." Cham Kan Tham Sa was resolute. "I won't join any faction." You thought, the recently released expansion of the 9 warlords just asked me to find warlords to support. Doesn't that mean I'll become cannon fodder? Only an idiot would agree. Bark K-Sat emphasized with his face, "Even for her, you don't care?" Cham Kan Tham Sa shoved him away. Bite K-Sat didn't give up. "Little too la. You should think carefully and be cautious, or you'll regret it later." You smirked, "I don't care." No sooner said, he kicked you flying. "If you don't want to, then get lost, old man." You fell on the armored back painfully, rubbing the old geezer's butt. "You're way too cruel." Do-I looked at Simeon thoughtfully. "Forget it. Consider this a fateful encounter for you. But this time, your eyesight is much better than before." Hearing that, she couldn't hide her happiness. Suddenly, a warm energy enveloped her. He turned and shouted at Cham Kan Tham Sa, "Kid, what you call a gentleman's self-defense is just for yourself. You don't give up either. Forget about you. I choose my own path," Brian thought. "That's because you don't yet know the true identity of your friend." "No pung pretending to be Sim," Yun said. "The 10 great warlords of Tiantong continent." Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't know what he was thinking, just rubbed his butt and cursed the old geezer. Such fierce leg power, yet you don't go into the dungeon to grab the sword yourself. At that moment, the system notification popped up. "Your pet Simeon has been returned to the pet space." You silently thought, "Your pet Simeon has been returned to the pet space." He thought silently. Although I suspected Simeon's identity wasn't ordinary, judging by the old man's attitude, Simeon's true identity is far more complicated than I imagined. Thinking that, he sighed again. "But what does that have to do with anything?" Cham Kan Tham Sa looked up at the sky. No matter what Simeon's identity is, what kind of situation Tiantong will form, and what future challenges await, he was deeply determined. This world still relies on strength to speak. I have to be stronger and carve my own path. Then he tiredly shrugged his shoulders, deciding not to think further. Excited, Cham Kan Tham Sa opened the system panel. "Look at all the items I got this time. Going back, there's a lot of good stuff to share with everyone. Materials for the Great Demon Lair, gear for the Little Goblin, medicine for Jit Jit. As for this Hellforged Demon Staff, I'll auction it off, so the boss can use the money for the guild." Switching back to reality, he turned on the faucet and looked at himself in the mirror, wondering, maybe I've been working too hard lately? Cham Kan Tham Sa suddenly noticed a strange object in the bathroom. His face flushed as he picked it up. Underwear? Oh right. I rented a studio, just recently with Boss Min Nwol and Book Min Seol. But could this flashy thing really belong to Sister Min Nwol? Suddenly, a voice outside the door startled him. "Cham Kan Tham Sa, hurry up and wash. Come eat, you little rat." Yes, I'm coming." He quickly put the underwear back where it was. "You scared me to death." All right. Then he opened the door and walked out as if nothing happened. "I'm out here." Right outside, Cham Kan Tham Sa asked, "What smells so good?" "I'm starving." Min Nwol frowned. "This game is really exhausting. Who told you to sleep until noon? No wonder you're starving." He felt a bit awkward looking directly at her. Pretending to cough and avoiding her gaze, he shyly said, "My goal isn't to make the studio grow faster, right?" But just a second later, Cham Kan Tham Sa turned to praise her enthusiastically. "No way, Sister Minwal. Did you really make all these dishes?" She shyly replied. "I just helped a little." Then she pointed to someone in the kitchen. "There, the head chef over there." At that moment, Haye turned around and smiled. "Come here, the last dish is ready." He stared blankly at those smooth white legs that was Boss Minwal beside her. Seeing his reaction, she teased, "Your eyes, Cham Kan Tham Sa, look like they got stuck." Excited, he stepped back quickly to explain. "I'm not like that." Unexpectedly, he accidentally bumped into Bookmin Seol behind him. She rubbed her red nose. "Boss, Tram Kan, you're so stiff again?" Cham Kan Tham Sa stammered awkwardly. I. Then he quickly found an excuse to escape. "I'm going to buy a drink." As soon as he said it, he disappeared. Leaning against the door, he panted heavily, quietly determined. "No way. I should play more next time, or I won't digest my food." Suddenly, the door creaked open. Min Wol gloomily called out, "Hey, Cham Kan Tham Sa." Then she dragged him back inside. All right. Embarrassment was clear on his face. "Hurry up and finish eating." IB reached level 75. Special quest could now be activated. He was stunned. "Really? Then let's go." Soon everyone was ready to depart on the new mission. Haye spoke up. "Ready? I'm activating the quest now. Let's start." The system quickly showed. "Your Team 5 has accepted the Moonlight Love quest." The current quest rank was above SH. Ye complained while walking. "What the hell is this place? We've been walking for half an hour and haven't seen a single soul." Cham Kan Tham Sa asked the boss as he led the way. "Any new hints on the quest from the system?" Looking at the panel, he shook his head. Still nothing. It just kept saying, "Let's keep exploring." The system in front only displayed, "Please explore this area." Suddenly he signaled, "Wait." Cham Kan Tham Sa cautiously drew his sword, murmuring, "Tomb." In front of them was a tomb surrounded by many bizarre skeletons. Bookmin Seol, walking last, wondered, "It's just a tomb. Does it need this much security?" Ye added, "Maybe it's the burial site of someone important." Then he spoke up, "Let's go check the inscription on the other side." Together, they moved closer, but none of them noticed the shadows behind. Cham Kan Tham Sa read every word on the stone tablet. Year Thien Tung, 7,114. A large-scale invading soul. Fu Bang City 7. The human princess of Fu Bang City, Tap Lam San, after sacrificing herself under the royal city, has been buried in this tomb. He frowned and muttered, Nam Thien Tung, 7,114? Haye looked at him worriedly. "Why?" Cham Kan Tham Sa suddenly asked an unrelated question. "Does everyone know the chronicles? About the day we entered the game?" Bookmin Seol thought for a moment and replied, "Honestly, I don't remember." "What day was it?" he said anxiously. "It was the year Thien Tung, 8,124. She was shocked and realized, "So Princess Lam San has been dead for over 1,000 years? He said while observing the tomb, "Someone dead for 1,000 years still has heavy guards. That's definitely abnormal." Just then, a strange sound echoed, continuous and melodic, making everyone alert. Shortly after, they discovered the sound was coming from the tomb. She asked fearfully, "Damn, could there be a ghost inside? So scary." But Sixtran was quite worried. "It's probably not a ghost that serious. After all, this is just a game. Surely there's some quest clue. Is it a person or a ghost? Let's go check and find out." The group approached the tomb, disturbing the chief guard. The system notification appeared. Fu Bang City, level 75 stealth assassin, skill, soul slash. The two guards' eyes suddenly flashed. Cham Kan Tham Sa was surprised. "So it's the night spirit soldiers." It heard a noise and spoke. "Who's there?" He raised his hand, trying to calm things down. "Chief, we're just passing through and want to ask you something." But its attitude was extremely aggressive. "Anyone who dares approach, die." He couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, another disobedient one." Hanya swiftly attacked. "If you won't listen, then just clear the way into the tomb." Bookmin Sheol and Min Wol, hearing this, also started fighting. Soon the whole group charged into battle with the night spirit soldiers, risking life and death. Cham Kan Tham Sa jumped up, trying to kick it. "Die!" While everyone was fighting fiercely, he shouted, "Take this chance to go." Then they all ran inside together. Seeing this, the others quickly chased after them. "Stop!" He ran fast to urge. "Hurry up!" After everyone got inside, he locked the door and took advantage of this brief moment to jump inside. They were thus blocked outside. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at them, struggling to reach inside, a bit puzzled. This place is very strange, guarded by a group of night spirit soldiers. Could it be a trap? Haye thought differently. Not necessarily. What if it's a quest clue? Suddenly, that eerie familiar sound echoed again. They were alert. It was crying. Still, they kept moving deeper inside. Whether it's a trap or a clue, let's check it out and decide later. Soon they reached a large room. In the center, a girl sat crying with her face in her hands. At this moment, the system notification appeared. Soul of Princess Lam San, Book Min Shol. Looking at the tear-streaked face, couldn't help but marvel. "This is Princess Lam San, right? So beautiful." She kept murmuring something. "Father, kill father." The four of them were stunned and said in unison, "Father, kill father." Suddenly he asked, "Who is your father?" Haya quickly stopped him. "Wait." Cham Kan Tham Sa, Bookman Sale is right. What if this really is a trap? If it wasn't a trap, why would there be heavy guards outside but not a single soldier inside? Minwol nearby also realized, yeah, from previous boss fights, it's either a soul or night spirit. What if this princess is actually a boss? We can't act rashly. But Cham Kan Tham Sa disagreed. A boss? If this dungeon definitely has an awakening fragment but it didn't appear this time, maybe this princess isn't a boss. She kept repeating one phrase, "Kill father," he said thoughtfully, and her state, "I feel like her soul is wounded." He stepped closer to Lam San. "Don't worry, I have a plan." Cham Kan Tham Sa knelt beside her and asked, "Princess Lam San, who is your father and why do you want to kill him?" She struggled to answer, "Father Tap Din Tam." Min Nwal heard this and realized, Tap Din Tam, the is the current king ruling Fubang City, right? Bookmin Seol was also puzzled. This human princess has been dead over 1,000 years, so how could her father still be alive? You worry and think, father, kill father. Why would a daughter want to kill her own dad? The night spirit soldiers are imprisoning a mortal's soul, yet the king who should have died is still alive? Suddenly, Cham Kan Tham Sa's eyes light up. I get it. He turns to the other three. Everyone, this mission is probably a lot more complicated than we thought. Ahead of the castle gate, the light concealment spiritual skill system is active. It's the innate skill of the light priest, able to use light's power to hide a target's aura. Minwol doubts. Your aura is well concealed. But do we really have to trust that princess? Bookmin Seol agrees. Yeah, that princess seems unstable. You're not seriously thinking of assassinating the king just based on her chaotic words, right? What if it's a trap she set? Cham Kan Tham Sa waves off her concerns and moves ahead. The human princess's tomb is heavily guarded by night spirit soldiers. Still, something feels off. No matter what, we must meet the king at least once. Bookman Seol remains worried. But if the king really has an issue, with so many players coming and going from Frost City, how come no one noticed when accepting quests? Haye wonders even more. How can we find the king? Then you explain. The king normally wouldn't show up easily. If there's a problem, no one would notice either. We need to investigate a bit first. How will the girls investigate? Cham Kan Tham Sa smiles, rubbing his chin. Then we have to rely on Sister Min Nwol. She looks up, surprised. You already planned this? Sister Min Nwol has the skill to detect dark energy. We'll use that skill. She steps forward. All right, let me test how effective Min Nwol's holy veil is. The light priest detection skill senses spiritual dark energy within a 100-meter radius. Min Nwol senses for a while, then says, there really is something wrong here. Not only are there night spirits outside, but inside the castle too, there are many dark creatures. Cham Kan Tham Sa steps up. Then let's go inside the castle and see, maybe. The king is being controlled like the princess. Haye agrees. Exactly. Instead of guessing, let's explore and find out for sure. Everyone agrees. The four of them walk down the hallway, and Cham Kan Tham Sa says, one step further is the castle's core. Suddenly he pauses. Huh, that's strange. Bookmin Seol quickly asks, what is it? Explain. I can sense a very faint dark power here. Min Nwol is surprised. Right here? But my detection skill shows nothing at all. Nearby, Cham Kan Tham Sa tries releasing a strange aura. It's a black-purple energy behind a decorative painting. This is the spot. The closer to the painting, the stronger the aura. Everyone looks but sees nothing special, just a landscape painting that looks ordinary. Min Nwol frowns and closes her eyes harder. I still can't detect anything. Cham Kan Tham Sa tightens his grip on his sword. Maybe this power can only be sensed by our kind. Let me try. Without warning, he slashes the painting in half. Haye behind him is horrified. They see a sword mounted on the wall. There really is something a sword. Cham Kan Tham Sa picks it up. This definitely was placed by a night spirit. The sword's mark is in the light, truly. The most dangerous place is the safest, meaning it was still detected by me. Haye moves closer to inspect. This is just a normal sword. Nothing special at all. Why bother hiding it here? You're curious too. Then we have to ask. The night spirit intentionally hid this sword. At that moment, soldiers attracted by the loud noise arrive. What are you doing? Everyone rushes to run. Let's get out of here. But Cham Kan Tham Sa calmly stops them. Wait, who are you guys? He smiles mysteriously. Perfect timing. In a flash, several swords flash brightly. What are you all doing? Everyone hurried to run away. Let's get out of here. But Cham Kan Tham Sa calmly stopped them. Wait, who are these people? He smiled mysteriously. Perfect timing. Suddenly, several gleaming sword slashes appeared. After the fight, they changed their plan to infiltrate. Cham Kan Tham Sa, will this let us slip past unnoticed? He reassured. Don't worry. I guarantee they've disguised themselves as soldiers and are right in front. Good, just like real soldiers, he shouted. Wait, which group are you? What are you doing here? Cham Kan Tham Sa, wearing armor, raised his badge. We are the first Holy Palace Knights, ordered by the chief official, to escort the bright light level priests here to present their opinions and blessings to the king. The soldier hearing this didn't stop them, so that's it. Hurry in. Passing through smoothly made everyone happy. The four quickly approached the king. Bookman Seol exclaimed, this is the king. Sitting on the throne is an elderly man with a kind appearance. The third-generation king of Fubang Top Din. Haye was a bit surprised. Such a gentle king. At a glance, there really seemed to be no problem. Cham Kan Tham Sa led, knelt, and said, "Your Majesty, the holy light tirelessly works day and night for Fubang, spreading grace to all people. Now, the bright light-level priests are moved by your Majesty's benevolence and wish to use light magic to bless you. We were ordered by our commander to escort them here, hoping for your Majesty's approval." The king looked sharply at their blessing. His eyes suddenly turned red. After a moment, the king stood up and said, "Here in Fu, Bang, having such loyal people truly comforts me. However, I just received a blessing from the Grand Priest yesterday, so there's no need for the priests to trouble themselves. Please leave. Let Cham Kan Tham Sa introduce Minwal to your Majesty. This is the goodwill of this priest. I hope your Majesty accepts it." She stood up and performed a blessing ritual. The holy light shone brilliantly. Spiritual energy flowed. The blessing's light protected the king in peace, guiding away evil thoughts. A sudden sense of danger caught the king off guard. A sudden pain struck, making him unable to resist the holy magic. Using the light to lead and dispel evil thoughts, the king's eyes burned red as he ordered, "Guards, kill them all." For me, Cham Kan Tham Sa watched the king go mad. He considered this blessing spell a blessing for humans, but for Dalin, it threw his helmet flying off. It was a curse. Cham Kan Tham Sa leapt up to attack. "You really are a fake." Just as the holy sword stabbed the fake king, he screamed in pain. This made him even more certain that Dalin's strong reaction meant he couldn't escape. Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't hesitate, chopping his sword to finish off Dalin. At that moment, the system popped up. Version update notification. Update complete. Congratulations to Squad Tram. Kantrum Sa has activated the Royal Fu Bang Castle transformation. Return has been updated. The squad must complete the mission immediately. Eliminate the king while all members remain alive. If the mission fails, the penalty is that all squad members will drop 3 levels and lose their reputation. Otherwise, Bookman Sale was stunned. Failure means reputation resets? No way. So cruel. Haye was also puzzled. Didn't Cham Kan Tham Sa just kill the king? But they immediately had their answer. No way. Did this guy come back to life? Just then, a girl appeared before them, making Cham Kan Tham Sa happy. Simyon arrived just in time. Let's deal with him together. Come on. Unexpectedly, when the king attacked, she also pointed her spear at them. He panicked and shouted, "What?" Cham Kan Tham Sa blocked the attack while calling Simyon. Haye was horrified too. How could this be? Bookman Seal quickly asked, "What's wrong with Simyon? Isn't a pet supposed to never attack its master?" At the same time, soldiers burst through the door. "Trouble! Dalin, the troops are here," Haye shouted. "We're going to deal with the foot soldiers." Cham Kan Tham Sa, "Are you okay? You're alone against 2. He replied, "I can still hold them off." The king then raised his claws to strike, startling Cham Kan Tham Sa. What's going on? How can this king still move after suffering a critical wound like that? He gritted his teeth and looked towards Simyon. This was when Cham Kan Tham Sa noticed how she was looking at the holy sword. Suddenly, he realized something, because clearly Simyon's gaze was calm. This made Cham Kan Tham Sa even more certain of his earlier thought. He immediately threw the holy sword away. Simyon was indeed still watching it. When the holy sword pierced the king, she immediately charged to attack. A spear thrust through Dalin's body. Tran also grabbed a weapon and rushed toward the holy sword. "You sneaky bastard! How dare you hide inside the sword? Get out here for me." The holy sword was immediately shaken violently. Haye also noticed its movement. That is, Minwal rushed over to protect her. "Boss, be careful." She barely shielded herself with the sacred light divine protection. Then, a soul shard pierced the protective layer. Haye was startled. "What the hell?" The 3 girls shouted at the outsider. "You insignificant humans. If I hadn't lost my body, he would have revealed his true form. Boss Kadira, level 90, mage class, night spirit." Kadira already locked onto a new target and laughed loudly as he charged forward. "Finally, you guys make a mistake." Kadira possessed Simyon's body, which trembled slightly. Cham Kan Tham Sa called in alarm. "Simyon, is it her or?" Kadira smiled wickedly. "How convenient, I can just freely possess anybody, and I even got a rare gem." Finishing his words, he provocatively stared at them. Cham Kan Tham Sa angrily said, "You old thief, get out of Simyon's body now." But he summoned a skull-headed staff. "What nonsense are you spouting? This body isn't complete yet, but it's enough for me to unleash some power. I have to use it carefully." Saying that, a magic circle appeared at his feet. Kadira raised his hand to respond to the summons. "Go, Saberoth." A monster gradually emerged from the magic circle. Hellhound Saberoth, level 75, magical beast. Its loud roar made everyone wary. Saberoth opened its mouth, gathering magic power to form a triple-headed cannonball and simultaneously unleashed a fiery attack. Everyone quickly warned Cham Kan Tham Sa. "This hellhound isn't simple. It's almost like a mini-boss. Be careful," he replied loudly. "Got it." Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't hesitate, leaping up and using the Hellfire Slash. The hellhound was hurt and thrown back. It wagged its tail, trying to knock away the attackers in front. She shouted loudly. Boss had the chance, and simultaneously used the Meteor Slash. Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't miss the opportunity, striking down from above. Haye jumped up again. "No matter how strong it is, it's just a magical beast with low IQ." Kadira stood on the dog's head, laughing loudly. You two are impressive, but don't celebrate too soon. There are still plenty more kids like this. Saying that, he spread his arms and summoned a bunch of white skeletons. Dark power, obey me, summon my servants. Bookmin Sale was on guard, and Min Wall took her position to protect. She immediately activated divine reinforcement magic, a steadfast shield. Bookmin Sale fired 6 arrows while complaining, "Why are there so many? We can't kill them all." Min Wall strained more, reinforcing the shield and divine protection, consuming 30% of her mana to increase shield attributes and absorb 20% of enemy damage, but she was nearly exhausted. Hurry up and think of something, my mana is almost gone. If this keeps up, we won't last long. Cham Kan Tham Sa angrily swung his hand. Damn it, you know how to summon, right? I know too. Immediately, black energy burst around him, triggering the summoning of the Nether Hell. Countless skeleton soldiers appeared at Cham Kan Tham Sa's feet. Kadira sneered, emitting oppressive pressure. It forced him down, making him kneel. He couldn't believe it. How was this possible? Your summoning of the Nether Hell was interrupted? Kadira mocked, waving his arms. You actually tried to strike me first? I am the Night Spirit Mage under Lord Lena. You still want to summon spirits against me? Such foolish delusions. Saying this, his body radiated terrifying blood energy, going berserk and boosting the target's attributes by 20%, and pushed the target into a berserk state. The Cerberus monster roared crazily, lunging with its blood-red mouths toward Cham Kan Tham Sa. Cham Kan Tham Sa nimbly dodged the monster's fire breath. After being summoned by the boss, the Cerberus's power was even stronger than before. Ha-Ye observed the monster carefully. It's okay, just cut down whatever comes. But when she charged again, it pushed her back with accumulated mana, and its cannonball nearly hit Cham Kan Tham Sa. Ha-Ye urgently shouted, "Boss, watch out, this 3-headed dog must have 3 different power attributes." Before they could react, Severus was already preparing to unleash a third attack. Both Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly dodged the liquid it sprayed. Ha-Ye was truly surprised. I didn't expect its third attribute to be poison, he warned. Overall, the poison causes continuous damage, so we must make sure it never touches us. Hearing that, she raised her sword, her whole body glowing. Don't worry, I also have the light attribute. This poison is useless against us. Light protection. The system displayed the skill info for Light Shield, a divine light that protects allies, reducing poison damage by 20% and resisting attacks. Cham Kan Tham Sa was thrilled. No way, boss. You actually have this skill too? Ha-Ye swung her sword confidently. Of course I didn't become invincible and level 75 for nothing. If we work together, we can definitely beat this guy. Level 75 or not, if we unite and fight together, we will definitely defeat him. With that, they both charged forward. Cham Kan Tham Sa dashed left, shouting, "Leave the fire and ice to me, boss. You handle that poison guy." Ha-Ye immediately replied, "No problem." She fiercely slashed at its remaining head. Die, Ha-Ye rushed in to finish off its head. Cham Kan Tham Sa was confident the plan would work, but suddenly Kadira struck, shooting a dark energy orb. The skill orb explodes on impact, dealing 3,000 damage to the target, and reduces movement speed by 10%. That one move directly immobilized Ha-Ye. Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted, "Boss Kadira is just sitting there watching. Don't only focus on fighting. I'm still here with my summoned beasts." That taunting attitude infuriated him. Damn it. Cham Kan Tham Sa immediately charged to block the skill affecting Ha-Ye. While fighting, he calculated, these 3 heads take turns attacking endlessly. Mai replaced Min Wall in time to heal them with divine magic, restoring 5% health to herself and allies. Every second she asked Bookmin Sale if he could hold on. Bookmin Sale fired off 6 energy arrows and quickly responded, "I'm fine. I can still hold on. Someone come help me." Then Cham Kan Tham Sa had to revise the plan. "Boss, there's a gap between the dog's attacks. Saberoth, let's circle the boss from left and right, then attack from both sides. Move out and wait for this 3-headed dog's attack to finish. Then simultaneously strike the 3rd head." She agreed without hesitation. Just as Saberoth shot sparks, they split and ran apart. Kadira seemed amused. Timing their attack not ready yet? What a clever idea. But unfortunately, all 3 heads were preparing to launch attacks at them. He sneered. "It's not just single attacks. Everyone couldn't hold on and scattered. Boss, run away, quickly." Kadira laughed loudly. "Everyone's dead, and now I see." Severus tried to launch another simultaneous attack, but a musical note sounded, halting him. They saw Minwol pulling out a small harp, playing a soothing melody. Kadira still sneered. "A priest? How can he defend against this attack?" But she calmly played on. "Who says priests are weak? Just good at protecting others, huh?" When Saberoth heard the music, it yawned loudly. Finally, it couldn't resist and fell asleep. Kadira was shocked. How could this be? But Cham Kan Tham Sa appeared behind him. He demanded, "Give me back Simyun's body." But hearing the gentle voice say brother, he hesitated, softening at Simyun. But when he turned back, Kadira threw a dark orb at him. The team gasped, shouting, "Cham Kan Tham Sa, watch out." Luckily, he easily blocked it with his sword. Cham Kan Tham Sa scowled, nearly snarling, "You're Lamna's lackey. All you know is sneaky tricks. What else can you do besides ambush? Say it again. Give back Simyun's body now." His sword pressed close to Kadira. Kadira smiled calmly. "Fine. Come get it. His words made him tense. Kadira pressed his neck against the blade. What's wrong? Can't do it? Come hit me then. Haye urgently warned. Cham Kan Tham Sa, you absolutely cannot fall for this. That's not Simeon, that's the boss. Suddenly, she cried out in pain, grabbing his attention. 3 girls were being attacked from behind by. That's not Simeon, that's the boss. Wrong, she screamed in pain, catching his attention, seeing 3 girls being attacked from behind. Bone soldiers attacked from behind, making them shout, Boss, Kadira, he warned him. If you kill me, all these toys will vanish. Come on. Cham Kan Tham Sa was furious, nearly shouting, That old bitch, die already. He sneered threateningly. Dare to strike me? It took a lot for this body to mature. Once gone, there's no recovery. Cham Kan Tham Sa coldly reached out and grabbed Kadira's neck. You think hiding inside Simeon's body is safe? You're using a high-level soul-stealing skill. After the target dies, you steal the target's soul flame. The rank of the target determines how much you can steal. Above level 76, Tran directly tore Kadira's soul out of Simeon's body, making him scream. How is this possible? You try to explain, but I'm just pretending to bargain with you, and you actually believe it. You're just a formless ghost, basically only a soul flame. Then, Cham Kan Tham Sa activated his title, Sister Minwol, hurry. She didn't hesitate to use the Divine Life technique. Its effect consumed all her mana, dealing 3,000 holy damage per second to dark creatures and silencing them for 5 seconds. Duration, 2 hours. The holy light nearly blew Kadira's soul away, silenced them for 5 seconds. Duration, 2 hours. The holy light almost blew Kadira's soul away. He screamed in agony. Impossible. How can just a lowly priest do this? Minwol smiled confidently. Why not? My sister is, after all, the top priest of Newbie City, even if her skin is a bit fragile. But the assassin's ultimate move is still there. He cursed bitterly. Just wait, one day I will. The iron heel of Lord Chili will level this fortress. Then Kadira completely vanished. Congratulations to the squad for obtaining an awakening shard. Congratulations for acquiring 3 dark gold grade equipment boxes. Awakening. Congratulations to the squad for obtaining an awakening shard. Congratulations for acquiring 3 dark gold grade equipment boxes. Congratulations to each squad member for receiving 80,000 gold coins, 30,000 prestige points, and 30,000 experience points. Bookman Seol excitedly said, Wow, that's a lot. The system's way too generous. I leveled up 3 times just like that. Haye approached and called out to Cham Kan Tham Sa, only to see him anxiously calling Simeon. Are you okay? Bookmin Seol looked worried too. Simeon was possessed by a boss inside her body. Is she going to be okay? Is she still Tom Ni? Then everyone waited for her to wake up. Simeon finally weakly opened her eyes. Cham Kan Tham Sa was overjoyed. That's great, you're awake. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? She struggled to sit up. It's fine. Part of the boss's power just supplemented my soul, so I'm feeling okay now. He laughed with relief. That's good. Simeon, can you tell us everything? That's great. You're finally back to normal. That's awesome. Just then, the system announced the completion of the SSS rank quest. Congratulations to player Cham Kan Tham Sa for obtaining the legendary skill book Dragon's Roar. But because your rank is too low, your master contract and Simeon's contract have been officially terminated. Simeon also stood up, looking downcast. Thank you all for helping me get the chance to awaken. The girls waved their hands quickly. It's nothing. That's what we're supposed to do. Then she turned back to Cham Kan Tham Sa. Hey, can you take me home? His expression was a bit tense. All right then. Everyone split up and leave. Late at night, the two arrived in front of Simeon's house. You're home now. He hesitated. I'll head back first. Simeon can see you again. I'm really happy. Just as he left, she hurriedly called out, Hey, you have to visit Simeon often from now on. Definitely. Cham Kan Tham Sa replied firmly, Definitely. Then he decisively turned and left. Simeon carries too many secrets, but I just hope you can keep living and live happily. Late at night, at Cham Kan Tham Sa's house, the phone on the table suddenly rang, and he quickly answered. Im Kang Han seemed to have just finished showering before calling him. That's impressive. The senior quietly pulled off something big like that. Cham Kan Tham Sa laughed. That news spreads fast, huh? He checked the info and read the announcement across the entire server. The official website was flooded with messages. The new version of World's Brightest General has been reached by the first level 80 player. Cham Kan Tham Sa started up. It's hard not to know about that. He stood up and looked out the window. This new update makes the gameplay even more interesting. The border area isn't as tough as before. He's really looking forward to it. She smiled slyly. That's right, we can explore more maps and dungeons. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Cham Kan Tham Sa gently reminded. But don't get too excited. You're the top of the leaderboard now. I have to try harder too. She teased him half-jokingly. Yeah, you're number 1. You're officially the top warrior on the leaderboard now. The whole server was buzzing. Cham Kan Tham Sa, who had been awake for a while, yawned. Sleep? What's all the noise? His attitude left Im Kang Han helpless. He hadn't even checked the details on the official website yet. What? Did you know? Now players at level 80 and above without a strategy can learn the cheering skill. Yeah, the small BK group can also boost leveling efficiency, senior. But Cham Kan Tham Sa had already fallen asleep. Only she kept calling, Hey, senior, hello. In the hazy space, Cham Kan Tham Sa vaguely heard, "Who is it? Where am I?" This was Thien Tung, seeing Simyeon's figure in front of him shift. Her eyes were cold and distant as she looked at him. Then her eyes changed to black sclera and blood-red irises as she lunged to attack. The scene then reverted back. The image of her standing, a shadow cast over the water. Cham Kan Tham Sa reached out to Simyeon, but all around her was chilling demonic energy, until the scene shattered, making him shout, "No!" Cham Kan Tham Sa yelled as the explosion erased all traces of Simyeon. Simyeon coldly charged forward to attack. The horror finally jolted Cham Kan Tham Sa awake, and he sat up in alarm from the nightmare. Only then could Cham Kan Tham Sa breathe out. That dream. At that moment, his phone rang. Im Kang Han messaged his senior, "I still find Simyeon really strange. She's clearly human, but connected to so many dark forces. Spiritual energy and dark forces that oppressive. She's completely mysterious. You have to be careful not to be used by her. No more talk. I'm heading to bed." Cham Kan Tham Sa stubbornly thought Simyeon would be okay. "Yeah, all my dreams turn out the opposite anyway. She'll be fine." Back in Simyeon's small garden, he visited again. Cham Kan Tham Sa stared blankly at the scene before him. Simyeon was digging soil now. She wiped sweat and turned to see him. Simyeon excitedly said, "Hey, you're here." Cham Kan Tham Sa greeted her back. She was very enthusiastic. "Come inside quickly." They both went in and sat by the garden. Cham Kan Tham Sa felt shy. He said, "I'm here to especially thank you. Time and again, you've helped me out in dangerous moments. This time, it's thanks to you that I learned the Dead Dragon skill, the only legendary level skill right now." Her expression darkened slightly. That's just what Simyeon should do. That made him hesitate. "Simyeon, are you done?" Cham Kan Tham Sa decided to stop probing into her identity, then wait until she wants to talk and say it later. He switched topics. "Are you still researching those herbs? Has your mother recovered?" But she remained strangely silent. Simyeon clenched the swing's chains tightly, her lips pressed together, biting hard enough to draw blood. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked at her in shock. "Did I say something wrong? Don't cry." She lowered her head. Mom has passed away." Cham Kan Tham Sa gasped. "How can that be?" Simyeon couldn't hold back tears. "Can you promise one more thing to Simyeon? I still want to be a system priest." Reminding of the S-rank quest. Promise to help Simyeon receive baptism from the Archbishop of the Church. Kwangmin, do you agree? 06. Trun was puzzled. Simyeon is connected to dark energy and possesses dark power in SAO, yet still wants to be a light system priest. She thought he would refuse and hung her head in disappointment. Simyeon really is too greedy. Cham Kan Tham Sa hurriedly said, "Simyeon, I'll go with you." He sighed deeply inside. "Stay calm, just watch the situation." During the day at the Kwangmin Church, Cham Kan Tham Sa had brought Simyeon along anyway. Soon the Archbishop would help Simyeon, but with her race, showing up openly in the church was suicide. He had to think of another way. Sure enough, soldiers at the door stopped them, the Royal City Church. "No unauthorized entry." Cham Kan Tham Sa said, "I'm an explorer from the Ice Seal City. I'm the one who exposed the fake king. I need to see the Archbishop." The soldiers hurriedly checked the situation. Then they immediately knelt. "So it's you, please come in." He was even more shocked, really allowed into SAO. As they walked, two soldiers explained, "Thanks to you, the fake king was defeated under the Archbishop's guidance. Our Princess Karasin has been revived. Yes, you are the great savior of Frost City." Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly said, "It's nothing. It was also thanks to my sister's help." Then, he suddenly noticed her freeze. The Archbishop? Concerned, he turned to Simyeon and asked, "Are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so pale?" Her eyes were strangely vacant. "No, Simyeon is just a bit tense." He immediately reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll be right by your side the whole way." But Simyeon's expression grew even more strained. Two soldiers ahead reported to the Archbishop. "Explorer Cham Kan Tham Sa requests an audience." Behind her, she softly called out, "Brother." Now they had an audience with Archbishop Anvis. He asked, "You're the brave young man who rescued Princess Karasin, right?" Cham Kan bowed. "That would be me." Inside, he doubted. "Is this really the Archbishop? No rank displayed? He should be at least level 100. The Archbishop smiled approvingly. "Very good, young hero." Cham Kan Tham Sa remained tense, thinking, "I mustn't show any weakness. Those 10 level 6 clerics are all bosses at Dark Gold level 95. With my current level, not to mention all of them, even one alone would be enough to end me. Demon Queen, that spiritual energy concealment device you made definitely has to work." Of course, if he were here, he'd say so. "Demon Queen, I guarantee it's top quality." Anvis asked kindly, "What brings you here this time? I will help as best I can." Cham Kan Tham Sa silently felt lucky. "This old guy's not bad after all," he said. "Your Excellency, Archbishop, my sister Simyeon follows the power of the Holy Light. She wants to become a pastor, so we respectfully ask you to perform her baptism." Without hesitation, he agreed. "No problem. The Lord always loves sincere believers. I will baptize her immediately." Anvis then placed his hand on her head, preparing for the ceremony. Cham Kan Tham Sa happily said, "That's great, Simyeon. Congratulations, you finally made it." But then blood splattered. His voice faltered. Cham Kan Tham Sa stared in shock as Simyon stabbed the archbishop. Only when he fell did everyone snap back to reality. The soldiers reacted first. "Madwoman, how dare you assassinate the archbishop? Arrest her." Two rushed to block the soldiers. Simyon shouted, "No violence. Sorry, brother. I took advantage of you. I can't let you get involved. Take this stone and find Tuyet. Hurry." She gripped her spear tightly. "Forget me. Go now." Simyon painfully resisted. "Sorry, brother." Simyon had no choice but to drag him into this. But just then, Cham Kan Tham Sa lunged forward to protect her, startling her. "Brother, why are you so stupid? You'll get overwhelmed here. Just go." Cham Kan Tham Sa firmly swung his blade. "How could I abandon you? If I brought you here, then I'll make sure you survive and get out of here." Simyon's cheeks were already wet with tears. "If you say that, then let's escape together. Let's fight our way out." The soldiers shouted loudly. "They're just mixed-race infernal prisoners." Cham Kan Tham Sa could no longer hide, unleashing his power. Someone shouted after seeing this. "Awesome! This guy is a night spirit. Now it's time for the holy light to strike." Simyon rushed forward to defend. "Brother, be careful." "Hit." She coughed up blood, alarming him. Simyon raised her staff. "Stop struggling, you filthy dark creatures. Standing before the path of the holy light means death for you." Then, a brilliant holy light shone upon them. Prayers echoed everywhere. The holy light faded. The judgment was over. The holy light faded. The judgment was over. Simyon gasped for breath and advised, "Brother, you've done more than enough. Go now. I'll cover the rear." "No way," he refused. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's just an attribute counter." At that moment, the system popped up. Holy light judgment. The church's holy fire effect burns dark power from the infernal prison, deals 9,999 damage to the night spirit race and suppresses the target. Cham Kan Tham Sa gritted his teeth and summoned, "Come out." He raised his sword high and cast a spell. From the magic circle, a monster appeared, frightening the soldiers. "Is this a dragon?" Cham Kan Tham Sa's violet eyes blazed as he fiercely commanded the monster to charge forward. The soldiers were swept away like trash, unable to stop them. Then they broke through a bloodied path out of the cathedral. He dragged Simyon along as they ran. The soldiers shouted with all their might, "Everyone, issue a citywide manhunt. Capture the one who assassinated the archbishop." Simyon and Cham Kan Tham Sa, on opposite sides, the two of them. They barely escaped the holy light. Immediately, a red alert appeared above them. "Damn it, we're wanted now." Cham Kan Tham Sa carried her while fleeing, calculating, "We can't go back to the capital anymore. Now Simyon and I are both targets. Take the back way to the Blood Rain region to find Tuyet. According to Simyon, Tuyet will definitely know something. Besides, no matter how strong the wind sect is, they wouldn't dare invade the night spirit's territory. Cham Kan Tham Sa encouraged her. The girl was badly injured in his arms. Simyon pushed herself forward to reach the Blood Rain Legion. "Then we're safe." But she was breathing weakly, and he had already noticed that. Simyon struggled. "Tuyet will definitely find a way to save me." She weakly reassured her big brother. "I'll send you away. They're coming to kill you. I saved Princess Kareem Sam, so they won't touch me." Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned, objecting, "How can you say that? No matter what, I would never abandon you." Simyon stared at him in shock. "Big brother, sorry. Really sorry. If not for me, you wouldn't be in this mess." Cham Kan Tham Sa dodged the holy light while calming her. "I believe you. There has to be a reason, and you're definitely not someone who kills innocents." Simyon decided to tell everything. "Big brother, I might not last much longer. I'll tell you everything. Actually, I'm originally from the Bright Prison, reincarnated as a human girl. But my mother, because of who I am, was burned alive by the Grand Church. She's the one who gave birth to that monster. She still remembered her mother being captured by the archbishop. Burned alive? Burn this heretic to ash." Simyon gritted her teeth. "So I can never forgive that archbishop, but I really don't know how to explain all this to you. I'm really sorry." Cham Kan Tham Sa said in a low voice, "This is not your fault. It's all in the past. The most important thing now is that we survive together." Suddenly, Cham Kan Tham Sa froze. Someone was waiting right in front of him. "It's you." Instantly, the two of them were surrounded by a group of attackers. Thien Dao rubbed his chin, assessing, "Citywide manhunt, reward of 1,000,000. How could I pass up a chance like this, right, Cham Kan Tham Sa?" Cham Kan Tham Sa gritted his teeth, wary. "Damn it, why is he here? And are all these people coming at this level?" Simyon's weak hand dropped limply. Cham Kan Tham Sa panicked, calling her, "Simyon, Simyon." At the same time, Thien Dao raised his sword to attack. Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly raised his sword to block the hated blow. Right at this moment, the system announced the move he used. The skill name was Sky Crushing Slash. It dealt 3,000 damage to the enemy and reduced their speed by 20%. Thien Dao was pushed back, clearly annoyed. This kid's gotten stronger. But Cham Kan Tham Sa only cared about the girl in his arms. Simyon couldn't wait. They couldn't keep fighting like this. He quickly spun around, raising his sword. The demon sword plunged into the ground, activating a magic circle, and the skeleton soldiers rose from the earth. Thien Dao laughed confidently. "I knew you'd use this move, but sadly your brother's ranks aren't weak." Then, with one strike, he shattered 2 soldiers, but the rest kept charging, helping Cham Kan Tham Sa escape. "Break through it. he said. Tian Dao sneered coldly as he watched. I'll let you get ahead for now. Ahead, Cham Kan Tham Sa was running at full speed. Looking back at the group behind, he thought, this is tough to shake off. Judging by its state, it didn't seem afraid of him running away. Suddenly he stopped, sensing something was wrong. Not right. Suddenly Long Han dropped down from above his head. Where do you think you're running? Cham Kan Tham Sa gritted his teeth, realizing it was indeed true. He easily blocked Long Han's attack with his sword. Annoyed, he exposed. You two really are cut from the same cloth. Long Han laughed maliciously. No wonder you're the famous Lac Than Din Din, carrying such a heavy burden, yet your reflexes are still so sharp. At the same time, the Heaven Blade people arrived, making him annoyed. What a pain. He even laughed and asked, why don't you run now? Cham Kan Tham Sa. This time, even if you sprout wings, flying will be tough. Cham Kan Tham Sa also noticed the person in pain on his back. Then the Heaven Blade people threatened him. Cham Kan Tham Sa, the lady on your back isn't that pretty either. How about we help her? Help her relieve her suffering, how? Long Han sneered. Everyone look, this is the famous Lac Than Din Din, and this is his fate today. They all burst out laughing at his miserable state. Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted loudly. Get out of the way. Long Han treated it like a joke. Try and make me. Can you break through this encirclement today? Suddenly he froze and shouted, what? Then the Heaven Blade warned, idiot, watch out. Before their eyes, several light flashes appeared. Damn, Cham Kan Tham Sa blew up an entire area. Get out of the way. When the dust settled, Long Han was knocked back, slammed against the rocky mountain. The Heaven Blade ordered their subordinates to rush forward and hold him down. They fiercely swung swords and blades. No running! Cham Kan Tham Sa's eyes were filled with intense killing intent, unleashing a black moon slash that knocked away all the henchmen. The Heaven Blade watched their subordinates fly away with bloodshot eyes, angrily charging, you won't escape today. He easily blocked that strike. You useless idiots really think you can take my life? What a ridiculous game. The Heaven Blade gritted his teeth so hard his sword trembled. Don't talk so arrogantly. At that moment, the henchmen charged again. Die! Kill Cham Kan Tham Sa! They summoned a wind shadow shield behind him, then he furiously swung his hand. Get lost! Back off! Seeing his move countered, the Heaven Blade was shocked. What? Cham Kan Tham Sa fiercely used the skill Hellfire Slash. 3 realms tore through in a single slash. The system explained the skill Hellfire Slash, level 3, with an additional 30% crowd attack effect. But the Heaven Blade jumped right in front of him, using the God-slaying shield that absorbed 30% of damage for 5 seconds. Cham Kan Tham Sa roared, I said. Then his sword slammed the Heaven Blade away. Back off, get lost. So powerful the Heaven Blade was terrified. That guy was gone, but at that moment a lightning strike blew both of them away. Cham Kan Tham Sa held tightly to Simeon, steadying himself. He looked up and saw 2 dragons and the Dragon Knight in the sky. The Dragon Knight commanded the dragons loudly, brothers, rise. At that moment, Cham Kan Tham Sa felt exhausted, gasping for breath, but the dragons flew in to attack him. Just as Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his sword for a death match, a volley of arrows shot out, surprising the Dragon Knight who was hit by an arrow. Ra Tuyet V and Huyet Vo had arrived, and the Huyet Vo Legion ordered a full assault on the Dragon Knights of the Bright Light sect. Immediately they opened a protective path to Cham Kan Tham Sa. Several mages ran to him, saying, sorry sir, we're late because your coordinate sensing took some time. Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly said, no need to explain. Hurry and treat Simeon with the best medicine, we must save her. They vowed, don't worry, we're doing our best. Someone noticed his wounds. Sir, you're seriously hurt too, you have to get treated. Meanwhile, the Heaven Blade felt uneasy. Shit, this battle isn't something we can meddle in. Those Dragon Knights clearly see us as targets. Ryung Hong Cheon Ha, why not retreat now? We might be done for too. At this time, Tuyet Vi was still crazily attacking the mages while rushing to treat Simeon. The soul treatment technique is effective. The healing method aimed at beast spirits can reduce 80% of bright light attribute damage. Cham Kan Tham Sa, tired, recalled what she had told him. Simeon had said some cruel words that killed her mother. Burn this heresy to ashes. He remembered the pain Simeon had endured alone. I really can't forgive the sect leader, but I honestly don't know how to tell you all this. Sorry. He squeezed the hands holding her tightly, gently said, you did nothing wrong and don't need to apologize. The ones at fault are those hypocrites pretending to be good. On the other side, the Dragon Knight. Negotiations, sirs. I am Tuyet Vi of the Bright Light Holy Church's Huyet Vo Legion. We have no intention to start a war. Please don't shield the criminals who killed the sect leader. Hand them over. Cham Kan Tham Sa heard those words and stood up as well, drawing everyone's attention. Boss, you gave your orders and stepped into the battle. Simeon is counting on you. The mage hurriedly grabbed Cham Kan Tham Sa, but was too late. Boss, your wound hasn't healed yet, and there's a Legion commander ahead. But he didn't pay any mind to the calls to stop. Boss Cham Kan Tham Sa charged into the smoky battlefield. Tuyet Vi was startled as he rushed past, quickly calling out, Cham Kan Tham Sa, what are you doing? Get back here. Without letting Tuyet Vi finish, Cham Kan Tham Sa kept pushing forward. He gathered his strength and leapt, a streak of light flash rushing past the dragon. That was a stage 2 charge skill. propelling him high into the sky at over 30% faster than his normal speed. In the blink of an eye, Cham Kan Tham Sa appeared right beside the Dragon Knight and with a single strike, severely wounded him, leaving the Dragon Knight stunned. Cham Kan Tham Sa kicked out, easily knocking him off balance and sending the Dragon Knight flying backwards. He crashed straight onto the battlefield, freezing everyone in place. Clutching his chest in pain, he yelled, "Damn you, wretched spirit, damn you." But the Dragon Knight's eyes grew more terrified because Cham Kan Tham Sa showed no mercy. He lunged again, stabbing through him. Cham Kan Tham Sa hissed, "Your damn cult leader." The Dragon Knight grew even more frightened. "Stop now." But Cham Kan Tham Sa calmly said, "He deserves to die." Then he kicked him down and drew his sword. Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his sword again, filled with rage, ready to finish him off. Simyeon's no threat. Just as the Dragon Knight thought he was about to die, a blazing golden light shield blocked the blade. Cham Kan Tham Sa was surprised and heard someone shout, "Stop!" He angrily asked, "Who?" A girl stepped out of the troops. "It's me, the sole heir to the throne, the witch princess Callison." Cham Kan Tham Sa sized her up briefly, then pressed his sword against the Dragon Knight again. "What if I say no?" Callison's eyes met his, full of resolve. Tuyet V stepped forward. "Cham Kan Tham Sa, the Bloodstorm Legion will always be your strongest backing." But Callison chuckled softly. She said, "Cham Kan Tham Sa, you should think carefully about the price you'll pay for this strike." Those words made him hesitate. Hearing Callison, Cham Kan Tham Sa shot back. "Price? What price? I don't care. All I know is, you all treat lives like trash and deserve to die." Just as he was about to finish the Dragon Knight, she gave an order. "Guards! Immediately arrest Dragon Knight Kaploi." The young soldiers moved forward at once. Cham Kan Tham Sa was a bit stunned. "What?" the Dragon Knight yelled. "Princess, why? What wrong have I done?" Callison replied coldly, "Stop pretending. I've investigated you and the cult leader conspired to use human sacrifices to help Lam Na's resurrection. That crime deserves death." Those words silenced him, and she ordered to drag him away. Despite the harsh interrogation, the Dragon Knight kept defending himself. "It's unfair, Princess. I haven't done anything. It was all the cult leader's scheme. Unfair." Then Callison approached to speak with Cham Kan Tham Sa. "Cham Kan Tham Sa, on behalf of Ice City and the royal family, I sincerely apologize for the crimes committed by our subordinates. From now on, Ice City officially cancels the bounty for you and Simyeon, and will provide proper compensation to both of you." Tuyet V still doubted. "Why should we trust you now? You say these words. Who knows if this is just a tactic to smooth things over?" Callison bowed sincerely and said, "I'm sorry, I know it's too late for words, but please grant me a chance to explain. Cham Kan Tham Sa, you once saved me. You also eliminated Da Lin, the one who killed my father. I should have thanked you personally, but after I took over the throne, in the royal city, I found most palace staff were spies for Lam Na. I kept investigating, and later discovered the cult leader allied with the Dragon Knights. They used citizens as sacrifices to help Lam Na resurrect. Simyeon's mother was one of them. The royal city was riddled with spies. It had nearly become an empty shell corroded by Da Lin. To purge Lam Na's forces, I was truly powerless. So, Cham Kan Tham Sa, I have a difficult request. Could you stay and help me cleanse the royal city? Not only someone with your virtue can command the royal city legion, I believe you can." Cham Kan Tham Sa said bluntly, "Please stop, Princess." Then he tried to leave. "Sorry, I don't want to get involved anymore. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, I will take my leave." Callison still tried to persuade. "Not even for Simyeon. Are you unwilling? She is the 10th sovereign of the frozen wind. Simyeon is the one who betrayed Lam Nap 1,000 years ago." This truth horrified him. "What did you say?" Callison continued. "It seems you still don't know. From 1,000 years ago, Simyeon fought for the peace of Tiantong. She fought alongside me in Sach Phi A of the Blood Dance Legion." Cham Kan Tham Sa turned to ask, "Is that true?" Tuyet Vi also nodded. Simyeon's appearance changed. "At first I didn't know either. But a few days ago, Simyeon recovered her memories and told me her true identity. She just didn't let me tell you this." After saying this, the room fell silent. Callison gave one last warning. "Cham Kan Tham Sa, I won't force you, but Simyeon once betrayed Lam Nap, and he definitely won't spare her. Now the sovereigns are about to return. When that happens, the entire Great Sixth Thien Tong will 0-1. Who can stand aside? You should make your decision soon." After speaking, she left. "Let's go," the follower shouted. "Your Highness, only you remain." Cham Kan Tham Sa was thoughtful. Simyeon is the 10th sovereign. He looked back at her, still unconscious. Looking at Simyeon's face, he pondered. No wonder she's connected to so many night spirits. So that's the reason. Why does she possess dark power? But if she's a sovereign, aren't we enemies? No, she already betrayed Lam Nap. But why did she betray him? Suddenly, Simyeon coughed up blood. The mages panicked. "No, hurry back to the Legion." Cham Kan Tham Sa anxiously watched them leave. "Hurry back to treat her." At night, in the Blood Dance Legion's room, Cham Kan Tham Sa worriedly asked Elder Bly, "How's her condition?" The elder checked. Still no improvement. When fighting the church's executor, she was poisoned with a severe toxin. She's only still breathing thanks to my magic. Her remaining time is short. Cham Kan Tham Sa choked up. "Short?" Tuyet Vai tried asking the prophet, "Is there really no way?" The prophet thought a moment, then said, "There is. Bukmin Sholvi. Do you know Bak Hoa Valley?" She recognized it. Bak Hoa Valley is a flower-filled valley in the south of the Great Sixth Star, the elder explained. In Bak Hoa Valley grows a cold ice lily that can cure hundreds of poisons. If we get it, it can definitely save Simyon. But Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly asked, "But how?" he explained to him. "The thing is, Bak Hoa Valley is extremely dangerous. No one has survived leaving there in 1,000 years. What's worse is the lord of that valley was once a great general under Lam Nap. With our legion's strength, going there is basically a death sentence." Tuyet Vai grabbed the elder's collar. "How can that be? Our blood dance legion can't even get a single flower?" Brai hurriedly explained. "You're thinking too simply. It's not about manpower. Simyon has a special identity, and we're a neutral force. Whether it's Lam Nap or humanity, it's not something we should interfere with lightly." Tuyet Phi frowned. "Your tone says you just don't want to anger Lam Nap, so you want to let Simyon die? Don't think just because you're senior, you're safe from me killing you. I think you're old and confused. You'd be better off befriending Lam Nap's prison gun," Bree defended in panic. "No, Bookmin, Sholfi, don't get worked up, I don't mean that." She got even angrier. "What do you mean by that?" Cham Kan Tham Sa also looked sadly at Simyon on the bed. Brad stammered, trembling, "Elder, I only saw you grab Simyon's wrist once, then turn away. I'm leaving." Brad said, "Right. We can't risk the Blood Dance Legion any further. I alone will go to Bak Hoa Valley." While they argued, someone entered. One person going alone. How's that possible? Im Kang Han and others entered. The Blood Dance Legion's stance isn't suitable for a direct appearance. It's too dangerous for the senior to fight alone. Better if a few of us form a team. Six Legs was surprised and pulled the boss. "How many others? Why are they here?" Ha Ye explained. "Earlier, we were stuck in the dungeon, and as soon as we finished, we came straight here. Didn't expect to run into each other like this on the way. We all heard what you and Twet the Sixth said. Don't face this alone. Let's act as a team. That way, the chance to get the flower will be much higher." Bookman Sale agreed. "That's right. Before, we let the boss fight alone for so long. This time, no matter what, we have to stick together." Min Wol added, "If you want to refuse, you'll have to get past us first." Cham Kan Tham Sa was deeply moved. "Everyone. So you've made your decision." During the day, everyone arrived at 100 Flowers Valley. According to the map Twet the Sixth gave, this should be the place. No wonder it's called 100 Flowers Valley, so many fresh flowers. It doesn't look dangerous at all. Cham Kan Tham Sa stayed alert. The more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it usually is, so we should still be careful. Even so, the girls chatted happily until he stepped on something. It was a stream of pure energy wrapping around them. The whole group was swept up by a whirlwind and thrown into a dark, deadly forest. Those who landed weren't feeling any better. It really was 100 Flowers Valley. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked around. It must be the real 100 Flowers Valley. Then the system popped up. "Your team has triggered a hidden quest. Adventure in 100 Flowers Valley. Quest details. Defeat the Valley King. Level and rewards. Include a fragment of the elegant ice flower awakening, 1 level, plus 10,000 gold, plus 99,999 points." He got a bit excited, rubbing his chin. "A hidden quest? I just planned to pick flowers and leave. Didn't expect this surprise." Ha Ye guessed. "Earlier, we also got a fragment in the dungeon. Now we just need 2 more fragments to unlock the next chapter of Tien Tung." Im Kang Han nodded. "That's right. Then all areas will be freely accessible, and the entire server can progress the main quest together. It's definitely going to be exciting." Bookman Seol angrily wanted to fight. "If that's the case, we should just go straight to the boss, fight fast and finish quickly." But then she stepped on a spider web. The web was like a trap, pulling Bookmin Seol's leg up. Bookmin Seol and Cham Kan Tham Sa reacted quickly, jumping up and slashing the web to free her. Both fell to the ground. Bookmin Seol stared in horror at the monsters ahead. He tightened his grip on his sword. The spider before them. The system displayed info. Mountain Spider, Elite Monster, level 87, Skill, Poisonous Silk. Cham Kan Tham Sa shouted, "Move out of the way!" Just as they escaped, the silk sprayed down like rain. Cham Kan Tham Sa decisively slashed through it. Min Wol and Im Kang Han weren't far behind, cutting the strands. Ha Ye quickly warned, "Watch out, these spiders can also spray poison." Min Wol was speechless. Wow, all high-level elites. They're already this tough right from the start. Then she raised her staff to shield against the spraying silk. The moment the silk touched the light shield, it shattered. Min Wol said worriedly, "These spiders are numerous and hide in the shadows, which is extremely disadvantageous for us. Better to retreat for now and find the boss's lair." Cham Kan Tham Sa killed a few spiders while reminding, "Enemies in the dark, we fight in the light. Retreating alive won't be easy." He glanced over and said, "If that's the case." Cham Kan Tham Sa dashed out of the light shield, startling everyone. "Are you crazy?" Charging straight into the den of poison, but he then shouted, "Boss, the 2 behind you got this." Cham Kan Tham Sa easily slashed through the monsters and headed straight for the enemy lair. He jumped over the spider web, exchanging blows with several monsters in a blink. Cham Kan Tham Sa looked down from above and assessed. So many of them. He shouted, "What's fun about sneaking around? Everyone, Come out and fight me. Cham Kan Tham Sa used the Hellfire Slash skill effectively. Hellfire Slash with the Hellfire effect increases damage by 30%. The shot was effective, and Cham Kan Tham Sa advanced into the monster nest facing the giant spider boss. It used the Heavenly Net skill to trap him a control effect that can immobilize all creatures in range. It also caused 4,000 damage per second for 5 seconds. Cham Kan Tham Sa warned everyone to move away quickly. Unexpectedly, flames suddenly burst behind him. It was a skill from the monsters below. The Firestone was effective. Firelight Stone shot out a fireball, dealing 2,000 damage to the target. Cham Kan Tham Sa, seeing himself surrounded, said, "The Spider King is also poisoning us." Minwal immediately summoned a light shield. "I'll use Divine Protection." 2 effects activated. Creates a protective shield for himself and teammates, reducing damage taken by 30%, lasting 10 seconds. Cham Kan Tham Sa blinked. "Time to catch my breath." "Thanks, Sister Minwal." Boss GG said, "You guys go handle the Spider King. Book Min Seol. Protect Sister Minwal. Leave those rotten rats to me." Without hesitation, he said. He dashed forward. At Tui Nat Phuong, Im Kang Han and Ha Ye also didn't hesitate, both charging into attack. Im Kang Han jumped up, slashing and shouting, "You damn spider, taste the power of the top duelist of Dan Fu Bung Mi." Ha Ye followed right behind Im Kang Han, exclaiming in admiration, "Nice." Suddenly, she noticed something. The spider was lunging its fangs at Ha Ye. "Watch out." Luckily, she was saved by Im Kang Han. "Thanks," she replied. "No big deal." Ha Ye reminded, "We have to hold the Spider King back at all costs. Don't let it cause trouble." Cham Kan Tham Sa and Im Kang Han nodded without hesitation. "No problem." Meanwhile, Cham Kan Tham Sa used Heavenly Illusion Slash. Defeating the monsters, his gaze suddenly fixed on the source of the strongest magical fluctuation. In the monster's hand gathered a fireball that was a bigger rat than the others. The Firelight Rat King. Skill: Firelight Assault Heavenly Punishment. Its 6 legs gnawed angrily. Master, even the Rat King has shown up. The Rat King charged, surrounding him with Firelight Assault. Cham Kan Tham Sa calculated. The Firelight attacks came too densely, and now the Rat King appeared. This didn't look good. While fighting the Rat King, he guessed, noticing the rat was a bit stunned. Cham Kan Tham Sa smirked mockingly. "Rotten rat, I'm right here," he said, jumping up to land a hit on its head. After the hit, Cham Kan Tham Sa ran away. Come here, rotten sewer rats. Are you guys speechless, Minwal?" Boss GG said. "What the hell are you doing?" Cham Kan Tham Sa explained clearly. "Of course I'm running." By then, the Rat King was furious, using the Heavenly Punishment skill effectively. Firelight Assault Rat King, shooting lightning that dealt 5,000 damage per second to the target. A continuous lightning strike relentlessly chased Cham Kan Tham Sa. He called out to the 2 ahead. "Boss GG." The 2 girls understood and jumped out. "Got it." So the Rat King directly charged into the spider web, getting wrapped into a cocoon. Cham Kan Tham Sa nimbly dodged the rat swarm's attack. Ha Ye pulled out a lucky card, a high-level sealing card. It could seal Beast Demons level 100 and above. The golden card shone brightly, sealing the rat successfully. Ha Ye sighed in relief after retrieving the card. "Luckily, I spent big bucks on this sealing card earlier. Finally, I get to use it." Cham Kan Tham Sa urged everyone. "While they're fighting, let's run." The group quickly fled to safety. Bookman Shul sighed. "I thought Boss GG was about to lose it again. Who knew they were coordinating?" Cham Kan Tham Sa shivered and nodded. "Head, on fights won't work. It's all about outsmarting now. I admit the insulation material can resist the Rat King's lightning, meaning these 2 beast demons are posse, Bly enemies. Better let them fight each other while we sit back and reap the rewards." Im Kang Han checked the notice board. Also, North Dakota T0 killed some small monsters and got this much gold. Ha Ye happily collected it, and the Firelight Rat also dropped a dark gold magic ring. It can paralyze enemies, interrupting their attacks. Peng Sek Hwan sang, "The ring's attributes don't suit me, so I'll give it to you. Thanks for helping me earlier." Im Kang Han happily accepted it. "No need to thank me." "Then I'll take it." Cham Kan Tham Sa wondered, since when were these 2 so close? Maybe because they fought side by side? Book Min Seol said suspiciously. "Oh, now I remember. Old Master Tramcan. In the previous life, he probably saved the whole world or something to have 2 beautiful guild leaders as teammates like this." Min Nol also reminded Cham Kan Tham Sa, "I'm IB's friend. Don't betray IB's trust." He sighed. "Fine, you 2 are enough already. Stop hitting my sore spot, Tran." Cham Kan Tham Sa said, "Boss GG, I have a theory this Bakhoa Valley might be linked to the super tier main city. Maybe this is one of the maps of the super tier main city. Otherwise, how can the monsters here be such a high level?" Even Im Kang Han thinks it makes sense. That's possible. So that means we're actually getting a sneak peek of the new version? Ha Ye grows more cautious, but that also means the boss deep in the valley definitely won't be easy to deal with. We have to be careful. Im Kang Han nods. Yeah. Suddenly, a noise catches Cham Kan Tham Sa's attention. What's that sound? Deep at night inside the 100 Flowers Valley, Cham Kan Tham Sa guards alertly. Who's there? Before him appears a flower fairy at level 100 with skills of poisonous pollen, sharp thorns, and vine prisons. The flower fairy sneers. So, you came again to spy on the ice orchid? Ha-ye notices the flower on her chest. Ah, that pattern is the ice orchid. Im Kang-han guesses. Could she be the boss? Cham Kan Tham Sa ponders. Not sure, but she definitely knows the flower's location. The flower fairy laughs scornfully. You think you deserve the flower? Ha, she swings vines at them. Prepare to die. The system informs them. Poisonous pollen level 100 with effects. The toxic pollen reduces target's movement speed by 60% for 8 seconds. Stone shield reduces target damage by 70%. Haya tells her companion, Min Nuol increased defense. She quickly casts the Holy Light Shield level 2. Then Im Kang Han and Buk Min Seol both attack to test the move, but the monster flower opens its mouth wide like it wants to eat them. Im Kang Han stares in horror at its mouth but can't react in time. We're in trouble. Luckily, Cham Kan Tham Sa blocks just in time, he warns. This flower monster's moves are bizarre. Everyone be careful. Im Kang Han honestly replies, Thanks, senior. Wrong move. The flower fairy mutters for a moment, then grins maliciously. But you're still too inexperienced. Saying that, vines suddenly surround them all, shocking them. What? They see vines growing rapidly. The flower fairy raises her hand and sprays pollen. Become my nourishment. Then she tightens the tangled vines around them. Vine, prison. The flower fairy traps the target and releases corrosive sap, dealing 100% true damage to the target. Each vine bundle wraps like a ball. The flower fairy confidently says, No creature can escape my grasp alive. All will die in my sap now. You can savor it slowly. Suddenly, someone appears behind her, and she turns back in shock. No way. Cham Kan Tham Sa approaches closely. You want to make us your food? He strikes. Min Wol / will see if you can handle it. Then Min Wol leads the group appearing. Sorry, your tricks aren't enough to break my defense. You better take care of yourself instead. Ah, only now do they realize Ha Ye is behind. The flower fairy screams in pain from the slash. Damn it, since when? Cham Kan Tham Sa explains kindly. While you were casting your move, we used skills to dodge already. Twitching. Hurry up. She pulls out an item, a paralysis ring. The electric shock strikes decisively. The flower fairy is numb and can't move. Cham Kan Tham Sa points his sword at her, saying, Where's the ice orchid? The flower fairy trembles. Don't kill me. Please follow me. So she leads them through a narrow path deep in the valley. Passing through this valley will get us there. Cham Kan Tham Sa assesses the surroundings. This place is exactly like the map marks, but is it really that simple? A level 100 monster? How could it be this weak? Only when the flower fairy stops, saying, We've arrived. Does she point to the ice orchid nearby? Bookmin Sheo bluntly says, It's beautiful. Looks just like Shui Wei's intelligence said. Seems legit. The flower fairy silently stands behind them. Vines along her body twitch slightly, but Cham Kan Tham Sa suddenly leans in to ask, What are you up to? He decisively strikes her back, luring us into a trap here. Planning to activate a mechanism to imprison us? I know you're not here out of kindness. When we pick the flowers later, we need to be more careful. Haya points to Bookmin Seol. Let's go pick over there. But they didn't expect Bookmin Seol ahead to be enchanted. Truly beautiful. Cham Kan Tham Sa now feels something's wrong. He hurriedly stops her. Danger, Bookmin Seol, don't touch it. But it's too late. Bookmin Seol already grabbed the flower. Suddenly, a chilling aura rose behind them. Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly pulled her away from the sudden frost. Countless ice shards rained down from above. A cold figure said, My nourishment has finally arrived. Ice shards fell from above. A cold figure said, My nourishment has finally arrived. Cham Kan Tham Sa broke into a cold sweat. So from the very start, Princess Hoa Tien was bait, purposely letting us win. It was to let the boss use pollen to mesmerize everyone. Bookmin Seol's level isn't high, so just now he fell for the trick. That boss decisively sneered. Spark, you're very clever, but this is goodbye. A sea of flames dropped like a lid, making Im Kang Han scream in panic. Senior, after the sea of flames, the system announced, Player, Cham Kan Tham Sa and Bookmin Nuol have died. Im Kang Han couldn't believe it. How could Senior fall? The boss laughed. This is the power granted to me by Lord Lena. No one can escape my attacks. Next up, it's your turn. Suddenly someone shouted, Hey, killing me won't be that easy. Everyone was thrilled to see him appear. Senior Cham Kan Tham Sa. The system explained, Your immortal skill has activated. Instantly restored full health. The boss grew cautious. How could it be? Just now he saw Bookmin Shoal's message pop up. Sorry, big brother. Sorry, everyone. I'll leave the dungeon to you. The boss hated him, cursed the filthy outsider, and drew his weapon. If that's the case, I'll get serious with you. Cham Kan Tham Sa leapt up, dodging a boss attack. He swung his sword. You shouldn't underestimate me. Surprisingly, the boss's skin wasn't harmed at all. Cham Kan Tham Sa was shocked. Such strong defense. The boss sneered disdainfully. So you're strong? He swept a palm strike at him, then followed with another. Underestimators. It's you. I'm Lord Lena's subordinate, who wiped out an entire human legion. Even Princess Karasen's guards are no match for me. And what are you? Unexpectedly, Cham Kan Tham Sa mocked him. Lord Lena. Lord Lena, my ears are about to grow calluses from hearing that name so much. If you don't mention Big Brother then, Can a little brother like you even survive? The boss roared angrily, nearly losing his voice. What did you say? He shouted back teasingly. I said a little brother like you. A little brother will always be a little brother. The demon lunged fiercely at Cham Kan Tham Sa. Go die. But he dodged. He ordered sharply, quickly tethered a spear from above, and shouted, Im Kang Han, strike with destruction blow. The system explained. Destruction blow breaks 60% of the enemy's defense, plus 10% extra damage after the attack. She stepped back to stay safe, and this time the boss couldn't avoid injury. Overseer, did I sneak attack by accident? The righteous one struck when he wasn't paying attention. It's not over yet. A blazing blue sword swept, ice cutting through. Min Wol raised her staff high, shouting a battle cry. It was a priest skill, a support ability. It increased each team member's mana by 10%. Finally, Cham Kan Tham Sa charged. My turn now. He unleashed the prisoner's slash, cutting countless wounds into the boss, with a 30% splash effect. Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly raised his sword midair, powerfully knocking the boss back. Unexpectedly, countless ice spears began falling from above. He froze, assessing the situation. Suddenly, the boss vanished from sight. Cham Kan Tham Sa immediately raised his alertness. In a blink, spotting the boss, he shouted, Sister Min Wol, watch out. The boss's target is the backline. The boss laughed loudly. So, you're the only ones who know how to sneak attack? I can do that too. The boss used the rage skill, preparing to take down Min Wol. Seeing this, Cham Kan Tham Sa got furious. He quickly activated the sky summon skill, instantly darkening the sky with black clouds. The monster immediately targeted someone. Taking advantage, Cham Kan Tham Sa advanced, attacking the boss head-on. The boss was knocked away by Cham Kan Tham Sa. Before disappearing, he said, You're a wild spirit opposing me, Lord Lina. I definitely won't let you off. From where he died grew a cold ice orchid. Cham Kan Tham Sa stepped forward and plucked the flower. Observing it, he realized the boss's true form was this cold ice orchid. No time to waste. Heal the Blood Mist Legion immediately. At the same time, the system announced, Congratulations, player Cham Kan Tham Sa, for completing the quest. Reward. Seo Awakening Fragment of a Cold Ice Orchid. 100,000 XP. 99,999 gold. Later that day, Blood Mist Legion's B-Thrate smoked a pipe for Simeon. Cham Kan Tham Sa anxiously stayed by her side until she opened her eyes. His brother cheered joyfully. Simeon, you're awake. Feeling any better? Any discomfort? Simeon weakly nodded. I'm fine, don't worry. Brian advised him. The medicine just started working. She needs a few more days of rest to fully recover. Cham Kan Tham Sa understood. Good. Then I'm relieved. Rest well. I'll come visit you again in a few days. But as he was about to leave, Simeon sat up. Wait, don't you want to say something? Cham Kan Tham Sa hesitated, his heart heavy with worry. Of course I do. I want to know why you are the monarch, and what your relationship with Lina is. But now Cham Kan Tham Sa smiled awkwardly. I have a lot to say, but now's not the time. You just woke up. Just then Im Kang Han entered. If it's not the right time for you, then let me ask. He was startled watching her approach. Im Kang Han directly asked, Great Prophet, what exactly is Simeon's identity? Can you tell me? I don't want to see comrades get dragged into things like this anymore. Cham Kan Tham Sa hurriedly stopped her. Twitching, he asked, Now's not the time. Besides, I helped Simeon voluntarily. Haye advised him. Of course I know that. We're helping Simeon sincerely, but we still need to understand the whole story. Otherwise, Simeon might get hurt again. Aren't you worried about her? Cham Kan Tham Sa couldn't refute her words. I asked Simeon's opinion. Lord Ingam Fongjia, look, she smiled and said, It's okay. Then speak, the old man said. Looks like things have come to this point. There's nothing left to hide. Lord Ngam Fongjia. The Vision is the 10th monarch, but back then she severed ties because she was disgusted by Lina's plot to dominate Thien Tung. Since then, Lina relentlessly hunted her down. In the end, she met a tragic death at Lina's hands. After that, her soul entered a human girl, who is the current Simeon. Perhaps sensing Lina's return, her memories gradually restored. For the peace of Thien Tung, she decided to help Princess Sophia reclaim the throne, which requires the demon-sealing sword and the demon-sealing stone. That's also why Simeon appeared here, and the real reason she showed up at the Sealing Wind Tower. The demon came to kill the Grand Leader, not just to settle a grudge, the young man said. I hope you won't blame her. If it weren't unavoidable, she wouldn't want to drag you into this. Simeon stopped him. Master Bai, you don't need to defend me. Dragging others into this was already my fault, too. But Cham Kan Tham Sa placed his hand on her head. You fool, have you been fighting alone all this time? You're my sister. How could I blame you? I only want you to be safe. Simeon choked back tears. Brother. Tears welled up as she rushed into Cham Kan Tham Sa's arms, sobbing, Brother, you're so kind. If you're like this, what is Simeon supposed to do? He hurried to reassure her. All right, go lie down. The others in the room were satisfied with the outcome. Suddenly, music played, drawing everyone's attention. The trumpet sounded. What's going on with the Legion today? Brian asked. Before they left, the young man said, I invited you 3 times before to pledge loyalty to Princess Sophia, but you refused. Now it's time you have no choice. Cham Kan Tham Sa wondered why he didn't answer and just led the way. You'll understand when you see. On the tower's rooftop, countless citizens cheered Princess Sophia. Long live the princess. The princess declared, everyone has. The night spirit sees us as a thorn, and humans view us as demons. Only by building an immortal empire can we find a place to belong. She is Princess Sophia, and now we have warriors who reclaimed the demon-sealing sword and demon-sealing stone for us. Therefore, I've decided that in 3 days, when the Bloodstorm Alliance will lead a grand army to attack the fort in Violet Forest, eradicating the Night Spirit Legion's base, opening a new chapter for the Violet Empire. The soldiers below solemnly said, we obey your highness's sacred command. For the glory of the Violet Empire, for the glory of the Violet Empire, Sophia raised her sword high. I will wield the demon-sealing sword and demon-sealing stone to lay the foundation for the new empire. With that, the new storyline was activated. System. Announcement to all players. Please note, Cham Kan Tham Sa's team has activated the large-scale storyline quest, Violet Restoration. The Restoration battle will officially begin at 12 noon tomorrow. Players can join the fight against the Night Spirit faction and earn honor points. The top 10 players with the highest honor points will have a chance to receive super equipment, super pets, and super skill books. Haye was amazed. I didn't expect such a major quest to activate, and even the Ice City is involved. Cham Kan Tham Sa now understands Brian's intention, so this is the moment there's no turning back. Whether we want to fight or not, we have to. Im Kang Han reminded everyone. Then, let's log off early, get some rest. It's just in time since Simyeon needs good rest. Tomorrow at noon, we'll do the mission together. You agree, right? Yeah, okay. Later at noon, outside the fort, it was 2 p.m. Outside the fort, Thien Dao was fighting the Bone Soldier minions. Let's see if I can chop one down. Long Han was right behind him. Brothers, charge. Take down this wave of Night Spirit soldiers, and each gets 10,000 reward. They didn't know Cham Kan Tham Sa was watching everything from behind the rock. Not bad. This guy has been fighting for over 2 hours, and the minions still aren't wiped out, let alone the boss. Not even a shadow of him. What's the boss planning? Heng Yi checked the info and replied, Night Spirit soldiers aren't strong, but there are many. Fighting like this isn't the way. I called on the guilds in the public channel to cooperate in attacking the Snow Silver side. Sam already agreed. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck, and a figure gradually appeared. The one stepping out was not another AI, but Shadow Chaos himself. At noon outside Skull Castle, a few people were whispering, is that really Shadow Chaos coming here? You even have to ask? Obviously, he's charging in because of Cham Kan Tham Sa, right? But now's not the time. Shadow Chaos laughed and said, Cham Kan Tham Sa? You should be called Tram Can Trum now. After all, our grudge has lasted so long, I'm sure you don't mind me arriving early, right? Haye reassured everyone. Everyone, stay calm. If he has some trap set, it won't be good. 6 Feet nodded. Got it. Im Kang Han also stepped forward and said, Thuy Nyut Fung was right. He was a bit surprised by her appearance, twitching. She came over and explained. Right now, all servers are busy playing the restoration version. Tu La Lan, Shadow Chaos came first. You are the target. It's not just Tram Kan Trum alone. This time Thien Dao also sides with Cham Kan Tham Sa. That's right. I don't care about your personal feud, but if you want to get involved with Than Bung Fu, that's a different story. Long Hain scoffed loudly. I see you're trying to use personal power to take on our guild in Than Bung Fu, right, Shadow Chaos? Get Ba said. Get lost. You're not worthy to talk to me. What did you say? The Thien Dao members immediately got angry. Shadow Chaos, you're way too arrogant. Do you think Than Fu Bung has no one? You think Little Ra here is afraid of you? His subordinates quickly intervened. Boss, calm down. If a war breaks out, it won't be good. Yet he sneered mockingly. Don't talk about Than Fu Bung. Even if all the guilds combined, they still can't defeat me. I'm challenging Kuang Long for dominance. Do you have what it takes to declare war on me? Do you dare? Hearing this, they became scared again. Shadow Chaos swept his sword disdainfully at the Snow Silver group. Sam, and you too, you rotten women. You really think too highly of yourselves. This really annoyed Im Kang Han. What did you say? He kept provoking. Almost forgot. Remember that name, Ko Kim Mong Hon in Lingdong? I beat him up too, trampled him half to death, right? This time, Cham Kan Tham Sa couldn't stand it anymore. Shadow Chaos decisively charged. Do you want to die? Unexpectedly, he managed to jump and dodge that slash. Shadow Chaos's eyes reddened with excitement. Good, this is exactly the strike I've been waiting for. If you're the strongest player in Than Fu Bung and still get beaten, then I, Truk Long, will bathe this Than Fu Bung in blood. Cham Kan Tham Sa wasn't afraid. If you're so good, try me. Then he blocked one of his attacks. Shadow Chaos hurriedly sheathed his sword. Cham Kan Tham Sa's attack was like a heavenly blade, gritting his teeth to bathe Than Fu Bung in blood. I know this damn guy has no goodwill. Haye reminded Im Kang Han. Let's quickly gather our people. On one side, prepare for the dungeon outbreak. On the other, defend here to avoid mistakes. Shadow Chaos is still relentlessly attacking him. Can't believe he's grown so fast in just a few months. Pretty impressive. First, I'll remind you, my Divine Fire Ring is a level 90 purple grade item. If you get killed, I will crush you again with Ko Kim Honmorng. Sure enough, this strike carried overwhelming pressure and blazing blood energy. But Cham Kan Tham Sa only needed one sword strike to dispel that aura. You're just relying on equipment-based power. Shadow Chaos shouted in shock when hit. Damn it, you still don't let up and even crush me? Where did you get this strength? You're way too arrogant. Then Cham Kan Tham Sa unleashed a move that nearly made him drop his weapon. Shadow Chaos angrily tensed up. Take a sword from me. Veins bulging, he shouted, damn you, die. Immediately, a fierce blazing strike surged forward, a fiery burst attack. But luckily, Cham Kan Tham Sa used his sword to block it. The system then notified that player Shadow Chaos used the skill Flame Burst, you blocked, and only took 879 damage. Without giving him a chance to respond, Cham Kan Tham Sa launched the Ice Spear move, an effect that shatters enemy defenses with a furious hail of thousands of troops, deals double damage to the enemy. Seeing he was about to be overwhelmed, Onlone broke out in a cold sweat. Cham Kan Tham Sa swung his sword, a devastating strike that shook him to his core, combined with a horizontal slash of Ice Spear. But he was only pushed back. Not enough. My defense is on you. The system immediately notified the viewers. Player Cham Kan Tham Sa's Ice Spear failed to hit the target. Cham Kan Tham Sa took 2,347 damage points. Onlone took 3,411 damage points. The soldiers were terrified. Are these even humans? Onlone crazily charged forward. World, crushing Tham Sa. End this battle now. Cham Kan Tham Sa didn't hesitate either, sweeping his sword. His eyes were cold, while Onlone kept fighting with bloodshot eyes. Death Sword activated. Cham Kan Tham Sa leapt out of attack range again. Suddenly, the air heated up, Onlone's weapon blazing with red flames. Hellfire Furnace Slash unleashed fiery flames, dealing no less than 3,000 damage per second to the target. He laughed loudly and jumped into defense. Can they block this? Earth-shattering slash struck down with such force it cracked the hard ground, knocking back nearby foes. Onlone stood firm amid the sea of flames, confidently smirking. Cham Kan Tham Sa, this time you're totally defeated. Without further words, Onlone attacked again, triggering a system alert. The player Onlone used Hellfire Furnace Slash, dealing triple consecutive hits to you. He leapt up. Not over yet. From above formed a blazing sword. Cham Kan Tham Sa still stood his ground defending. The Heavenly Blades panic. This is Onlone's deadly AoE skill. Quickly raise your defense. But Cham Kan Tham Sa remained unusually calm. Who said I'm losing? That composure stunned Onlone. You just see him standing in the flames unharmed. I've been tempered by hellfire, so you think I'm afraid of your flames? Im Kang Han gasped. This power on the Elder is not. Ha-Ye confirmed it was the dark power taken from the underworld, the same one Cham Kan Tham Sa acquired during that dungeon raid. Cham Kan Tham Sa swung his sword near him. You're right, I've really grown lately. Many times I've gone to the underworld to kill the king's minions, and even fought the Dragon Knight. And now you come knocking at my door. I'm really puzzled why there's so much trouble. You came to me like this, but now I've figured it out, while the system also announced. Your underworld sword is leveled up. Cham Kan Tham Sa's blade carries deadly intent, enough to take down a king. Even eternal enemies don't matter. Anyone who comes gets killed. The sword cuts clean through. A thick purple aura followed. As Cham Kan Tham Sa's sword approached, the martial god raised his sword to block, shouting, "What power is this?" He forcefully flicked his sword, startling him, shouting loudly. Cham Kan Tham Sa's eyes gleamed, unequivocally claiming the underworld's favor. You're not worthy to understand. The martial god gripped his sword tightly. He recoiled slightly before Cham Kan Tham Sa's sword radiating purple energy, then slammed his sword into the ground. Flames burst from the ground. System alert. Flame burst effect triggered, shooting multiple pillars of fire. Each pillar deals 1,200 to 1,500 points of flame damage, with a burn effect lasting 5 seconds. As the fire blazed fiercely, the martial god leapt up with a determined face. I told you, just a little. This fire doesn't affect me at all. Before the martial god could strike, Cham Kan Tham Sa forcefully swung his sword at him. The blade sliced his shoulder, drawing blood. The martial god gritted his teeth. Damn it, this guy seems even stronger than before. Still unsettled, Cham Kan Tham Sa launched another attack from below. You couldn't beat me earlier, and you won't now either. The martial god glared ahead, brushing off the sparks from their clashing swords as nonsense. I held back 3 hits for you back then. Hang-A and Im Kang Han watched the 2 power streams from afar. One was fire, the other purple electric sparks clashed head-on. Im Kang Han widened his eyes and spoke. It's getting hard to see clearly. Ha-Ye's face paled with worry. Looks like he's fully mastered this power now. The martial god's eyes blazed red as he shouted loudly, I am the martial god. He leapt straight toward Cham Kan Tham Sa. Unleashing the fire dragon break technique, the system announced its effect. Upon hitting the target, it would explode. It created a sea of flames within a 3-meter radius, dealing 1,800 damage to all targets caught inside. Before the flames could reach him, Cham Kan Tham Sa formed a protective barrier and instantly teleported behind Martial God. He kept mocking Martial God, saying he was just a loser beneath him. Martial God turned angrily around. He shouted, raising his sword to block the attack. "Shut up, I'll kill you." Cham Kan Tham Sa also unleashed a new, even smarter technique. Thud. Martial God had to crouch to absorb the massive force from him, his expression cold and contemptuous. "The gear you always brag about is nothing but junk now." He gritted his teeth, recalling a passerby's words. The young man glanced this way. Martial God raised his hand to mock Cham Kan Tham Sa's image. He clenched his fist facing the harsh comments. Malicious online remarks, cowardly insults now that he's weak. They take advantage of the chaos. Throw the bait if you're tough. Face me directly. Exactly. Basically, your skills don't match up. Isn't causing chaos just playing dirty? Martial God gritted his teeth fiercely. Cham Kan Tham Sa, I'm definitely going to beat you. His whole in-game form turned demonic with horns and veins bulging all over his face. The system announced, Fire God's true form. It activated the Berserk state, increasing fire damage by 100%, reducing defense by 30%, lasting 15 seconds. Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his sword in challenge. Show me everything you've got. Ha Ye was startled and curious. Was he about to use the Death Dragon Roar? Im Kang Han was equally surprised. No, the senior is holding back. Death Dragon Roar can only be used once per day. Using it now would be a disadvantage for the upcoming boss fight, seeing their fierce determination. Ha! Ye shouted loudly. Is Cham Kan Tham Sa really risking it all? Cham Kan Tham Sa swung his sword to charge forward. Martial God wasn't backing down either, flames roaring as their powers clashed, causing a massive explosion. The shockwave made several others flee in fear. After the collision, everyone was drained of energy. Ha Ye wondered. So the AI has won. Im Kang Han anxiously watched the two, both with barely any health left. Cham Kan Tham Sa couldn't get up, gritting his teeth. You lost. A little chaos on screen. Im Kang Han cheered excitedly. Senior. Ha Ye covered her mouth in emotion. Cham Kan Tham Sa. Martial God still managed to stand, declaring, I haven't lost yet. Again, the bald guy ran over, panicked, announcing, This is bad. The Kinthon boss has led troops to Fubang City, aiming to surround and wipe out our Bamboo Dragon clan. The Martial God was startled and asked, What? He gritted his teeth, thinking, What is she doing here? The Martial God pointed his blade forward and shouted, Cham Kan Tham Sa, our battle isn't over yet. One day, we will settle the score once and for all. Cham Kan Tham Sa responded indifferently, I think you're out of moves. Trying to run away, huh? Hearing this, the Martial God grew even more furious. Cham Kan Tham Sa left with a declaration. Wait, I'll make you kneel before me and repent. Cham Kan Tham Sa calmly replied, Ready for your next move. After he left, you slumped down, breathing a sigh of relief, feeling lighter. Phew. Just in time before Senior Ha Ye and Im Kang Han came over to check on Cham Kan Tham Sa. She handed 2 green and red pills to Cham Kan Tham Sa to replenish quickly. You took the pills fast, Im Kang Han asked. Senior King Thon Lak Thun, isn't she a member of the SAO Merchant Guild? Cham Kan Tham Sa replied calmly, Yeah, she and Truk An Loarn have a lot of grudges. Next time we meet, we have to thank her properly, otherwise. Even if Truk An Loarn loses with his guild scale, they won't let it slide easily. Ryong Hung Cheon Ha looked puzzled and asked, But why does Truk An Loarn attack our Fubang City Guild? They were supposed to be neutral. Ba Thien Dao frowned and added, Only the devil knows. That guy's even sneakier than me. Probably related to the game version. Ha Ye looked toward the neighboring city and admitted in a low voice, I think so too. At first, the areas were accessible to each other. Then it became a whole server quest. Maybe Thien Tung is preparing for some big move. She shouted to announce, Everyone, the real threat is enemies from outside. We've already defeated the dungeon boss. That's the real danger. I know guilds usually compete, but now, please put aside grudges and work together to clear the dungeon and break through this front line. Ryong Hung, Cheon Ha, and Ba Thien Dao exchanged confused looks. Everyone under the castle raised their weapons and shouted in unison, Kill! System notification. Congratulations to all Fubang City players for breaking through the front line. Each player receives 10,000 experience and 10,000 gold. 13 high-five Tiu Kui in celebration. We did it. We made it. Cham Kan Tham Sa wiped sweat from his face. Yeah, let's rest a bit, then continue the siege. Suddenly the system announced, Dungeon leveled up, entering Stage 2. Everyone was startled. Stage 2. A huge dragon appeared. Earth Dragon Tribe, level 100. Everyone raised their weapons and aimed at it. The dragons charged out together. Someone shouted to prepare for battle. When Tren yelled, Teal Kui, 13, let's clear the front lines. Teal Kui and 13 agreed. No problem, charge. Tren leapt forward, confronting the dragon head-on. Ba Thien Dao slashed a sword across the dragon's body. Didn't expect the Earth Dragon Tribe's thick skin and muscle to be so tough to kill. Ryong Hung Cheon Ha shouted excitedly, Ba Thien Dao, you're such a noob, guys. Doesn't matter if it's Earth Dragon or Sky Dragon, take them all down for the boss. Everyone obeyed immediately. Yes, boss, Long. He smirked. Go ahead, go ahead. You'll be the first to die. Drain some of their strength for me. Cham Kan Tham Sa ordered, 13 and Tia Kui, strike the back of those 2 dragons' necks. They followed the order. Got it. Im Kang Han rushed out. Leave this to me. She swung her sword and cut the dragon's neck, causing blood to gush out. System notification. Earth Dragon's roar. The Earth Dragon growled, emitting a sonic wave, dealing 2,000 damage per second to targets. Ha Ye rode the dragon's back and said seriously, Min Wool, shield Cham Kan Tham Sa. He needs to tank the skill. System notification. Divine protection. Defense plus 30%. Min Wall raised her weapon, adding the shield. Cham Kan Tham Sa faced the dragon and said, Thanks, Sister Min Wall. He leapt up and slashed fiercely across the dragon's mouth. Bookmin Sail fired countless arrows. Nice shot, boss. Just charge ahead. I've got your back. Ryong Hung Cheon Ha sneaked behind Cham Kan Tham Sa, waiting for this kid to draw the dragon's hate so he could steal the killing blow. The points will be mine. Suddenly, Ba Thien Dao turned around to look. Seeing a weapon swung toward him, he raised his sword to block it just in time. What's so great about Ryong Hung Cheon Ha sneaking up from behind? If you're so tough, then come fight me, Earth Dragon. Ryong Hung Cheon Ha angrily shouted at Ba Thien Dao, Stop pretending to be a good guy. Don't think I don't know who you really are. Before he finished, he was slammed away by a dragon tail. The little demon jumped up, scolding, You idiot. Even in internal conflicts, you have to pick the right moment. If you want to die, don't drag everyone along. Meanwhile, Cham Kan Tham Sa stood by. Forget about them. Let's just focus on killing our enemies. You make the move. Dragon Arrow dealt 2,100 area damage over 3 seconds. Cham Kan Tham Sa unleashed 3 strikes, hitting the Heavenly Illusion Dragon. The 3 dragons vanished simultaneously. Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his weapon high, shouting, Attack! Break through the royal city. The weapons all aimed at the closed city gate at once. A surge of power shattered it into hundreds of pieces, the destructive force overwhelming inside. Everything became a blur. The soldiers inside panicked, shouting, Shit! Help! The little demon was startled and cursed out loud. Damn it! What kind of boss is this? Seriously? The people inside scrambled to dodge the power, faces pale as they shouted loudly, Run, the boss is here. Just seeing him, you know he's not someone we can handle. Before they could flee, a sword slice cut through, drawing fresh blood. Oh damn. These 6 bosses are defying fate. Cham Kan Tham Sa froze. Don't act rashly for now. I sensed the aura of Dalin. A red aura hovered in the sky, glowing brightly. A huge figure stepped forward, exuding a terrifying presence. Humans are so foolish. You want to kill me? No. Peng raised his sword with a sharp gaze, challenging them. Then come on. My sword will drink every drop of your fresh blood. Iron War General No Peng, an epic-level boss. Cham Kan Tham Sa frowned thoughtfully. This epic boss has surpassed dark gold and purple gold tiers. Even I'm not sure I can block a single powerful strike from him. Ha Ye anxiously asked, What do we do? Better to retreat first. Hearing this, everyone was surprised but began to fall back. Retreat, Cham Kan Tham Sa mockingly said to Ba Thien Dao. Someone still hasn't grabbed their loot yet. Must be restless now. He clenched his teeth in anger. Cham Kan Tham Sa, you got a lot of loot from monsters earlier. This boss should be left to us, right? He casually turned his back and left. Suit yourself. We'll go to the rear. Ba Thien Dao sneered. Haha, guess you know your place. He shouted, raising his weapon to charge. Brothers, follow me. Let's take down the boss. The little demon asked softly. Boss is letting that boss go to them? Cham Kan Tham Sa calmly replied. Quiet, just observe. Once again, weapons were aimed at No Peng. Whether they can take him down is another question. He angrily turned and fiercely threw something. Where did this trash come from? Daring to be arrogant with me. Im Kang Han dealt the killing blow. The boss is so strong, killed so fast. Cham Kan Tham Sa thought silently. Powerful indeed. But when it comes to mobility, it's hard to say. Ba Thien Dao, fearless, jumped up to attack. Isn't he just Dalin? Watch me. He slashed to kill as soon as the sword neared him. No, Peng raised his hand to block. What did you say, you fool? He pushed forcefully. Ba Thien Dao was immediately thrown far away. Foolish humans. A dark red aura radiated from No Peng, incredibly terrifying. He leapt up. Your lives will enter reincarnation. From hell to here, come into the arms of the great Dalin. Cham Kan Tham Sa's group shrank back in fear. The boss was about to unleash his ultimate move. Everyone ducked down. No Peng swung his sword, creating a massive explosion that threw Ba Thien Dao's group into the air. He threw his sword forward with great force. Ba Thien Dao's group fearfully widened their eyes at the huge blast. Another powerful explosion followed. It struck hard across a wide area. Cham Kan Tham Sa raised his sword and declared, Everyone, now it's our turn to enter the battlefield. While Cham Kan Tham Sa and Im Kang Han charged ahead. Im Kang Han and I will go first. You guys attack from behind and surround them. The rest of the team can follow without issues. She swung her sword and jumped up, and he immediately made his move. Chu remained composed. No Peng stayed calm. In an instant, he vanished before their surprised eyes. Cham Kan Tham Sa gritted his teeth, thinking, He disappeared. No Peng suddenly reappeared. From behind, swinging the sword to strike relying only on you guys is still too naive. Im Kang Han, standing frozen on the ground with one shoulder bleeding non-stop, she broke into a wild smile. Challenge. You sure? The system announced. The Demon Zodiac realm just activated. Im Kang Han sparked 100 electric sparks. Aiming at No Pung, Cham Kan Tham Sa praised her while slashing from behind, but No Pung immediately dodged the strike. Nice hit, Im Kang Han. He was surprised, wondering why the damage was so low. Seeing that, the little demon ran up to the boss. Let me try. He extended his weapon and poked at Lo Fong's back. At the same time, Book Min Shol shot another 10 arrows, a barrage of arrows, but it didn't affect him at all. Cham Kan Tham Sa stood in the middle, witnessing the almost ineffective ranged attacks. His physical defense was pushed to the limit. Noi Fong sneered contemptuously. Ha! Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? He unleashed red-white power beams. Powder War, System announced. Powder War unleashed a furious attack within 5 Jang. Deals triple stack damage with knockback effect on enemies. Cham Kan Tham Sa went berserk. Fighting against those power beams, even Cham Kan Tham Sa struggled. That boss, feared to be nothing short of a monster, one random strike with terrifying power. Minwol called out to Cham Kan Tham Sa from behind. Cham Kan Tham Sa suddenly turned, then saw Minwol slowly stepping forward to block him. She approached where Ha Ye was struggling. Block No Pung's sword. Let me handle this. Cham Kan Tham Sa jumped up, swinging his sword to attack the Void Slash. He slashed fiercely just behind No Pung, his expression darkening. As expected, only a critical hit could break the defense. Normal attacks were like scratching an itch. Cham Kan Tham Sa stood before him, facing his cold, blood-red eyes, activating Nightmare Gaze. Nightmare Gaze adds 50% extra damage to the target and suppresses the spirit-type system, reduces defense by 10%. Their swords clashed, sparking fierce electric sparks. While fighting, Norfong mocked. A bunch of ordinary spirit beings dare to defy me? Ignorant. Cham Kan Tham Sa gritted his teeth and said, Wait until I cut you down. Your soul will forever burn in the flames of hell. He showed no fear, only contempt. You're just Lam Narp's hunting dog. Your comrades have already been slain by me. Are you rushing to hand over your life too? No Pung slammed his sword down hard. You're asking for death. Cham Kan Tham Sa quickly fled in the opposite direction. Seeing this, No Pung wouldn't let up. You think running's that easy? Cham Kan Tham Sa declared. Im Kang Han, help. Don't risk yourselves. I'll cover you while we retreat. Analyzing internally, the boss deals high damage with long-range attacks. But he's slow. I can win by relying on mobility and damage. The burst is just the dragon's roar. Saving it too long can only be used at critical moments. First, drain some of his health. No Pung laughed loudly, then struck fiercely. Ha ha, scared now? That's all you got? Cham Kan Tham Sa turned to slash at his horn, but within 3 seconds, Noifong swung his sword hard downward, rendering the strike useless. Their swords scraped, sparking electric flashes. He looked determined. This fight isn't over yet. He paused, calling the purple aura surrounding the king's power. Hearing this, Noifong's eyes widened in surprise. Why do you have the king's power? Cham Kan Tham Sa seemed uninterested, rushing forward. Coincidentally, I also want to know the answer, but for now, hit No Pung hard. Luckily, he dodged. Just hit you first, then we'll talk. No Pung got serious. He unleashed red electric sparks across the sky. Enough, kid. I'm done playing with you. Earthly Wrath. System announced. Earthly Wrath deals 8,000 to 10,000 damage, accompanied by a 5-second burn effect dealing 200 damage per second, knocking all targets in range away. Im Kang Han shouted in fear. It's over. That's the boss's ultimate move. Both Ha Ye and Minwol were worried, watching intently without blinking. Flames erupted fiercely around No Pung. He raised his sword to attack, unleashing immense power in all directions, as if tearing apart the earth and sky. Ha Ye, Im Kang Han, and Kang Han's faces darkened visibly, sweat streaming down their faces. It was a surprise, a girl in a weapons technician suit, holding, surrounded by red-black weaponry. Cham Kan Tham Sa's tone deepened as he said, So you finally arrived. I thought I'd have to wait a bit longer. Simyeon said firmly, Don't worry, brother, I absolutely won't lose. He gently ruffled her hair. Im Kang Han called to Abai. Look quickly, the girl on horseback is approaching. No Pung declared. Iron Fortress General No Pung, you launched a surprise attack. Yes, the Blood Marshal Legion spirit troops were completely wiped out. The bunker is about to be breached. Drop your weapons and surrender. This princess might still spare your life. No Pung couldn't believe what he heard, stammering, My elite troops wiped out? He angrily raised his sword and shouted, No Pung, is this really you? You traitor to the temple, yet you still risk your life for these insignificant humans. Truly a disgrace to the underworld. Simyeon responded calmly, That filthy underworld isn't worth a single ounce of my attachment. There's no such thing as betrayal, nor pride in the underworld. The only law is life and death. But today, you have to die. No Pung showed contempt, laughing loudly. Just relying on you? Ha ha. Back then, you were severely injured after Lord Lam Nap and the other kings joined forces against you. Do you really think you're still the terrifying king you once were? Severely injured after Lord Lam Nap and the other kings joined forces against you. Do you really think you're still the terrifying king you once were? She flatly challenged. Try me and find out. At the same time, Cham Kan Tham Sa took the chance to attack him from behind. As soon as the words ended, Simyeon pointed her weapon forward. He called out, Simyeon!